Having to do with the agency participation, I think it would be fair to put that in, but not necessary. Certainly any per diem increase as suggested by Representative Sebelius and Representative Coffey would be something that would be fair to include under that $35,000. I do agree with Mr. Unruh that there's no need to specify what the $35,000 is expended on, because with the way I've put the language into the statute, I think it's pretty clear that it is supposed to go, the $35,000 would go toward hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing materials, and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. So the Section 2 costs and Section 3 costs are not costs that I regard as fitting into that or being included in that language. Are there questions from the panel?
Go ahead, Laura.
So I have a couple of questions. When would this end?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and that's something that I was just discussing with counsel for North Star. It's a very logical question to be asking, but interestingly, it prompts a larger existential question for this panel. If you'll note, as we sit here tonight, NDCAP has no shelf life. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to put an end date on here. I can certainly understand if there are folks who feel a need for that, but what you're really raising is the larger question of how long should NDCAP exist? I would say this would go on for however long NDCAP exists.
So I would suggest a termination of, at the time that partial license termination happens. Because at the time, I feel that NDCAP no longer has a value. I hate to say that, but it no longer has a substantial value, I guess, after the partial license termination.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
If I may add one point to that, there's also the site restoration part of this process that is exclusive to the Public Utility Commission jurisdiction. And it would seem to me that if there's going to be a termination date, that it should also include that. So it's not just partial license termination by the NRC, but also when site restoration has been achieved to the satisfaction of the Public Utility Commission, in my opinion.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just briefly, I would agree with that. And another thing that, and not to draw out the conversation, I think it's something that could be figured out later on, but I believe, and Clay, maybe you know, or maybe the folk with North Star know, I think both the Yankee Row cap and the main Yankee cap still meet once a year or have some kind of annual something. And so those continue to exist. Now, I'm not saying whether or not it should, but it'd be worth talking to those communities about, is there utility once it's just the ISFAC left on the site, is there value? And maybe that's not the Nuclear Decommissioning Systems Advisory Panel, maybe that's something else, but just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner, how would you envision the panel accessing funds? So you've spoken to the fact that we've had a push down because there haven't been funds available from the department. So would you see that changing with this language, with this cap in there, and how would you envision the panel doing that?
Yeah, no, those are also really good questions. And so, yes, if the funds were available and they were the responsibility of the company, I would expect them to then be available to this panel. The mechanism that presently exists is that at the end of the day, the panel makes its request to the commissioner for funds for these activities. That's the existing statute. And I use my best judgment as to whether to make those funds available. And what I have proposed here is that that would continue. That mechanism would continue.
And so experts have again, that has not been something that's been available.
Precisely. And that's the genesis of my concern, is that they've not been available. Not only has, well, Chris will speak to this in a moment, I think, but I will loosely say, to date, on my watch, none have been requested beyond what Chris asked for in the sale docket, or it's a backstory I'm happy to go into, but the bottom line is we've not had any such requests, but I think it's fair to say that I have sent every signal possible saying there's no point in making a request because I don't have money. And that's just not good enough, in my opinion, which is why I've been so concerned about this issue.
And I'm hearing that that might remain the same.
It's entirely possible.
Because the cost, the 35,000 is,
If we wanted to take that out of my budget today, that's a non-starter.
because 35,000 is more than what you are putting forth your agency spends on handicap right now.
That would be additional to what I already put in, that's correct.
So it would not cover what you're currently expending.
And I'm not asking to, what I'm looking for is for the company to be responsible for that 4,000 plus for the logistics, and then for whatever is left under this cap, that would be what's available to this panel for hiring experts and contracting for services. For instance, Chris mentioned not too long ago that there was a consensus-seeking process, I think, that my predecessor conducted. You and Dr. Irwin might know about this, or Corey, I don't know if you do too.
Yeah.
Judging by these figures, the cost of that, there doesn't appear to be a record of it at the department. But it's that kind of facilitation process, for instance, or educational initiatives or the like. Those are things that open up if there's money available to be charged to the company.
Can I mention just one brief thing that may have to provide a little context too, which is when IndyCap was first started, and actually in docket and Public Utility Commission dockets before that, there was a concern about like when IndyCap was first created, it was envisioned that decommissioning wouldn't start for 60 years or so, and so there was real concern about the company funding that because it would be coming out of the decommissioning trust, which would then decrease the amount of funds available for decommissioning. So now we have a more discrete timeline, but I would say that it would be just in case anybody has any concerns about suddenly if North Star is bearing the bill, that suddenly folk are going to go crazy and want to spend all kinds of money. Well, we all have a vested interest in being very, very thoughtful about how those funds are used, because I think it's still coming out of the decommissioning trust. I think that'd be the likely source of funds, because that's the source of funds they have to use. So I don't know that that's exactly the case, but just in case folk remember those old arguments from back in the day about concerns about where the funding for a panel would come from, now at least we know approximately how many years we're looking at, what kind of budget we're probably looking at.
So I have additional questions. Looking at the final line here, I'm not sure that it may be a typo or it may be a punctuation issue. The owners of Vermont Yankee may petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for a hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses, and may amend or revise such cost assessments. So is that intended to be that the owners of Vermont Yankee may amend or revise such cost assessments?
No, it's for the Public Utility Commission.
So I read that as...
Yep, I can see why you read it that way. We could simply put a period after such expenses and say the Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments.
Mr. Chair, I have two other questions, if I may continue.
Go ahead.
So, Chris, or does anybody recall, my sense is this language for handicap was likely drafted as part of the original settlement between the state and Entergy, 2013, 14.
I want to say it was 12 that it passed. No, but there must have been 13. Must have been
Yeah.
winter 13.
It was not part of the settlement.
No, but no, it was not part of the settlement, no, but it was, but I think it came out of the settlement
Yeah.
concept. I
It
think-
was
I think-
a
I think
logical-
It was not in
Yeah.
the settlement, but it was,
It was intended to be a successor to VSNAP, which had its own issues.
So my question, larger question is around, I'm guessing that there was probably some negotiation between the advocates and the company and the government.
I can't speak to that.
No.
I just know Mr.
Can
Campbell
anybody
has strong
speak to that?
feelings.
No? Does anybody recall that? And then, I
it was
guess.
done quickly.
Yeah. I'm just curious. And then my last question, and I don't know if this is appropriate or they'll be willing to do so, but does North Star want to weigh in on this at this point?
We have panel members here.
I'll open it up to North Star members on the panel and/or North Star Council.
Sure. David Pearson.
No.
So, well, it looks like Mr. DiCarlo's going to step up, so we're going to hand it over to council.
Rick DiCarlo, North Star Council. I think this is a potentially workable solution, but we'll have to internally confer and report back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think my final comment would be one that I had suggested to you earlier. If there is consensus on the panel or some place on the panel, and the intention is to try and move this year, I would hope that there would be some consensus on the panel and that the panel itself would engage with the commissioner in moving this legislation forward.
Sure. So kind of let me recap everything that we've been discussing since we received this proposed amendment. From what I'm understanding, as a consensus of the panel, please correct me if I'm wrong, I will start at looks like the second sentence of the proposed amendment. Funds for this purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS, as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate not to exceed $35,000 annually and to terminate at the time of partial license terminations and site restoration is complete. That kind of seems like the general consensus of the board that $35,000 dollar number is acceptable, and that it is to terminate at the end of partial license termination and site restoration. And then at the bottom of that amendment, there add a period as of reasonableness of such expenses, period. The Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments. Now I'm looking for a consensus on those particular terms of this amendment, please. Go ahead, sir.
Chair, I just had a question of the commissioner before getting to your amendment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just for clarification, Commissioner, you're saying that this fund, if this funding were to become available, it would not go to pay for the costs of Department of Public Service staff?
That's correct.
So I'm wondering, so in effect, it does bring greater capacity to this work that we're doing here, which I think is a very good thing. And I'm wondering if we can clarify some of the language, because I also heard that there were a couple of things that the public, or if we could add a word like public engagement education in there, to the list of things that could be considered, so as to expand upon the possibilities that currently exist.
So you're talking, let's look at the 1, 2, 3, fourth line down in the underlined portion.
Right, so
service to hire experts, comma.
contract for services, comma, and provide for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses for the panel. If the rest of this panel were to agree, I just think it would be good to add some language around, because we've been talking about whether it's attending a conference or doing some broader public engagement in some way, right? I've heard that tonight. So I'm not always the best at wordsmithing.
Okay, so service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contract for services, and provided materials and other, would that be satisfactory?
I'd like some specificity. Contract for services, cover expenses associated with public engagement or and education. I mean,
May I ask as a point of clarification? I understand what you're driving at, Representative Coffey. In my opinion, that would constitute a reasonable or necessary expense if the panel decides
Right.
that's what it wants to do, and the commissioner decides it's appropriate. Is it your concern that you'd like to have it specified such that it's removed from the discretion of the commissioner? And it's okay to say yes, I won't be offended.
it's mostly more about the intention of adding this in here to just reflect that. So I don't want to belabor the point. And so my second point is to follow up on the chair's comment about how long this funding would last. If we look at the full statute, I think I would prefer something simpler that said that this would not to exceed $35,000 annually for as long as the handicap or the panel exists. Because I don't think it should be linked to what we think the process is going to be. The rest of the statute doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So my 2 cents.
So let's tackle that portion of it, because the public engagement and education is easy enough to add into that wording. Let's look at the termination of this actual agreement, what the panel feels is necessary. I mean, we can feel it's necessary that we exist for the rest of our lives and get, involvement in this as long as the spent fuel sits on the ISFSI pad, which, if that's what the panel wants to do, that's what the panel wants to do. But at that point, North Star is no longer, in my estimation, is no longer on the site, no longer responsible for the site, because they probably turned it over at that point to some other entity. So how do we, as a panel, charge a company that's no longer in existence in the state of Vermont to fund a panel that we decide, we're just going to continue this because we have this money, because we still have spent fuel on the pad? That would be my only concern. It seems to be fairly open-ended in that respect.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I appreciate the sentiment that you're expressing. I really do. This has been an exercise in people of good faith trying to set reasonable expectations and reasonable limits. My memory and others on the panel and in the end counsel to the agency may be able to correct me, is that North Star has acquired this site. So when decommissioning is complete, they don't simply turn it over to somebody else. It is their property. They may not have boots on the ground anymore doing decommissioning activity, but they do still own it. So I take your point, though, that we really are getting at the existential question of how long do we expect handicap to continue to exist. And the legislature, at least in prior iterations of this statute, has not specified an end date. I suppose I have sympathy for the simplicity that Representative Coffey has pointed to. But I suppose we could add some, I don't know, I would defer to my legislative colleagues. Is there sunset language that could be put in, or I really don't know.
I guess to your point, Commissioner Tierney, yes, they will still own the property after decommissioning is done, termination of the license, partial termination of the licensing, and site restoration happens. But what is it to say that, you know, they don't turn the property over to a developer, to the town of Vernon, whatever the case may be, and at that point, whomever that is, the developer, the town of Vernon, Wyndham Regional Commission, BDCC, now owns the property, and we are continuing to ask North Star to fund a panel when they have no skin in the game at that point.
Well,
Just because we
yeah,
want to
yeah.
continue a panel because we still have radioactive material that sits on the ISFC, but maybe they're out of the game at that point.
I take your point, though. I would note the language points to the owners of the station.
So that could potentially, this $35,000 could potentially become the problem of,
Whoever acquires the site, that's correct.
yeah, the town of Vernon as an example.
And that's a problem. I completely see your point.
Yeah.
I think Chris had a question.
Well, I was just gonna.
Which I will clarify, because there was mention from the public that as of yesterday, I have no tie to the town of Vernon. I am no longer a selectman in the town of Vernon. I have no, there is no tie for the town of Vernon with me any longer, with the exception of maintaining the Office of Deputy Emergency Administrator. So I am not, I'm speaking in generalized terms at this point.
So I was just going to say, I'm looking at, I don't have the enabling statute in front of me, but I've got the our charter in front of me. And NDCAP, says, I think this is parrots the language, NDCAP shall advise the Governor, General Assembly, and agencies of the state on issues related to decommissioning. That's nuclear. Now, I mean, I would like to see it go through site restoration too, but you could logically say NDCAP would sunset upon the completion of decommissioning, and then maybe leave an escape clause like this could be reconsidered by the legislature at that time, but that may be the language that you use because that's the actual purpose of the, I mean, it's imperfect to me, and I would defer to the rest of the panel because it seems like it'd be worthwhile for, you know, to have the panel in existence for the completion of the non-radiological decommissioning as well. And maybe that's, and I'd have to look into the detail at the enabling statute because maybe it talks about non-radiological. Does it? But anyway, I can, but that may be an approach to take, just reflecting on what it says. I am just forgetting, I'm not remembering from the last meeting. Are we supposed to meet again soon, or is this?
God, I hope not.
So I'm almost wondering if we agree in concept with what the commissioners put forth, and if we've heard from North Star that this seems within the realm of possibility of something they would consider, and you'll take it back to your internal counsel, what if, and what if the public service department, North Star had a conversation, come up with some mutually agreeable language, we wouldn't have to meet but get it back to the panel, but then frankly, the individual panel members could always go testify.
Sure. I guess to Representative Sebelia's point is that we need to come to a general consensus as a panel tonight on the dollar figure, a termination date if we so desire, and then I think your point is well taken that allow the powers that be go forth and making the agreement based on our suggestions. I guess I'll start with one particular item. I'll look for a consensus of the panel of $35,000. Does that seem to be good start or the place where we need to be to continue to grow from here as the handicap and get the things that we need to get done. So I'm going to ask for a consensus on that particular section. It is the $35,000 that was, brought forth to us by Representative Civilian Coffee, acceptable to the panel as part of the amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6. But
So, can you ask those questions? I think the frame that Chris has, like if that's a goal, is for North Star and the department to see if there is something they can agree to with the items that you're asking for consensus. Is that what we're doing, Mr. Chair?
yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay, so,
May I ask for clarification on this, though?
Yes.
I have tried very hard to avoid being in that very position of it being North Star and department. Go work it out. That's exactly why I prepared this language tonight, so that this panel can decide whether it wants to move forward on this basis or some other basis. If we get consensus on the $35,000, that's a very clear instruction. If we can get consensus on end date being when the handicap, for as long as handicap exists, appreciating there are members on the panel who don't necessarily support that, but if we can get consensus on that, that's clear direction. If we can get consensus on the public engagement piece, that's clear direction. And then I can speak for myself and say that I'm happy to take this amendment, if need be, to the legislature, or our legislative colleagues could put this in if they're willing or not. But I don't see what my speaking with North Star is going to add to this. North Star can certainly testify in the legislature as it sees fit. And I have high hopes that, based on council's comments tonight, that testimony would be largely supportive, but I would leave that to you. I think that distance is healthy, in my opinion.
So I guess that's my goal, is to hit those three things: the dollar figure, determination, the language of public engagement, get a consensus on those things. And I think what Representative Sabia was kind of aiming at is that we come to an agreement on how that wording happens between your department and North Star. So the clear direction from the panel for dollar figure, for termination, for how public engagement should happen, and then you guys figure out the legalese between yourselves, because that's not our expertise as panel members, is to make those.
That's the part that's making me uncomfortable.
Okay. I would love to be able to give you all the legalese to make this thing work, but I don't know. Mr. Irwin, you had a question, comment?
Just on the notion of the possibility that another property owner would be potentially saddled with the responsibility for funding the handicap. I wonder if changing the language from owners of the VYNPS to owners of the VYNPS license or licenses would help in that regard, because it's either going to be the license for the ISFAC and the plant in decommissioning, which are two different parts of the Code of Federal Regulations, or it'll be just the ISFAC, because the other part of the plant would have been fully decommissioned, license termination would have been completed.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure about anybody else. Go ahead.
I'd like to, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, and the license won't really be terminated. What will happen is, once North Star has finished the decommissioning and reduced all the contamination to appropriate levels, the property will be released for unconditional use. They would still have the license for the IFAC, but the rest of the property would be released for unconditional use. Am I out of turn there, Corey, or is that pretty close?
That's very close. The Part 50 license will sustain until the asphyxia is finally decommissioned. It's all the same license. But the general terms for which you're describing, I'm sure language could be developed that would satisfy what we're talking about.
And I think that's Mr. Irwin's intent, is that whomever the property goes to, that the onus still stays on North Star as a licensee of the ISFC or whatever, still exists. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, that is correct. The license is really the key to the problem.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I've had a suggestion from my council, the wonders of technology. If we had a three-way involvement here where Ledge Council were involved as well in these discussions, that would make the department more comfortable, so that the legalese piece that you're talking about would be worked out between Ledge Council, North Star, and the department. That gives me some comfort.
And I'm completely okay with that. So let me circle back to where I started.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. We're working through it. So as a panel, I would like to get a consensus on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually is acceptable to us to be able to move our work forward. And just give me a yes or no. Please start with you, Chris.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a majority agreements on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually. Let's go to the easy part, the public engagement side of it. So adding the language, again, fourth line down in the underline, service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contracts for services and provide materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel. Noting that obviously this is how the money gets spent is completely up to the public service department. Adding simple language such as in public engagement and education. Is everyone happy with that, or general consensus? Chris?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. So we have that. Oh yeah, sorry, on the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you have a majority agreement adding simple language regarding public engagement and education to the list of things that will become necessary of the panel. So to the hard thing, termination. We heard a couple of different options regarding the owners of the VY NPS license or licenses is an option for us. That seems to make the most sense to me at this point. So let's get a general consensus of, does that make the most sense as a termination, standard?
You can say that.
So, let's see, funds for the purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS license holder. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, and I've been corrected by Corey that it is just one license,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have to consider multiple licenses.
So that would be the termination, the terminology used in that first sentence. So whomever is the license holder for the property is responsible for going forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I interrupt our process?
Yes.
So I need a moment to actually process the negotiation aspect that has been put out here. And it seems that we're going to do all of that very publicly. So I'm wondering if we could get the department's counsel to come, and we could ask maybe some questions just about process.
I guess I'm confused. What are you looking
The
for a
department is
process on?
recommending that, the department council is recommending that rather than having North Star and the department go and kind of fine tune this and bring it to the legislature, that the legislature and the administration and North Star fine tune this. And so I'd just like to ask him to clarify and kind of walk us through that a little bit. Because I've had no time to think about that or ask legislative council or anyone. And I'm getting, like we're kind of almost at the bottom of the slide, and I'm feeling like, oh, we're going to catch this. Do we want to catch this? So can we ask?
I'm certainly happy to ask Mr. Porter to step to the microphone, if that's all right with you, Mr. On the Road.
Absolutely. Come on up.
Thank you. Jim?
Almost made it out of here cleanly.
Yeah. Well, and I have to pick up a soccer kid.
Okay.
I have to leave in 20 minutes at the most. My question is, I want to understand the difference that you see between the department and North Star fine-tuning this, and the department and the legislature and North Star fine-tuning this, and what assurances you'd like to give me that Ledge Council will see those same.
So what was in my mind when this came up was the commissioner seemed to have some reservations about the department and North Star going off in a room and drafting the consensus of what you vote on tonight. And I guess my thought would be to have a lawyer from Ledge Council, since we are talking about a bill or a bill amendment, and we've done this in the past with other parties, just sit down with Ledge Council sort of as an intermediary, another party to be there, and we could just both talk with them, was my thought.
Okay, but I want to just make sure that we're all aware that whatever agreement we might put forward, we'll have to go through the whole legislative process. Any of the folks in the audience, in the public, anybody in the legislature that would like can engage in this process. And any legislator can access Ledge Council and, work to.
Oh, right, and to be clear, I was only going as far as coming up with a draft of a bill that we would submit to the committee. And frequently Ledge Council has little fixes that help with drafting as well. Just that I think we would then come back and share with the committee, not necessarily at a meeting, but.
Okay, great. That answers my questions, and I am comfortable now. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to the.
Mr. Chair, it appears North Star's council may have something to say.
Absolutely, come on up.
Thank you, Greg DiCarlo, counsel for North Star. I just want to clarify that my earlier comments were premised on termination at partial license termination, not later. Any questions about that?
You're aware that's not, there's no such thing as a partial license termination. It's a release of property for unconditional use. It's semantics, but words are kind of important sometimes.
It's the shrinking of the license from its current size down to the ISPC only is what I'm referring to. We can work on the proper language, but that's what we're looking at as a potential workable solution.
If I could be heard on that point.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think we've gotten to the place where the committee itself has to decide what it wants to do. And then that conversation that Mr. DiCarlo is teeing up is one worth having, and exactly why I would want the antiseptic of Ledge Council being present. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about a piece of legislation that we will put into the hopper of the committee process. And at that time, I would expect North Star to, if if we can't come to closure on the point, you show up and testify to that effect. But that shouldn't foreclose this committee from deciding tonight on what it wants to put forward by way of proposal. And I expect, I could be wrong, that we're going to need to have 2 consensus votes. One's going to be on this termination that's tied to license termination and site restoration, and the other to the proposal from Representative Coffey that the obligation simply be coextensive with as long as handicap exists.
Okay, I'm gonna abstain from weighing in on this last piece because I don't feel like I have enough information.
So I guess, Chris, there's a couple different options on the table right now, and I'm just going to be looking for the board, and obviously, feel free to abstain if you feel the same as Representative Sibilia, that you don't have the proper information to make a decision. So we have essentially 2 different proposals on the table as far as timeline goes. One from Mr. Irwin about license holders, and that, this is kind of perpetual to license holders to the end of handicap, and 2, to the partial license termination and restoration would be the second option to put an end to this particular agreement. So I guess I'm looking to you to see which one you're leaning towards to get a general consensus from the handicap panel. So we'll start with you.
So I have to start with a question. Because what I had originally thought was terminate handicap upon the, because just looking at at some level I'd like to change the statute to say site restoration. It's actually in our name because I was trying to figure out, was the intent of the statute nuclear decommissioning versus decommissioning and site restoration, but it's actually in our name, the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. So what I was proposing was that the handicap would sunset with the completion of the nuclear decommissioning, which I think goes back to what you were saying, is basically the license is the partial release, and then all that's left is the ISFC. And then I'd also suggested potential language would be at that point the legislature could take up whether or not to continue, handicap should continue once it's just the ISFC on the site. I know that sounds real complicated, but I think what I was, and I'm kind of looking down at Bill to see what he would suggest, because he's more of actually the expert on this question.
Well, I don't know if I'm an expert for sure, that would be debatable, but the language that is in the 2-page presentation by Representative Sibilia and Coffey, number 3, time horizon of North Star funding obligation, the language that's described here, where does that come from? Is that in NRC regulations? Because as Mr. DiCarlo just explained it, actually that is what I was describing. It does not eliminate the burden on the license holder of the ISFC. It just has narrowed it down to release of the rest of the site for the decommissioning purposes, which is everything but the ISFC. So I'm actually more comfortable with the original language as presented in the item number 3, time horizon of North Star funding obligation, than I was when this discussion started.
May I ask a clarifying point, Mr. Unruh?
Yes.
So, Dr. Irwin, if I understand you correctly, if we were to insert the phrase North Star's funding obligation to support handicap activities shall terminate upon North Star's submission to the NRC of its partial license termination application, that would make you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'd put that out for comment to the rest of the panel. I could agree to that too. I would be comfortable with that too.
Okay. Chris, you good with that?
Yes.
Laura, you're abstaining, or are you good?
No, I mean, that's clear enough.
Okay. Sarah?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Yep. North Star representatives?
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
I'm good with that.
Yes.
Okay. We now have a clear directive from this panel to the Public Service Department, and from my understanding is that we are looking for the Public Service Department, the Ledge Council, and North Star Council to get together and make the legalese work. Is that my understanding, panel? Chris?
Yes, and then the idea, I think, is we wouldn't meet to discuss it again, but whatever's negotiated would come back to the panel so that we can, individually if we like, or whatever, or however we want to communicate it individually, communicate that to committee.
May I ask how exactly that is done? I'm hearing no further meeting, but come back to panel.
I just meant like Tony would send us, this is the language they agreed to.
And each individual, so there would be no hit return all.
Unless folks want to meet again, I just don't know that we're gonna, I don't know that this panel is the best way, and I'm also being mindful of the public input, so the public needs to see what it says too. I just don't know that we're gonna need to be in the business of wordsmithing statute, legislative language. So I think what we're agreeing to is the concept that's been presented here, so we're agreeing to the concept, and then the answer frankly may come back, hey, Public Service Department, in a meeting with North Star, with Ledge Council present, we couldn't come to an agreement, but at least we know that we agreed to the concept that was presented by the commissioner.
So are you looking for, once the wording is acceptable to our parties, what are you looking for the handicap to do in your opinion from there?
Well, I'd like to be clear what handicap would like to have happen if North Star and the department don't come to an agreement.
Then we start all over again.
So, well, that's, so that.
Agreed to this concept that was handed out by
So,
the commissioner.
that's right. So that's an option. So one option is the commissioner handed out language. We've made a number of different suggestions. And what I'm hearing is North Star come back with any fine tunes with the department and work with the legislative council to work that through. So North Star may come back and say, yeah, no, we're not agreeing to that.
So let's get a little bit of clarification right now why we can, and I understand, Mr. Carlo, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, and ask, based on what the handicap panel has put forth tonight, what is the general consensus? I know you probably can't give us a clear yes because you need to do your due diligence on your end, but based on what the panel has put forward this evening and kind of the limitations and that kind of thing, what is your general feeling of how North Star will react to a negotiation in towards that end?
Well, you're correct that I can't make a final determination tonight because it's ultimately not up to me, but I am very encouraged by what I heard as the end result of the panel's decision, that we will be able to come to an agreement quickly. If in fact what has been discussed here is what ends up in this final draft.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I'm not asking, I'm not asking for North Star's permission to proceed, but whether or not the panel would want to proceed or would want to meet again if there was some conflict. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I have great faith in the efforts of these three bodies that we've identified here to act on our behalf, given the goals as expressed here tonight. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to go beyond our individual rights to go to the hearings about this matter and discuss them as individuals or as representatives of agencies in the legislative process. I think that we've made our position known fairly clearly, and I appreciate the language the efforts that everyone's made here to provide us this really good basis to make these kinds of recommendations.
Mr. Chair, may I? Representative Sibilia, I know we're about to lose you because you're turning into a pumpkin. And Representative Coffey, what is your best estimation as to the time remaining for what we need to accomplish? If the department is able to sit down with a representative of North Star and Ledge Council, say, within the week, and if the department is then able to kick back to the members of the panel individually the revised version of the language I've passed out tonight, and if that is posted on the website of the department for public comment for an acceptable period of time, a week perhaps, do you think that is sufficient, that there is still sufficient time to have this then go through the legislative process this session?
So the bill will have to, as you know, it will have to go through crossover. So it'll have to be heard in the House. Crossover will be the week after town meeting. And then it will have to go to the Senate.
Yeah.
And then it will have to, if there are any changes made in the Senate, it'll have to come back to the House. The House would have to agree or not, you know, all of that. And then the governor would need to sign. So in terms of moving it through the House, it would have to move through the House by the week after town meeting. So the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee has been kept apprised by Representative Coffey and I of, you know, what is being discussed and the possibility for this coming through. It is true, we have some very significant pieces of legislation, so
so if the proposition is, what I am stumbling over the mechanics here more than anything else. If we are able to reach the latest greatest version of this proposed language and get that back to the individual handicap members for their review, and to do so electronically, do we run afoul of any open meeting laws or anything like that? And so if Mr. Unruh gets sign off from all the handicapped members in a manner that is lawful, then, and in the interim, the department has posted this for public comment on the website, it would seem to me we should be able to get this into the legislature in fairly short order.
Just for clarification, I don't think it's necessary for the handicap individual members to sign off on anything in particular.
Okay.
that
helps
do.
me. Yeah, that's what I'm asking basically.
But I think we've all expressed our opinion, and to Mr. Irwin's point, you know, if we wanted to pursue it individually, we have that option.
As long as it's clear that the representation that will be made in the legislature is that this final version, subject to the guidance you've been given, is the will of handicap.
And I think I feel that we've done that tonight in a public manner.
and I'm certain the minutes will be
reflect as much.
Will be, yeah, helpful. And in terms of public notice, Commissioner, I mean, the public can engage on this legislation. It's hanging on the wall right now.
Fair enough.
So we have the bill that is up on the wall in energy and technology now. What we'll be doing is making changes to that.
Okay. So what I'm taking away from this is that the department has a mandate to proceed from handicap, meeting with North Star and Ledge Council to get the final version of this and get this thing rolling. Fair enough.
That's my feeling as well.
Okay. I feel I'm moved by the spirit to comment. I feel this has been a very productive meeting tonight, and I thank my colleagues for their patience and persistence.
Absolutely. Do we have any additional input from the panel before I turn it over to the general public?
Did we agree to this in concept?
We should probably do it formally before Representative Sibilia turns into a
Because the other ones
pumpkin.
we've gone through, you've got yes, 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 you want yes on this, what the commissioner gave us.
Sure, with revisions, absolutely.
So I would agree that yes, well, supporting the concept presented here by the commissioner.
With the revisions that were made?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there others?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
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 Okay, great.
Abstain.
All right, so we have a direction, we have a means to an end, and I will open it up to general public comment to the panel. Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Randy Holhut from the Commons, and tonight, in conjunction with BCTV, we present this forum for candidates for the Brattleboro Select Board. There are 3 candidates running for the 3-year seat on the board. Elizabeth McLaughlin, who currently holds a 1-year seat on the board, Ricky Rosati, a town meeting member from District 3, and the incumbent David Scholes. There are 5 candidates running for the 2 1-year seats on the board. Kurt Dimes, a town meeting member and director of Brattleboro Common Sense, Ian Goodnow, who's currently clerking at Costello, Valenti, and Gentry in preparation for a legal career. Good luck. Oscar Heller, who ran last year as for the Select Board and is chair of the Town Energy Committee still. Mm-hmm. Okay. And the incumbent, Daniel Quip, and Mix Rosati, who is also running for a 1-year seat. Take your pick, or both. So Here's the format for tonight's forum. Our panelists are Olga Peters.
I'm running for 2 seats.
Yes, the 3-year and the 2-year. I did say that. Okay. Our panelists tonight are Olga Peters, senior reporter at the Commons, Abby Manunkin from 350 Brattleboro, and Kate Anderson, who's the former chair of the Town Arts Committee. They'll each ask one question of the entire panel. Panelists will have 2 minutes to answer. And after that, we'll take questions from the audience. You'll get your chance to say. And then at the end, there'll be a 2-minute closing statement from each of the candidates. So we'll first begin with Abby, and you get the first question. Directed to the entire board.
Okay. Thanks for having me. It's good to be here. Climate change is not a future concern for other people to confront. It is here and now. It is an existential threat. And it is of great concern to many, and I dare say most, people in our community. And yet it doesn't affect all people equally. Instead, it disproportionately impacts marginalized communities, including people of color, poor people, as we saw all too well in Tropical Storm Irene and the mobile home communities, and our youth, who will bear a greater burden in the future. This is a global issue, and yet we have a moral responsibility to take local action. What concrete actions will you take on the Select Board? And this is in terms of planning, development, infrastructure, services such as transportation, to decrease our reliance on fossil fuels and build resilience here in Brattleboro.
And we'll begin with Mix Rosati.
I like to go last because I like to hear everyone else's ideas and see what I have to offer that's different. But I'm pretty sure from when I've listened to their campaign so far concerning like that same issue is that none of them have brought up the idea of having our own municipal currency to fund advancing both sustainable technologies and reparations for people, because last I checked, the Federal Reparations Committee is a bunch of white people, and I think they all vote very Republican from last time I checked, so I really don't trust that there's going to be any progress in our lifetime with that system, which is part of why I'm also not seated in front of the American or state flag.
Ian?
Yeah. So I think the first step towards that was the sustainability coordinator, and I really supported that move by the Select Board in the town of Brattleboro. That will help us to coordinate and move forward in a direction that is sustainable for Brattleboro and sustainable for Vermont. It's a difficult question because it is global, but I think that there are some concrete things that we could do, like making the busing more accessible that takes us around Brattleboro, making bike lanes safer and pedestrian walkways safer, to encourage people not to drive in town and to get people using modes of transit that are more sustainable. And then I think also how we heat and the energy we use for our public buildings needs to change.
Elizabeth?
At the time the sustainability coordinator was being considered, I wanted to make sure that the energy audit that was performed for the town was enacted, and we had spent over $1 million on energy coordinating items. Once the sustainability coordinator was voted in, I was on the selection committee, and I was happy to find such an excellent candidate. I'm looking forward to working with him. We've already discussed at the Select Board an initiative to have buses used not just for people who may not have automobiles, but people who want to use the buses for sustainability purposes as a climate change initiative. I also note that the housing and the planning that we have made donations from the town budget for Red Clover Commons to get that item out of the floodway. And similarly, the planning department is working with Tri-Park to get any areas that are in the floodway out for that housing, and there are many housing initiatives that the Select Board is working on at the present time. So I just want to mention that the Energy Committee and the Sustainability Coordinator will be working on numerous items, including coordinating with CEON and other sustainability organizations in Brattleboro.
Kurt?
Hi, everybody. Please excuse me if I'm nervous. I wouldn't want to think that I come to the Select Board with an entire ironed out agenda for the climate. But I'm a member of Brattleboro Common Sense, which has promoted an emergency declaration here in town. And part of that is a provision for frequent monthly meetings at which people can promote their own ideas to the town, and under which the Select Board would then make emergency ordinances out of the suggestions of the people. We have heard since June of last year many individual proposals, and too many to list. But among them are hitchhiking, licensed hitchhiking as an alternative to driving. The idea being, if people share their transportation in a good camaraderie, it would develop a good way for people to know each other, share a ride, meet a friend, and it would also reduce the use of fossil fuels. Such a system is already, or has been in effect in Czechoslovakia, and it works great. With the use of cell phones, people could record their location and the identities of people involved and make it very safe. Also, we're surveying the people who live in the floodplains to find out what they want, and we hope to institute something according to the results of that survey.
David?
There are a lot of things we could do. I think one of the first things that the town should do, the select board should do, is have a look at the state plan for Putney Road. Right now, there's a multi-year plan. It's a few years in the future, but a multi-year plan to put in a series of rotaries and to increase traffic flow. And it's been shown over and over and over again, particularly in concentrated areas, that when you increase traffic flow, you increase traffic. So we're actually going in a direction that doesn't support any of our energy or climate goals if we go ahead with that state project. I think in terms of housing, there are a lot of older homes in this community. A lot of them are elderly people live in them. They would like to, they might want or might consider turning those into multi-unit residences, but they don't have the resources. The town could put together a loan and grant program to help with that process, and the sustainability coordinator could help negotiate the variety of different arrangements that people might want to make with in terms of opening their homes up to other people. I think if the town moves forward with a fiber optic internet or telecommunications network, it'll reduce the need for people to drive to the doctor. They can be diagnosed from home. The quality of resolution is extraordinary, and it's widely in use all over the country. That would be one of the many things that people could avoid traveling for if we had a really high resolution internet connection. I think we should continue to do and extend the energy upgrades, and someone else said change the energy source for the town buildings. It took I worked for 2 years to get a majority of the select board to agree to support energy audits, and now they're done, and we've done a lot of upgrades in town buildings, and there's plenty to do. It takes an investment and it takes a will to do it, but it's the only thing we can invest in where we actually get a return on that investment. Everything else we just spend. If it's a road, a sidewalk, a boiler, you just spend. But for energy investments, you get a return on it. Also, all done? 30 seconds. Thank you.
2 minutes can go fast sometimes, Oscar.
Yeah, so there's obviously a lot to talk about here. As the chair of the Energy Committee, this is a big part of what I think about and what I'm working on during the year. I agree that the new sustainability coordinator is going to be sort of the linchpin for the town's strategy moving forward. It's really great to have him on board. I don't know if he's said his name yet, Stephen Dotson. He started at the beginning of this month. If you have a chance, you should talk to him. He's really sharp. So there's sort of two things. One is what's in the town's direct control. And I would say we've actually done a really good job on municipal operations. The energy audit Elizabeth was talking about, all sorts of other projects. The town's been really receptive. I think we're moving in a great direction. The other half of that is what the town can't so easily touch, and it's the bulk of our fossil fuel use, which is transportation and heating in people's private homes and businesses. And that's a lot harder for the select board to have an effect on. There are things, a bunch of things we can do, but something I want to talk about really quickly that David touched on is density in terms of development and planning. That's something the town can have an effect on. The more dense you make your town in terms of, apartment buildings instead of lonely houses at the edge of town up on a hill, it's almost a silver bullet. There are so many benefits. It's easier to heat because it's multiple units inside a single building. It's more walkable. Public transit becomes more of an actual option because people are more concentrated. And the climate benefits, you have more open land, which is useful for carbon sequestration, which is useful for growing food. So density is something I want to talk about a lot in this coming year.
And Daniel.
Thank you. This is a really good question, Abby. The part that I heard you mention was about climate justice and about equity. All of my colleagues here have mentioned good practical ideas. When I was, as part of this board in this last year, I voted in favor of the sustainability coordinator and against the climate emergency declaration, which might seem to be contradictory positions, but the sustainability coordinator is a concrete action that we've taken and that will yield results for the town through collaboration, through reviving our energy committee, and through making connections in the community with folks that are directly impacted by climate change. I think that we have a long way to go in this state as a whole in terms of making sure that the impacts of climate change do not fall on the most vulnerable communities. We have a large number of people who are unstably housed in this community. Right now, those people experience climate change impacts today. And so one of the things that this board can do next year and moving forward is to make sure that we end homelessness in Brattleboro.
All right, for our next question, Kate Anderson.
First, I want to thank the Commons and BCTV for the opportunity to ask some questions. And my questions will center on the arts. As a select board member, your leadership will be asked to apply best reasoning to problem solving, fixing, addressing, guiding, and approving various measures to safeguard the already good and to improve what needs improving. You will be an integral part of the governing of this community. Our Brattleboro 2018 town plan states, "The arts are essential, not only in their contribution to our quality of life, but also in their enrichment of our cultural engagement. Arts and cultural experience can play an important role in bridging differences between people." My question to you, think as an artist. Think and imagine a Brattleboro that thrives and is dynamic in its use of its resources, people, place, and things. What does that quality of life picture look like?
And then continuing the counterclockwise theme, you're up, Ian.
Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that. Great. Wow, what a great question. So my fiance, Ruth, is an artist, and I think about art and Brattleboro and how being an artist, how that all exists together. It's one of the reasons that we moved here, because there were so many incredible opportunities and funds available. But I as I reflect on what's missing, Ruth and I had to set up a studio in our apartment for her and take up a lot of our space because we couldn't afford anything, any kind of studio space to rent outside of our apartment. And there's a lot of equipment that she uses that we don't own, and there's no way for us to buy it right now. And I think that there's a lot of great work that can be done that isn't because the equipment isn't available. And so I think a cooperative where there is art equipment to be used for free or for a small sum of like a monthly payment would be so cool. And I'm talking about like those like crazy big, she's a fiber artist, so like the giant sewing machine robots. I'm not an artist, obviously, as you can tell. But things like that. And then also how we educate people and how we advertise the funds that we do offer, because I don't think we put it out there enough. And there are a lot of different things, and that would include the this Sunday there is the dinner that I would microloans dinner, and I will be there because she will be there, so you should be there. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Well, I thank Kate for bringing up the town plan. I played a major role in creating the town plan, and I agree that the arts is a large part of our community, and it's a large part of building community, which is very necessary in our town. We have a vibrant arts community and was recently funded at town meeting and through the select board, and I support that. I also know that they will be giving small grants as well as the museum is. I'm also in favor of the new plan for the museum expansion. I think it will increase school arts education. And I think that the other thing that Kate was involved in was the Arts Atlas, and I think that can be, it's still used and it can be reinvigorated. And I think one thing that the town needs is kind of a generational exchange between older and younger artists, and I think that would create not only more community, but allow the arts institutions to invigorate themselves.
Kurt?
Ms. Anderson, could we all hear the last part of your question?
Sure. Do you need the quote from the town plan or just
No.
the quote? Okay. My question to you is, think as an artist. Imagine Brattleboro that thrives and is dynamic in its use of its resources, people, place, things. What does that quality of life, referenced in the town plan picture, look like?
It is just as deadly as I thought, the question. It leads me to a precipice, a difficulty in my own philosophy, and I am reminded of the rapid transition we made from the questions about the climate emergency to the questions about art, and I would like to bring them together. I studied art as a college student. I've always wanted to be an artist since I was a kid. And now I've pretty much given up my retirement dream, and I wonder about our whole society giving up its dreams, some of its dreams, for the sake of the climate emergency. And so with respect to art, I wonder about completely transforming our concept of art and the way we treat art in the society, transforming it into something that is entirely about the climate. Because I must admit, although I always been an artist and always impressed people as an artist and used to be an artist non-professionally, now I wonder if we can afford the beautiful luxury of art. And I'm quite disturbed at these thoughts that come into me about making this terrible sacrifice. But I think maybe art should be as our first and essential luxury. In the short term, it's a luxury, and maybe we have to transform it or give it up for the sake of the climate. It's an emergency like that, I think.
David?
Kate, one of the things you didn't mention about arts is the economic importance, and I just wanted to point that out. But when you mentioned lifestyle of being an artist, and what struck me was the peacefulness of it, and the sense of being away from all of these kinds of things, and just really lit up inside, just really feeling alive and alert. And so when I think of that in the municipal context, I think about how do we give people, other people, everybody, those opportunities. And we have institutions like the youth theater and the music center, the public schools have good art programs, finding ways to expand access to those, make those. The school district also already uses contracts with the youth theater and the music center, and the kids are involved, but to expand that more, to make to more public access, and maybe art classes at night. The museum and the new museum proposal apparently includes a lot of classroom space and open gallery space, or what would you call it, studio space. That's a possibility. The Arts Committee and the Arts Council have grant programs that are publicly funded. It's something that the community has decided to support, and the degree to which it supports it is decided by a town meeting. And so I think of the things that we're doing could all be expanded. But I think the main point is to find ways to, and those are just off the top of my head ideas. I have not thought a lot about this. But I think the key is to find ways to expand opportunities for them, to link it back to Abby's question about who gets to participate and who doesn't, and to expand those opportunities.
Oscar?
So if I allow myself to think as an artist and not as technically, not in terms of policy, what I picture is, I think, a combination of four things. And to go back to your other point, two of them I think we have and we need to protect, and two of them we really need to develop. The two that I think we have are a beautiful setting in the natural world compared to other places I've lived, cities. It's a night and day difference. That's one of the things I see when I look 20 years into the future. Brattleboro needs to never give that up, and it's something that needs to be constantly defended. The other thing that I think we have a good amount of is art. There's a great artistic community here. There's a music scene that is pretty healthy for a town this size. I would like to see more. When I think of an arts town, I picture Northampton with the different colored painted crosswalks and the more visible displays of public art. I would love to see us rise to that level. That's a really appealing image to me. And then the two things that I think are missing, one of them is diversity, which I know is something we think about a lot, but it's still a real problem. It's a problem for Vermont. It's a problem for Brattleboro. And I think we need to find more ways to be welcoming and encouraging for people to move here. I've seen ideas about encouraging international immigration to Vermont that I think are really exciting and would only help our community. And the final piece of the puzzle is that I would like to see us push forward on technology. I would love to see a successful municipal broadband program, but I'd love to see solar panels on more rooftops. I think those, in their own way, in terms of what they mean, are just as beautiful as an art installation. I think technology can be beautiful in that way too. So that's what I see.
Daniel?
Thanks. Thanks for the question, Kate. I'm the husband of an artist, and also somebody that works at our museum and art center. And so I have a little bit of insight into what it's like to be an artist in this community. One of the things that I know from young artists is that many of them can't afford to rent studio space here or find a place to live that's affordable for them. They also, struggle to find jobs that pay them enough for them to, have that lifestyle. So I think that you know, we shouldn't view the arts as a luxury. The arts are essential for us to understand our world, and they're one of the ways in which we critique the world that we currently have and invent new ones. I think we need to have a town where everyone can thrive, that's affordable, and we need to have a town that is not limiting the opportunities for young people here. You know, we've got some demographic challenges. We have some challenges with the developments at Marlborough. You know, many of the folks from that community are struggling to stay here. I supported the creation of the Town Arts Fund at town meeting, and during my work on the board this year, we were involved in kind of taking a look at the proposals that the Wyndham County Arts Committee was coming up with, and I think that those people who are intimately involved in the arts in this community are the ones that are best placed to advise on that. I think that the board's role can be, you know, making sure that funds are available, making sure that zoning is done in such a way that we are not, you know, pricing people out, excluding people from being able to live in this wonderful town.
And Ricky.
I want to start with a question to the Commons. I had called and asked for there to be a information reprint about how this is my second year running, and they printed that this is only my first year. Do you know if that was done or not?
That is actually a question for the editors, because that's a decision the editors make, not a report.
They just never got back to me, so I would appreciate your
Oh, I'm
input
sorry about
then.
that.
Yeah, that's not your fault, it's their responsibility. So to answer the question then, you know, I think everyone is born an artist, and I want to encourage us all to continue embracing that part of us and never let that go, and ways of doing that are I think through real democracy. Art is expressing ourselves, and we don't have a real democracy here. And so not only should we include 14-year-olds, which is the age when they can start working, but we should give them civil voting classes, like to help them maybe like start like 6th grade elementary school, to encourage them to practice actually voting. And until they become a voting age, what I did propose to the different high schools and elementary schools around here is that they send the select board pictures of what they want government to do, so that their voice is seen and heard here. And you know, the walls here are very white and blank, and we could have a continuing rotating gallery space here, and that would be beautiful.
Okay, and next question to Olga Peters.
Thank you, Randy.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Could I suggest, because I heard a couple of answers from my colleagues, but I didn't have even a second to digest. Could we have just like 5 seconds between questions?
We have a lot of candidates up here, and a lot of
just 5 seconds. There's usually, yeah, because David said something and I hardly understood it, and then the next question started already. I think it really helps.
Olga.
Do you want?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. In preparing for this forum, I had a conversation with a number of folks from different parts of the community. And it was interesting, in the conversations I had with folks from the business community, a theme emerged where many of them said, we feel like the town asks a lot of us. The 1% option tax, providing jobs, raising wages, those sorts of things. And yet they didn't always feel like that was reciprocated, that what was asked was not always given back. And so part of the question for you all tonight is, do you see the select board, it's kind of two-part, yes, no, and then answer. Do you see a role for the select board in creating a business positive environment? And if so, what is that role?
And we'll begin with Elizabeth.
Okay. Thank you, Olga. There are several things that the select board has been and will be focused on in terms of economic development. Number one, we do give small business loans, and I know comes to mind, you know, we recently Duo changed hands, and you know, businesses are changing hands, and we have a role to play in that and encouraging. There's also the new Brattleboro marketing plan, which we just got some feedback. The select board did from the Love Brattleboro program that and it was apparently very successful. I went to the ski jump and was amazed at the crowd. It was really, there are a lot of people coming into town. While the merchants were quite concerned about the 1%, but gosh, I remember Wendy's comment at town meeting as being so spot on, because really people don't make purchasing decisions based on one more penny of tax. And in turn, what the focus of the 1% tax was to offset the increase of the property tax on the middle class. So in terms of keeping a vibrant economic life and having people shop downtown, the 1% helps in a myriad of ways, and it actually has increased the money that we raised from what was anticipated. So there are many things that the town and the select board does to affect the economic climate.
Kurt?
Of course, the select board has a role. I think the role of the select board is grossly misunderstood by the public. The public makes many demands on the select board which do not indicate that they understand, that people understand the laws of the town, the charter. The town charter is your handbook for running a town. I wonder how many people, can we see a show of hands, how many people have read the charter?
I feel weird.
So when people come to the board and they say, hey, do this for the town, do this for business, do this for the arts community, they're often overlooking the bounds that the select board is supposed to operate under. And I think if the select board does the good job of simply making the town's public services run properly, it creates the kind of environment where people will shop downtown and make a healthy business environment. I mean, particularly, you know, keeping the town clean, that kind of thing is part of the regular day-to-day operations of the town, and that's what the select board is assigned to do: run the day-to-day operations of the town. If you do that well, it'll work out well for the town businesses.
David?
I think the 1% tax is a good example of something that was a deep, great concern for downtown merchants. And it took a long time to convince the community to pass it, and then we passed it, and it's generating revenues better than expected. And there are a bunch of reasons for that. We also increased the requirements for landlords for property inspections. And in both of these things, we didn't really set up any process for seeing what the impact was. And actually, at last night's board meeting, I asked that we follow up with the downtown merchants and find out what's happened with their sales. Are they seeing a downturn? The economy has been somewhat stable through this time. Is it too soon to know? But we need to follow up and see what was the impact. Is the increase in taxes because because they're selling more things, or is it because we're taxing internet sales now? Really, what's happening as a result of that? I believe we did. The town is keeping, or the building inspectors are keeping track of violations to see if the additional inspections have an effect. But one of the things they have to do is make sure that the rules and regulations that we pass are working, that they're getting done what's done. And I was frankly surprised there was pushback about following up with the merchants. I think we also need to look at ways to expand the small business loans that we make and grants. I'm on that committee. We've made a number of grants. A couple of them, unfortunately, people aren't paying back. So we have less than we had thought. We've supported the Downtown Brattleboro Association and Chamber of Commerce promotional efforts. I think we'll certainly continue to do that. I think the day jobs program that we're hoping will be implemented this spring is also going to help, because it's going to get people that need a little help, a lift up. It's going to give them an opportunity to possibly get some additional skills and be employable. So I will stop because Olga says so.
Yeah, I think there's no question that the select board has a role to play in making this a positive place for merchants, and they're obviously a very important part of the economy and the town. Elizabeth mentioned a bunch of the things that are already going on, the community marketing initiative, the revolving loan fund, and general economic development, I know, is always on the mind of the select board when they're making decisions. And I do want to say, though, that I think there's always going to be some degree of tension between taxpayers and taxes. I saw this very clearly with the landlord, the building ordinance issue. That came out to something like $4 a month per unit as extra cost to landlords, and it was still fought against really hard by a pretty determined group of landlords. So I think there always has to be a balance in this regard. Spending has to be paid for. Some of these programs go to people who don't pay a lot of taxes. Some of these programs help people who do pay a lot of taxes. For example, if you own property, you're likely to see much more of a benefit from the spending that the town does for the fire department. I think that's just a truth about how these things work. So I want to recognize that while we do ask a lot of businesses, and it would be possible to ask too much, I think right now the balance is pretty healthy. If there was an opportunity to do another 1% sales tax this year, I would vote against it. I want to give it 5 years and see where we are. But I think on the whole that was a good decision.
So mostly this week I've been working on this. Make sure the camera can see it. The state of Vermont. That's what I've been working on in my job outside of my select board role. And I think that one of the things that this town can do to have a business-friendly environment is to pay workers livable wages. I think that our...
What's a livable wage?
I'm not going to take questions from my fellow board members, but we can talk about it. I can provide you a report. So we need to have a town that's affordable for folks to live in. We also need to have businesses that can afford to do business here, right? So my natural side is with the workers, and on the board, I've learned that, I can collaborate with the DBA and talk to people about raising the minimum wage on the same day, okay? Because I think that being in this position, you are going to be asked to collaborate with all kinds of people, and I've shown in this year on the board that I'm capable of doing that, even though sometimes it's not naturally where I'll find myself.
Ricky?
Representatives who are advocating for less than $25 an hour minimum wage starting wage are not your friends. The $15 minimum wage is offensive to recommend to people. People are not going to be empowered by that and able to meet their needs. I am against raising taxes and interest rates on loans. I voted against raising the 1% sales tax because I do disagree with how the money is being spent, and I think that even though I'm totally against the entire system of taxes, what we can do is at least give the people who are being taxed enable them to vote on how their money is being spent, and not just have representatives vote for that once a year, but that should be a public domain to vote on. The charter was spoken about earlier, and that's very out of date and needs to be updated. Time.
Can
I get the end of the question read back?
Sure. So it was kind of a two-part.
Yep.
One, do you see the select board having a role in creating a business positive environment? And if you do, what is that role?
Yeah.
I'd like to take some of my time back if I have 30 seconds to add. Thank you. So I think we should also decolonize Brattleboro by reclaiming Wanteskok of the Sokoke St. Francis Band as being part of the larger Sokoke County of the Nation of the Missisquoi of the Abenaki Confederacy. And I've been in touch with their council members asking them to become involved with that recognition that has been denied both state and federally. It was approved once, but then rescinded in the 70s because hunters and fishermen complained that they had special hunting rights.
Yep. So yes, absolutely yes. I think the select board does have that role. I grew up in Vermont. I've spent a lot of time in a lot of other towns that do not have the type of small business growth and energy that Brattleboro does. I think we need to promote it and support it. I was in favor of the 1% local option tax. I would agree with Oscar. I wouldn't want to do it again next year. I want to see where it goes, but I think it's obviously been good for the town. I think that we have some good programs that are in the works currently. The youth services pilot jobs program this spring, I'm really excited to see where that goes. But I'll use my time to sort of touch on on one issue particularly, which I think shows where the select board can work on an issue that trickles down and affects everything. So the municipal broadband, I think it's so important for Brattleboro to make itself competitive as a town in Vermont and as a place for younger people to come and live. And that will help small businesses, that will help the business community, it will help underserved populations in Brattleboro. And I would encourage everyone to take the survey that just came out, and you can go to windhamregional.org/broadband. I've already taken it, and you should take it too. So, thank you.
Elizabeth?
Oh, could you repeat the question? Didn't I answer this?
No, that's it. No, Kurt started it.
No. I could say it again.
Okay. And now that we have the questions out of the way from the panel, now it's time for the audience to weigh in.
Randy, may I ask
Yes?
one more question before we go to, because I think it's a reporter's question that needs to be asked.
Okay. Report.
This is the reporter's question. If you are elected, have each of you looked at any conflicts of interest you might have, any other boards that you're serving on, that could either take your commitment away from the select board or be a conflict of interest with the work you do on the select board?
And we'll start with Kurt.
I am a member of Brattleboro Common Sense. Brattleboro Common Sense mission is to advance the voice of Brattleboro in the community of everyone outside Brattleboro. Our mission is to, if I can remember the exact words, increase public participation in town governance and to expand and amplify the voice of Brattleboro outside. So our mission is directly and specifically about Brattleboro and with Brattleboro's interests in mind. And I haven't received a penny of compensation anyway, so I think the matter of conflict of interest is dismissed with that detail. Today I spoke with the governor and the Commissioner of the Secretary of Transportation in an attempt to advance our interests in and influence about the 3 traffic circles that are proposed, and about climate change, and a favorable new tax program that we've been researching. So BCS and my connection to it will have no conflict with my work on the board.
David?
I think, Olga, what you're asking is more conflict of duty than conflict of interest. And I don't think anybody's got a fiscal, maybe they do, I shouldn't say that. But what I'm going to respond to is conflict of duty. I am on the school board as well, and I have been on the school board for, I think, 11 years, and on this board for 7. And I've never had a situation where there was a conflict of interest. There's never been a conflict of duty. And when I first ran, a lot of people asked at that time, Annette Cappy, the town clerk, can somebody be on both boards? And the answer is yes. They're separate municipalities, they're entirely separate funding mechanisms, and the taxing authority is separate. So there really is no conflict. The policies and the governance duties are completely different. And in fact, the overlap has actually been helpful, because in one really specific way, there are a number of them, but the most obvious one is that we now purchase our fuel oil collectively with the school district, so we purchase a greater amount and we get a reduced rate because of that. So it's really provided opportunity for synergies rather than conflicts.
Yes, I would have to resign from the Energy Committee, which is sad, but after about a year, we finally got the committee back up to full strength. I'm confident they would find a 7th member quickly, and it would continue to operate very smoothly. And I don't know if I would have to, but I would probably step down from the Finance Committee, since it wouldn't really make any sense for me to be analyzing and providing oversight on a budget that I was creating. I mean, it would make it easier. And then I guess I wouldn't bid on the job if the town decided to make a new website. That would be a financial.
Daniel?
I don't think I have any conflicts of interest. I work for Sevca part-time as a crisis fuel worker. So town meeting gives money to Sevca. When I was a town meeting member, I don't know, I don't think that's a conflict. I also work for Vermont Interfaith Action as a community organizer. If we were organizing on something that directly targeted the Brattleboro Select Board, that would be a problem. So my interesting story. My boss is a state senator in Chittenden County. So she does not work on state policy through our organization, because it would be, the lines would get a little blurred. So yeah, I do the same here. It's a little smaller. I don't know. I guess that's about it. Oh, I also am the board president of the community radio station that is currently airing this, because I asked them to. But not because I wanted my voice heard. I wanted as many people as possible to hear all of these voices. So,
what frequency is that?
107.7 FM. Also streaming at wvew.org.
And your show is 6 to 8 Thursday night.
6 to 8 Thursday night. That's brand spanking new. Yeah.
Okay.
That's about it.
Ricky?
The only conflict I can see is that if I'm elected to all the different term positions I was nominated for, then I would have to resign. And also, I'm totally accepting write-ins for District 2, 2-year term representative as well. I would have taken the opportunity to collect all the nomination signatures for it if I had known at the time that it was opened, or it had opened after someone had resigned. But yeah. And I can be pretty transparent about how, if I am elected to all of them, I would be committed to taking the 3-year select board seat.
Yeah, this is my language. The legal field is full of conflict checks. Yeah, Yeah, I'm on the board of civil authority as a justice of the peace. I don't think I've married anybody here, but maybe. And I talked to Hillary, and I would not have to resign from that, even though the select board members are also on the board of civil authority. I would take 2 seats, but I probably wouldn't resign because I really, really, really like marrying people. And then I'm the alternate on the developmental review board, and I don't think that would be a conflict either, but that one I haven't talked to Hillary about. The more confusing one would be with my legal work. If my firm were to be involved in anything, that would be a little bit more complicated, but that would have to be a case by case.
Elizabeth.
I was very happy when I was elected to the select board last year, and I got to resign as chair of the planning commission, as a member of the finance committee, as a Wyndham regional commissioner, and a member of the skate park committee. And I resigned those knowing that I had done good contributing work on all of them. So I'm happy to concentrate all my efforts as a select board member, and I couldn't imagine dividing my time in that way, and I'm devoting my public service to the select board.
Now it's time for the public, and using the moderator's prerogative, and also because I noticed that she's got some questions ready, I'll let my former colleague Wendy Levy have the first question from the audience. Anyone else who wants to follow, just line up behind her.
Thanks, Randy. Hi there, I'm Wendy Levy. I live in District 1. This question is for all of the candidates. If you could make only one change to the proposed FY21 budget, what would it be?
We'll begin with David.
Wow, that's a great question.
I have more.
Just kidding. Can I take 2 minutes to think about it?
No.
I definitely want to think about what would be the primary thing. I think,
Well, isn't only 5% of it going to human services?
Will you take this thing?
While you're target dating, we'll let Oscar take a swing at it.
no, I'm kind of ready.
Okay, no.
I think I would expand the budget for the human resources and the sustainability coordinator. I think the 2 major issues that the town faces are lack of diversity in the workforce, and the other is housing. And I think the sustainability coordinator, as he begins his work and researches the needs and finds out what really is keeping Brattleboro from being sustainable for many of the residents, is lack of affordable housing. So I would want there to be adequate resources to research that and start to develop solutions.
Well, I feel kind of lucky because I've spent the last 2 months basically going over the budget line by line with the finance committee. I still don't really have a good answer. I know that there was nothing in the expenditures that stood out as something I definitely wanted to cut. So I think if I could choose, it would probably, from the conversations I've had, I think I would increase the funding for the Arts Fund. They've gotten a ton of applications. I think there's huge potential for, like I was talking about before, for a greater presence of art and supporting the artistic community in Brattleboro to be something that ripples out in a way that draws people in, that isn't just money that's going to support artists and provide art for us to look at as members of the community, but it's also something that has this larger effect. But really, I don't think I would cut her at anything.
Daniel?
Let's see. So we worked on the budget over 10 meetings, I think. It was a long haul. It was my first time doing it. I'm glad to have done it, and I hope to do it again next year if re-elected. The answer to this question is actually one that we already did make a change on. It was the non-union pay equity review, where we made a decision to compensate town staff who are not part of unions using a step system that took into account the complexity of their job, the responsibility that they have. And if I don't get re-elected, I'm going to be really happy that I did that work this year, and I can rest easy knowing that I had an impact on the people of our town that's going to benefit our town as well, because when workers have more money in their back pockets, it's good for our local economy. Quick answer to the actual question though, like Project CARE is a really great partnership between the police department and numerous organizations that are helping people with a harm reduction focus getting into treatment when they're ready for it. We funded it for $16,000 this year, and we increased the pay from the proposed 12, whatever it was, to $15 an hour for the recovery coaches. If you think about the work that a recovery coach is doing when they're meeting with somebody that has recently overdosed, I think that if this program proves to be effective, we can consider looking at that again and seeing whether or not $15 for that hour's worth of work is an adequate remuneration. I can never say that word.
Ricky?
So, did I hear you correctly that you said...
One budget item.
Please let me finish.
Okay,
I was trying to say, did I hear you correctly, Daniel, when you were saying that you were proud of raising the wage of non-union members?
Yes.
Well, then my one line would be to have equal wage of the union members.
Yeah, Daniel, you did two. You stole mine. What's that about? Yeah, it's Project CARE. I think the 16,000 was, as I understand it, kind of the minimal, like the amount they sort of need to get it started. I think it's such a great program, and it's the type of fiscal spending that I can really get behind. It's investing in our future. It's investing in issues that are directly impacting a lot of people, and I think I would have liked to have seen it be a little higher.
Well, of course I agree with Daniel that the overall thrust of our work on the budget this year was fair pay, both union and non-union, and so I wouldn't change that. I'm very happy with that outcome. Another possibility for change is to allow for a reduction in taxes, again, because a benefit of lower taxes is a boon to the overall economy. I'm also very pleased with the day labor program, but I think it's a toss-up between Project CARE and Human Services, because the opioid crisis and the homelessness in Brattleboro is a concern to us all. It's something that requires a community focus, and both of those items benefit from the fact that the town's goal is to leverage working with nonprofits to have a cost-effective way to really have solutions for the people in our town that are different from the day-to-day operations of the town. This consortium, and Project CARE is a perfect example, is a way that we can all collaborate on a town crisis with a moderate expense.
And Kurt?
I'm disappointed that the budget does not have any new provisions relevant to climate change and the emergency. The board has not taken the emergency seriously in the past year. There have been no proposals. The sustainability coordinator was started under different names by Swoon Agave, who is one of our directors, especially by Tim Stevenson as the director of Post Oil 10 years ago. And it was brought by petition by Brattleboro Common Sense to the town last March. But there was an opportunity to do something in the budget, and nothing materialized. So I think we should begin to seriously fund an emergency preparedness fund, and we could do that perhaps by cutting the, you want one item, the fire engine. That's $500,000. That ought to go to emergency preparedness.
Say it does.
Any clarification, was the question, Olga, what would we, or what would,
Wendy.
oh, Wendy, sorry. Was it, what would we add to the budget?
No.
Oh, because I was talking about,
Change.
oh, the change would be to add, was what I said I would
Magical
change it
revenue
to
line would be
expand human services.
Sure.
Yeah, great.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robin Flatley. I've lived in Brattleboro since 1992, and my concern is 5G. I believe that 5G should be in the climate change concerns because the energy coming from small cell arrays is 24/7. It's not something that is going to be happening only a certain portion of time. So if we have it as Wi-Fi just floating through the air, it's going to desiccate all the bugs. It's going to do really powerful things that you may not think are important. But once it starts happening, it's going to be very important. So I'm hoping that we will consider 5G, and I'd love to know where you all will stand. Now, I also know that the person standing behind me wants to talk about 5G, and she's got a baby in her arms. And so I know time is sensitive, so I would like her to come forward with her perspective.
It is somewhat bonded with your question, I guess. Hi, my name's Nikki. My husband and I, along with our 2 small children, just moved here from Boston 2 years ago. When I tell locals just that, a lot of people look shocked and they want to know why I came here. I recognize now that what this community needs is more young families to move here like myself. So maybe I have a little insight. I can say the number one thing that caught my eye when I was researching different areas was the healthy living and general lifestyle. The air even feels cleaner than where I came from. So while break-ins and the drug problems are relatively small town feel like are very big issues, coming from Boston, I know that these issues are everywhere, and all we can do about this is really work together and come together on that. What really concerns me is the 5G implementation with lack of evidence for safety. I was hoping that this would be exactly the type of thing that Brattleboro and Vermont in general would hold off on, especially with mounting concerns for a lack of health and safety testing. And instead we now have a new 5G going in right next to the elementary school right down the street from my house. I can brag to my young friends and all my followers about the amazing access to farm fresh food, farmers market, amazing community, and network for moms, but I think that this general lack of concern for implementation of 5G will set us back significantly in our ability to get more young families to move out here. Nothing made me move on to the next area when I was looking at houses like this kind of old way of thinking, not acknowledging that new technologies need to higher safety standards, proper due diligence. We need to protect our air and water, but with new technologies coming our way, we also need to recognize that there's more to protect here. We need to maintain our personal right to opt out. I love Brattleboro. I really want to stay. I want to continue to grow our family and have our roots be here. But this 5G is so close to my house, close to my family that I moved here to protect. So I want to know, how will you protect our rights? And exactly where do you stand on 5G? Sorry, it was a little long.
Okay. Oscar?
Thanks, Robin and Nikki. So I am a layperson on this issue. I have done what I think is the responsible thing to do, which is do my research, take it seriously, and apply the best thinking I'm capable of to it. And after doing that, the conclusion I've reached is that I don't see evidence that 5G is a significant danger. There are studies that say it is. There are studies that say it isn't. The ones that say it is a danger mostly focus on evidence of secondary effects like increased surface skin temperature and oxidative damage to cells, which are all things that sound very frightening, may be very frightening, and may lead to secondary health concerns for sure. But with every technology, with everything we do, come dangers. The car exhaust you breathe in, the processed food you eat, the unprocessed food you eat, regular Wi-Fi, power lines there is always some downside. And I think that based on the best work I can do on the subject, I don't think that this rises to the level of a serious danger. And for that reason, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but, well, I wouldn't be happy, but, but yeah, that's where I stand right now. I don't think it's significantly dangerous, and I don't oppose it. And I also think that these new technologies are often very important for moving forward economically, in terms of equity, in terms of access to information. So that's where I stand right now.
So during my year on the select board, we've had a number of comments about the rollout of 5G wireless technology, specifically in Brattleboro. I mean, this is a thing that's happening all over the globe. One of the ways that I've tried to conduct myself on this board is serious, thoughtful, and hardworking. And those of you that know me and those of you that worked alongside me, I think would agree that that's how I have conducted myself. When it came to 5G, I met with a couple of people that were concerned about potential health impacts. I listened to what they had to say. I read the material that they provided for me. I, like Oscar, did my own research. And you know, I think one of the challenging things about living in this moment is that we have a great deal of information at our fingertips. We can go online and search for whatever we want. And sometimes it's hard to differentiate between what is reliable and what's not reliable. To the best of my ability, I've done that research. I've looked in places where I believe there is credible information to be found. And it does not seem to me that there is a significant health risk that the Brattleboro Select Board should be stepping in to take action on. Furthermore, this is sort of one of the, I think we often have these sort of global concerns coming to us here. And where else should they go? We're your local representatives on this level, so that's fine. But the Brattleboro Select Board, doesn't have a whole lot of levers it can pull in terms of, preventing a rollout of this wireless technology. And if I'm re-elected, I'll keep an open mind. But right now, it's not something I'm concerned about. I'm more concerned about homelessness, addiction, affordable housing, etc.
Ricky?
So I stand by my original answer to this last year's election debate that even though since then I have been networking with more 5G scientists to see if I can try to understand all of the technology more. And I don't think we should be experimented on, and we should enable the public to vote on what boundaries they want to set around themselves. I think what we can be responsible for is writing legislation that, from what we're hearing people say, that they do and don't want, and then they can vote on what boundaries they want around it, and then make plans according to that. I would personally vote against having 5G near me or around me.
Yeah, so I think I'll just come out and say I support 5G. I really appreciate what your opinion is and where you're coming from. I think every new technology needs to have a check. We can't just be implementing just the next new big thing. It needs to be thoroughly thought about, researched, and then implemented if it's the right thing for our community and for our citizens. I've done as much research as another layman in this field, and I don't see the research that says that it's dangerous in the way that would make me want to vote against it. But I think being part of the board means keeping an open mind, and also being a active and engaged citizen is to continue to to bring the issue up and to continue to engage it as more research comes out. But at the moment, from the research I've done, I support it.
Elizabeth?
Well, Robin has submitted some information for me that I haven't had a chance to read yet. The research on 5G that I've done intimated that it was that the poor health effects were another instance of Russian propaganda that wanted the United States to not have the benefits of this technology. And the thing that concerns me is that what we have both locally and nationally is such mistrust of our government that we're not able to decipher what's real health information and what isn't. And I remember the controversy about electromagnetic fields, that people just didn't believe that the National Institutes of Health said that it was safe. So I think, you know, that makes it that much more difficult to come to a consensus. What we have in Brattleboro and what the Select Board has done is join this communication union district for broadband. And I'm not, you know, I will continue to research the 5G issue, but I'm not really that sure what the Select Board's role is. I mean, we don't get to have an up or down vote on what constitutes, you know, a 5G coming next door. So while we may have concerns, while we may be able to understand and read about various factions, I think, you know, when we come to a decision about it, what our ultimate role is, it's not clear to me.
Thank you for the question, Nikki. Thank you for the question, Ms. Flatley. I've been approached by a number of local residents, as I am with Brattleboro Common Sense, and as I mentioned, it's our charter. It's in our charter to promote people's engagement in the issues in governance. I appreciate Ian's moderate skepticism, and I appreciate Ricky's strong skepticism of science. I think it's important to note that science has not always been right. The scientific community was silent for decades while people got cancer from smoking cigarettes. The scientific community was silent since 1922. People don't know, in 1922, Europe and Japan outlawed lead paint. But lead paint continued to be used in residential applications in the United States until the late 70s. So 50 years, for 50 years, the scientific community was allowing people, children in the United States, to eat lead paint and get brain damage. That being said, one of my directors, Tim Maciel, has reviewed the literature about the safety of 5G and found that the American Cancer Society, the World Health Organization, and 30 other health organizations that he trusts feel there is no health risk. But because so many people are concerned about it, I think it is the duty of the Select Board to promote a resolution, a town vote. Anybody who wishes to collaborate with Brattleboro Common Sense, if I am not on the Select Board, I would stop.
There's, as others have said, there's credible research that that indicates that there is cause for concern, and there's credible research that indicates that there is no cause for concern. There are studies underway right now that are intended to answer that question, and I would support a moratorium until that research is done. I don't share Kurt's blanket dismissal of science. I actually believe in science. I think it's, well, I won't go too far on that one. The reason that we continue to use lead paint and lead gas and all those other things is political and greed. It's not science. But the bigger question around 5G is, why do we want it? It's an inferior technology compared to fiber. It's slower. It's less reliable. It's never going to get to anything beyond the most intensely populated part of town, and it's going to cost a lot more money. We're not even working on it as a town. We're working on a fiber network. We're working with other towns in the county on a fiber network. You're comparing the speed of radio waves with the speed of light. And I'm not going to come up with mules compared to rocket ships analogy, because it's way beyond that. It's the difference between a 2-inch pipe and a 15-mile river as far as the amount of data that can be conveyed on fiber compared to cable. And 5G is just it holds out a lot of promise, or there's a lot of promotion going on, and it will definitely be faster, but it won't be anywhere near as reliable or as fast as fiber, and it won't be anywhere near as valuable to the community. So I don't think that there's anything much. Well, there are some towers going in around town, and the state is not about to, doesn't seem like they're going to take any action unless there's a large groundswell. So I think people with concerns should get together and make sure the legislature hears about that. But in the meantime, we need to be working toward fiber.
Okay, since this is a 90-minute program and we're getting perilously close to the end, regrettably, you're going to have to save your questions for after the meeting, for if you're still standing there. And now it's time for the closing argument.
I'd rather hear their questions than hear about the closing.
You okay? Yeah. Do you wish to waive the closing question? Okay, yeah. Mr. Cravel, you were in line, but
yeah, sure.
Then this will be the last question of the night.
Oh, George, make it good.
No pressure.
Actually, my question was just for one candidate, so I will sit down and let somebody ask a more broad
question.
Okay.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to thank Common Sense and BCTV for this opportunity, and thank you all for being here. And I wanted to point out what Kurt said at the beginning of the program about the urgency universally of our environment and the priority it needs to be. And I believe it starts at home. And a positive experience this last year was the tire cleanup. And I was the main person who spearheaded it. And I won't go into detail, but it took me at least almost 2 years to get it activated, because I went to the town employees, I went to the select board, and it was really hard to motivate people. But thanks to BCTV, Russ and Maria, and the Brattleboro Reformer, Bob Audette, Chris, this wonderful young man who had an aerial camera, it was brought to the public attention, and we got huge support. And finally, the Connecticut River Conservancy, which I had been emailing for over a year, finally appeared at the town plan office, whom I'd also had been courting for over a year. And presto, these other organizations came out in force, and it turned out to be a very positive experience. But the thing is with small towns, what I found is often the town fathers, the town employees were more concerned about protecting the businesses and owners. Understandably, they're a huge part of the tax base. And also, they're often very proactive members of the community, and I understand that. But on that note, I do not think they should be exempt about being conscientious of polluting. And after the tire cleanup, I thought, well, good, the worst is over. And hopefully this can be an easier process.
Is there a question in there somewhere?
Pardon me?
Is there a question in there somewhere?
Yes. There's also a lot of dumping on the businesses along Putney Road, behind the embankment, which goes down to where these wetlands are. And I had brought it to the attention of the town. And once again, it was like hitting a brick wall. And what within the context of the select board could we do with regulations, fines, something to enforce and encourage? I would think it would encourage new businesses because people are becoming a lot more conscientious about that. But would you, as a board member, each and every one of you, be interested within the board and within the charter to find ways to regulate and encourage businesses to be conscientious of their waste? And not just dump them under embankments like the businesses along Putney Road are still doing. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question, Terry. I remember helping you navigate some of that stuff with planning, and polluters should pay. It's pretty simple. You know, that's one of the problems with the way that environmental regulation has worked in this country. The polluters do not pay, and therefore it is not, in their best interest to stop polluting. Here in Brattleboro, we do enforce regulations about environmental conservation, and as you know, the real work of what the planning department do, what Sue and Brian and now Andrew do with that is a lot about relationships, because we live in a small town. And so we work together to make sure that we have the best quality of life for everybody that we can. I think you've seen that in good evidence with the health order that we took out against a rental property, well, 2 rental properties here in town. And they're continuing to collaborate with those folks to make sure that the people that are most impacted by unsafe and unhealthy conditions are able to have a good quality of life.
Well, I really feel empathy with the struggle of having priorities and not seeing them being taken seriously by the government. And I have been, for the last 2 years, trying to get municipal water testing and filtration requirement upgrades, because right now there's really no enforcement of that. And I am still looking for help with that. And I don't believe in allowing businesses to pollute for money. I mean, they should be charged what is the cost to prevent them from polluting and having an efficient system. Absolutely. And I've walked back there, and I've seen the amount of litter that happens there, and just overall would help with maintaining the litter throughout the areas. We need to have more recycle and trash cans, and because most of the canisters are chained up right now, and also we need to have dog waste bags out available to people, so we don't so that we give them the supplies to be responsible.
Is this our last?
Yes.
Yeah, so I want to thank BCTV, our great panel. This has been just a really wonderful debate. I really appreciated the opportunity to be here. To the question, so first, yeah, I think polluters should be punished. I think that the town has the means to do that. We have the laws to do that. I can speak on this issue mostly from my experience on the Developmental Review Board, where I work a lot with Brian and Andrew, and so they're really passionate and smart and engaged people. I've learned so much from them. And one of the things that we try to do on that board, which is for new construction, is to keep the heart of our town's plan and our town's mission in what we allow to be done. And I think we really believe in a clean, healthy and clean town and a state. It's one of the reasons I'm so proud to be a Vermonter and to be from this state. So I think it's continuing to do that, and it's continuing to keep that in our hearts when we're on the board, on the select board, that can help to fulfill that mission.
Yes, Terry, I was out in the field with you, and it's a very interesting problem. One of the things that's the most interesting is there were different property rights. I mean, we didn't own that property. So whether we had the right to go out and clean up, you know, that was one of the sticking points because the owner of the property seemed reluctant to have action taken. So I think, you know, that was one problem that we had to overcome. And that was a big one because, you know, this country's based on property rights. And their property is polluted. They don't want to do anything about it. That's a tricky business. However, I do know that the planning department, Sue and Brian and Andrew, we have a considerable amount of brownfield money from the federal government, EPA grants. And we've gone around to many properties to have the cleanup requirements assessed. And that turns out to be a big economic development boon for the town because these properties that would have been stuck in limbo can be redeveloped because the state provides funding and the federal government through the town administration to have jumpstart the cleanup of polluted properties in town. So that's a great thing, you know, and again, it comes down to jurisdiction, and I applaud you for bringing that to the town's attention, and I think that, you know, we can all continue to work together as a community to identify places that need cleanup, find the right jurisdiction to clean them up, and work together.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, thank you for that. I think it is really a matter of jurisdiction, Terry. And I understand that the state laws regarding pollution of waterways give all the control to the state. So the way of addressing it is not by addressing the polluting per se, but by getting upstream of the issue a bit. There has been recently in the state legislature legislation for a statewide ban on plastic bags. The plastic bag ban was actually started here in Brattleboro by my director, Tim Mayseal, and it went statewide very quickly. Part of that initiative is the suggestion from the committee that governed it as a principle called EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. Manufacturers of goods are supposed to now keep ownership of them. So if you produce rubber or a tire, that's your tire. You have to be responsible for that tire coming all the way around. I think something like that might assist in the very thorough initiative which Elizabeth has suggested.
I don't know if we're going to get cut off or not, so I just want to say, I can't speak for the others here, but I'm happy to stay. If we want to retain this format, I'm happy to stay after the broadcast and continue to answer questions. If people that want to leave could leave so that we could have a quiet room where we could continue, that would be great. I think what your question was, Terry, was why did it take 2 years? Why does it take so long? Why is it so hard for a citizen to get response? And I think the answer to that is because you're competing with all the other things that the town asks of the public services and police. But the only way that we have the regulations for probably pretty much everything you've seen or everything you spoke about. The problem is finding out about it and then being able to act. And that requires people like you and citizens to report things that the police or public works aren't necessarily going to see.
Could I briefly clarify? Yeah. I think there could be more moral support within the employees of the town. When a private citizen like myself, they have the maps, they have a lot of information they could share to help someone like me do the footwork. And I don't, you know, I respect these people and I like them, but there was some attitude that I felt they could have been a lot more supportive and informational.
So I agree with, I think, everyone else that polluters should pay for the damage they do. I think that's, in terms of jurisdiction, private property, that's kind of the theme of environmentalism in general, is that someone may pollute their own property, but that will have widespread consequences for people and for things not on the property. And it's about making sure that those costs are identified and paid for by the people who cause them. So I think it is important, and we do need to look for solutions, even for things that are happening on people's private property, et cetera. The other half of the question about access and about the reception you got, I just want to say that one of the big roles of the sustainability coordinator is going to be to act as sort of a touchstone between members of the public and town staff. Stephen will know his way around departments. He'll already have these relationships. And one of his primary tasks is going to be soliciting feedback from the community and also being there as a resource. So if you come to him, he'll know who to talk to. He will have the access that someone right off the street might have to wait way too long to get. So hopefully going forward, he can serve as a resource and avoid this happening again.
That would be great. Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Action-packed night, lots of talk. So we'll put an end to the proceedings here and remind people that voting takes place on Tuesday, March 3rd, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the American Legion on Linden Street. For early voting, you can do that at the town clerk's office between 8:30 a.m. and 5 p.m., Monday through Friday through March 2nd. And please vote. And thank you, and good evening to everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 18, 2020 Select Board meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we came at 5:30 for executive session. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the January 21st, January 28th, and February 4th meetings of the Select Board.
So moved.
Elizabeth has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. The next section is Chair's Remarks, and I do have Chair's Remarks that were left right here on my binder while I was gone. And those remarks are that tomorrow night, which is Wednesday, February 19th at 6:30 p.m. in this very room, the Select Board room, second floor, Municipal Center, will be the Select Board Candidates Forum. It will be aired live on Channel 10 and live streamed on Facebook at the Brattleboro Community TV Facebook page. If you need to come to the meeting and you want accessible entrance, please make sure to come and park in the back parking lot where you can use the elevator to come up to this floor. Okay, those are my comments. Peter?
Thank you. I have two this evening. One is an immediate follow-up to that, just to remind everyone that early voting has begun for both the presidential primary and the town's election. Early voting is occurring on the first floor of the Municipal Center every weekday during business hours between 8:30 and 5. Also, the town clerk's office, also on the first floor here at the Municipal Center, will be open on Saturday, March 29th. That's the last Saturday before the day of the election. Saturday, March 29th from 9 in the morning until noon here at the town clerk's office for folks who want to vote early. And then the actual election day is March 3rd, Tuesday, March 3rd. The polls will be open from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening next door to the Municipal Center at the American Legion Hall. There will be parking available that day at the Legion, at the State Office Building parking lot, at the courthouse, and in our Municipal Center parking lot. We are anticipating a better than average turnout, given that it's not just the town's local election, but also a presidential primary election. And so we'll be trying to make sure that it is convenient for everyone to come and participate in the vote. And a quick update about the Hinsdale Bridge project. Here in this room last week, we had a meeting of the Hinsdale and Brattleboro Combined Citizen Advisory Committee, working with New Hampshire DOT and Vermont's Agency of Transportation, VTrans, in the development of that project. And so I have a timeline, an updated timeline to share with everyone. It's actually, they are anticipating that the NHDOT, who is responsible for the construction of the project, anticipates that the project should still be done by the original deadline. It's going to start a little bit later than intended in terms of getting out to bid and having an award of a contract, but it's multiple years and they believe that they can make up the time. So the time frame, so the community is aware of how soon it's coming along, is that the project should be out to bid this summer in August. With a bid award in the fall and active construction work beginning a little over a year from now in April of 2021. The active construction is to continue from 2021 until 2023. And when the new bridge is completed, there will then be rehabilitation work done on the two old bridges, or existing bridges, to turn them into bike ped access between the two states. So that project is expected to take about another year and be done in 2024.
Thank you, Peter. Plenty of time to plan our alternate routes if you use a car.
Indeed.
From 2021 to 2024.
Yeah, well, and one nice factor in this project is the old bridges will remain in use until the new bridge is ready to take that traffic. So while there will be a lot of activity in the area, the disruption should be less than for some other bridge projects.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will move to select board comments and committee reports. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment or give a committee report? Daniel?
I was just going to jump on the candidate forum thing, and I'm glad that you brought it up and not me. And in addition to being on BCTV or live in this room, it's also going to be on the radio live, hopefully, fingers crossed, if we get the technology right, on WVEW 107.7 FM.
Excellent. Community media at its finest. Very good. Other members of the board have comments or committee reports? Tim?
I just want to let everybody know that last week, Liz and Peter and I were
fortunate enough to be able to spend the time to go to VLCT's Town Governance Day up in Montpelier. I think that's what they call it, Local Government Local Day. Government Day, sorry. Which is always an experience. I think it was the third time I went up. And we basically, we spoke about a lot of subjects with our legislators. I think we would summarize it as 3 different subjects that we concentrated the most on. That was the upcoming decisions they're going to be making with cannabis and cannabis taxation and regulation. The self-governance, which, as you know, if you've been paying attention, that this board has been very involved with, and so has our town manager, serving on the VLCT board himself. And also some wastewater regulation details that we have a high stake in, and our citizens do. So I thought I would speak a little bit to the cannabis, what happened there, and maybe Liz can take self-governance, and I'm going to spring a surprise on Peter and say, you can let us know what's going on in wastewater, just a little snippet. But as far as the cannabis taxation goes, the House Government Ops Committee had sent it out with a recommended 2% local option tax recommendation, which was less than we were looking for, but still a reasonable place to land. Then something went sideways, we think. The House Ways and Means, while negotiating for a 14% excise tax, so a 14% tax on all cannabis sales, and 6% regular sales tax sales on the cannabis, the only thing a town would get in that scenario is a 1% local option tax, which only if you're a town that passed the 1% local option tax like we did last year, luckily. So that would be a small amount. But what they're moving, they seem to be moving to the idea of, instead of giving all the towns and all the municipalities the ability to take a portion of the taxation, to instead have us participate similar to the way they give us fees for liquor commissioners. We charge in parity the fees that the state can, for the most part, which is a much less amount. It's very little money going to the towns, and very little money proportionally going to towns like ours that are actually paying for police forces and fire department, and are going to be heavily impacted, or we don't really know what the impact's going to be. So we're trying to stake out a little bit of money for the community, because we're going to be left with all this responsibility when this gets passed. Anyway, there was a lot going back and forth, and but we had some good conversations. We're not sure where it stands right now. It's having trouble at the moment just going anywhere, I think. And I'll just let Liz talk about self-governance, I think.
Well, it was very interesting going to this conference, and I got to see relationships between the town and the legislators that I hadn't seen and understood before. I was pleasantly surprised that I didn't know a lot of legislators, and was able to get some insights from them about how they view our priorities. And one of them was self-governance. And it's interesting because it's such a big deal to us and the towns that also want it. And it was definitely small potatoes to the legislature. The Senate has passed its Bill S-106, but it hasn't been taken out by the House. And I think, I was able to tell the House leadership how important it is to us and get that back on their radar. They seemed surprised that it's something that we would want when it's so obvious to us that it's necessary. So if anyone is inclined to contact their legislators and tell them how important it is to Brattleboro, they should do so. I think we should just mention what a great job Senator Jeanette White did for us in getting this passed by the Senate last year. And that's it. Just local decision making is so important to us. And a lot of the other towns chimed in because it's important to a lot of different towns on things like getting a stop sign or other tiny matters that have to go up to the state to be decided when, as we said, it would free the legislator up to doing their important business without worrying about these picky and little things that they worry about on our behalf. So it's something that if our constituents, if our town residents told the legislature that it was important to them as mutual constituents, it might be helpful, because I don't think that it's registering to them that the towns themselves can take this responsibility on themselves. Anything else?
Thanks, Liz. Peter, did you want to chime in about wastewater?
Yeah, just briefly. So it's the stormwater management that legislation that the state has passed is necessary in order to protect the waters of the state, but particularly Lake Champlain. So there's a phosphorus problem up in the northwest part of the state that is requiring a very significant expense of investing in better stormwater management infrastructure, both by municipalities and by private interests. On this side of the state, there's a nitrogen issue with the river that is not as significant, but still exists. It needs to be addressed. The problem with the legislation is, as so often is true in our relationship with the state, it goes right to the heart of the self-governance discussion, that the requirements have been passed without sufficient funding assistance. These are major investments that municipalities are having to make in stormwater management infrastructure, mostly but not exclusively along roadsides. For some communities, it's also including a very significant investment in upgrading their sewage treatment plants, but because our wastewater treatment plant was upgraded just within this decade, that part fortunately isn't going to be a burden for Brattleboro. But the upshot of it is, tying back to our recent budget discussions and looking ahead to things we will be working on in the year ahead, that here in Brattleboro, we think that the best approach for us to make sure that there is both an effective funding mechanism and a fair way to collect the money from the people who are actually contributing stormwater runoff is a stormwater utility, which would be function like the water and sewer utility, but specific to stormwater functioning. And the main reason why that's important is there is an equity issue that will address among those of us who live in own property in Brattleboro, and whether that's residential property or commercial industrial property. But the most important reason why that will be important to us in our community is because of the amount of state property that contributes to this. So I-91 is a huge contributor of stormwater runoff. There are other state highways all over town that contribute, and some state facilities like the building next door. So the state of Vermont doesn't pay any property taxes, but is a contributor to the fee-based payments into a stormwater utility, and we'll have more information to share on that in a month's ahead.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other committee reports or comments from this table? Okay. Then I am going to go ahead and move us into public participation. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Is there anybody here tonight who's here to do that? Okay. Then I'm going to move on to liquor commissioners. I would entertain a motion to convene as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Okay, David's made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. We are now liquor commissioners, and our first order of business is second-class liquor license renewal for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop. Okay, hi there. If you'd like to come over to our table, you can introduce yourself. The microphone will not amplify your voice, but it allows people watching on TV to hear you.
Okay. My name is John Cushman, one of the owners of Max LLC. Mohammed Anand with me today is the other owner. Here to address the instance where one of our employees did sell alcohol, beer, to an underage person. He was when we checked them on it, because we had trained them beforehand when we took the place over in October, that this is urgent. We got to do this. And he said he was very busy one night, and he thought he knew this person, and he called us right away after and said, "Oh my God, I don't know what happened." And we trained him, and we told him again that this is very, very important. You can never let this happen again. And I'm happy to say since then, we've got 2 positive commendations from the Liquor Control Board that they've checked, and we're on track.
Great. Members of the board have questions or comments outside of the information that was just provided? David?
Yeah, just, you mentioned it would never happen again, but this was your second?
We had this was, when we first took it over, we had a couple of people in there, and they left on us, and then these other 2 people came in, and they're the ones that are there now, and this happened to them. And we thought we had them trained well, and we explained it going in, and like I said, what happened that one night happened, and since we've urged them and really stressed how eminent this is, since then they haven't done it.
So the first violation was the previous employees?
Previous employees, correct.
Okay. Thanks for that clarifying question, David. Other members of the board have questions or comments?
Yeah.
I don't either. I think you know whatever it is. Sounds like you've already addressed
Oh,
it expediently.
This is urgent. No.
So, okay. Okay, perfect. So if we don't have further questions or comments, then at this time I would entertain a motion for this renewal. Liz?
I move to approve the renewal of a second-class liquor license for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop at 414 Canal Street.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Okay, we are still liquor commissioners, and our second order of business is the renewal of a first and third class liquor license and entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's. And Ray, if you'd come over to our table.
No, that's good.
Hold on in there all the time. Okay, once again, the microphone won't amplify you, but
I
it's
heard
going
that.
to be perfect. Okay.
Well, I'm somewhat at a loss of words here. The server, one of the servers failed a compliance test.
Okay.
And she has worked for me for 8 years. This was not, she's not new by any means. In fact, she works more than any other employee, any of the servers, that is. And she made a mistake. I don't know what else to say. She was preoccupied cleaning the place and not paying attention. She and I were both required by the state to take the server training course again. I've taken it probably 20 times.
Yeah.
And I would just like to point out that this is the first time that anything like this has happened in 35 years.
Wow. Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
not
that's
likely
quite
to
the
be
record.
back here again.
Well, if it happens again in 35 years,
I'm not going to be here.
I won't be here, and a lot of us will not be here.
I'm planning on it.
You're planning on, okay, that's you.
I won't.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there members of the, excuse me, members of the board that have questions or comments for Mr. McNeil?
No.
That was a pretty cut and dry explanation. Tim, David?
Nope. We're all set.
Yeah, a letter of warning from the state, I guess, is what you've got. Can I ask you a question? Because
Yep.
I've never known
Sure.
the answer to this. Why is it known as $3 Dewey's?
That's the corporate name.
Oh, yeah.
We started doing business as McNeil's Brewery, and then our legal name now is McNeil's Pub and Brewery. But that switch happened around 1992, maybe 93, somewhere in there. 92. So.
Just curious where the name came from.
Right. Right. That was the original corporate name.
Got it. All right. Well, thanks for being one of our many Brattleboro institutions.
And you guys are pretty busy down there, so the fact that this is the first time in 35 years, I'm sorry that it happened, but I think there's something to be said for that as well, for the track record. So good job. I would at this time entertain a motion for this renewal.
I move.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I move we approve renewal of a first-class liquor license, a third-class liquor license, and an entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's Brewery at 90 Elliott Street.
Perfect. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Sorry, I was distracted signing the liquor license.
All right. Please do sign the liquor license. That's important. All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ray, for coming in. Appreciate it. Okay. We have one final item, and that is a new second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc.
Passmart, we learned this afternoon the representative of Passmart might not make it because of the weather this evening.
Okay.
So,
sure.
I can speak to the status of this matter, and then you can decide whether you wish to proceed or whether you'd rather hold it over for an evening when the representative can be here.
Okay.
This is the same type of liquor license previously held by those who ran it as Sunny's Sunoco for many years in the same location. It has been reviewed by the police department, fire department, and other town staff. We do believe that everything is in order and ready for your approval. It's unusual, but not improper for the select board to approve a license like this when it's been thoroughly vetted, but when the representative of the business is not present. So it's really a discretionary call for you.
Is this just beer and wine like it's always been?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Second class is the sale of beer and wine to take off the premises, not to be consumed on the premises.
Yeah, just it's always been as long as I've known it anyways.
Did this entity have a problem in the past year?
No, not at all. So the other two that were before you tonight to address violations that had occurred were because they were part of the batch of renewals 2 weeks ago tonight. And you asked that they come in and talk about what had happened with the violations. This is completely separate from that. It's a new issuance. If you approve it, it'll be the new issuance of a license to the people who are going to be the new operators of that facility that's been there for many years.
But I understand correctly that it's a new issuance, but it's not a new location for
Correct.
selling.
Yeah. That's correct.
Yeah.
We're not adding another outlet.
Right.
Basically, Vermont doesn't allow transfers of liquor licenses. In other jurisdictions, often something like this would be a transfer from the old owner to a new owner. Here, what happens is the old owner permission evaporates because they're no longer operating the facility, and the new owner needs to obtain a new license.
And go through the training and
go through the whole process. Exactly.
I think given that we may not be meeting at our regular time, I would be willing to make an exception and approve this. And since the police and fire have already said everything is in order.
I don't really have a problem approving it either, just because it's not an additional point of sale. That would usually raise more concern for me than continuing the same establishment or the same location point of sale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to trust that everyone did their work and the due diligence, and by the time it gets here, if it's recommended for approval, then it's good enough for me.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Move to approve a second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc. at 228 Canal Street.
All right. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. And so we now move to unfinished business, and our one and only item is Communications Union District, CUD, planning process. And our first item under that item is an update from Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Commission.
If it's okay with the select board, Patrick has a couple of table setting remarks.
Please do, Patrick.
Thank you. So, as you know, we have a special guest this evening, and before I pass the microphone over to Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission, I thought it might be worthwhile to remind particularly the folks at home about the nature of the conversation which has been ongoing in Brattleboro for about the last 2 years. For those who are frequent watchers of select board meetings, you might remember that in late 2018, a member of the library staff actually approached the select board during public participation to say, hey, you know, there are communities out there that are developing and building out municipally owned fiber optic internet services, and maybe that's something Brattleboro could take a look at. The board at the time thought it was worth exploring, and so they sent staff on a mission to investigate. I later came back to the board in September of last year with a fairly lengthy report that tried to outline the existing level of service in Brattleboro today and sort of comparing that to other areas of Vermont. It detailed a number of municipally managed fiber optic internet service projects from several towns within a couple hours drive of Brattleboro, some that were down in Massachusetts, others in Vermont. And lastly, that report attempted to explore the current state of state statute as it relates to public financing for municipal internet service or communications plan. And I'm sure the board will recall that what we discovered there is that in terms of public financing, the only allowable methodology in the state of Vermont is for revenue bonds and not for general obligation bonds. There was a lot to chew on there at that meeting, and so the board took this matter up again in October of that same year, last year. And at that point in time, staff was asking for some direction. What would you like for us to pursue? And at the time, the board concluded that we should move forward on two fronts. The first would be to let the state know of our desire to at least have the authority to use general obligation bonds, should we choose so. And to that effect, we worked with an existing small committee of state folks who were asked by the legislature to explore that idea. So that included the head of the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, the state treasurer, Beth Pierce, and also the secretary of the administration. We provided our input to them in a letter. Our views eventually made it into their report to the legislature, but unfortunately their recommendation to the legislature was that we not permit general obligation bonding at this time. So that's sort of where that sits at the moment. The second direction that the board gave to staff was to continue to participate with regional discussions around a communication union district. In the months since that time, the Wyndham Regional Commission sought out and received funding from the Vermont Department of Public Service. They got what's called a BIG grant, or a Broadband Innovation Grant, the amount of $60,000. And the purpose of that funding was to provide professional technical assistance to participating Wyndham Region municipalities in the exploration of a communications union district. That project got underway formally just last month in January, and that project has been specifically assigned to Sue Westa, a senior planner at the Wyndham Regional Commission. And Sue's here, and she can walk us through a little bit about what that project entails.
Thank you, Patrick. Sue.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll start by giving you an overview, kind of high-level overview of our project, and then if you have questions, we can go from there. So as Patrick said, we got this grant from the State Public Service Commission, and we are kicked off the meeting. We signed the grant in December, signed the contract, and then held our kickoff meeting in January, where we had over 60 attendees. at the Newfane Fire Department where we had the meeting. There seems to be lots of interest. I'm getting calls all the time from communities and folks who are interested in this project. And this effort is really about developing a feasibility study and a business plan, looking at whether or not we should form a community, or our community should form a communications union district, or maybe multiple communication union district in order to implement fiber broadband throughout our region. This is really focused on, the communication union districts are really focused first on serving those communities that are unserved and or underserved. However, all communities throughout the region are able to participate. It's following a model that was developed by ValleyNet and EC Fiber just north of here. That model has been successful, and they have implemented broadband service through most of the towns in that region right now. They're still working on a few of those in that region. However, Carol Monroe from EC Fiber is one of our partners on this project. She is one of our technical service providers. Our other technical service provider is from the Rural Innovation Strategies Group, who has experience with this. They've been working with ValleyNet and looking at implementing broadband service in other rural regions throughout the country, actually. So the Windham Region Commission is really a part of this grant to help bring all the communities together and get the word out about the project and hear about, what the community's concerns are. So after we held our kickoff meeting in January, we asked all the towns to develop a resolution saying that they were interested in participating and assign a town appointee so that we know have a specific person that we knew to reach out to. And then last week, we held a survey training meeting. So one of the things that we're doing in order to hear from the folks in the region is a survey that just went up online today. It's on our website at windhamregional.org/broadband. There's lots of other resources for communities who are looking to get the word out about the survey. So not only is the survey available online, but there's a paper copy for those folks who don't have access to the online version. There are flyers, there are summary sheets that people can use to help develop articles, but that's really what the meeting was about last week, and a lot of folks had some really interesting ideas for how to get the survey out in their towns, from having a table at their town meeting to standing outside their local grocery store or the town dump. They're going to be putting paper flyers out at local libraries and town halls, and I know Patrick has already got a lot of that underway here in Brattleboro. So that survey is due March 17th. We'll be taking responses until that time. At that point, our technical service providers will finalize their feasibility study. That should be done by the end of April. Then the state will take a look at that and approve it. They have promised that they would do that within a couple weeks, and once that is approved, the business plan will be developed, and that is targeted to be completed this summer, July or August. So, yeah, taking a step back a second, in terms of communication union districts, we're only 2 towns are required to have a town meeting vote in order to form a communication union district. And then if other communities are interested in participating, they just need a vote of their Board of Selectmen to participate in the communications union district. So we have a couple, at least I think 3 or 4, who are bringing it to town meeting this March, and I'm sure others will join on. Others have certainly expressed interest, but depending on the results of the feasibility study and the business plan. And then that information would be handed over to the Communications Union District, however that forms, and then they'll begin the work of trying to figure out how to finance the development. And there are grants through the federal and state governments. They can use revenue bonds, and but it's not connected to the municipality at all. There's no way that the municipalities will be responsible for any of these the finances related to the Communications Union District. That is all through the Communications Union District and its board and the folks who, of course, are participating in the service. So, do you have any questions specifically?
Great. Okay. So, the first thing I want to do is that was so much good information. I just want to pull us right back to saying, if you want to be able to participate in the survey, which needs to be done by Tuesday, March 17th, one way to do it is to go through the project website at www.wyndhamregional.org/broadband. And Patrick, where in Brattleboro can people get paper copies?
Sure. Paper copies are available in the town manager's office, at the town clerk's office. By this time tomorrow, it'll be available at Brooks Memorial Library and also at the Gibson-Aiken Center. I would point out that there is a link to the survey already on the town's website, right on the front page. And later this week, we are doing a mailing to every residence in Brattleboro, indicating, here's the web address. Please take a few minutes and provide us with your feedback. If you're unable to, get online, we understand. Please reach out to the town manager's office and we'll make arrangements to get a paper copy in your hands.
That sounds great. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Now, are there questions or comments from members of the board for Sue or Patrick, but Sue? David?
I have a couple, but I was
Okay.
assuming you might want to jump. Okay. Thank you again. First of all, so much for taking time to come here and let us know what's going on. You mentioned it's the underserved communities, and when we had our discussion that Patrick referred to some time ago, a few months ago, we learned that well, first of all, it depends on your definition, but of broadband, which is, we have a minimal definition, and then there's what we'd like to see as far as internet speeds. But how would you define underserved communities? We found out that we are approximately 95% covered in a minimal definition of broadband speeds. So how would you compare Brattleboro's situation to some of the other communities? What kind of percentage coverage, if you know?
Yes, I don't know specifically off the top of my head, but I do know that there are communities that have very minimal internet access at all. And there are ones that all they have is DSL, which is very low service. So, I understand that not everybody in Brattleboro is served, and you might want to be served at a higher rate eventually, and that would be one reason to participate in this effort and to eventually become part of the district.
Okay.
It's much more effective for these small rural places to band together in order to provide a service like this. It really doesn't make sense for each town to do it on their own. The costs are just too high, and there's just not enough benefit for any of the companies. So that's why connecting the rural communities with those that are more densely developed does help too.
That does make sense to you, that we would jump in the fray.
Yes,
even
absolutely.
with communities that have literally sometimes no.
So you wouldn't be the first ones to receive, to have build out fiber. They would go to those underserved and unserved ones first, but you would be part of the organization or part of the district, and then eventually you would be. And that's what's happening with the EC Fiber Group right now.
And thank you. My second question is simple too. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project, it occurs to me that can be a little bit of a broader definition than just fiber. Do you happen to know if these monies can be used for other technologies such as wireless cellular communications?
This grant is specifically focused on broadband fiber.
Okay,
Yes.
so physical line fiber
Yes.
infrastructure build-outs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just sort of want to follow on from that.
Yep.
You know, if this project were to move forward, there's a big build out of physical infrastructure. And also we're at a time where technology is leaping forward. Is there a danger that the physical infrastructure that gets built becomes out of date pretty quickly?
Our technical service advisors are suggesting that this, in more rural areas at least, this is going to be the next step for quite a while. I don't know
But in Brattleboro,
specifically
maybe.
how much, but in larger urban areas like, you know, Boston and New York, not even Brattleboro, you know, they're going to have a lot of other options there. It's still going to be fairly limited up here, and the amount of download and upload speeds that you can get with the fiber is pretty significant, and much more significant than what many folks have now.
I just got another one, if I may.
Yeah.
I do ask a lot of questions.
You saw that.
I know. So when we were talking about this originally, as Patrick mentioned, there was this question about general obligation bonds. They'd been used in Massachusetts effectively to fund projects that were locally owned. That's not an option for us here in Vermont. And you reminded me that the Communications Union District would be the one seeking the revenue bond, that's correct?
Yes.
And so a town participating, the taxpayers of a town participating in the Communications Union District are sort of insulated from
Yes,
losses?
they are, and that's very clear in the statute.
Can you say more about that? Explain it for me, like I'm 5.
So the Communication Union District functions similarly to a town. Instead of having a board of selectmen, they would have a board of the Communications Union District. And those folks will make the decisions about, and there would be a representative from each of the towns at least who participates, and those folks would make all the financial decisions, would apply for grants and loans, and it would operate similarly to how a town does, only it's a completely different organization.
So if the CUD loses money, what happens to the taxpayers of the town that is part of that CUD?
Nothing should happen to them.
Okay.
Well, Patrick wants to jump.
Yeah, if I can, I'd just like to jump on that and emphasize that a little bit more. It's explicitly clear in the statutes that provide for communication union districts that property tax dollars or sales tax dollars are utterly unwelcome within the framework of a communication union district, and that the only recourse for investors would be the assets of the CUD. But just to be really clear and upfront, before staff comes back with a recommendation for your consideration that, hey, we ought to participate in a communications union district, one of the things that we'll be doing is having Bob Fisher take a really close look at this and providing his advice to you as to what any of the risks that Brattleboro would be accepting by participating. But our expectation at this time is that there is essentially a firewall between the CUD and the municipality, and that the municipality's assets could not be tapped in the event that the CUD went belly up.
Liz?
I have my same broken record question about regional towns working together, because I know for our relationship with the Wyndham Regional Commission is a per capita fee, and therefore we pay more than the surrounding towns because our population is larger. Is the representation in this in whatever union district that's created for funding of the broadband, going to be similarly based on a per capita amount, or is it because the smaller towns are the ones that have the greater need than we do?
No, I do not believe so. It will be, the towns will not participate at that level financially. It will be individual subscribers that will participate.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit, I think it's hard to understand the financing because we have one, we only have a couple of models that we understand municipalities typically use. And can you talk a little bit about how EC5 raised money for their project? Are you familiar with that?
So generally, I'm familiar. If you want really specifics, we'd have to have our partner, Carol Monroe, here. But generally, I understand that they financed a lot of it up front with individual investments from the community. There were folks who stepped up with large contributions. They're not recommending that we do it that way. And they learned some lessons through that process that, they're sharing with us and other new CUDs that are getting up and running. But they, once they had some of that funding in place, then they were able to get some loans, I believe, to help state economic development loans to get that construction up and running. And now they have a lot of customers, so they're financed more that way.
I believe they also sold much smaller, or got much smaller investments from people along the road, so that when they had enough people investing, they could run it up.
That may be true.
Yeah, it would be worth hearing more about that model. It was pretty interesting. Also, the way you described the underserved areas, and I think that one of somebody at the Newfane meeting talked about. For Brattleboro, the most likely effect would be if Dummerston were a member and it wound up going up Stickney Brook, then it would be very easy for it to come down the other side, down Sunset Lake or down Pleasant Valley and into that part of town, coming from a rural rather than coming from the urban center.
Right.
That's a more likely outcome.
Sure.
But there are a couple of things that I think have turned out to be misconceptions, at least based on what I heard at the Newfane meeting, and one of them was about the general obligation bonding. I understand, and I thought was said quite clearly at that meeting, that a municipality could take general obligation bonds to run fiber to municipal facilities. If we wanted to run fiber to the police department or out to the public works area, we could bond for that and we could run that, and then people could take service off that backbone along that route. And that was pretty clearly articulated by the woman from EC5.
I thought it was just the revenue
Patrick, do you
bonds
recall
as well.
that?
I do. It was the position of Carol Monroe that if the municipality was building its own network for its own purposes, for internal communication, so for example, if we wanted to build our own network where the municipal center could communicate with the Gibson-Aiken Center, the library, and public works, etc., we could use general obligations for the purposes of constructing our own publicly managed network for our own purposes. I think some additional research, particularly from Bob Fisher, would be worthwhile before we assumed that could necessarily provide service to the public, because I think we're then in that situation where we'd be using general obligation bonds to provide a retail service, and I think
we do that with our roads, by the way, but yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, and by the way, I completely agree. I mean, our argument for the use of general obligation bonds and for our ability to move forward that way, if in fact, that's what the people of Brattleboro would like, I think it's pretty clear. But
another question that came up was around actually it was Chris Campany that responded to this one, about the confining. A lot of towns have decided they want to confine development. They want to keep development down in a compact area and not have it happening, sort of spasmodic or scattered around the region. And I don't recall exactly what his response was. I sort of asked if you could come tonight because I didn't recall that. But do you recall, or what the why it's also important for the downtown or the more compressed, compact, whatever the right word is for more urban areas, and why it's also important for fiber to come into those areas?
In order for fiber to, so like for Brattleboro, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the value is in getting that higher quality connection. You know, if folks in town here aren't feeling like their connections are good enough for what they need to do in terms of, you know, businesses, school, you know, it's an important education tool
Streaming,
now,
Netflix.
healthcare, there are a lot of things.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really pleased that you included all that in the summary sheet. The students and teachers part, particularly the opportunity to interact in real time with large numbers of students. If, for instance, a snow day occurred, or if somebody was home sick, they could still be in class. And the same is true with that kind of resolution for medical diagnosis and treatments and teaching. You know, turning a school nurse office into a medical home for families whose kids are in those buildings. So there's a lot of really significant value in it. So I appreciate you including that in the presentation.
Good. Yes, thank you very much. And I appreciate the update tonight. We do still have another item under this update which does require action, to not lose sight of that, and that is the official designation of the town representative to the CUD. Is that correct? And who would like to address that item? Sue, Peter? Feels weird for Patrick to address it.
So, happy to relieve Patrick of that weirdness.
Great.
So, based on your earlier discussions, Patrick outlined well at the beginning of this item the history of how this has been considered by this board and actually prior select boards here in Brattleboro as well. And based on the action that this board took last fall, directing that we stay engaged with whatever regional effort might evolve, Patrick has been doing that on behalf of the town. And so since the organizers of this effort now are requesting that there be a specifically designated individual, we think it makes sense for the board to designate Patrick as that specifically designated contact person for Brattleboro.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough to do.
Nope. Nope, he needs one more thing. Okay, then I would entertain a motion for that appointment, designee appointment.
I move to designate Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland as the town's representative in the regional planning effort for a communication union district.
Okay, Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, before we voted, I guess I should have asked if you accept.
Well, this is weird. Yes, I'd be happy to.
Great, thank goodness. Then we are all unanimous. Wonderful, thank you so much, Sue.
Thank you.
Drive safe tonight. Okay, that concludes our unfinished business for the evening, and we will now go ahead and move into new business. And our first item under new business is the financial report, the monthly report for January. Peter?
Thank you. So the basic report that I have to offer tonight is not particularly noteworthy. It's about like you usually see for this time of the year. There is some really good news I want to share at the end. But the written report that was in the materials for this evening's meeting is a memorandum from Finance Director John O'Connor dated February 5th, 2020. Indicates that after the prorations that we do in order to factor in for the very large payments that are made on certain items either once a year or semi-annually, after those prorations, the general fund expenditures are at 56.1%. We are 58.3% of the way through the fiscal year, so those are in good shape. Yep. Likewise, the expenditures in the parking fund and the prorated expenditures in the utilities fund are respectively at 56.1 and 56.0% for the year. So very solid shape in all fronts. The loan report shows $4,206,141 in outstanding loans, and of the many loans that are being repaid, There is one that has a payment overdue and one other that is in default and is fully reserved. The program income report states $487,765 of available funds for additional grants and loans to be made for housing purposes and economic development purposes in Brattleboro. And the grant activity where we go out and seek grant funds from others to accomplish good purposes here in town. We currently have 41 active grants being implemented and 5 grants in the application process. We have an additional one that's on your agenda this evening. Revenues in general are on target as well in the general fund and the other funds, but we have really good news that we've received now just last Thursday, our second quarterly installment for the local option sales tax, and it came in at $227,215. So added to the first quarter receipt of $211,673, we're currently halfway through the year at $438,888 received. From a source that we had predicted, we knew it was a conservative prediction, but we didn't expect it to be this conservative. We had predicted that halfway through the year we would have $315,000, and that was actually based on data. It wasn't a number out of the air. It was based on prior year's receipts. We think that it is likely that most of the difference between the 315 and the 438 is the result of the state's increased efforts to collect state sales tax and therefore also our 1% local option tax on internet sales.
The online tax, you mean?
I'm sorry?
The online sale tax?
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
that's
internet sales traditionally were not collected or were under collected, and the state of Vermont's tax department has put a lot of effort into correcting that, particularly with some of the larger online retailers. And we think that that's likely accounting for the significant excess revenue that we're able to collect, at least so far, for these first 2 quarters.
Great, thank you, Peter.
Question,
David?
Brandy?
Yes?
Is there, could we ask, I'm not sure who would do it, whether it be the chamber or the downtown, the DBA, or both maybe, to see if they can ascertain some similar data in terms of what the businesses downtown are experiencing in terms of, have they seen any impact? The impact that they were concerned about. Is there any evidence that that's happening? I know people have apologized to me for having to charge 7% sales tax, but and I have to point out to them that it's only 1% more than it was beforehand. But we often do things and then don't look at all of the consequences, and I think it'd be worth our while to try and find out what the impact has been on the businesses. I don't know if we can do that in places like.
I hear what you're saying, right? And like the number is also the story, right? So I'm presuming that yes, we're collecting more from the internet, but maybe also part of that number is, you know,
People are still shopping.
People are still shopping. Mm-hmm. And so, like, you know, it's really hard to argue with that number. It's nice and cut and dried. And we could also get some of that qualitative data. Yeah. But I don't know if I would trust one over the other. I'm probably going to trust the number in the end. Not that it matters what I trust. But that's,
the number
beauty
is,
of math.
Yeah.
The number is clear, but the maybe part isn't. Yeah. And I think the merchants can better reflect on the volume of their sales. If there's an additional tax being collected on online sales that's contributing to this, it would cover up if there were fewer sales in town. So really the only source would be the people that are selling. They have books. They know how much they're selling compared to previous years. They could probably give us. It may be too soon, 6 months into it. But
might be a little soon.
I think it's a little soon.
So we can do it after a year, but we should have a look. It's just responsible to do that.
Further questions or comments?
Yes. The Chamber of Commerce had that data last year, so I'm sure it would be easy enough for them to add this year to it.
Excellent, thank you for that. Other questions or comments on the January financial report?
I actually do have a
Daniel,
question about this. It's seasonally appropriate. It's about the Public Works Winter Roads budget, which is running higher than expected, and we have a little bit of winter left to go. And I was wondering how we're feeling about that.
Same way we feel every year when this happens.
Nothing like jinxing it, Daniel, but let's answer that.
So we use 5-year rolling averages. Yeah. Depending on the winter, there's so many different factors. I can't give you a good, clear answer as to what has driven the consumption of additional materials this year. I remember we had quite a lot of ice last year, and my gut read is that we haven't had as much ice. We've had plentiful snow and some ice this year, but maybe my read on that is wrong compared to what's actually been experienced on the streets.
Data versus...
Yeah, exactly. And so be happy to get that from Public Works and provide you an update as to what's been happening out there. I would say it is not unusual. It's basically a 50-50 proposition that some winters are going to be harsher and consume this winter roads budget more substantially than others. Also, as we've pushed information out into the community just within the last week, the part of this that relates to patching potholes is we're going to significantly exceed our expected allocation for that. But there's a fair amount of this that applies to the consumable materials of salt and sand, as well as the materials that are put in to try to stabilize the roads. So it's a more complicated equation than I can tell you about off the top of my head. I'd be happy to have Steve and his team put together a little report.
Sure. And then I had one other thing, then I'm going to be quiet. In the same section of the report, Public Works yard expense, building repairs, there was a budget for 15,000 and expenditures have been 28,000. And I was kind of thinking about that within the context of thinking about Public Works building and how things are doing, and I'm presuming that that's in some way to do with that.
Yes. Symptom of a very old facility that we are having to nurse along to keep as functional and safe as we can until we're able to move forward and replace it. Okay.
Further questions or comments on the January financial report? There is no action needed, and so we will move into our next item. Thank you for that update, Peter. And our next item is the local hazard mitigation plan progress report. I see that Brian Bannon, our zoning administrator, is here with us. Peter, do you have any lead-ins, or should we go straight to Brian?
Straight to Brian, please.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian. Hey, Brian.
Every year, as part of our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, we have to report out to the public and the elected officials how we're doing on our hazard mitigation plan. And hazard mitigation plans, we adopt them for 5 years, and we're coming up on readoption in 21. So even as we're evaluating what we've accomplished, we're also starting the process of collecting new projects that will reduce the possibility of disaster coming in the future. So we've actually made really good progress, both as a town and then partners of the town, in reducing risk. And that includes removing almost 80 homes or dwelling units from areas of the highest flood risk. And those are the homes that were most badly damaged during Tropical Storm Irene. So that represents a lot of Brattleboroans folks who will not be in danger the next time. To further that effort, we've been working with Tri-Park Cooperative Housing on a master planning process to remove an additional 40 homes from the special flood hazard area and find a plan that will allow their homeowners to find a safe place to live. We've also been supportive of Brattleboro Housing Partnership's efforts to relocate the last of the housing out of Melrose Terrace, and they have actually started to do demolition of some of the homes there prior to actually starting a floodplain restoration, which will reduce flood levels in future floods. We're working with the Vermont River Conservancy on a floodplain restoration at 250 Bird Street, and currently we're going for grants to do a brownfield cleanup at the site. We've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to do a dam inundation study. That's been with Department of Public Works, and that will also include an emergency response if there is a problem at one of the dams. We're working with them to upgrade our flood mapping along the whetstone, which is from 1974, so considerably out of date, and that will get us a better feeling of what the risk actually is. And we've also been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to identify potential sites for future mitigation projects. So it's been a very productive 5 years, and we hope the next plan is equally productive.
This is a pretty detailed list of things that you've been working on with our partners and as the town, and thank you very much. Comments or questions from the board? Liz?
Yeah, hi Brian. Thank you for all this. This is good stuff. I just had a question. When you're remapping the whetstone, will that take into account Tropical Storm Irene flooding?
Yes, it will. It will be done with new LiDAR data, which is a 1-foot contour data set that was flown by the state. And I believe that was flown in either 15 or 16, so it actually reflects the post-flood conditions. And it also is much more accurate mapping of ground elevations.
Because that was like the 500-year flood or something like that at that point, and it wasn't really reflected in the flood mapping at the time.
We've had a couple of hydrology studies done, which are going to go into the new flood mapping. And it indicated that the flood was actually considerably smaller than a 500-year, and in some places it was more a 75-year storm, and in some places it was even less than that. Although when it did get to the downtown area, it did jump into the 500-year floodplain.
Interesting. Thank you.
The Melrose Street Bridge, the Arch Bridge there, you have any sense of what this, I don't know what it means that the state scoping process means in terms of time, but that's a real place where water really backs up. It's not an adequate culvert. I mean, do you have any sense of how long the state has to do that? That's not something we can undertake.
I don't think it's been a real high priority by the state because it's been rehabbed.
It's a priority of the people that live next to it.
Exactly.
For sure.
The town has taken every opportunity to encourage the state to put that on its priority list.
It's not a big one.
Well, it's made it onto the list, so that's a start.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Great. And the other question is, what does Class 8 certification mean for the flood insurance program?
So it means because we've adopted a more active flood management program than is required, we get a 10% discount on flood insurance policies.
Thank you. Good work.
Quick question. Anybody thinking about flooding during Irene will almost soon get to Flat Street. Do you have any comments on any future plans for mitigation there? I mean, it's just top of my mind just because we have snow block that just went in, and I know the design built in some safeguards, and as well as a CF Church building put the whatever you call those walls down that you drop down in, I guess, and same with the youth theater. But do you have any comments for anybody who might be watching and thinking, well, what about Flat Street? What's going to happen the next time we get our 500-year flood in 5 years or whenever that is going to be?
Yeah, so for more medium floods, like a 50-year flood, the Bridge Street, First Street restoration should actually give a little bit of protection. It will spread out flood heights so we don't get an immediate surge. It will also get rid of some debris and some ice flows, so that will be helpful. It's going to have a more limited effect for really large floods, and as you say, we have been encouraging new development to meet a higher standard, so the snow block has in fact been built to a 500-year flood height standard. We'll certainly encourage other projects to meet that. We did do an EPA Sustainable Cities grant a couple of years back, and they did identify a couple of potential sites for mitigation downtown, and that would be public plazas that allow for more flood storage. So that could be a pathway, it could be a park, but that would mean that we'd have to probably reconfigure some parking or have some private landowners participate to expand the width of the channel.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Well, just building on Tim's comment, that open space that you're working on that used to be Sir Sossamon property.
Mhm.
There's flood storage in that project, correct?
Yes, definitely. It gets pinched off downstream of the site by the Elliott Street Bridge, so that limits how much impact it can have downtown. But it will make a difference in that 25, 50-year flood, and that will be helpful.
A lot of water moving into a small space is basically what's going on, right?
I see at the end that it says public outreach for the 2021 plan update begins in early 2020. Does this count as early 2020?
This is some of our first efforts to get out there, and we're bringing it up in every forum we're going to where it might touch on this.
Perfect. Do you know if the link's already on our website?
Not currently.
Okay, so I'm going to read it off, and then I assume it'll be put up there at some point. So just for people who are listening, it's https // that's how I'm going to say it, tinyurl.com/Brattleboro-2016-HMP, and hopefully that link will be up there. But in the meantime, you can replay my voice over and over until you typed it properly into your URL bar.
Exactly. You don't have to say it twice.
And then it'll just be burned into your brain.
Just make it my ringtone.
Make it your ringtone, that's right.
10 seconds.
Thank you so much, Brian. And there's no action required on this item. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, our final item under new business is ratification of the town manager's decision to authorize a grant application. Peter.
Thank you.
Sounds bold.
So, as you know, we normally bring grant applications to you and ask that you authorize that we apply. In this case, there was a short time frame, and we would have missed the opportunity to apply for a very small amount of money, but it would be sufficient to allow us to buy a couple of pieces of equipment in support of the swiftwater rescue activities of the fire department. So there's something that I can testify to you is actually called a multi-purpose device.
All right.
So there are two of them that we want to buy that work together with the equipment that the department already has to give them more opportunity to actually connect ropes and have people safely go into swiftwater situations and conduct rescues of folks that are in danger there. It's only $1,600 worth in order to be able to seize the opportunity to collect these funds and buy this equipment. I needed to authorize that the application be filed prior to bringing it to the board, which is why we've come to you tonight to ask for ratification.
Thank you, Peter. Being able to pull people out of swift water seems important.
Very much
Being
so.
able to safely pull people out of swift water seems important.
Absolutely.
Questions or comments from the board? Okay, then I would entertain a motion for this authorization. Liz?
I move to ratify the town manager's decision to authorize the fire department to apply for a $1,600 Homeland Security grant to fund the purchase of equipment used in swiftwater rescue operations.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Peter. Okay. At this time, we've reached the end of the meeting. There's literally nobody left besides us, administration, Russ, and our interpreters.
And everyone out there. Thank you
And
for
everyone cozy in their homes or wherever they're live streaming this. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Meeting adjourns at 7:35.
Righty. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Same time.
I'm so excited. I actually get to go.
Channel.
Are you gonna?
Because the kids are gone.
Make it.
So, Brattleboro Planning Commission, monthly meeting called to order, February 3rd, and it is 6:06 p.m. Are there any announcements?
I have two announcements for you. Stephen Dotson, the Sustainability Coordinator, started today.
Right.
He is currently at the Energy Committee meeting, and he will be coming, he's going to stop up here afterwards. So.
Okay, great. Any other announcements?
Oh, I have one more. Sorry. Andrew and I met the Green Mountain Power people out at the substation today, and we got some clarification on a couple of things with that development. So the lighting that they have on site is only in the event of an emergency. So it's not on in the evening. It's just if there was power issues at night and they had to have workers there, then the lighting would be on.
If it was on, is it pointed down and not, or is it just lighting up the whole site?
It's not necessarily shielded. It's kind of, they're on a post, and so they are kind of
They're
down
both pointing
over the
away
site.
from the house.
They are?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're both like angled, like the house is back here, they're both like.
But there are a couple of lights that are on the fence, kind of like they have now, that kind of go straight out, but they're down lower. And so it's really only for emergency.
Did they speak to the residents about that?
I don't know that they spoke to them about.
Because I
what
know
the
when they came to the
meeting
meeting, they had been trying to contact them. They had been the residents, them being Green Mountain County.
Yeah, I don't know if they have.
That was one of the main, is Ian filming right now?
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe they'll see this and.
Well, we'll reach back out and just say.
Yeah, we can reach out.
I mean, they seem to know that the neighbors had wanted the temporary fence during construction, so I assumed that they had had a conversation.
Okay.
Certainly, we should not be assuming anything. The erosion control at the 45-day plans, they don't necessarily put them on the plans, but they will be in compliance with the Vermont low risk handbook for erosion control. So there definitely will be erosion control measures during construction. Stormwater, it all flows to the north, which is kind of towards the Veterans Bridge, and there is a very wide kind of riparian vegetated buffer there. So they aren't proposing any treatment other than it'll run off the parking lot into that it's about 100 feet to the West River, and that is also, that's consistent actually with our regulations in that there's a little bit of impervious surface, but not enough to trigger stormwater. So they are thinking about it. We, even when we were writing the letter, we knew that we had no teeth in the land use regulations because they're under 500 square feet of impervious. The area inside the yard is considered to be pervious because they use this gravel that is, there is kind of a containment berm in case there's any oil releases, and there's this product in there that basically if oil hits it kind of, because there's drains out, and so if there is oil in it, it blocks it up so that the oil doesn't release.
Then they have a protocol for coming and stopping that.
Yes. And they actually did do testing at this site for pre-construction, and the soils were clean because they would have to manage them if they were taking soils off site. So they were clean. So that's good. And then the last piece of it was the landscaping on Putney Road. So there is some vegetation that's existing. It's pretty mature kind of bushes. It's not, it doesn't look like much at this time of year because it's deciduous. Tree-wise, there isn't room to plant trees because you need about 10 feet clearance of some overhead lines, and then you hit a slope up to Putney Road. So we preferred what was there as an effective kind of screen, but we're not going to get any street trees on there. They seemed open to planting street trees, but the two issues were they need to, they would have had to take out the vegetation that exists there, the bushes, and they kind of need those because they need to prevent people from climbing the fence and the pool. So I think that if we pushed the street trees, they would have been willing, but with the overhead wires and the need to protect the fence and the area for the 10-foot clearance of this, it seems like what they have is okay.
Everybody satisfied with it?
Yeah.
Never.
I just wonder if, to get really entertain the thought of getting picky, if some evergreen shrubs, exist and could have been.
I brought it up. Yeah, we talked about it, because
then maybe
UGC Memorial there has dwarf elder spruce, and it's an evergreen, and it doesn't grow that big. It's not like an arborvitae that will grow pretty tall and kind of stay. It's more like grows out than up.
Yeah.
So, but I did mention it.
Yeah, you did mention it.
Yeah.
I mean, it borders on my getting picky. If we wanted an evergreen there, we could request it.
Yeah, because if there's anything aesthetically to want to block, it's probably transformers and fences and barbed wire.
Did we ask them about reducing the parking lot size and actually planting the edge a little more so it wouldn't quite as...
We did not ask them about that. Part of their construction is they're using a part of that parking lot to drop a temporary substation. So that current substation is not operational right now. It's totally powered down after the fire. They had to put in some additional transmission wires to kind of connect it and bypass it. But it's not operational at this point, so there'll be a temporary station there, which is on more towards the West River side of the parking lot. And then that will go away when the other one is. But no, we didn't talk about shrinking the size of it. I mean, I think that the equipment gets in there. And we could follow up and ask them.
It's just untidy. It's like,
yeah,
create the edges in a nicer way. And when are they doing construction? Like, is this supposed to happen next summer or something?
Yeah, so their timeline is they're hoping they'll have the certificate of public good by August, and then it'll be about 3 months of construction, so they hope to be done by November. They'll go straight to construction. Yeah.
Are we good?
Oh, and were there then any updates to the designs?
No.
Okay.
They will be submitting, so what you saw was just the 45-day advance notice. They will then submit the final package to the Public Service Board, and we will get another copy of that at that time. So if there's any changes, we'll see it. But they didn't talk about any changes that they have to that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're still on announcements. Is that it? Anybody else got any announcements?
One more announcement.
Yeah.
Stephen walked in while we were talking about Green Mountain Power, so.
Hi there.
I'm going to
I've met some of you guys, but not all of you yet. Happy to be working for the town now.
Welcome, Stephen.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here, finally. Okay, public comments.
Nice
job, guys.
Can I give you a piece of paper and write your names down for the minutes?
Yeah, we should. It's like 2 minutes late, so.
If you want to, I'm still working on my computer, that's why I'm standing, I apologize.
Okie dokie, no public comments.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks for doing that.
Approval of the minutes of January 6th, 2019. Did everybody get a chance to look at them, or you need it? All right, take a few minutes.
I'm trying, it's not like, it's just stuff.
It's copies of them.
I have a question. My memory was that the scoping study for the bike
Yes.
plan on High Street would be from the intersection of High and whatever the other road is where the old gas station or something used to be, but it's actually going to be from Main Street all the way to exit.
The scoping study is gonna be Main Street to exit too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
About
There's.
1 mile.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're working on a RFP for that
segue between, segue just is SEGUA or something like that. That segue is the one you ride on.
Is what you ride on.
That's a trademark.
They get like autumn, must be autumn. SEGUE.
We'll get to
Yeah,
that.
that's it, and then what is that? SE for the state of the range?
SEG. Segue is like the connection from one to the other.
Or I could use it differently.
That's a mile too.
Segment.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. That's like that. All right.
Are we good?
Yep.
So is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of January 6th.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Okey dokey. Discussion, land use regulation amendments.
Yes.
Over to you.
We had a very nice couple slides to show you to talk through this, but this is just.
Well, can you put it down here and we can just peer at it?
No, because it's not getting off of the screen.
Oh, stinker.
Yeah, there was some updates today, it was kind of crazy. A little bit crazy, we put some software on it,
Yeah, we got
so I don't
GIS
know
in
if I
there.
totally.
Oh, that's it. So it's on a
Crashed
little
the
vacation.
computer.
It's got too much stuff in
So we can do this the best we can.
Yep.
it. Okay.
Walking through it. It's fun.
Do you want to skip to act and go back? Well, that's the Hinsdale Bridge side.
It's up to you, I don't know that that's gonna kind of resolve itself, to be honest.
We can soldier on without it.
No? Oh, for the noise.
What we do, we always send it out if you guys want to see that PowerPoint.
And you have the notes, so that'll
Yeah.
help.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
They're not the full detail, but at least it's a nice guideline.
So what we wanted to do was kind of go back to kind of the basics, which some of you might be more familiar with than others. And we just had a couple of graphic representations to let you know where our zoning came from and kind of what everybody had decided on at the time. So do you want to go through your slide,
Sure.
through it, or
I'd love to.
start with that?
So we did kind of get to the basics of what zoning is. I'm pretty sure you guys all understand what zoning is, but just to kind of rehash at its core, it's just the dividing up of land, obviously into different uses. And then the regulations and laws that regulate land use and structures that can be built upon that land. And zoning is a regulatory tool to implement the town plan or any plan. That's a tool to promote what that plan is. The purpose of the plan. And then going to, I guess, the purpose of zoning, one of the things is to protect negative impact on adjacent land uses, and then provide for orderly development. I think are the two really kind of at the heart of that. So
And I
doing
think
that.
the first part, kind of protecting the properties, it's really down to health, safety, and welfare. So if you think back to its origins, it was big industrial plants, popping up in neighborhoods where, people were living. So there's, pollution and other things that were of concern. Or it was big buildings crowding out the light on other buildings. So it's really, its origins were health, safety.
The big case that upheld it was Euclid versus Ambler. One of the bigger land use law cases.
Yeah.
So that,
It's like the 19th.
zoning is a police power that the municipality can use. And then I guess going on to the types of zoning seen specifically in Brattleboro, I get Euclidean or conventional zoning, which is more of the traditional focus on segregation of land use types, permissible property uses, and the controlled development intensity through dimensional standards. Performance zoning is a type of zoning that specifies what may or may not be done in terms of the end result. instead of getting detailed regulations on the exact form of development. And then form-based code adopts predictable build results based usually more on physical form as an organizing principle with a lesser focus on end use. And we kind of see, we have like a combination of all three.
Yeah, we have a hybrid.
Is that common
Yes.
nowadays?
Yeah, so today. And then go into some limitations of zoning, because they're not all perfect. They can be controversial. Specifically kind of going to the idea of private property, what you can and cannot do with your land, and then the scope and limits of government's ability to regulate land. It can be hard to define at times. Land use law, potential legal action can occur, and then obviously zoning cannot force a certain type of business or housing to show up just because it states it in what our regulations say you can't put there. I mean, the market really defines a lot of it.
And on the flip side, we can't force somebody to leave. So even if we have a zoning district where there's a non-conforming use in it, we can't make that use leave. You can have rules that once that use has terminated, if it's ceased operations, then it can't reestablish itself. But we definitely, can't force somebody to leave while they're still operating.
Yeah. Zoning can't guarantee good design.
Yeah, so we do have design regulations in our regulations, and still kind of, it can be up to somebody whether they think it's good architecture or not.
Stepping back to the part before that, were you referencing grandfather?
Yes,
And
or
one
other,
yeah.
or non.
So when a new regulation comes, if there's things not conforming to it, then you can't.
Right.
That's typically, right. That's okay.
Yeah. And then zoning cannot regulate the number of certain types of uses.
Right, so the kind of, a good example would be types of retail. So you might not like dollar stores, but you can't say no dollar stores, but allow other types of stores. So a lot of times you might see like one liquor store pop up and another one starts popping up, or fireworks stores or whatever. So you can't say, oh, no, we're only allowing 2 and the rest of you need to go, or only 2 Dunkin' Donuts, one on this part of town and one on the other, and no more. So it's by use, not operator or business.
Don't we have rules pertaining to liquor and the amount that we have? Liquor license, liquor licensing?
It's a different thing.
It's
different, not
zoning.
zoning.
Yeah, exactly, that's town ordinances or whatever.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And then zoning can add to development costs.
Just because of requirements on this. It could be design, it could be environmental requirements, certain types of stormwater systems or landscaping that we require, can all add to costs.
And then kind of bringing this holistically to the town plan, back to how the zoning is trying to implement that. We do follow a comprehensive planning process in Brattleboro, which we're lucky to have. And basically, we have those regulatory tools in zoning, and then we also have programmatic tools, which would be like the neighborhood development area. That would be a programmatic tool to implement our comprehensive plan, our town plan. And then, I really wish we had that PowerPoint for this next part, but that's all right.
Can I just jump in on the town plan? Are you gonna get into the transects?
Yeah.
Okay, we can always flip in and out. Some of the things that our town plan guides us about land use is like we're pretty explicit that we are trying to encourage growth in already developed areas. So, we kind of define that as kind of pretty much the north-south access, so east of exit 2, but then there's West Brattleboro, those areas. Out in West Brattleboro, some of which are constrained by the floodplain. But yeah, so we're definitely pretty clear in the town plan that we really want it in existing areas that are sewered and watered, have sewer and water. We also want to encourage, we think that there'll be over time, some redevelopment in the neighborhood areas that are around downtown and up Canal Street. And so we want to continue to encourage a mix of housing. So if we could get up and operating. We've kind of been working on for one of the future meetings, looking at how many units are in the houses around downtown, because they're not single-family homes. Some are 2, some are 5+. So we want to continue to encourage that development pattern that exists.
So the PowerPoint presentation was for this conversation? And
Yeah,
you
just
mapped out or something?
we had some visuals, we had some
I wish it was
visuals.
working, I wish I could see what you guys, I think I get it, I think I'm following, but no. Can you email?
I will, I'll email it to you.
Yeah.
Especially when we get into some of the examples of
Yep.
looking at lots, because we're gonna get into the CNU memo. And so looking at some of the lots where we know something's wanted to occur and we haven't necessarily been able to accommodate it.
So I guess looking at, Brattleboro at a transect level, so there's something called transect planning, which actually stems from the Congress of New Urbanism. Some of the principles of that came up with this idea, but just looking at it, like here's Brattleboro, and just imagine that there's this line that went across it from west to east. So you would have what would say rural or natural landscapes going to more of the working lands like agriculture, to more of the suburban pattern. This, cul-de-sac development,
Stockwell Drive, some of those, I think 1980s, maybe late 70s development.
And then kind of moving towards 91, you get more to the urban center areas to our downtown, which would be the urban core, the most density.
I would also say Putney Road is suburban as well.
Here. And then obviously somewhat urban south of downtown. So that would be the transect scene in Brattleboro. But the whole idea is that you kind of move across that continuum. And the idea of, protecting the natural landscapes. And then you can still preserve that compact walkable pattern of, the growth area, which would be the downtown and, as they call it, urban south. Which I think in a way is kind of corresponds to like our neighborhood center, and that we have that's at exit 1 and then right off Putney Road. So there's some similarities, but it's just another type of planning and concept.
And it kind of works. I mean, when we were doing the zoning districts, we weren't necessarily thinking about doing it as a transect. But we were aware of the development pattern that, Canal Street development happened in the 1960s. It's kind of the 1960s commercial development, where Putney Road was the 1980s commercial development. And so we were thinking about the needs of each of those areas, and like Putney Road, which we have zoned as the service center, we're like, okay, that's the bigger buildings, it's primarily commercial, but we really want to make that, infill it with residential development. So there's certain rules for out there.
Well, I was going to say, and I think the future land use map, which is right here, kind of also dictates that as well.
Dictates or portrays?
Or portrays of, where, the darker purples are more, dense, and then you can see how it transitions out.
So, because what did you guys call this?
Transect.
It's a transect.
Transect.
How do you say it?
Transect.
Transect.
Yeah.
It's just to encourage development in already developed areas.
Well, that's what we laid out in the town plan, is we really wanted to encourage development or redevelopment. So infill development or redevelop the existing properties. Because from a municipal standpoint, it's got road, we put a lot of investment in those areas. So there's water and sewer lines, and there's roads, and sometimes there's sidewalks. And so,
Can I ask you a question? Are we certain that our existing infrastructure could withstand growth?
Yes.
Water, sewer, all that stuff is
yes.
Any growth, or is there a limit to the growth curve that can sustain?
I think we're only operating around half the capacity of the wastewater treatment system, treatment plant. It might be a little on the low side. But yes, we can withstand growth. The water treatment plant is due for an upgrade in the coming years.
But it's only going to have capacity right now.
Can I see that?
Are there are there wells in town as well? Like, is everyone?
There are backup wells. Well, do you mean for?
For public use or for private?
We have backup wells in the retreat meadows area.
No, I mean, like, do private people have wells?
Private,
If you
there
go
are
there,
private.
unless there are private wells.
Oh, sure,
People
there's-
using them, or are they?
In which part of
Cheaper not
Denver?
to.
Or which part of the town are you talking? The rural areas are,
More wells.
pretty much this RR and the two greens are pretty much, on well and septic. And that, so the zoning in the rural residential is, 1 unit for 1.5 acre. Or, just said, yeah, 1 unit for 1.5 acre, and in the rural, it's 1 unit for 3 acres. And part of the reason is if you are building new, you are going to need, a well, and you're gonna have certain distances that are a shield around the well. And then you're gonna have your septic on-site sewage system, and then you're gonna need a backup for that. So if it gets really hard to fit that all in a lot, and keep it on your own property, and have room to build as well. So that's why there are larger lot sizes out there. And especially in the western parts of Brattleboro, there can be a lot of physical constraints too, especially if you're talking about the light car district, there's a lot of steep slopes. So what we do out in those areas is, we're trying to cluster development. So if there was going to be a housing subdivision in, we would allow them to build on smaller lots in the subdivision with the hope that they might share some of the septic system, have kind of a common system.
With the hope or with the mandate?
Well, it becomes a mandate because if you're over a certain number of units, then you definitely have to
Consolidate your sewage.
Yeah. And the state is responsible for on-site septic and on-site well permitting, so we're not involved in that. So in 2018, the wastewater was at 50% capacity, and now it could depend on what kind of load they're taking, like breweries and that kind of thing have different needs that they might need to balance out. And then the water supply has 3 backup wells. It's actually, it's got a capacity to process 3 million gallons per day, and on average, it's at 1.2 to 1.3 million gallons per day. So there's capacity.
So why is there such a dire need to upgrade the water treatment plant then?
Federal regulations.
Pharmaceuticals is the next thing.
Is it pharmaceutical?
Yeah, we want to pull out pharmaceuticals very well from our waste streams, yeah, so that's gonna be part of it, they keep pushing for regulation.
What is that, a filtration system or something, or would that include?
Yeah, but that would be for wastewater, not drinking water.
Sorry, maybe I was mistaken. I wasn't following.
We were talking about the drinking water system upgrade, which.
Okay.
As a condition of a state permit to operate a water treatment facility, the facility must be evaluated every 20 years. Let's see, it says that upgrades must be done to the filters and the aluminum sludge lagoons. So, I think it's state and federal.
Do we get in, do you know, given this drinking water upgrade that's coming, there'll be like some public tours or something, or?
I don't know. I will share that information. I mean, I think we're still a couple of years.
Yeah.
For sure. So all of that was to kind of explain the CNU, where that Congress for New Urbanism, I know you had some questions the last time.
Questions? We had more
concerns, critiques of the Congress for New Urbanism, right? So the way that that whole memo came to be is that the state of Vermont is looking at what they're looking at local zoning regulations and figuring out where are their barriers to creating housing choice in Vermont. And so they picked several communities and said, we'd like to audit your regulations. Well, they hired the Congress for New Urbanism. They have so the Congress for New Urbanism is a collection. It was started by 3 planners, and they've been architects, with the goals of creating walkable communities, having more equitable housing choices, and creating mixed uses. And what was the other one? I'm not sure where it started, but now it's kind of climate change. They're trying to play around climate change. And so that was kind of what they were looking at. They are very much design oriented, so they're kind of the form-based code. The Congress for New Urbanism is a collection of engineers and architects and landscape architects and planners and whatnot, who are involved. So they were hired by the state to kind of take a look at land use regulations and even state planning policy as to what are the barriers to creating housing choice.
And by the state, what agency?
It's the Department of Housing and Community Development. And so I was contacted by staff there. They knew that we had done our land use regulations in 2015, and they said, hey, would you like us to look at them? And I said, that'd be great, because we were talking about some changes, and we knew that housing has been a concern of the select board, and Brian and I were aware of tweaks that we wanted to make, things that weren't working, because we would see projects come in the office and really couldn't. We thought they were good projects, but there was a barrier in the land use regulations. So that's where this memo came from. I went up, I did a presentation on our regulations and what I thought were some of the barriers, and then they had one of their fellows who kind of spent a little bit longer with the regulations and wrote this memo. Some of the criticism of the Congress for New Urbanism is that if you use the New Urbanist principles as like a marketing tool, that you could actually be creating like new neighborhoods that are detracting from what you already have. That's not like we're kind of the way Andrew and I look at using their principles. It's kind of it is the walkable neighborhoods. It's kind of focusing on the public space, wanting to create a mix of uses. I'm thinking of an area in. Come on up, Jessica. Come on in. There's a big project in Londonderry, New Hampshire, where they're trying to like redevelop, or I think they're creating a new interstate exchange, and they're trying to create this new development with new urbanist principles, where you're going to create a new downtown and neighborhoods around it. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to take the principles and figure out how can we create that infill housing for more choice and make it walkable and reinvest in our developed areas.
So can you define housing choice? Like what is that? Is there a definition for that, or is that just we work it out by knowing what housing is and knowing what choice is?
Well,
or do they mean something specific when they?
No, I think that's my term that I'm using.
Oh, okay.
A mix of housing types. So, multi-unit housing rather than just single family, which we already allow, but accessory dwelling units, anything that might meet. I'm going to use the word that's probably going to raise some hackles, but might meet market demand. So our zoning regulations right now, because we say, you have to have a footprint of this size for the building, and you can only get, 12 dwelling units per acre on it. We're saying, we're kind of dictating what a builder can build and what their market is, because all of a sudden that in itself can raise housing costs. Where we know we live in a community where there are a lot of single person households. So, say you have a 12,000 square foot building and you're getting 6 apartments out of it. So you're pretty much looking at 2,000 square feet. This is just hypothetical. Obviously, most apartments are not that big. But we're saying at 12,000 square feet, you're only getting 6 apartments. So that cost is going to be spread among the 6 units because they want to maximize what they can get to help bring down the building costs. Whereas if we said, okay, we're not going to put a cap on the density, or we're not going to say what the building footprint is, we're kind of letting, in my mind, we're letting the market say, okay, well, this is Brattleboro, like we need single bedrooms or we need studios, so maybe we can fit more in it than these larger apartments. Am I explaining that well?
Yeah, no, you are. I mean, I guess the general term housing choice makes me think, I mean, somebody could choose to have a big old house on a big old lot. And that wouldn't necessarily go to our desire, right? I mean, so when we're talking about housing choice, we're actually talking about more units on less space. That's what we want the choice to be.
Well,
we're at least allowing it, we're not mandating it.
Diversity of options,
so that it's not all one kind, it's like you can.
And the demand would, if there's demand like you described, then it would veer it more towards small studios than a big old house on a big old lot. Even though
It wouldn't
prevent
prevent somebody from building a single family house. That, right now we do have a maximum building footprint, so in like a residential neighborhood, the biggest you could build is 4,000. That's a very big house. That's a big, because then it can be 2 stories, that is a big house. But so I had examples. The building on the corner of High and Oak Street that is in the residential neighborhood zoning district, that's the yellow building. I don't know exactly how many pictures from Google Earth. My computer is
In memory?
Was it? Yeah. Interesting.
Really cool.
Andrew, do you recall what the building footprint on that was?
It was over 4,000.
It was over 4,000.
4,400.
You're on Google Earth.
One that's a school now?
No, it's across the
Across the
street
street,
from the school.
yellow,
northeast corner.
Apartment.
Oh, it's
house.
apartment, yeah.
Another example, that one.
Trees in the way.
Yeah, that.
Right.
Right there. Another example on the housing front. So, in the village center, out in West Brattleboro Village, we have a maximum building footprint of 6,000 square feet.
But so the example with this yellow house was that wouldn't conform now?
Right.
No.
You couldn't build that because the footprint is bigger, and also it has lots of units in it. So I feel like that is about a 1/4 acre. Is that what we figured out? So
Probably 12 units in there or something?
Probably something like that. So under our density regulations, you could get about 3 units in that.
Oh, wow.
Really? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
When was that built?
I don't know.
But before zoning.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and when was it created to have all those
Consider
units?
Yeah.
After that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the question to ask is if that seems to be working well, then we shouldn't disallow it. But if it's not working well, I haven't heard any complaints.
I think that it's under good management, and so the parking issues are resolved. But at the same time, it's close to downtown, so you could rent that out and conceivably have a permit in the transportation center or use the high street lot or something like that.
I have some ask a question about the choice of larger properties, larger parcels used for single dwelling. Should there be something in there because we want to increase walkability about maximum road frontage for a parcel like that?
So that is something that we could do as well. They didn't pick up on it in the Congress for New Urbanism memo, but what I would say is our frontage requirements are pretty suburban. Like a village center is a 60-foot minimum frontage requirement. You could set a minimum and a maximum, so that somebody didn't assemble a bunch of lots, tear down And
all this is
you could
trees
because
protecting
that
my
would-
beautiful house.
Yeah, because that's not consistent with the development pattern. So we might want to drop what the frontage requirement is to maybe 30 feet, and then set a maximum of 150 or something like that. I've seen that done as well. To prevent that kind of thing,
And
knocking down.
would the choice impact, sorry if you've already gone over this, but like setbacks from property lines, and so that there is room between?
So setbacks is another thing that we could tweak. I was gonna show you an example. So one of the things in the Congress for New Urbanism letter is they talk about how you can only have one principal number of buildings per lot. So there's an example out here on Rose Street where it's a lot.
Beauty Grove.
So it's like right next to it. It's right back there. Where we use this as an example. What's the address? 80? It's the second.
Yeah, everybody's got computer problems.
It's kind of like an L-shaped lot, so it's got wide frontage, like a reverse wide lot. So there's a multi-unit building here.
What's that?
There's a driveway here.
Oh.
Yeah, but if you go the other way, and so,
Where's the street?
it's Grove Street.
No,
It-
I mean on your map.
Oh, Grove. Can't remember what the lot size on this is. But the idea was, okay, you've got a multi-unit building here. What if we wanted to stick, this looks a little probably narrower than I should have drawn it. But I will tell you, it's 50 feet there. What if we wanted to drop a kind of a tiny house or a cottage or something there? So, and just keep it on the one lot.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, yeah, and it kind of goes back deeper. You can see it.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So here, our regulations basically say in order to do that, you either need to, one, create a planned unit development. And I can tell you right now, we have no planned unit development that would fit that type of development. Or the other thing you could do is you could put another residence on there, but you need to double the setback on the side that it would share. Because we wanted orderly development, and therefore, you know, somebody might do that now, but in the future, there's gonna be problems and they'll want to subdivide the land. At 50 feet, in this zoning district, you need to have a total of 25 feet. So you could have 15 feet over here, and then you need 10 over here, but then you need another 10. So you end up, and at 50 feet, you end up with maybe a tiny house you could fit on there because they're pretty narrow. But you're probably not gonna get a cottage or, you know, maybe something that's 500 square feet or something.
Would it be in our best interest to do away with setbacks? Like how, I mean, it's starting to sound almost as if we'd have to do this on a case-by-case basis, which obviously we can't do.
There's a couple things. I mean, we could look at it, and Andrew has started to do some analysis to figure out what is the appropriate setback, and we did do it at the time that we did the land use regulations, and you know. But if you look all over the place, you're going to find different things. What I think that maybe needs to happen is we've got these dense housing around downtown that is all in one zoning district. So whether you're on Stockwell Drive or whether you're on Grove Street, you have the same regulations that apply to you. And I think that it's not really respecting the compact development nature that exists here. And so maybe we need to look at dropping the setbacks to 5 feet. You know, we have to figure out what is people's tolerance. There are definitely homes that are right up to the property line, but if you have 5 feet on one side and 5 feet on the other and the property line runs through, then is 10 feet acceptable? Are people comfortable with that?
Well, this would also bring us to talk about creating more than one residential zone. Because you're talking about like what's in West Brattleboro compared to what's, on Green Street or, Elliott.
Right, so the yellow is what
More
we're
dense.
talking about. So we're looking at, and let's leave out this because this is Mountain Home Park and it's a bit different. But, the development pattern here, these are 1980s subdivisions. Where this is, what rings downtown is, 1800s development. So it's like we have one size for both of those and it's not really working. And on the other hand, we also want to consider, are there other things we need to do and move away from some of that Euclidean type zoning? That is really about the separation of uses.
So the question is who here is deeply concerned? I'm not. I personally am most excited about if we're inducing development. I'm most excited about developing in areas that are already developed. Instead of for environmental reasons, instead of encroaching on natural habitat of wildlife and stuff. Is anyone here concerned of the development concepts of inducing or inspiring developers to focus on in town? Like Felicity, you're asking, the boundaries or setbacks 5 or 15 or 30 feet or whatever. If we're all on board for this, it's not ever going to be a perfect plan. So 5 feet, it makes, walkable Brattleboro not really doable, in some areas. So I'm wondering, is anyone here deeply concerned of this approach?
You mean cutting the setbacks?
Yeah, or just in inspiring or inducing development to happen in already developed areas.
No, I mean, I think we already crossed that bridge, right? We're already, that's in the plan.
Okay, yeah.
The question is, how enthusiastic are we going to be vis-a-vis the zoning to support that? I mean, that seems smart. I guess I'm just trying to think about continuing to keep the new housing attractive so that people actually move in and live there.
Yeah, and then to still not affect other folks' property values and stuff, to try to make it livable and make everybody.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the sort of case by case is that the difficulty of say you're in a down economy and people are concerned about their property values, having a cheek by jowl neighbor might actually make your house not sellable.
Yeah.
Right.
Or if you're close to a side of a house, if two houses are close and they don't have windows facing each other, it doesn't matter. But if they're kitchen windows and bedroom windows,
right.
So case by case.
Yeah, so case by case, but that can be a huge.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can't do case by
That's why it's
case.
supposed to be.
That would be
Well,
the
and that's the role of the waivers and stuff, the DRB, right?
Right.
Yeah, the neighbors can come
Say,
to the DRB
this doesn't really
meeting.
apply in this scenario, can we?
I mean, that's another thing. We did waivers that were so strictly confined as to what you could get a waiver to. We could look at the waivers and situations. I think that we need to go through, I think it'll be helpful to have some of the analysis that have been working on, that Andrew's been working on, done. And then, there's always going to be that, it's another limitation of zoning, it's not a perfect fit. So there's always going to be the one, unique, or more than one unique situation that you don't have a perfect fit for. And so maybe we need to think about what those are and check our waiver criteria to see if it really works.
But in the meantime, weren't we thinking about figuring out how we could actually make more consistent the neighborhood so that we would be able to make decisions neighborhood by neighborhood as opposed to having to do case by case? So if this area is doing this sorts of things, so we want to encourage them to do more of that. If this area is doing this, we want them to do more of that. Right?
So does that mean breaking the zoning down? Like, when we went through from the last iteration, we broke it from 12 or something to what we have now, whatever it is. So it would be breaking it to even more granularity of zoning districts, or?
I don't want to get too crazy with the zoning districts. I think that we might want to look at boundaries. I think that we should consider having a second residential type, maybe a more urban residential neighborhood type that deals with the areas that surround downtown. And then I think we need to look at some boundaries. Well, the mixed use boundary is not really. So the mixed use neighborhood, the mixed use became an area where we didn't really know, we were struggling with where things fit in. So these were areas that had a lot of offices, maybe some commercial. They had building sizes that were bigger than other districts. They were a mix, but it really was more about, we kind of got these uses, we're okay with more mix of uses in there. But I think that in some areas our mixed use is pretty limited. We've got one example that is on Elliott Street, where we've been talking to a property owner. Right across the street is the urban center, and then it goes right to residential neighborhood, and then on Flat Street down below is mixed use neighborhood. And you know, there's some churches and offices that extend down Elliott Street. We really drew the urban center to kind of coincide with the block buildings. But I think that's an area that we should probably take a look at again, because you know, there's parts of Canal Street where one side of the street is mixed use and the other side is residential neighborhood, and there's offices on both sides. And so I find with our existing zoning that we really zoned it to preserve the existing pattern, but not really to be thinking about growth. And it's for the most part, it's worked, but I go back to Red Clover Commons. That could not be developed under our regs now. And I think that most people think that that was a good infill project that fits in with the neighborhood. Wilson's Woods is right behind it, but if you're in Wilson's Woods, it's not like you have this large building that's towering over you. We haven't had complaints, I should say. You know, some people might not feel like that. But if we think, you know, and that's type of apartment building might not be everybody's favorite thing, but it's got 50 units and it's in a great location because the hospital is nearby and there's restaurants and retail and pharmacies. And, it's kind of exactly the type of development that we want.
And it's had like almost no like negative impact on the neighborhood too. You know, so like when it was first going up, I was like definitely deeply concerned, but then I was like, okay, just be cool, see how it plays out. It is totally fine. Yeah. Totally fine. Except for we need some sort of traffic calming, especially in the morning. I don't want to say traffic calming, I don't mean to say that. Some sort of something for the mornings when school is there, and so to get people to slow down, especially when there's old folk walking around.
Yeah.
So, but that's not a complaint. I'm still excited.
I mean, we could look at West Brattleboro Village. You know, there's several properties that right now are not zoned in the village. We've talked about the Melrose Terrace property, and what happens once that floodplain is restored. Actually, some of those buildings come out of the floodplain. So, you know, what is the future of that? Or even some large parcels that are in the residential neighborhood. I think it's in the residential neighborhood, touch the village. What's the future of those properties? So I think that it's not, some of the boundaries are not calibrated right for thinking about the future and thinking about growth, and it's hard to do sometimes when we're not in a growing pattern. But at the same time, by having it so tight, we might be precluding some growth that could happen.
Well, and this is what we anticipate. I mean, when we we were like, we'll see how it goes for a few years, and then we probably need to go back and like tweak it based on like what comes up, what applications come up.
So how do you want to proceed?
Well, I wondered if we wanted to get into discussing the values so that as Andrew and I are working on it, and at the March meeting, I'm not sure we might be doing the downtown plan at the March meeting. But the next time that we come to talk about it, we know what your values are, so that like I heard you talk about, you know, being concerned did you phrase it, about impacting other people's properties.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I mean, and I'm. They're not. Those are not necessarily my values, but I know that they're a concern of some people. So I sent you guys this Just City Index, and I know I sent it like at 3:00 this afternoon. So, but the Just City Lab is at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, and they facilitate. I mean, they basically have a sort of values-based system that they're trying to propagate. So they go around and they highlight programs that operate according to their system of values-based planning. Because the premise of the Just City Lab is that you can use planning to create a more equitable society. But in order to be able to do that, the notion is that you have to establish within your community a set of values against which you then measure all of your choices. And the thing that I sent around, or I sent the direct link to, is their value index, which gives you these very large categories of values and then a whole series of defined other things. I think there's something like 52. Is it 52 or 192? Anyway, there are a lot of them. So the point is that you have to, every community is going to be different what you choose to value and the things you choose to highlight. But once you've done it and established your set of values, then your decision-making process becomes easier because you just measure the decisions against what you've established as your values. So I'm not quite sure how we go about doing that. I was also on my way here thinking, are we like allowed to do that? Or do we need to take our values to the select board and say, you've appointed us, these are what we think our values are you going to like better state our values so we can go forward? Well, right, and so that was I hadn't thought about any of that until I was on my way here, and I thought, I don't know that the Planning Commission is entitled to establish its own set of values.
When we did the land use regulations, we kind of had some principles, especially we call them principles, especially like when looking at the district boundaries. So I mean, I think it's perfectly fine that you guys lay out the values. I mean, eventually we're going to have to defend the work to the select board, and if they are not on the page with the values and they reject your work, then I mean, we can always do a check-in with them if that would make you feel more comfortable. But I think establishing your own values as we set about in the planning commission work is fine.
I think as a facilitator and manager of us, that I think it's within your
purview to do.
Yeah,
to
help us understand what we're doing.
Okay. I think it would take a lot of the guesswork out.
Yeah.
For us, so just
I thought it would also sort of streamline our activities so that because we do want to plug ahead with this revamping some of the zoning.
Can I ask you something, Felicity, sorry. With these values, getting to these values for us, we're going to involve the public, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, because, all right, just wanted to well, just when we're developing them, just to make sure that this is a public process.
Right. I mean, and I would
I don't think it has to be like a completely publicly vetted thing. I mean, that could be a process, that could be a different one.
It's talking about the Just City. I feel like we can't do this without engaging the public. That's me, coming from my, planner's advocacy hat, so.
Right, because if a Just City does include the public.
You mentioned town meeting, and that's a good opportunity to get a whole bunch of.
Yeah, I don't think town meeting. We're going to be a Just City. I think if we're going to do this, I think not at Bratt town.
We just got a ton of this sort of relevant information out of the downtown, out of the.
Downtown.
Yeah, downtown. The design plan we just.
Oh, yeah,
that's
right.
Information out of that.
Right.
Only out of 500 participants. Like obviously that's a lot less than 12,000. But if we could get a little bit more, but we do have some of that information already.
Yeah, and that was our targeted down. So this is kind of thinking on my feet, and Andrew, I totally appreciate what you were saying. I was thinking of it more as, these are principles guiding our land use, tweaks. when you and I are working on stuff, we can run it through this and be able to, use that lens for the planning commission. If we are talking, and I haven't read enough about it, I know you have some familiarity with it. If we're talking about it, establishing it for, for the community, then that is different. That's a different process. But there might be some room as we talk about like what Stephen's role as sustainability coordinator is, and maybe we can take a look at this and see how maybe we take it to the broader community. But I was thinking more on a micro level of this project, so.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends on where we want to go with it. They're kind of two different things.
It's also valuable in the sense that that if you establish a really good and strong set of values that has been publicly vetted, new commissioners coming and old commissioners going means that the actual work of the commission is consistent because you're consistently working with the same set of values and not getting new values every time another commissioner comes on board and shifting and changing and doing something different. Which I don't know necessarily, that might be part of the process, a transitional process, but it seems somewhat arbitrary and unplanning-like.
Is it something that we could internally just work on with this one project and see how it works in application, and if we like the system of having values and applying them to policy, then maybe we do a little bit more public outreach and have something that we can then eventually bring to the select board. So best of both worlds.
Is there does our town plan need to be updated on that particular cycle?
Not until 2024, I think. Yeah, so right, it's 8 years.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be a good place for
Not
that.
tomorrow.
No, but yeah, I'm thinking the same, like there's an exercise in understanding how this process would work, and so you could use the planning commission as almost a little pilot training ground for that in anticipation of the town plan. And maybe this is part of that conversation of updating the town plan, is maybe working it through the spring.
I think we can probably do a hybrid to where we do have a public meeting, a planning commission meeting, and invite people to the table, and then so at least have some sort of public process early on. And
do they have like a roadmap for how they have?
They
like
do.
How
They do.
How
They
you
have
might implement
They have a
this?
how-to kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
helpful.
Yeah. No,
That's very helpful.
Yeah, it's very helpful. If everybody was interested in doing this, we can circulate the how-to kit and then.
Is it free?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's just city, so yeah. Equal access. The one thing is they ask who you are. When you download anything, they just want to say, who are you?
Yep.
So you tell them who you are.
In the current town plan, is any mention of like values just kind of an afterthought? We're not really primary?
Yes, there are. I seem to remember them in one of those side papers, establishing a set of.
I think it's to the beginning of each chapter. I think we value or.
Oh yeah. Oh, every chapter.
It's kind of
has,
a value statement, but that was done by the there was an advisory group that we kind of worked on those.
I think the thing that I really like about the Just City Index is that it defines each one of these words. So because as the example of housing choice demonstrates, depending on who you are, you can define some of these words in very different ways. Whereas this, if you establish equity as one of your values, then you have a definition that goes with that equity, and so that's what you mean when you say it. And if somebody asks you, you can tell them.
Is that part of the process then to getting the shared?
Yes.
Obviously, a shared understanding, but what if
like something.
I mean, are you using their definition?
You're using their definitions, or if we don't like their definitions, provided we establish a value and then define it, we use our own. The point is that you don't use just the words, it can get transformed into something else.
Let's just say we do establish these like more philosophical values, either a micro or macro level. These kind of values, so every time we're doing some sort of planning initiative like that, we're using that lens to guide what we're doing.
That would be
all planning endeavors.
That's the idea.
I like that. In school we talk about, not the same thing, it's a principle called phronesis, and it's very philosophical, but it's kind of going to more of the epithet, using your empathy to guide yourself, and instead of like the scientific rationale, we're being actually human and we're actually thinking about people. So I that's why I kind of really connecting with this concept, because I feel like it's how we should be addressing the issues we're dealing with today, which is through
thinking about people.
Thinking about people, exactly.
And the environment.
Yes.
It has like a rollout plan and engagement plan. Do you wanna at the next meeting,
So is the work already done?
share with us what you've learned about
Sure.
rollout and
Yeah.
deadlines, and maybe if you guys talk between now and then about who might do that work. But what I would be also really interested in hearing from the rest of the planning board folks is what values right now do you think you represent when you come into this room?
Oh, based on like looking at their
Like just
options?
which ones are you like
Do you want
most
to answer
often
them
like
now?
I'm no.
Okay.
And then there's there's so many.
But like in and of itself, like would help
Just
as we're making some of the decisions about the zoning.
Oh, like right now?
No, not right now, but I agree at a meeting.
But it would be nice
Yeah.
just for us to do that little bit of homework between now and then.
Very team building exercise.
Team,
And there are some, Tom's finding some redundancies. There is a lot of.
But they're kind of more tangible than these overarching philosophical values, but I mean, that could be useful like in the introduction to say, all of this is seen through the filter of the lens of these guiding philosophies, values.
Why wouldn't you just want all these?
I know, it's just gonna. There's some, in the show that I went to in New York that I was gonna report back to you guys on like 6 months ago, it was 4 different projects that had been done by 4 different collaborative teams. And they for each project, they established 9 of the values. And then they showed you, so they had one, and then they said, and so this is what we did. They're short, like 2.5 minute, they've got 5-minute videos on the website. You can go and look. And so if you go and do that, if you don't mind doing a little homework, you get the sense of the relationship between establishing the value and then following through with the particular kind of plan design.
So that was that project based?
It was
they
project
established
based.
them at the beginning of the project.
Yes.
Okay.
So
so I'm just thinking, okay, the toolkit will say your project is updating the zoning. It's not going to be that specific, but we know our project is updating the zoning regulations. So we're going to establish these values for this project,
right?
As opposed to for all planning projects, because it can. It could change.
It could. Yeah, I mean, it could certainly change. And I think the idea of because you can imagine the process that if you have 52 values that you have to, every decision has to be filtered through 52 values, you'll never make a decision. So for each project, you say these are the most important things. So taking the example of the setbacks, if you've decided the most important thing is property values, that's going to change the decision you make on the setbacks. Whereas if you decided that your value is housing equity, and you need more housing units per square feet, then you're going to reduce your setbacks.
Yeah. So like taking like 3 values per situation.
I like that. I mean, I think it was, I think it was 9. And it made it made a lot of sense. And of course, if you look at the list, none of these are sort of exploit and, rich get richer. I mean, they're all about creating a more just society.
I definitely like that too in the situation of the setbacks. Like, how are we all going to agree? Like, I was 5 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 60 feet. It's a difficult decision to make. Like, especially to streamline things to where we're not doing it on a case by case basis.
Right.
Because that's no fun either. So.
And I think the other thing is that it enables us to make decisions that don't necessarily double back on what we think we're doing. So contradict what we think we're doing. Because it seems to me that that's one of the conversations we've constantly had. Sort of, how does this get turned around so that somebody can do something we actually are trying to get them not to do? And so if you start from the basis, I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but if you start, I think we can sort of figure it out so that won't happen. I hope.
Yeah, it's interesting to think this through, to look at the values through a frame. It's like a frame of okay, the zoning, right? Certain things sort of stand out. Like, oh, that seems like durability and adaptability. Like they're things that seem like those would be good values for zoning. Whereas if you were looking at
a different project, yeah.
Yeah, or creative innovation. So
right.
Good one for zoning. Cool. So great. Then we'll
bring it.
We're all right. Okay. So you guys your homework is to go through them and
you sent us the link this afternoon.
I sent you a link.
I'm so
It's hard to whittle it down.
It's hard to whittle it down if you don't know what the frame is you're thinking about.
But we're thinking about zoning, and I think what we're particularly thinking about is the notion of the different kinds of zoning that we have, and if we want to redraw the map a little bit to get rid of some of those weird anomalies, how would we go about making those decisions?
And right now, we're only interested in our planning commissioner's values.
Well, for the purposes of homework for the next week.
In the future, I think we want to try to internalize the town plan because that is what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah. And take a look at the toolkit and see how we can do this with the broader public.
Could you mentioned a video or something you saw?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will send you the direct links. All of it is on the Just City Lab website, but I can send you the direct links to those.
Especially if there's inspirational detail. I want to see what you're seeing so
no, they did. I mean, there was one really cool project where they had there was a school in New York City that was sort of, for reasons that they couldn't quite figure out, segregated. And so this collaborative team came in and essentially measured all these factors to try to figure out how this school got segregated when there was no rhyme or reason to it. And they figured it all out, and then they replanned it so that they transformed it and desegregated the school just through planning. Wahoo.
And are the workshops free?
I don't think so, but maybe they are. I was also thinking that, we're getting all this money to do this, that, and the other thing. Maybe we could get a little thing to get them to come here and do a training for us.
I was wondering about that smart. I wonder if we could use that small grant that I had sent you.
Oh yeah,
I wonder. I think it's up to 1,200. Be worth taking a look at.
Yeah.
See if that might be a project we could get a mini grant for.
And there's also the thing that I'm not going to remember because I can never remember words. This rural, developing rural communities. It's this federal thing.
that we were talking about earlier?
The USDA?
No.
Are you thinking of the acronym or the?
Here it is. It's the rural development hubs. Rural development hubs, this sort of notion that the federal government has that in fact we're not paying enough attention to the rural, and so that there is more money to support rural communities in developing. Because the movement, everybody says the current movement is people are going to cities.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, there's lots of development and exciting things that are happening in rural areas. And so there's a need to strengthen these rural areas and prepare them for the development and don't keep focusing on the cities. So maybe there's some money through that. This was something that was the Aspen Institute.
Okay.
Because this is considering Brattleboro, the entirety of Brattleboro rural area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not
The
talking
whole
about, like,
state
the
of Vermont is a rural
Yeah,
area as
exactly.
far as the federal government is
Yeah.
concerned.
Except the Burlington.
Really? Oh, yeah, Burlington is.
Yeah, Chittenden County, and that is.
All right, wow, okay, where are we at?
Okay, so I'll look at the toolkit. You guys pick up on your values.
Clean up your soul searching.
And do some soul searching, and then we'll
Brush up and dust up your values.
do a game plan for revising the zoning.
Yeah.
Cool, that sounds good. Alrighty, we're on to new Hinsdale-Brattleboro Bridge.
Yes, so, I'm sitting on a steering committee with representatives from Hinsdale and Brattleboro that we've had, kind of oversee the new bridge. There's gonna be 2 overlooks as you cross the bridge. One over the channel that's closest to Hinsdale and one over the channel that's closer to Brattleboro. So you've got the island in between.
You're talking about the new bridge, or you're talking about the existing?
The new bridge.
They both face north?
Both the overlooks will face north. Correct. So we've been talking about having interpretive signage in those overlook areas with the idea that Hinsdale will choose the topic of one of them and Brattleboro will choose the other. And so they're so Hinsdale, it's my understanding that they are looking at doing an interpretive panel on the history of the island. So kind of the cultural, social role of the island as fairgrounds and ballpark and all that stuff. Dance hall, yeah. Things like that. And so Brattleboro has been asked to weigh in on what the other interpretive panel might be. And of course, I don't feel comfortable making that decision alone, so we kind of wanted to vet some ideas with the planning commission. And I do have I have a thought of kind of where I think it should probably go, but what you all have to say. So.
Well, this week, the Montastic, the Connecticut River Joint Commission, Montastic Subcommittee, I just looking for the letter, but I'm not seeing it, reviewed the wetlands permit for the, wetlands impacts. And so one of the things, we submitted comments on that, but one of the things we actually suggested was that one of the interpretive, and I didn't know how many there were, but that some of the interpretive panels would actually talk about the wetlands, riverine wetlands, as you're looking at in the bridge.
Well, my idea is somewhat in that area. I mean, interpretive panels, I don't know if we're going to be the ones to actually figure out what the art is, or like the town of Brattleboro, I should say, and what the message will be. My thought was, because Hinsdale was kind of focusing on social kind of aspects and kind of a human impact on the island, I was actually thinking something more in the natural landscape. So whether I took into Wantasticate and was able to kind of make the Abenaki connection, or it's just something on the Connecticut River watershed, or so I was thinking it's kind of a
species of fish in the Connecticut.
Well, yeah, because you could talk about migration.
Yep.
You could talk about the interesting geologic aspect that like is actually two separate
Plates, right?
plates.
So cool.
Yeah, and then you could talk about the kind of immediate ecosystem that you're feeling.
And it's interesting, the existing ones, they're still talking about converting those into bike and pedestrian bridges. So I think in the future, there's more opportunities for interpretive panels. Of course, those will be New Hampshire, but even as you come right across the bridge and you land down near the Whetstone Station, there could be other interpretive panels as well.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have a history of transportation up and down there.
Exactly, that's originally what I thought I had wanted on the Brattleboro side, but then when I knew what Hinsdale was doing, I'm like, maybe you should go.
Are they set on that?
Nature stuff.
What's that?
Are they set on that?
Set on two?
Oh, on
Hinsdale,
the
I
island,
don't know for
so-
sure that they're set on that, but it seemed to be conveyed that it was.
Okay.
How did they make that, do you know how they made that decision or like what the,
How Hinsdale did?
yeah, like, about the select board or something
I don't know.
Sure you don't want to have a sign on it, nuclear energy?
There's also
Different story. And we're going north, but that's.
Yeah, and there's something interesting about the fact that you're facing north.
So basically the view.
Can you turn around? Like, can the sign direct you to turn around?
Well, the sidewalk
face
is
south?
only on the north.
Yeah, but you could
That
be
makes
on the
sense.
sidewalk on the north side and turn around and face south. So you could actually represent the south on the thing, you just have to turn around and look.
You could, I mean, usually the interpretive panels are like kind of the direction you're facing. I guess you could turn around,
Yeah.
but you're looking over the 2 lanes of traffic and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
guardrails. I don't know.
very frustrated drivers staring at that. I like the idea of the wildlife, like the waterfowl fish.
Ecology.
Yeah. And the geology thing, because it's a New Hampshire, Vermont story, right?
Yeah, that's a super cool thing. I mean,
But also the nature stuff.
And depending on how big the sign is, like, doesn't necessarily need to be one. Like, you can tell the story.
It will be one panel.
Yeah.
The sizes will still to be determined.
How do we make a decision? We just advise you, do either the ecology, the waterfowl, or the geology.
If Hinsdale wasn't doing that topic for their panel, what would we maybe propose? If we didn't have a
I
problem.
have, I'm going to acknowledge, I have very strong biases on what I would put on the sign. So I'm trying to just put that on the table and also sort of keep my mouth shut a little bit. So.
The Abenaki.
Yeah, the Abenaki thing, talking about downtown Brattleboro, stuff in the distance, if you can see Madagascar. I'm not saying these things are better, I'm just brainstorming.
Yeah,
I like the island
I was thinking about the
Let me
Brattleboro, but I think there are other places where we can put some
Right.
Brattleboro signage and we can do it in a different context.
Yeah, people are walking the bridge to see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
they're
or
out.
just to get to the shopping across the lake. Oh, no, because that would be on the little bridges, so, on the lower one. So, yeah, if they're crossing that, they're going for the view and.
Yeah, no, and I think
Yeah,
focusing on either Abenaki history or the fish, that would be my choice. I think going for the nature would be better.
Talking about how the islands, because haven't the islands shifted over time? They're kind of controlled now, but they got deposited and washed away.
Well, once
Yeah, I think
dam,
once
where
it's
they-
dam control.
Oh, once
Yeah,
again.
it's not so
It's not even an island compared to what it used to be.
What do we tell you guys? Nature, industry.
Oh my God, we can. Sorry.
I'm down for whatever, but I love fish.
So you've got her. I mean, we might vet some more with some other people, but I would say the planning commission is definitely on the natural environment.
Can I just make a comment on the signage? I feel very let down by the signage around downtown Brattleboro because it's all different designs, all different colors, all different fonts, all different wholly yuppie apparatuses. I don't know how big or visible these are gonna be, but if it's a design that sort of can be carried through downtown, or fits with at least one of the choices that's been made downtown, that would be really nice.
I would say it will be different than the design choices that exist in downtown. I'm thinking, have you been to like a national park, or it's gonna be kind of one of those signs that kind of is angled, so like you're looking at it and it's kind of.
So it's not gonna be like an obelisk, like the Molly Star.
No, it's not gonna be like a Molly Star. It is going to be more of kind of this height, and it's kind of angled, so you read it, so there could be graphics on it. So that kind of signage. The standing panel signs is another one, but that's not the way we went. So it'll kind of like come off the rail and come down. I think we're following like national park guidelines, size and stuff.
How much influence do you have on the, I mean, I was thinking that if they're doing a historical interpretation of it, carrying it a lot of history, is there an amenity frame in that history? Or is it?
For the island?
Yeah.
I do not believe so.
Just the history of the island, or white history of the island?
I think it's I will know more in about a week and a half, maybe, about what their plans are. I can call up their community development director too. So I don't know. I could only guess.
Yeah. Fun.
I'm just reading about one bridge over the Hudson River that has interpretive signs, and their topics were about a school of art there and some 19th century painter.
Wow, yeah.
I prefer
Yeah, that's a
our
big,
topic.
that's a big deal.
Well, Hudson River School.
Yeah, it's
Don't let's be knocking any painters out there. Nor any art historians who are currently out of work who need to maybe write signage.
Is that all of our?
Yeah, that is the end of our agenda.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Me, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Okay, so we are reopening the Planning Commission meeting of February 3rd in order to hear public comments.
Excellent. Bruce Roseborn, recent transplant from Massachusetts to Brattleboro about 3 months ago. My wife Carolyn. I'm a land developer in Massachusetts, and we have moved here, very versed in zoning, et cetera, where we're from, and it's a lot of the restrictions where we're from won't allow us in our personal lives to do some of the things moving forward that we might want to do for our family, for housing, et cetera. So I thought that it would be nice to stop into a planning meeting like this to get the temperature of where we're moving to, you know. And some of the big questions we're approaching are, let's say we wanted to build a tiny house, which is almost impossible in the state we just came from. If we wanted to do that here, are we subject to traditional zoning? What can we do? What can't we do? And that might be more than this meeting, but I thought it would be a good place to start to see if we could meet with somebody, just talk about kind of what we're thinking, and see what we're up against, where we're from. If it's a tiny house, you're not doing it. And we have a state just north that made it attractive for us to come up and just explore that option.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
What temperature did you read on the road?
I normally come to planning board meetings with $1,000 an hour guys, just because we're going to get pushback and we know it.
Right.
Our time in Vermont so far has been very splendid, and I expect nothing less. I was going to go as a land guy until I got to get done.
Just real briefly, and I think Andrew, do you have a card on?
Well, yeah, I give you a card because you always can come to our office and have these conversations as well.
That's me.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
So I'm Sue, I'm the planning director, and Andrew's the planning technician, but he answers a lot of these questions. Generally, we treat a tiny home similar to a single family home or, another unit. If you have an existing home on the property, then we'll treat it as an accessory dwelling unit. So an accessory dwelling units here in Brattleboro are pretty permissible.
Are the minimum, like, when you started talking about the purpose of zoning, I said, is this possibly a town that has not adopted zoning at all yet? Because those don't exist where we're from. And now then I realize you're amending.
So if you were putting, if it was a vacant piece of land, then it would be subject to, if you were subdividing, it would be subject to the minimum lot sizes. But we have a couple of different options to kind of create smaller lots or create like a tiny home.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was possible to connect the town sewer, town water, or for well and septic, et cetera, or,
yeah, both of those you could connect. I mean, I would say we've had a lot of phone calls about tiny houses and less development of them. And I think one of the barriers tends to be the water and sewer because some of them definitely want them to be the more mobile, where you could pick up and move. And when you are told you have to have a connection, either get a state permit if you're well and septic. And they do allow some alternatives. To having just a leach field.
The very specific obstacle that I face all the time, and I sell land and people ask that question of me. In Massachusetts, unless you get a variance, you're going to be required to build a minimum of 600 square feet. A tiny house might be 120 or 200 square feet or something, you're well under. And it's not permanently attached. There's no way you're going to connect to a municipal sewer system. That's just the way it is. So this is very nice to hear that that's not a steadfast rule, because we're going to be under that, and we're going to be, if we'd like to connect, we're not automatically prohibited from that.
A layer added onto that is I think that regulation is the Massachusetts building code, not zoning. And so in Vermont, the building code is really lax or absent for single family owner-occupied dwellings. In fact, there's almost no regulations for that. As long as there's not business happening in it, or rentals, or daycare, or stuff like that.
Most often, where we're from, is you can't be a primary residence if it's going to be for more than 2 weeks out of the year. So you would have to have, in that case, 26 of these, and move every 2 weeks. You understand? It's
you
not
can't
possible.
have a tiny house as a primary residence?
Absolutely not. It can be an accessory building.
It's 600 square feet.
So I was eager to meet with you guys because if you really want to bring people in, I know how to do it. Correct. We can't do it there, but there's been a state knocking on my door for a long time just north, and that's you guys, right? And this just looks like the greatest opportunity in the world because it just makes sense. And I hear you talking about, what's right for the people, et cetera. Where I'm from, if they allow it in rural Massachusetts, which is not much different than here in most ways, that would create case law or precedent that could be applied to right downtown Boston. Now you have a tiny house next to a skyscraper, no problem, right? We don't have that here. So the motivations are different. This is a state that sounds like it's more is about the people. And if that's your housing choice, you can choose it, right? And we can hopefully find a way within reason. And that's it's all this is very encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, the only caution that I would have is that if it's not on town water and town sewer, we're less versed in the state permitting of water, of wastewater and on-site septic.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to
say water and.
Now, I'm gonna have to meet with some septic designers here because I'm used to you have to design a home, and the septic system is based on the number of bedrooms, and in Massachusetts it's a minimum of 2. Tiny home has 0 or 1, right? So we fail again.
Yeah.
And so I have to get a little more educated as to how do you create a septic system that's designed to serve, a 200 square foot dwelling with a loft.
Right. And they do allow alternative systems here in Vermont, so that could be helpful.
Nitrogen systems, and I assume
Can you do a tiny house with a composting toilet?
But I designed one in
Well, there's a weird fact that if you're going to have a composting toilet, you still have to have a septic design that's approved.
Yeah.
So you go through this funny game where you go through all the trouble.
Money.
You spend a ton of money to get that design made up, drawn up, and approved. to not build it at all and putting your composting toilet on.
I'm used to hitting ledge at 2 feet down below the surface, right? And we need 4 feet of naturally occurring soil. So our question is always, well, how can we do? You just can't build.
You can't do a mound system there.
In some towns you can, but then they'll typically require 2 feet of naturally occurring. And let's say you get to Gloucester, Rockport, whatever, you can see there's ledge. It's a wonderful piece of land, can't do anything with it. So we always say, well, can we have a tight tank? And it comes and it gets pumped every 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. And they say, sure. After you get perked and you get a naturally occurring system designed, you can opt to get a tight tank. Thinking, well, that kind of negates the purpose, right? So it's intentionally often set up just to protect home values. We already have everybody in this town that we want stay out, and that's the temperature in most of the areas I operate in. So that makes sense.
Does any of our zoning say any of the districts say a minimum to a single family home?
The size?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No minimum.
No minimum
housing
size. Minimum lot size.
We have yards. We
Oh, minimum lot size.
Yeah.
Just minimum lot. I mean, I heard earlier 3 acres.
3 acres in the
acre
very western part of
and a half.
town.
Acre and a half otherwise.
No, acre and a half in kind of another section of town. But if you're in the downtown area, it can be there's no minimum lot size in the downtown. There's 6,000 square feet in most of the residential neighborhoods that surround.
Okay.
So it varies.
And no minimum frontage when you're close to town?
Only in the urban center.
Okay.
The others are at 60. That was one of the things we were saying. It's kind of
60
suburban.
is very low as far as So.
Yeah, but it could be lower too if we want to.
Yeah.
Well, what did you call it? Diversity of housing, other than housing.
So if I wanted to just set up, if I had some quick questions, is it possible? Who would be the best person to speak with just to figure out kind of a roadmap for where we go from here?
Yeah, you have Andrew's card. I don't have any on me, so you can give Andrew a call. He can set up
So I'll
a meeting with the planning
And we'll
department.
probably have
Brian.
Brian Bannon, who's our zoning administrator there too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're welcome to stop in anytime too.
Sure.
We're just in that building right next
And is there a GIS system for this town?
Andrew does some work on the GIS, and then sometimes we do consulting with the regional planning commission.
Okay. All right. So I won't take up any more time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we're not as much amending the zoning, we're more adapting it.
Right.
Yeah. Tweaking it. I like to say.
I have a lot of opinions on that stuff. You guys don't want to talk setbacks or anything.
So, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
How do you do it last time?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. I'll make a motion to finally adjourn
I'll second that.
officially.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I feel like I'm.
phone to him, or we didn't even have any shields at the time, and Nate Giffen, changed the dynamics on that in that moment. He approached, he came around. You saw part of a distorted part of the video from Channel 3 that we all saw. And then at this point, I'm now just resetting a command when shots fired, from Matt Nisley calling that in. He came around. He did go down. He did come up, and that was captured on a dash cam video of Corporal Nisley's car, clearly holding the gun in the direction of where Corporal Nisley and Inspector Welch were standing when our officer shot. He was already shot him again. That one shot, and then it stopped the threat, the immediate threat. It is a horrible thing to see. It's a horrible thing to be part of, and also the pouncing on him, so there's no opportunity to grab anything else or whatever. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if there's another gun in a waistband or what have you. Later, there was also a getaway driver, and who was later arrested. So my point on that one, that's what the suicide.org would refer to as a spontaneous suicide. The plan was to rob a bank that day. And so we looked at, so now in our department, we have shields in every one of our cars. Because if we had to make an approach, we could do it safely. There was no safe way to do that approach. I also did not, by giving the command to not approach, was not to precipitate something on our end. He's staying there. We've got communication with one person, our negotiator. Let's just keep going. He did not give us the opportunity. He did not surrender. And I know, I'm on ski patrol with Jim Giffen, and this was very hard. Thanks.
I did, and just to follow up on your statement that there haven't been any unjustified, I'm the Brattleboro area, aware of what would new people in the church at the time. And according to them, there was never a time that anyone else except Woody threatened himself. So, Attorney General justified it, but it was a difficult situation. Hard for people to take that in. Appreciate hearing how the recognition of people in crisis right now. There's a greater recognition and awareness how they're treated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, hand up in the back. Madam Chair.
Oh. Yeah, afterward, is there an opportunity? I just want to deliver the rest of the VPA positions so we get it on the record.
So thank you all for having me here today. I believe I submitted some prepared testimony specifically on H 808, but I'll speak quickly to H 464 at the end as well. I just got some notes, so you can just leave it up, and I think there's at least one slide that's just referenced in there that I'll kind of show you a visual so you can see it as well. So thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to speak about these two big pieces of legislation. In short, the ACLU of Vermont supports both pieces of legislation. I'll speak to H 808 first. So H 808 would create a statutory standard for the use of deadly force in Vermont. And Vermont currently lacks a statutory standard. While at the same time, we do have a statutory standard for the use of less deadly force in the form of tasers. And so we would support instituting a statewide standard that says that it that requires an officer to use deadly force only when it is necessary. So this would be the necessary standard. This is, as you know, recently adopted by the state of California. And the necessary standard established in H 808 requires officers to use other techniques and resources other than deadly force when reasonably safe and feasible to do so. Then also, the bill also determines that the propriety of deadly force can be used when misread a sentence. So the bill requires that when determining the propriety of the use of deadly force, decision makers must consider the conduct leading up to the use of force. And so this bill is especially timely right now just because we've seen a consistent rise in the number of officer-involved shootings per year. So this is referenced in my testimony, but this is just a very simple graph. This is compiled by the Vermont State Police. It shows officer-involved shootings between with the Vermont State Police and other state departments. So you'll see it's a pretty standard linear progression, increasing over the last couple of years. There's been, I think, nearly as many shootings in the last decade as there are in the previous 3 decades. And if you look at 2019 compared to 1999, there's a 4-fold increase. So we have been seeing an increase in officer-involved shootings, and think that this would be a time to create a statewide standard for consistency. So another reason that this is something that we believe would be helpful is the number of folks that are most often involved in these type of incidents are often people who have diminished capacity in some way. So it's as the bill says, individuals with physical, mental health, developmental, intellectual disabilities are significantly more likely to be involved in these incidents, as their disabilities may affect their ability to understand or comply with commands from law enforcement and officers. And the adoption of a necessary standard could help address this disparity by prioritizing the use of de-escalation tactics. And I think this is one place that, as we've listened to the testimony, this is a place where there's agreement between the ACLU and law enforcement. We've heard from them many times that they are prioritizing de-escalation tactics. This is something they say they use in their training, and we think that this bill codifies those values. Importantly, the requirement that the force be necessary means that if de-escalation is possible, deadly force is not necessary. It requires decision makers to examine whether the officers escalated situations leading to use of force or failed to de-escalate it when it could have been reasonable to do so. So also another important aspect of H808 is that it creates a definition of imminent threat, and that it's not merely a fear of future harm, but is one that from appearances must be instantly confronted and addressed. So we think this creates some clear statutory standards which don't exist at this point in time, and we would support adopting this into law. And then when it comes to H464, we are very supportive of better data collection around the use of force. Generally, the lack of data collection in the criminal justice system is something that is a very large problem that we've been trying to speak quite a bit about. I will say that actually law enforcement is providing probably some of the more comprehensive data around these things now, so in terms of police stops and other pieces of information, but I think this is one more piece of information that would be helpful to have. And as 464 speaks to the process of creating more training and programming in collaboration with other stakeholders, we think that collaborative approach is something that could be helpful. It sounds like something like you were describing in your comments earlier, and think that could be helpful to get those different perspectives. So we would support that legislation. So that is our testimony today, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
I've heard the reference to this California model a couple of times that they just implemented.
Yep.
Why would we point to that as an example of success when there's no data? We have absolutely no idea how it's going to turn out. Couldn't it wind up worse than what we've been dealing with?
Well, we think that bill says, and we think that this bill says, that deadly force would only be used when necessary, and that's why we're supportive of it. And that is a bill that, as passed, I believe, law enforcement originally objected to it. They withdrew their objection. They didn't full-throatedly support it. And I think you understand there's a difference, and I think working in this building, you all understand there's difference between that. And but it is one that it says deadly force was only going to be used when necessary, and we support that.
So is it the ACLU's position now that deadly force has been used when it wasn't justified?
Well, I think, as you heard, that under the current standards, that there are times that we have not seen any of these shootings been declared unjustified. But going forward, we're looking prospectively. This is what this legislation will do. It's not going to go relitigate anything that happened in the past. is going to say prospectively, this is the standard we'd like to see used when officers are deciding to use deadly force.
Jim, are you?
I'm trying to restrain myself, but you gave me an opening. So.
I did. I can also go to Marcia. It's just so unusual that you're not first out of the gate.
It's Friday.
Thank you for your testimony. One of the things on 808 in the California language that was real clear to me was from law enforcement's testimony the other day was words matter. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law enforcement official.
God.
I'm a legislator, so I get to help. Why is law enforcement, I mean, it was very clear that words matter. I mean, I heard that from the commissioner, I heard that from the hallways afterwards, and I heard it from the training, the deputy director or whatever, Drew at the police academy. I mean, it was very clear. What changes with the California? Why is this the new model we should embrace?
Well, I mean, one, I will 100% agree that words matter. I think that is something that probably everyone here holds very, very dear. And when looking at this, one, I'll say we don't have a statutory standard right now. So those words are not on paper in statute. And in terms of those words, we believe that necessary is the correct standard. And I think that's something that people can agree on. And by doing that, implementing that standard, it does prioritize the use of de-escalation in these interactions. And that is something that we're not saying that law enforcement is not doing, but it sets that standard in statute.
Any other questions? All right. We have about 15 minutes. So in the order that they ask for permission, you can jump right in. And then we will get to Beth in a moment.
Thank you. My name's Stephen Whitaker from Montpelier. I want to call to your attention an overlap. I'm specifically speaking in memory of Mark Johnson, which is the most recent shooting in Montpelier that you heard about. We had no shootings, and we have 2 shootings in as many years, and both of which involve a mentally distressed individual, both of which involved what appeared to be a dangerous firearm. So I think we need to be very careful in recognizing that justified is a term subject to interpretation. I would encourage y'all to watch the video. As disturbing as it is, watch the video of the Mark Johnson shooting last August. Here's a mentally distressed person who had locked himself out of his own building, trying to get back in with a knife, allegedly. I haven't, there are some public records overlaps that I'll speak to here. I've not seen all the records that I need to see on this. He flees, he's apprehended or challenged on the bridge by the only 2 officers, the cruiser on. He attempts twice to jump into the river from either the south side of the Spring Street Bridge or the north side of the Spring Street Bridge. Instead of allowing him to jump into the river, he might have broken a leg, he might have gotten a little water in his lungs. He would not be dead. So instead, our officer orders him down repeatedly, and ends up putting 2 fragmentation rounds in him because we didn't have the 12-gauge beanbag shotgun in that cruiser. If you've only got 1 cruiser on the road, maybe that should be the one with the beanbag shotgun in it. We could have waited. It appears to me, and I'm not an expert on psychiatry, but this appears to be an intentional suicide by cop. a very distressed individual waving a toy pistol or pellet pistol. The individual was known to the police department prior. The police department might have known that he had a pellet pistol. So there's a lot of ambiguities here that would have warranted to wait, move slow, de-escalate, and instead we had 2 fragmentation rounds into his abdomen from a rifle. You listen to the audio on the tape, you realize that these people realized he couldn't hit the side of a barn from 20 yards. He was that distressed and just waving a pellet pistol in the air. So the idea that this couldn't have waited on a mental health professional or waited on a backup cruiser with the beanbag shotgun or last resort hit him in the leg, but to basically kill someone unnecessarily who's facing a mental distress, intending to get shot, possibly, is unwarranted. Now, there's a public records issue here, in that I would ask the committee to consider clarifying that the independent investigation that would have been done by the Vermont State Police was undermined by a decision of our chief, and I do respect our chief. I see he's in a tough spot here. At the end of his career, I want him to, have all due respect. But there was a decision in the Burlington case where a judge ruled that the officer had the right to review the video before giving his statement. That needs to be clarified because the state police warned the police department here, do not let him review that video before we get his statement or even do a deposition. I'm not privy to those communications. But our chief overruled that and let him watch the video before he gave his statement. So, in effect, we subverted what would have been an independent investigation by the state police and would have done a lot to restore public confidence in this. Since then, our city council has offered to hold a public forum and instead put 5 minutes on number 7 on an agenda and swept it under the rug. But pending public records requests for the affidavit that the state's attorney requested, the state's attorney requested an affidavit from the chief. It's been months and that still hasn't been produced. Our city council, mayor, city manager ignores appeals to the head of the agency on the public records appeal on this issue. So we have a problem in the accountability, the transparency, and the undermining of public confidence. So, but the issue of whether or not a video of an incident should be withheld pending an investigation from the shooter is clearly a public records issue that needs clarification, possibly to avoid this ambiguity where an independent investigation could be undermined.
Did you have anything else you wanted to share?
Yeah, I'm going to just cover my notes. Yeah, the interpretation of a violent felony, and when you've got a resident of a subsidized housing, Montpelier Housing Authority, trying to jimmy into a building that he lives in, it's hard to characterize. It may have been mischaracterized as a violent felony in progress. So I would argue we don't have good policy. I would support the bill requiring good policy be adopted. I would encourage you to clarify the ability to restrain viewing of the video until the statements are made by an independent investigator. It turns out the officer who did kill Mark Johnson, unnecessarily in my opinion, had prior in an incident of a teenager smoking pot, broken a woman's ribs. And then in a separate incident, a mentally distressed person snapped a guy's arm who was holding on to his wife, who clearly understood and communicated that he was distressed. The man died as a result. So this is the third incident with this particular officer that should give us all pause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wants to be on the record in support of a request from the Vermont Criminal Justice Training Council and the Vermont Police Academy. That was underway well before any bills were introduced here. There is a lot of, well, I think it's pretty universal support by all law enforcement that we expand the basic training an additional 4 weeks. And I think you'll hear from Rick Gothier, I hope you do, who will come in and sort of explain that to you a little bit more in depth. You heard a little bit of it in that first hearing. And we would support whatever this committee can do and this legislative body can do to support that appropriation. And the second piece is the Academy is also going to be, the Criminal Justice Training Council will also be asking to expand the reporting requirements under Act 56, which I think was passed 2017, I think maybe, or 2018. It requires that all law enforcement report to the Criminal Justice Training Council categories of misconduct. And I think conduct B is a second report of unlawful force, and my guess is, or use of force, not unlawful force. And law enforcement supports actually the expansion of that. Again, something that they all agreed upon well before any legislation came before this body. So we would ask that this committee support that change. We think it's a good idea. So I wanted to get those two things on the record. And also, as you pay attention to the requests for the resources of the folks who are dealing with these community issues, are telling you what they need to have better outcomes. There's a difference between Chittenden County and the ability to share full resources when you're nearby, Richmond, near to Williston, near to Burlington, than in some of our more rural communities. So I think it's worth paying attention to the disparate level of resources available to everybody. And lastly, I just want to follow up on some of the testimony around some use of force cases, including the Woody case. I was actually general counsel at Public Safety, and they did the investigation into that case. No one in law enforcement jumps to a conclusion that use of force is justified and shouldn't until you've completed an investigation, because you can't properly make that determination until you undertake a real investigation, you take a look at all of it, and you finish it. And then you have to look at it using what is the Vermont standard and has been a Vermont standard. We're not standardless in the state. We operate under Graham v. Connor. And the interesting thing about California, and I'll just note that, I'm not ready to get into California with you now, but the interesting thing about California, their problem was that they actually had a statutory standard. It was outdated. It was unconstitutional. So the problem with codifying what you think is the standard today is this is really comes from the Constitution. And the courts interpret it, and I'm sure Representative Gannon will assist you with this, but courts are always examining this. Here in the Second Circuit, it's under examination, and we are responding to that. That information is in real time to law enforcement, and then they make changes and they update their training, and a bulletin goes out, and if the standard or some interpretation gives them some guidance, they act on it. So I just want you to keep that in mind. California had a unique reason for undertaking its effort. And the last piece of that puzzle is, law enforcement did object to it, but they were in a legislative process. And as you all know, when you're in a legislative process, sometimes you have to get to a point in the process where you get something and you have to give something. That support did not come at the beginning of the process. It came after there was some back and forth, and they were able to secure some language that made them feel a little bit more comfortable. But I don't think it was the whole ask, so I just want to keep that in mind. And that's about as much as I wanted to share on that. Hopefully we can continue that conversation later.
So quickly, on your first part of your testimony, you talked about the collection of information. Were you referring to the type of force employed that's in 464 that goes to the data collection?
We support that. I advise the chair, and I should put that on the record as well. There's no objection from law enforcement to fully support that data collection piece. If you want to add that, that's fine.
Okay, where are you in the second part?
We actually I have not looked at the rest of it because...
This is on new model policies and the additional 4 hours of training.
I think that we actually have post-basic, I think Drew touched upon this, we have post-basic use of force training that is mandatory for all of law enforcement. That's an additional block that they have to have. That's already happening. But the organization, and I think Tony touched upon it, the position of the Vermont Police Association, and I believe it was the testimony of Commissioner Sherling, and I believe that's what you heard from Drew Bloom, is the use of force training director, that it is not a good idea to legislate policy, because policy is a living and breathing document. That is their position. So at this time, not supporting. That piece of information about California actually comes off of their website. It is the glasses on.
You can make that bigger.
Apparently, they have a process where they put information on the record in the Senate Public Safety Committee's report on the bill. They cite some history and specifically speak to the codification of what they perceive to be an outdated and unconstitutional use of force law.
Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Committee, you've got 5-minute break here, and then we are going to jump back into estimate.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Guilford Select Board meeting of February 10th. Welcome. I'd like to recognize the public, and I see in our public our distinguished former chair. Welcome, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Richard.
The rules of procedure you will find on the desk in front of you, and those rules govern how the public and the select board interact in conversation. Are there any additions to the agenda? I have one, at least, which is to re-review the proposed fiscal year budget. And I think Peter and I discussed this earlier, and I understand that that's a legal motion.
No, you do not need a motion for it. As chair, as long as it occurs before any other action on the agenda, you can add anything you want.
Okay, so we're going to add that if the select board is in agreement with that.
Yes.
Okay. Another item that's come up, and I don't know whether this is for the select board as a whole to discuss, but it is our Guilford's participation in the broadband meeting that is in conflict with the pre-town meeting that's coming out.
Thursday.
And
do you want to put that on the agenda?
Pardon me?
Do you want to put that on the agenda?
I think so. If the select board agrees that that should be on the agenda.
Sure.
Do we, select board?
Sure.
And anyone else want to put their oar in?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Gordon, you too?
I'm
okay with it, absolutely.
Yeah, we're all okay with it, I'm sorry.
Okay. And there was another item that seemed to be outstanding to me, which is the talking points for the select board in regard to the town meeting, which we haven't been brought together, or we haven't come together to discuss. And I don't know whether this is the time to do it or not. But we really need to go over those.
Discuss what?
And we need to assign.
Who's going to do what for the town meeting?
Oh,
Are you talking about town meeting or pre-town meeting?
Technically both.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking about both, actually, the talking points for both occasions.
Should we do that in a meeting? Yeah, so why don't we do that too, Richard? Good idea.
Okay.
I mean,
So,
as long as-
Richard, so I don't have those printed out for folks because I was waiting your feedback on those items. And I hadn't received it, and so no one else was prepared to give their 2 cents worth on those topics.
Well, I saw him in the,
Everybody received them, huh?
yes, I saw him in the folder.
That impression.
You guys
Did you all
did
get
so.
them?
I'm trying to find it.
Did he share the talking points with you?
I haven't seen them.
No, I saw them.
So we're going to have to.
Well, the talking points, maybe I'm not being clear. I saw the articles.
Yeah, there's the articles, and so what I did
but
is.
that's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
then I have not seen
So
whatever you're talking about.
every year, what I do is I put together just a few brief talking points about each article.
I saw
And,
those.
and then, because Richard had asked me to share them with him so he could review them prior to sharing them with the rest of the select board.
Yeah, I didn't see those.
Right, I did, and I was under the impression that you had put them up in the foyer.
They're in
Not,
yeah, it's an email. Let's see.
not until you said you wanted to review them before I shared them with them, and so anyhow.
So are they in
Okay,
our
so
folder?
is there going to be an occasion that we can find to discuss those talking points? And certainly I will look at them this evening and send them out to you.
Well, I mean, considering that Sheila has her hand up, by the way, would like to make a comment.
Hi Sheila, yes, I'm recognizing you.
I think in the past, it used to be that Peter would prepare them, we would read them, and there wasn't much discussion about the talking points. And I think particularly this year, unless you make some decisions tonight, there's not going to be much that you need to hash out about the different talking points. It's just who's going to present which article, and a little bit to say about each article. So it's not like rocket science about.
We could do that via email.
I will send out an email to the select board and with some instructions and basically seeking your comments, and also seeking which one of you would like to talk about that particular article at the town meeting.
Yeah, so they are shared with all of you. They're actually in a separate folder. They're not in a select board meeting folder, but they're in the 2020 town meeting folder.
Oh, and how do we access that?
That would be in the shared with me via Google Drive.
Okay.
But basically, just like Sheila and I did in the past, is there's a couple of brief notes for each article, talking about, just a little information for it, and then one select board member would take one article and just read out the article and then talk about those few points, and then the next article, and then, if any residents had any questions at pre-town meeting, we'd answer those questions and then move on to the next article.
Right.
So it's just, I think what Richard's getting at is which select board member is going to take which article.
Right, so I'll send out an email concerning this and ask for your input, and we'll get it settled, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so in regard to these additions, why don't we begin with the agenda as it was written, and then add these to it?
Sounds good.
So okay.
So I'll move to we accept the minutes.
Do I have a second?
I will.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Is there a report from the highway department?
I spoke to Danny very briefly this morning. He stopped in for about 2 minutes to drop off the timesheets, and they have been plowing and sanding and salting and fixing equipment.
And that's it?
It is it. That's all he said.
There's been a lot of weather.
Thank you very much. Now on to old business, the town administrator's job description. Everybody's had a chance to read that?
Yes.
And what are your responses?
Well, I was wondering how much time the revisions to your job description would free up. The tasks that you peeled off for the administrative assistant, how much of your time would that free up?
We were looking at it in the time frame of 5 to 10 hours a week. Obviously, it would vary. Some weeks would maybe have 1 hour, and other weeks would have 10 or 9 or 11, or depending on what the tasks were in the time of year. So, I think it will be difficult to specify really clearly, but same thing with the work that I do. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But you're comfortable with this document, one, in relationship to your role and responsibilities and that of the administrative assistant?
I do, and I think that it reflects some things that Sheila and I talked about for quite a while that would have been good to shift off to someone else. And so I think that it does, enable me to be able to have time to do these other things that I've been given responsibility for. I feel comfortable with it. I think that it looks good.
Other than a few clerical changes, I didn't see much content change. Is that accurate?
That is accurate,
Okay.
yes. There were a few grammatical things. There were a couple of minor things that Veranda had suggested be clarified slightly and added to the admin assistant description.
Okay, yeah.
But
And they fell into sort of preparation for Peter's oversight.
Well, there is the addition of the emergency management duties, and I mean, that's the large change in this position description.
Yeah, and I just wanted to be.
Do you want to say something?
Maybe after Gordon?
I just wanted to be clear on, okay, I see the list. You're thinking it's going to take between 5 and 8 hours a month, is that on average?
For the
emergency, the
yes,
EOC.
yes. You know, there might be something where it, takes a couple more hours than that. There might be another week that takes
less.
Another month that takes 1 hour. It really depends. Although I think in the next 3 to 5 months, there'll be a few more hours than usual just because of the hazard mitigation plan being rewritten and all the work that has to go in with that.
Okay.
But Sheila?
Yeah. Maybe for this I can bring my chair up.
Come up to the table.
So, I'm sorry, I just got these 2 documents a little while ago. And I understand that it was said that I approved the last, the former iteration of Peter's job description. But I think what I said was, I've made my input. So I didn't know if that was what was said actually, because I looked online and I didn't see the BCTV video of last meeting.
No, we didn't. Well, we had a conversation. Sheila and I had a conversation post that. What I basically said was I asked the question after this had been laid out as far as the EOC and in general, was Sheila comfortable with this role and responsibility? Because I hadn't seen it. At least that's what my recollection is that I asked.
So I wasn't able to track that conversation because there's no video of the last meeting. But, and this is the first time I've seen the administrative assistant job description.
Which I shared.
But to follow up on what you just said, this administrative assistant will take 5 to 8 hours per week away from Peter's responsibility. And in the town administrator position, you're talking about 8 to 10 hours a month of EOC time. So.
But there's also other responsibilities that have been added to my job description over time.
I think codified is, as opposed to being added, I think you've done a lot of the things that are now, that your job description is more up to date than it has been. And so you've sort of codified the additions that you've been actually taking care of incredibly well over the last couple of years. So there's one question that I don't know if this is something that the select board has discussed or not, and I don't presume to have an opinion on it. I just note that there is that change. In the administrative assistant position, it doesn't say to whom this person reports at all. It does say that something directed by the select board, but it's hard to tell.
So I can clarify, it does not currently state that. Nope, that is true. That is something that the select board has to decide upon. And part of the reason being is because my role within Guilford is as town administrator. By state statute, I cannot legally supervise employees. The only way that would happen is if my position were changed to town manager. Mm-hmm. And that would then have to go before the whole town and the whole process of that.
Yeah,
however, I think we just need to.
We had that discussion.
We did.
Yeah.
And so we just have to add that.
Discussed.
Well, it does say right here.
The administrative assistant would report to, and it was to the select board that decided.
At one point it says to the select board, I just wonder if Peter is supposed to do things as directed by the select board, and it could be that the select board would direct him to offload these specific tasks
Yes.
to somebody and supervise the results as opposed to manage that person's
That's the way we
time.
discussed it.
So okay, so that's great.
So we need to put
Clarify
that
that, yeah.
specific language
I think that's,
in here,
Yes.
don't we agree?
yep, yeah, that's smart.
Yep.
Because there is a distinction to be made.
Definitely.
And you want it to be clear. No, that's a very good observation, Sheila.
And then, just having seen tonight for the first time the emergency management responsibilities,
I had shared those with you, I thought, in previous
I can't
iterations.
find my correspondence, Peter, it's kind of
Okay.
disappeared.
Okay, no problem.
So, I'm sorry, I think it's the first time. I think, so the local emergency management plan we do every year, that's an annual job. Local hazard mitigation plan. You have an LEOP, is the LEMP,
They're both here.
and then there's the LEH in the
Yes,
hazard
so there's all
mitigation-
three.
There's 3 plans,
There's 3 plans. There's the local emergency operations plan, the
Local emergency management plan,
and then the local
Hazard
hazard
mitigation
mitigation plan. That's correct.
Which isn't reflected. Oh, I see.
Oh, it is.
It's
Okay,
down.
okay, sorry. So I just thought it might be useful to say when these are required, like 1, 2 are annual and the
The other one is going to be
every 5
now,
years.
no, it's going to be
8 years?
8 years now.
So that's good, because.
Which one's 8 years?
The hazard mitigation plan,
mitigation.
starting this year, it will now
You
be.
have to do it, and then it will be 8
Correct.
years.
It will be 8 years before it happens again.
Um,
So I can add that in.
The other 2 are annually?
That's correct. They're due by the end of May every year.
And so do you think it would be useful to just add the word annual before local emergency operation plan and local emergency management plan? I mean, that's just a question, for clarity.
No, I think it makes
Well, I
sense.
think
That's very
there's still
specific.
some editing thing, let's see.
So
Also,
Peter's edit, as we're talking, and so if it's annual to maintain those plans, we should say annually.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, okay, I have no problem with that.
So for C and D, I just added the word annually at the beginning of each
Yep.
bullet point.
Okay.
Perfect.
Fine.
you might also correct and see, manage and maintain.
But Sheila, does that respond to your concerns about the time that we're
Yeah,
talking about?
The time is for you all to decide, and for Peter, I know the hazard mitigation plan is a lengthy process, but it's once every 8 years.
Right.
The rest of it is kind of boilerplate, or has been. I think we did the hard work last year, so I think it's supposed to be pretty boilerplate now. I would, the only other little thing is, I think you refer to the EOC until F, and then you say the Emergency Operations Center. And I would change that, and I would also sort of give an idea of what it means to coordinate the EOC. Because usually that's just in time of emergencies. You have to know where your equipment is, you have to know who your volunteers are, you have to be able to communicate with them, and you have to have a method of getting people here. And that's about it. So you might want to say something like that.
Okay, I'm putting a note in to clarify further.
But otherwise, it's, I mean, just as, literally as a quick review tonight without having gone through my other notes from when I was helping do this, I think it looks pretty good. There's a couple
Appreciate that.
edits that I would make.
That's fine.
Okay, well, thank you for your input, Sheila, on that. And so what we'll do with this now is to, once again, send this to the select board, and we should all sign off on it. I don't believe that this needs a motion to approve, or does it?
In the previous iteration, There was a select board motion to approve the job description. I know that because I looked back at the minutes after Katie gave her last resignation. I know that Sheila worked with her to redraft this prior to my hiring, and then the select board made a motion to approve it. You didn't sign it or anything
Okay,
like
so
that?
let's put an action step on for next meeting to bring this to a close by
Okay.
either approving or not approving it.
Okay.
How's that?
Richard, would you like me to share the final documents with Sheila as well?
Sure.
It's up to you.
Yep.
And the only other thing
Do you
I'll
want to
add,
see them, Sheila?
would you like to see the final version?
I think I've
You're-
done,
Okay.
I think I've
Then I'll just
done what
share
I
with-
said I would do. Thank you.
Okay.
The only other thing I just wanted to say is I think this document, both these documents need to be fluid because I think as this starts to separate, I think this is a good start, but I think, you know, as you kind of walk through both of these, particularly with the administrative piece, you might find, you know, this might work there too, or this,
Yep.
you know, and other things, if you're getting, you know, buried.
Yep.
Or vice versa, you know, so just something for the select board to keep in mind, because I won't be here to do that.
Right, it should remain fluid, and particularly in the first year that we're,
Exactly.
you know, practicing in this way.
So, would there be a point in saying, I don't have the wording right now, but about having a one-year review of these job descriptions?
It should be part of your performance review.
Oh,
Every year,
okay.
every single year, you should do the job review and the performance
Okay,
review.
we all set
You
on
should look
that?
at the job description.
Okay, good.
All right, now we're gonna move to discussion update of childcare and town meeting. I know that Peter has some information and Miranda has some information.
Yes, so one of the things that I was tasked with was to contact VLCT regarding select board liability for having childcare at town meeting day. Very briefly, my initial thought was that this would be a question for the VLCT attorneys, so I contacted them. And they said, nope, this isn't for us, this is for Passive, your insurance. So they transferred the call over to Passive. They couldn't immediately answer the question, and so they said they would email me with a response, and less than half an hour later, I got a very short and sweet response. And they strongly encourage the select board to not have any officially sponsored childcare because the risk and liability for this is far too high. And this is advice they give to every town across the state. Whether the select board in that town or this town takes that advice is up to the select board. We can have community-sponsored childcare at the meeting. That's a totally different topic. But they feel that the risk is far too high for the town for something bad to happen. Because if it's officially sponsored by the town and something bad does happen, the first responsible party will be the town.
Yeah. So we had discussed that and thought about that at our last meeting. And that was our sort of beginning of thinking about a community committee that would take the responsibility of volunteers doing childcare at town meeting and other necessary chores and tasks at town meeting. And I know that Bratt has some information about that and the progress we're making on that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get online so I can access the information. Okay, so Laura Lawson Tucker and Tasha Tillman have been working on locating qualified people to do childcare. John Gagnon has enthusiastically endorsed the use of the school for that. What Tasha and Laura say is that they would like to allocate $100 to pay 2 child care workers for, I believe, 3 hours plus 3 hours of contact with the children, plus, you know, helping to set up and clean up. And if the select board doesn't have a formal relationship with this project, I'm not exactly sure how we could allocate those funds, but I do believe that that it's the responsibility of our town to provide free child care to people who come to town meeting, to send a message that reinforces the way that we feel about access to all residents. So there's more detail that they've brought to us about how they want to organize it, but really those are ringers and we don't need to interfere with what they're doing.
I agree.
My question is, if the town provides a
funding,
a budget for this, is the town responsible for the child care and the liability of the town? I don't know the answer.
Well, I'd like to suggest that the town take the risk to do it. I mean, I just feel as if on one hand we have passive saying that this is a dangerous thing. On the other hand, we have our values, which to me require that we provide access to all of our residents to participate in public discourse. And I have more to say about it, but that summarizes my point of view.
Does it seem possible that, I mean, I don't know where the lines are drawn, but it seems possible to me that the town, the select board in the town could be engaged in subcontracting a group of people to take care of these responsibilities. It's not our job to decide exactly what these responsibilities are or to fund a specific portion of this, but to just say, here, we need these tasks taken care of. One of those happens to be childcare. Are we then saying it's town-supported childcare? I think we're not saying that.
I wondered whether there was money in the budget having to do with voting, whether there was some kind of budget for running elections. You know, certainly having people have childcare when the bulk of deliberation for town meeting was going on seemed to fall generally under an umbrella of voting. But I couldn't find whether there was a budget for running elections.
I think there is. There's a line item for that.
I know that.
To some degree, it's mostly for checks.
It covers buying pizza for the people who count votes.
Right.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I mean, I would think that we'd be able to offer up $100 out of some fund to be used as however. I mean, that's not signing on to what's going on.
Do you want me to contact Passive again to ask for clarification?
I would be comfortable for you not to contact them.
I love the spirit of your conversation, Miranda, and I'm wholeheartedly in favor of it. My only issue is my job here is to support the town's interest overall as a select person, and I struggle with, you know, if we can't do it, then we can't do it from an insurance standpoint. But
well, I guess our alternative is that we could have a telethon, and the select board who wanted to could just start throwing money on the table for childcare.
I was just going to suggest that. I can.
I wasn't being serious, Richard.
Oh, well, I am. I mean, I think that we could find folks in town to come up with $100.
I
I
think
do
that
too.
the select board needs to show its support.
Well, so I'll go back, and I think that if we can find other issues that are related to running the town meeting, that there's an array of things that are required. I think the further we can remove ourselves from actually managing and taking care of childcare, the less we are at risk and responsible in that way. So, and yet we can say this is an open meeting, and here are some of the things we provide. You know?
So,
isn't there also free lunch?
No.
No,
You have to pay for lunch.
You have to pay for
Everybody
lunch.
does.
Okay.
under the BCA, we have election support.
Oh, from the Board of Civil Authority?
Yeah, so perhaps the Board of Civil Authority could.
So you'll have to talk with Penny about that, because that technically falls under the town clerk, part of the town clerk responsibilities.
Well, that may be where the childcare should be coming from.
How are we able to sponsor a lunch and not, what's that? We don't?
We ask.
I mean,
Mark
Peter
to make
organizes it,
Yeah,
right?
we don't.
But we don't, the town doesn't pay for it. Whoever goes to lunch pays
Seems
for
like
it
a similar
yourself.
situation.
I just make sure that they show up and they have lunch for sale, but the town doesn't pay for lunch. I would just.
Sheila, did you have something to say?
Since I'm here, sorry. I think that what I'm hearing from Peter is passive says it could be a risk. You make up your mind whether or not it's a risk worth taking. What I hear Veranda saying is the benefits are far greater.
Than
The likelihood of there being a benefit to this is far greater than the potential for a risk. And I would say take $100 out of your BCA account and do it.
Well, I mean, John Gagnon, whose site, I mean, it's our school, but he is responsible for safety in that school, and he enthusiastically, 2 thumbs up,
it's
endorsed
great.
the family members who
I'm
came
glad.
to him and said, this is what we want to do.
There's no question, it seems to me.
I mean, it's the right thing to do, for sure, for all the right reasons.
Well, let's, why don't we take a vote? Does the
Well, do we have to talk to Penny about it or not?
Well,
does someone want to make a motion to take $100 from the civil board, the Board of Civil Authority?
Is that her
budget
bucket
for
or
elections?
ours?
When the buck stops, it stops with the
To
select
pay
board.
for childcare?
That's ours.
Okay, I move that we allocate $100 from the budget of the Board of Civil Authority to provide childcare for all of Guilford's residents.
I'll second that.
Do I have a second?
yes.
Michael, did you
Yes,
second that?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now on to a re-review of the proposed budget. And Gordon, I believe you wanted to speak to this?
Well, the key point I really wanted to speak to, yes, was the fund, the capital fund. I missed, I believe, the budget meeting that was held on that, because I was in Kansas City. And Kansas City, Missouri.
Just checking.
There's only one Kansas City where I'm concerned, because everyone I say I'm in Kansas City, everyone thinks I'm in Kansas, when I'm really in Missouri, but Dorothy wasn't with me.
Yeah.
So, anyway, my question, it was brought to my attention through Sheila, that there was discussion at that meeting discussing whether or not we have to fully fund the capital fund as we have in years past, at the tune of, I want to say, $225,000, which we have, Guilford has done an outstanding job funding this fund and supporting it since its inception, which was in
I can give a little history if you want.
Yeah, that would be helpful, Sheila, thank you.
So,
Because you know better than I do.
I think we started it in 2014.
That sounds about right.
The idea was that rather than going into debt to maintain the town assets and improve them, we would set aside a certain amount of money every year. And we started from zero, and we are now at almost 500,000, or we were, we're at 500,000, 490,000. And the express purpose of that fund was to just maintain our capital assets and improve them. And then in 2017-18, Richard, you and Gabby worked on the capital needs assessment, and I went back to that document today and discovered that the entire budget for all of the proposed improvements that the select board approved in 2018 was about $402,000. And when you look at inflation, and it gets to $500,000. Now we have already, this town has already taken the major chunk of asset improvement and maintenance through this town office. Everything else is relatively minor compared to that. Yet this town has continued to fund this this capital program fund, I think, wisely, because now there is no debt. However, I think can I just put that aside?
Yes.
And say we're in a good shape.
Yeah.
I know there is an argument that once you put something into the budget, it's easier to let it stay than it is to take it out and put it back in. The argument that I was proposing at the budget workshop was that we don't need to fund this capital project fund to the amount of $225,000 annually, particularly when we have completed the major investment that we need to make. I know there's the town garage, which I think you were going to be working on. And I know that there's the other, the museum and some other things. The town garage is a major one, but with $490,000
library,
with $490,000, you exceed what you thought you were going to need in 2036 already. We also have a healthy reserve fund in general, and it is 15% of this year's budget. Which is close, it's more than 5 and less than the 20% prescribed.
But it's healthy.
But it's healthy. Last year we put $147,000 from our unspent budget in fiscal year 2020 into the reserve fund, 19 into the reserve fund. It is possible that we're going to have that same budget amount in the same overage, or a similar, or at least an overage for fiscal year 2020 to go into the reserve fund. So my proposal in the budget committee was that we would reduce the amount of transfer to the capital project fund at a time when we don't know what the schools need, and we do know that the town itself is in really good financial health. And that I think this town has come forward in the past with everything that is needed for the fire department, for the library, for the buildings, for funding the bridges. I think that we do a great job, but I proposed, I think at the time, a $50,000 reduction, and after looking at it really closely again, I think you could reduce it by $100,000. But that is.
What did you say? What was the last thing you said?
Originally I had suggested to the select board that you reduce the transfer to the capital budget by 50,000. But I looked at it today, and I think you could reduce it by 100,000 and still get to all of the goals that we have laid out in the rolling 10-year capital improvement plan.
May I make a couple of clarifications? First thing is the rolling capital plan is a 5-year capital plan.
But it rolls every 6 year. It's
Sure. And then the other thing is the 5-year total, estimated total for that plan as of FY19 was $385 short of $4 million, which does include $1 million for a bridge, which we had assessed last summer, and we're told that it has a 15 to 20 year additional lifespan, so we can remove that $1 million out of there, but that's still a $3 million total for the 5-year rolling plan as it was written and has been updated since.
So that's not on the town website. I'm looking at the Town of Guilford spreadsheets that are in the capital plan
On the
section on the website. And that's,
Could we be missing in Sheila's numbers the town, the other funds that we put in for the highway department or bridge fund?
There's bridge fund, yeah, 300,000.
Which document are you referring to?
The reason that Sheila's not tracking everything, could that be the disparity between?
all I'm tracking is the capital improvement plan.
Right. Okay.
And the capital improvement plan doesn't take into account, for example, the bridge fund. That is one thing it does not take into account.
But that's
Capital projects list. Am I looking at the correct document?
I'm not sure what the capital.
Sheila, can I ask you, what in regard to your premise, what benefit to the town of Guilford does not transferring $100,000 produce?
you reduce the taxes that you need to raise to 900 and something
Right.
thousand, as opposed to 1,027,000, I think it is.
That's for the highway department.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but
It reduces our tax, call,
The tax-
basically, that what we're asking our taxpayers
we're
to pay
raising
with.
taxes by $225,000 of the taxes that we raise annually goes into a reserve fund. I'm saying that reserve fund is generously funded. Peter mentioned the bridges. We have, every year we put $60,000 into the bridge fund. I am not suggesting that you reduce that. So you've got $600,000 more dollars over the next 10 years, and that gets you to $1 million. Or, assuming there's interest here someplace. So your bridge fund is taken care of, your capital needs are taken care of. We're putting aside money for 25 years for the Green River Covered Bridge. I think we don't need to raise taxes to save money at this time when we are in a really good financial position, having done so for 5 years.
But Sheila, can we just clarify, you don't mean raise taxes, you're saying to raise a certain amount of money for, in taxes to pay for the budget, not increasing the amount of taxes, is that correct?
I'm saying we don't need to raise those funds. We don't need to tax the town by the total amount of the transfer amount. That, if you reduce that, you reduce the amount of taxes owed by the town residents.
Right.
So it's not increasing the taxes by 100,000, it's decreasing them
Well,
by
I just
100,000.
I wanted to clarify what you meant by raising the taxes. You didn't mean like a tax.
Well, annually, we tax residents $225,000 plus $60,000 plus $12,500 for the bridges, the Green River Covered Bridge, and the capital fund. That's taxes that we raise every single year, that the select board raises every single year. I'm suggesting that you don't need to include that amount in the budget for this fiscal year and perhaps for a couple of more fiscal years.
Because we're in such a healthy, positive position.
I'm also suggesting that the town will step up again if necessary, particularly if we don't ask when we don't need it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that sounds like a very that squares with what I understand about the way the town has stepped up. I guess one of the questions that I have is is about the town garage and how, maybe Michael knows a little bit more about this, about what is the prudent approach to having the town garage that the town needs now and will need. The current town garage, as I understand it, was built to be, to not impose too great a financial burden on the town. There was a lot of volunteer labor, is what I understand, and I support all of that. I think it's great that in Guilford we can do that. On the other hand, I think about, one, the kinds of weather we're having and whether that's going to be an increased burden on the town equipment as well as the town road crew. I just don't know what we're looking at in terms of the future town garage. And that's the only thing standing between me and saying, I really appreciate your idea and am ready to go with it.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the forefront of my mind as well. It seems like there's a sort of significant cost, not too far down the road.
But
it's been
have
projected.
$500,000.
Right.
I'm not sure that's necessarily.
I don't think that's going to cover the replacement of the garage.
Yeah, that's.
We have to remember too, that just to add
Is that
on
what
to
we're talking about, replacing the garage? Because is that what the capital, that's not what came back.
It's not in the
document.
capital,
It's not in
it's
the
not
capital.
currently in the capital program. I think it's something that needs to be discussed by the select board and needs to be considered, because the garage as it is doesn't meet the needs of the town road crew. Remember, to add to Veranda's point, when that garage was built, we had a third of the amount of equipment that we currently have. So that means we have equipment that sits out in weather year-round, which is not good for the equipment. They don't have space to work on all of the equipment.
How do we move that conversation forward?
That's up to the select board.
You mean to the idea of replacing the garage?
Or I mean, or an addition.
Expanding
I
There's
suspect
a whole bunch
I think
of
you start
options.
with Danny and get a good understanding
Well,
what
let's
he wants.
put that on an agenda for another time.
How about the next meeting? Can I propose that now?
It's up to the chair. I mean, the chair sets the, so that's the last select board meeting prior to town meeting. At the moment, there's not a lot on the agenda, but it's up to Richard.
Were you asking if it could be on the next agenda?
That's
Yeah,
what
yes.
Michael was asking.
Yes, I don't see why not.
Okay. I will.
Go ahead.
I was just going to, all I was going to say is I'll put an action item that I will speak with Danny about the topic and make sure that he's at the next meeting.
Right.
So to that point, I mean, I'm kind of
We
with.
really need a presentation from Dan about what the needs of a garage are.
So I'm feeling like maybe we should have that conversation before we proceed with your suggestion of removing or reducing that.
And just to note, regardless of what decision happens with Sheila's suggestion, because the select board has already approved the budget and it's already been put on the warning and the warning has been posted, this would have to, and Sheila knows this, but I'm just putting this out there for the general public, that it would have to be an amendment on the floor of town meeting day for this to change.
So you have a month to figure this out, and you can start with the original capital assessment that was done in 2018. There's a very detailed survey of what needs to be done to that garage. It wasn't a $1 million project by any means.
And maybe it's changed to that, but that's not what's reflected in that document.
And remember,
Let's put this on the agenda for the next meeting, and also, if Peter, if you could prepare the necessary documents for us to look at.
Sure.
That would be important to inform the discussion.
And I think having an updated, what we could support the if there was a highway garage discussion, that what finances could touch that? Because there's a highway reserve fund, and I don't know if that's all been accounted for.
You can take it out of the
We
reserve fund.
could take it out of our
you can
reserve
take it out of the
fund,
capital
which
fund.
has to be brought down after that's been applied this next year. So, I
So
mean,
Peter,
they're all.
can you do that, but?
And the general fund.
And then But I think Sheila's point, I mean, I support this idea. I certainly support a garage, you know, if we've got major garage issues, we've got to deal with that too. But looking at this budget this year with the line items that we're talking about, we don't need to, you know, overextend this capital fund, in my opinion.
Oh, I had just a quick comment about, I'm looking at the capital needs assessment, if that's what it's called, of the town garage. And I mean, and this is responding to the town garage that we have there, the physical condition of the buildings, not necessarily the needs that the town has for the town garage that can, you know, go forward based on the equipment that we have and the needs that we have. And I would be happy if we could build the garage that we need by shifting funds without, you know, without the proposed increase in the capital needs fund. But I don't have that information.
Yeah, you're right. You know, and I know talking to Danny, I mean, the trucks, when was that garage built?
1991.
Yeah, but they've gotten bigger and taller, and
yes,
you know, you can't fit wings, and I mean, it's an issue for sure. But I think we've really got to come to a better understanding.
I think we can wrap this up. We've got an action item on one.
Can I say one more thing, which is thank you all for listening to me tonight.
No, it's
No, we
really
appreciate
important.
you coming and having the
I
dialogue.
personally really missed your detailed understanding. You know, you
Makes a
have a
difference.
lot of the history and also profound management experience that I certainly don't represent, and so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Miranda.
Sheila, what did you want to say?
I said thank you.
Say it already. Oh, let me, on behalf of the select board, let me say thank you for your perceptions, your observations, and your recommendation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sheila,
Thank
for
you.
joining us, raising the cost.
Okay, on to now, the subject is the broadband meeting and Guilford's representation of that meeting. It's in conflict with the pre-town meeting. And so we were going to have select board members attending as well as Peter, and now it's a question of can we not have select board meeting members at the pre-town meeting and not have Peter at the pre-town meeting. And so we need to decide, do we want to send a representative to that meeting, or do we want all of the representatives of Guilford to go to the pre-town meeting? And Peter, you could help us by characterizing what the purpose of the broadband meeting is.
Yep, I was just going to ask, so I was not able to find an agenda for the meeting because one does not currently exist, but I just would like to read 3 sentences directly from Sue Westa, the senior planner at WRC, who is organizing this project. And she states, and I quote, "This meeting will focus on strategies and ideas to put the aforementioned survey in front of as many people in each town as possible using electronic and paper format. While it will be critical for each town's broadband appointee to participate in this meeting is open to anyone interested."
So she's saying that it's critical that a representative be there.
Yes, and in order for without reading all the other detail, she does state that this survey is critical for the feasibility study to realistically give them enough data to determine whether or not they should take the next step, which is to potentially create a business plan.
So whoever goes to this meeting is taking the survey?
No.
They're designing a survey, correct?
Not even that.
Just talking about how to sort of get it out.
It's how to get it to as many people as possible, as well as they will have sample surveys there.
So let me understand this. So they're seeking input about how to have their survey be successful, or are they giving information about how each town can make the survey successful?
From speaking with Sue on the phone, my personal understanding is both of those things. It's not one or the other, it is both.
I'll just say that at the meeting that we attended, it was very clear that they were going to go, the WRC and this whole creation of the survey was going to go a certain distance, and whatever that means, and it wasn't entirely clear. And then from that point, there was going to need to be energy from each of the communities, each of the towns, in order to get the survey into people's hands. WRC might do some things, like maybe some digital electronic connections they might be able to make easily, but they're not going to be able to actually distribute the survey in a very thorough way. They're going to depend on each community to do that.
Well, I guess.
Support them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, now my only question is, well, I mean, I guess we're at our second issue where there's balancing benefits. You know, I feel as if I personally need Peter to be at pre-town meeting with his background information about how we got to each piece of the work that we're presenting to the town. And I don't think that his attendance at the broadband meeting as described here is as critical.
So I would just, I don't disagree with you at all. Richard, could I just say that, do we need all of the select board to be at the pre-town meeting?
I suggest that's on.
Huh?
Perhaps Peter should be at the pre-town meeting, and what the select board members, was it Michael and Zahn?
I am unable to make it to the broadband meeting this time.
So could you make it to, Zahn, could you make it to that meeting?
I could certainly make it for part of the meeting. I don't know exactly yet. I don't know, I mean, because this musical I'm playing, I don't know when it's over, and then I would have to get up to Newfane. So I think
I would put forward that I think it's more critical for select board members who are either up for election or up for re-election to be at pre-town meeting, to be able to answer any potential questions from residents who show up that they will not be able to answer at town meeting day because of the ballot. That's my personal opinion. It's up to you folks to decide what's best, but
I don't have any idea. I would give advice.
So Michael stated that he can't make it. Can you make it to pre-town meeting?
I may be a little late, but I am planning to be there.
Well, great.
What time is pre-town meeting?
It's from 7 to 9 p.m. on this Thursday.
You know the place starts at 4.
You know, Veranda also raised a good point prior to our starting the meeting, and could we have a representative attend? I know it's short notice and we haven't even identified anyone, but would that even be an option?
Well, Sheila went to the last
Well,
one.
but I think I feel strongly that Guilford should have a representative at this broadband meeting. We've made a real kind of psychological investment in, Sarah Coffey has urged us to be very much a part of this, of being leaders in the development of the broadband initiative. And I think it's very important that someone be there.
Well, no, I don't disagree with that, but I just don't, with our pre-town meeting, the select board's primary responsibility is town meeting and, in my opinion, our pre-town meeting. So I just think that someone else could commit this for Guilford other than a select board member or a committee member or the town administrator. I share Veranda's point. I think Peter should be at the pre-town meeting.
I do too.
And we can, you know, maybe among ourselves, we could try to think of somebody from Guilford who has a strong interest in broadband and who's sort of broadly knowledgeable about the subject to attend the meeting on our behalf.
Could our assistant possibly?
Well, no one has been
fall under?
offered that position
Oh.
as of yet.
Okay.
There's been tentative discussions as to who might fill that role, but that role has not been.
Fair enough.
The select board has not offered that position to that individual.
So, well, then there was also, at the last meeting, Steve Lemke was there. I wondered if he might be going.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because of his role on WRC, he might be going.
And Veranda wasn't sure he's back or.
Well,
Yeah, he's been. They were out of town, and I don't know if they're back in town.
But he's.
I could email him right now.
Yeah, that's a good, because his name did come up as a possible person who has a vested interest, is part of WRC, and is a very high proponent of the town of Guilford.
Well, Gordon, I like the way that you put it, that you're saying that it's the responsibility of the select board to be at the pre-town meeting and or the town meeting. And so it seems to me that that Peter should be at the town meeting, and that what select board members can attend should be there as well. Does anybody agree with me?
Yes,
I do.
I certainly think, as I wrote to you earlier today, I think that it's really essential that we stand behind our process and present it to our neighbors.
Well, I say the case is closed then.
Okay, well, the action step I'm taking right now is to send an email to Steve Lemke and Peter, just asking if he could possibly attend this broadband meeting, and perhaps if anybody knows anybody else.
I was gonna say, what do we do if Steve's not available? We have 2 days to find someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody should look and think about who might want to go.
It's just unfortunate that the meeting,
Right,
the meeting
that's
got
the
moved
problem,
because
yeah,
of the weather.
exactly.
So it's almost like we can't be responsible for it. Yeah, it's not our issue.
It's not that we don't want to support it, and it's not that we don't want to be there, it's just that.
And if it turns out that there's no representative that we can find, we ought to communicate that immediately.
Right.
to
Exactly.
the organizer.
Well, what about,
Because I need to notify Sue that I won't be there. And
Right.
to let her know who will be representing Guilford, if that's the choice the select board wants.
I think we should, if anyone has any other ideas as to a person that would be viable for this, if Steve Lemke says he's not in town, get you the information as to a possible person, and then
I'll work on it with you,
Great,
Peter.
thank you, Brenda, that's very kind.
Okay, good. All right, moving right along, we have finance the warrants.
Okay. I will move to pay the following warrants: payroll week ending 2/2/20 for $6,421.80. Payroll week ending 2/9/20 for $9,246.28. Expense warrant number 2015 for $23,192.63, and expense warrant number FW15 for $45.50, for a grand total of $38,906.21.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes, Zon seconded.
Thank you, Zon. Are there any discussion?
I would add the key items coming out of expense warrant 2015 were salt at $5,300. Our diesel came in at about $2,400, and our health insurance was a payment at $7,500. And if we take our Wyndham Solid Waste quarterly assessment of $3,600, we're almost at the grand total of $23,000. Not quite.
Good. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Communications, Peter.
I have none.
Okay. Thank you. Can we summarize the actions?
Summary of actions from the previous meeting where the select board approved the town meeting warning. Peter to reach out to VLCT regarding select board liability for childcare, which we've discussed. Veranda to follow up with Tasha, Laura, Dawn, and John Gagnon, which we heard about. Explore the possibility of creating a town meeting day committee. That's very simple. If the select board feels it important for a committee to be created, you would say, make a motion to create a committee and then find people to fill in on that committee. But I think from the discussion, I don't think that's necessary at this point. And then last but not least.
Okay, so can we put that on the agenda for next meeting?
You mean creating a town meeting day committee?
Creating a town meeting committee.
Yeah. I mean, are you open to the idea of maybe putting it on 2 meetings from now so that we get done with the town meeting and then have it right after that?
Yes.
It cannot go on
that's good, Zon. Yep.
It can't go on the meeting immediately after town meeting day. We have a whole prescribed thing that we need to do that day.
Okay.
It would have to be the second meeting in March.
Okay.
But that still will
Okay,
be.
well, let's put that on the act.
Okay.
Future meeting, good.
And then from this meeting, add the town administrator and administrative assistant job descriptions to the agenda for the next meeting. You took the action to allocate $100 from the BCA budget to fund childcare at town meeting day. Add the future needs of the town garage on the agenda for the next select board meeting. And that is it for the summary of action.
No, there's one. No, the talking points
okay.
for the select board. So does everybody have those talking points now?
I don't have them.
I have most
Peter,
of them.
can you send them to the select board?
They've already been shared with everyone under.
Okay, I'll find them.
I haven't looked at it.
Okay, and so I'll send out an email asking you some questions about those talking points and seeking your comments on them.
Richard, I'll just send out a quick email with a link to everyone so it'll be easier and quicker for all of you.
Thank you, that would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'd like to move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those, any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is carried and thank you very much.
Thank
you.
you. Have a good evening, Richard.
So I think we have kind of friends from the Northeast Kingdom here for an hour, speaking on a variety of issues, and appreciate you guys just generally coming to the State House today, but also making time for our committee. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself for the record, we record our hearings for the record, and welcome. I think you have a slideshow too, which I'll pull up.
Yeah.
Good.
So I'm Evan Carlson. I am an entrepreneur in residence at Due North Co-working, but also the one of the folks behind the NEK Broadband Working Group, which is working to develop a CUD across the 3 counties of the Northeast Kingdom.
Nice.
So I guess I will start out by thanking you guys for actually taking the time to speak with all the wonderful witnesses we have here today. And I'll quickly introduce them before I give you a little spiel. So today we have Chris Campbell from Tilson, who's the principal consultant there and has been doing some work with our NK broadband group. Michael Barenbaum from Kingdom Fiber. Ann Lawless from Neighbor Works and Heat Squad, and Jack Sumberg from the Glover Energy Committee, and Nick D'Agostino from RTC, or Rural Community Transit. And so they will speak with you briefly.
Sure.
I just want to start by saying it was a year ago, almost to the date, that I was in here telling you about the feasibility study that was done by the Linden area kind of broadband working group. Since then, we have had many group meetings and have expanded with the help of the NEK Collaborative to be a much more inclusive group that includes representatives from over 26 towns to help develop a CUD that will hopefully bring broadband to every household in the kingdom. We have some pretty aggressive and lofty goals over the next couple of years, but really our end goal is to deliver 100 megabits per second symmetrical service to every household in the kingdom. And we know that this is lofty, but we think that with the grant opportunities that are available and public funding that already exist, there's ways for us to be able to get to that goal. And we also think that it's going to take us 10 years to get to that place. So starting at the 25.3 record that's in place now, or the speeds that are in place now, is not the best place to start if we're going to be building this out to completion in 10 years. So we were fortunate enough in the past year to be able to have NVDA receive a USDA Rural Business Development Grant, which we use to be able to do some pre-feasibility studies to really look at what's the best configuration for a CUD. And I imagine that Chris will elaborate on that a little bit in his testimony. This CUD will be 26 towns to start. That's all the current number of towns that are going to be voting on March 3rd. And we have a pretty aggressive timeline after that to be able to get some grant applications in and look at things like CAF2 funding to be able to really accelerate the build in that area. We can't understate the importance of broadband in our region, but we think that the formation of this CUD is the first big step to being able to make some progress on it. So with that, I will turn it over to the first witnesses unless you have questions.
Quick question, yeah.
Sure.
Is this fiber broadband that you're building out?
We're going to try to be technology agnostic at the moment, but fiber is what we believe is going to be the best option for being able to deliver long-term infrastructure that will really serve the needs of everyone from now into the future.
How much trunk fiber or fiber do you have in place already?
Well, if we were just to form this CUD, there is existing assets between what was built with VTA through Northern Enterprises. There's some potential assets that might be an option to transfer. So there are some other large assets that could be potentially included in the CUD that is formed in a pretty short order. Questions? So from here, I will turn it over to Chris Campbell from Tilson. Sorry, the one other thing I should mention, behind you, you can see the list of all the towns in green here that are actually planning to vote in March.
Yeah, I really want to.
Yeah, please.
I really want to congratulate you all on that. That's a big deal, and it's a lot of work, and it is not going unnoticed. And I will tell you, in my neck of the woods, I'm pointing to the kingdom and saying, we're doing it. You can do it, guys. So, great so far.
The thing that we tell everyone is that this is obviously the first step of a very long process and a very probably a harder process for this. So, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Chris Campbell, and I'm a principal consultant with Tilson Technology Management. Let me just take a moment to introduce myself. Most people in this room don't know who I am. So Tilson was retained by NVDA in the Northeast Kingdom to do what was called a pre-feasibility study for a CUD or CUDs in the Northeast Kingdom. The principal focus of that study was how many CUDs and to address potential funding sources. Briefly, as background, Tilson is a company that does telecommunications network services and consulting broadly. And in our telecommunications network services, we do design, engineer, project management, maintain fiber optic and wireless networks for network owners. So a lot of our clients in that space range from cellular companies and telcos to WISPs or municipalities. Utilities are also a big part of our practice there as well. On the consulting side, we work for organizations who are planning or looking to fund or build telecommunications networks, and our clients range from state broadband programs such as New York, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Maine, counties, municipalities, and private investors who are looking to make investments in telecommunications networks. As for myself, I've been with Tilson approaching 5 years. I work out of Montpelier, Vermont. The companies across the country, but I work out of my home here in Montpelier. Before I was with Tilson, I spent about 18 years in various roles with the state of Vermont, the last of which was Executive Director of the Vermont Telecommunications Authority, but I also had stints as the Telecommunications Director of the Public Service Department and a brief stint as the Assistant CIO for the state. So, as Evan introduced, these towns in the Northeast Kingdom are considering forming a communications union district, and obviously there's a great concentration of unserved locations, so less than half are sort of meeting the current federal standard. And part of the reason that I can say that with some confidence is that the state of Vermont has continued its broadband mapping efforts, and I just want to point out that the broadband maps that Vermont has and has continued to maintain throughout these years would be the envy of some of my other clients in other states. So the state, through the public service departments, are doing a really good job maintaining that piece of information. So I think it's fair to say a desirable state for Northeast Kingdom CUD would be a broadband network throughout the district, maintained by professional staff, and that produces enough revenue to service its debt obligations. The question is really how to get there. And in our study, we concluded that a region-wide CUD, not splitting the region into multiple CUDs, starting with the towns that are ready to vote this town meeting, and get into a little bit about why that's important, would have the best opportunity to take advantage of some fast approaching opportunities and overcome some of the barriers that new CUDs are likely to face. So I want to talk a little bit about some of those barriers, some of the key assets and advantages that are in the kingdom, and one important key opportunity. So CUDs have some challenges before they get off the ground. They're born usually with few or no assets. They have a major tool in revenue bonding, but they don't have any revenue to start with, and they don't have a network generally to start with. They rely heavily in the beginning on volunteer talent. And before they get their operations off the ground, they don't really have a track record as an ISP to show potential funders. So all of those are substantial challenges to overcome. Part of our recommendation was based on the belief that it was going to be easier for the region to overcome those challenges once and build on those successes than to try to go through that multiple times. Now, in addition to challenges, there are some advantages, and there was a question already about one of the more important ones, which is the Northeast Kingdom Fiber Network. This is the network that was created through a variety of organizations from a variety of federal funding sources, was assembled by the Vermont Telecommunications Authority, and is currently maintained by the Public Service Department. This network that is in place and passes through many of these towns would give the region, a head start, a leg up on the network that would ultimately need to be built, and would have several advantages. Not only is it an initial piece of the network that would need to be built, but it also helps create opportunities to do chunk up projects and do them assigned to different funding sources. So it's a really important asset and advantage to the region. The town of Craftsbury and Kingdom Fiber are two organizations that have been working already to put pieces of that network to use. I won't spend a lot of time on that because Michael Birnbaum is here, and I'm sure he'll talk more about that project. In addition, there are quite a few electric utilities, and we felt that there would also be some potential for cost-sharing projects between a CUD and those utilities that could be cultivated and developed. We also, in our report to the NVDA, identified a number of potential funding opportunities. I want to focus here today, for the purposes of time, on one of the larger and one of the more fast-approaching opportunities, and that is the Federal Communications Commission's Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. If any of you are familiar with the Connect America Fund and the CAF 2 auction, you can think of the RDOF as CAF Phase 3. Essentially, this is the FCC's proposal for how to allocate the next wave of federal universal service subsidies for broadband in rural areas. The FCC has indicated that this is going to be a reverse auction that's very similar to the way that they did their Connect America Fund reverse auction. Reverse auction means that there's a certain amount of subsidy available for an area, and bidders bid down to take the obligation for lower and lower amounts until finally there are winners declared in the areas that qualify for subsidies. And we've helped other states navigate earlier rounds of this. This includes Pennsylvania and New York. And we're currently assisting the state of West Virginia in helping potential bidders get ready for the upcoming RDOF auction. Members of the broadband consulting practice, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt there, but you mentioned working with 3 states.
Yep.
But here you'd be working with NEK, right?
So we haven't at this point in time been engaged by them to do that. But certainly that's certainly in our wheelhouse to do it.
Okay, but this would be an application by that particular CUD rather than through the state of Vermont?
Great question. Yeah. So actually, one of the important observations is that a new CUD is not going to qualify directly for the RDOF auction. Basically, you need to have been either an existing ISP for a certain period of time or an electric utility in order to qualify. However, we do think that a new CUD, if it undertakes a public-private partnership with an entity that can qualify, that's a way for it to participate. So you're essentially, you'd be breaking up a project into, a services layer, right, and an infrastructure layer. The infrastructure layer, in concept, this division between an infrastructure layer and a services layer is not is very much like how the most advanced CUD in Vermont currently operates, right? EC Fiber has an infrastructure layer. They have a hired network operator that provides a services layer on top of it. So it's it wouldn't, that kind of arrangement wouldn't be anything unusual, I think, in terms of CUD operations. Frankly, it's the most common way that municipalities that we work with, very few municipalities that we work with are, they're sort of insourced ISP. The most common arrangement is a public-private partnership divided along those levels of infrastructure and services there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Could you again say what RDOF is?
Yes, Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. Yeah. Sorry, that's a mouthful to say, which is why I've been saying RDOF. And the FCC.
That's a federal program?
It's a federal communications program, communications commission program, and the FCC has put out a proposal for how the program will work that they're voting on at their January meeting this year. So a few things to know about RDOF. First of all, it's big. Okay, the program is proposed to be a $20 billion with a B nationwide program. 16 billion of that is expected to be auctioned in 2020. At least that's what the FCC proposal that they're voting on this month says. For context, the Connect America Fund Phase 2 reverse auction, which was no small program itself, this is more than 10 times that program. We haven't seen the map of what will be eligible, but it's reasonable expectation that large swaths of the Northeast Kingdom will be eligible and likely to be won by somebody. The auction rules that are now out to be voted on would favor bids from gigabit providers, but it could also go to a satellite if there are no strong bidders in an area. And really important that this is a time-limited opportunity. This isn't an annual process. Areas that are bid on and won in this auction won't be available again for another 10 years. So this is really a time imperative opportunity for anybody who wants to see a high-quality network in this part or any part of the state of Vermont.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Is this also based on census block coverage, or is it going to be a different?
Yeah, so I'll give you a short answer and then elaborate a little bit. Short answer is yes. Okay. So the basic bidding unit, at least for the first round, are going to be census blocks. Or that's the proposal, and I would expect that'll carry. However, bidders will be required to bid on collections of census blocks aggregated up into block groups or tracts. So you'll have to bid on all of the eligible blocks in a block group or tract. And the FCC has done some data collection from existing Connect America Fund recipients that's address level data, and they've indicated that they are likely to use that data where it's available. So the round that their first round may include some partial census blocks where they have the information to justify that, and they've also indicated that they want to do some additional data collection, and the second round will focus on partial census blocks. However, I think it may be more difficult for somebody who hasn't bid in and won in the first round to bid on partial collections of partial blocks that are adjacent to it. Right. It really seems like if you want to participate in this program, it's a good idea to try to get organized to do it in the first round. And then the second round, if there are additional areas that become available. Just speaking as a Vermonter, if I were able to wave a magic wand and say, one thing that the state could do this year that matters this year and won't matter so much, in subsequent years, it would be really to create state assistance, state incentives that will help high-quality bidders participate in the auction and stay in the auction until the funding is cleared and the money can come to Vermont. That's very similar to the work that we did with the state of Pennsylvania in the Connect America Phase 2 auction. That effort won't matter so much next year. It may matter, quite a bit to potential bidders this year. So, as I said, we've completed this pre-feasibility study. Some of the next steps, and these are really very near-term next steps, obviously, the vote to form and organize the CUD happening this town meeting day, but also it would be a feasibility study where you start to get at some of the underlying economics of a broadband network in the Northeast Kingdom, and ideally, tied to some of these geographic units that are going to be eligible for various funding sources. So let me stop there and just see if there's any questions, and if not, hand it off to the next witness.
I just have a general question about, I don't know if there's an accepted number or metric as you're creating a CUD. And you mentioned earlier that you've chosen not to bifurcate or trifurcate, but got a very large area that you're serving. From a business standpoint, is there a scale that you aspire to in terms of customers, in terms of geographic area? Is there kind of a diminishing return size that you're cautious about? This is a huge piece of Vermont, and probably the most rural part of Vermont.
Let me sort of deal with the last piece of that, and then go back to the first one. I think one of the things that we freely acknowledge, is that the number of potential towns in this has the potential to create governance issues that the CUD would have to deal with. It's not trivial, right? We just felt that the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Now, that said, 26 towns is in the neighborhood of the size of EC Fiber, which is a 7. So it has been done. And I think that there's an opportunity with that initial set of towns to set some rules and processes around governance that how you would deal with an organization that large. I mean, I think you could not have a 55-member board if you got all towns and without having, you couldn't have everybody involved deeply in every decision, right? You'd have to rely on committees and a certain amount of delegation. So as to the sort of critical mass size, I would say that there isn't one magic number. It's not a bright line. I will say that we looked at, for instance, possibility of dividing the region up in a north-south configuration, which was we looked at a group that was about 10,000 premises passed. We felt that was kind of at the lower end of the range of sort of minimum desirable critical size. So it was doable. From a size perspective, it seemed like we could do it. Frankly, you could probably try to do smaller networks. People have done smaller networks. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying it's harder to do. That's all. But at the end of the day, there are a whole host of things that any organization would have to do to get off the ground. Organizing itself, finding vendors or partners, going after grant applications, and some of those just get multiplied by the number of organizations that you have.
Right. I'm presuming though that there's an economy of scale there.
Yes.
You've got one organization that's supporting that. Whether you've got 25 towns or whether you've got 45 towns, the support of that core mechanism.
Right.
It's arithmetic.
Right.
And at the same time, I know as somebody who's been in EC Fiber, one of the challenges is what mouth gets fed first in that CUD.
Right.
And if you've got a small organization, maybe it's easier to attend to all your towns. So clearly there's countervailing forces, but you're advising.
Yeah, it's and what your concerns are not I would not dismiss them,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I think that they're real. I just think that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks in this case.
Yeah.
I think too, with some of these funding opportunities that are happening now, it's not a foregone conclusion that the region has to choose between go big and go fast, right? And there may be a window where it can do both, right? Which would be sort of the best of all worlds.
And there are some unique advantages to the way the existing fiber is laid out that sort of argues in favor of a large entire NEK CUD.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes. Yes. I mean, the existing Northeast Kingdom fiber provides an opportunity to help get some initial operations up and running. And generally speaking, we think it's going to be easier once you have existing operations up and running to extend that to additional areas. So even if it was a phased approach, I think that there's still a good argument that even if you're not first in that phased approach, you may still be faster than if you went alone or went separately.
I just agree. Yeah.
Make sure that we had a chance to get everyone else to.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Michael Barbaum. I'm from Plainfield, not the Kingdom, but I spend all my time in the Kingdom these days. I have two companies, a wireless ISP in Central Vermont called Cloud Alliance, and a fiber ISP in the Kingdom called Kingdom Fiber. And that's why I'm spending all my time in the Kingdom. Before I go any farther, Representative Sibilia thanked Evan and the committee for all the work they did to get as far as they have. I want to thank this committee. This committee in Act 79 did a remarkable thing, and thank you very much for everyone in the state. So last time I brought a real big poster board, I think, and showed you the map of the Northeast Kingdom Fiber Network that you've heard about twice now. That is the basis of my company. We were the only company early on to agree to commit to serving fiber to the home off of that network. As a result, we were able to get a very favorable leasing arrangement with the state of Vermont. And it's mostly in the form of options, which we haven't exercised yet because we will do them as we develop different sections. But we're poised to exercise the options on most, if not all of it, this coming year. So the first project we did was we worked with the town of Craftsbury, which independently sought federal grants and won them to build a municipal network in their town. They got money from USDA Rural Development and Northern Border Regional Commission, and even the town put up some money of its own, and my company put up a considerable amount of labor, engineering and design and construction management. And ultimately, the town of Craftsbury ended up with a network that it owns. So it's a municipal network, which covered about a third of the roads in the town and half of the population of the town, and 90% of the businesses of the town. And this federal grants favored covering businesses and job generation. It would have been nice to cover the entire town, but there wasn't funding to do it. So there was triage involved and selections were made. That network is built, up and running, and there's service available throughout that network. In addition, all of the state network that passes through the town of Craftsbury is also up and running, and services available along that. So Last year it was aspirational. We were close, but we couldn't say we were offering service. Now everybody can get service along those networks. The next step is to extend Kingdom Fiber's service along the rest of the licensed fiber in the Northeast Kingdom dark fiber network, which is 170 miles. So that will happen this year. And so we're a private for-profit company, but we're working with the municipality of Craftsbury, the state of Vermont, in terms of the dark fiber network. We're working with other public entities. We're very much a public-private partnership directed company. We couldn't succeed without public input and funding, and the public entities need an operator that can make it happen. And so the partnership is a wonderful idea, and we don't see this proposed communications union district in the Northeast Kingdom as a threat. We see it as an opportunity. The CUD is going to need an operator. We can't guarantee that they will select us, but we want to be positioned to be very helpful to them so they can be helpful to us, and so that we can serve as many locations as possible. So we're interested in the RDOF, which Chris was just talking about. We're interested in developing VITA-funded projects from Act 79, and we know that we'll be competing with other entities for that position, but we think because of our favorable lease on the dark fiber network that the state owns, or operates at least, we'll be in a very good position to help the CUD, and the CUD will be in a good position to work with us. And I'll stop there because I know you have questions, and let's use the time that way. And you can ask some of those same questions you asked Chris of me, because I might have somewhat different answers.
Go ahead, Rob. My question is, what ones do you have different answers to?
None of them in totality, but all of them in subtleties, okay? For example, I don't think it will not work to have the 55-town CUD, but I think it would probably work better if there were a couple. And I would design one of them around the Northeast Kingdom dark fiber network and one of them around the southern part of the Northeast Kingdom, which has more population, St. Johnsbury, London, and so forth. And those two might be good dividing points. However, NVDA and the Northeast Kingdom Collaborative is taking Tilson's advice, and they're going that route. And I think it'll work. It's just, we talked about the advantages and disadvantages. And one thought I had was that perhaps after they're up and running, because of the potential governance issues of having so many people on a board, it could bifurcate later. It could become 2 or 3. So that's one answer.
So I've got a question. Looking at the map, like Irisburg is kind of out there in nowhere land, Eden. How do you connect? Lowell's actually on the list to vote on that, but and it's connected at Albany, but there's no connection as far as roads go. So how do you get through those towns that may not sign on?
So the company doesn't need to go only where the CUD is. The company can go wherever there's demand. I'm expecting that most, if not all, towns will join the CUD over the next 2 years. Probably, after the first round, under the law, to form a CUD, you have to get voted in at town meeting day. But after that, select boards can join. It's going to be easier to grow that CUD if there's town interest. In terms of how you get there, the Northeast Kingdom dark fiber network touches 22 of those towns. It doesn't get to Lowell, but it's not that far from Lowell, and and it doesn't get to Eden, but it's not that far from Eden. And so many of the towns can be expanded too. There's some other ways to expand, and that's utilizing Velco substations, because Velco has an extensive fiber network in the state. And we're talking with them, and they are open to cooperating with us, both at the CUD level and at the company level, so that you don't necessarily have to have one town contiguous to another to get to it. You can skip 4 towns, pop up on their fiber network in that town far away, and develop in that area. So any town can be reached. Let me throw in another thing. The CUD's goals are 100-100 symmetrical, which is the state's goal by tomorrow. And RDOF says you have to achieve 25-3, which is the current broadband standard in federal. There's no reason not to consider getting 100-100 wherever you can with fiber and 25-3 wherever you can't get to easily, quickly with wireless, fixed wireless, and then overbuild with fiber later to other areas. No one needs to be left behind. Some people may get the 100-100 sooner. It's way more expensive up front. And fixed wireless ends up costing just about as much, but over a very long time. The capital expenditures aren't as high. And so you can get to those places sooner using fixed wireless. So a hybrid approach is certain. I mean, the CUDs are going to certainly consider that. I left out that I'm on the board of CV Fiber, the second CUD in the state, and we've been working for 18 months on this, and we won one of the feasibility study grants, and we are going to look at a hybrid solution, but emphasizing fiber.
I want to be attentive, as Evan said, to the other guests that we have. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
My name's Ann Wallace, and I'm here representing the Heat Squad.
Yeah.
And I thank you very much for hearing us. Heat Squad does home energy audits. And my title, I'm the outreach coordinator for the Northeast Kingdom. And Heat Squad originated at NeighborWorks of Western Vermont, and that's still its home. NeighborWorks is an affordable housing agency, similar to our own Rural Edge in the Northeast Kingdom. But NeighborWorks developed this Heat Squad program to help people save money and make their homes more comfortable through having an energy audit. So that's kind of where we started. We came into the kingdom in 2018, and we're also in 4 other counties. It started in Rutland, then it's branched out into Addison, Windsor, which are sort of nearby, and then Bennington, and now the kingdom. So, how does a home energy audit work? Well, it starts with a 3-hour visit from our auditor. She does a comprehensive look, top to bottom, inside and out, through the home, looks at the attic, basement, heating system, also does a health and safety check. We look out for mold issues. Was your house built in the 90s or 2000s, and it has moisture issues, maybe not enough ventilation, not like those wonderful fresh air 19th century farmhouses we all love so much. So we provide a written report. Then we help the homeowner find the right contractor. So our report, it functions sort of like, it's almost like a request for proposals. That works really well. Another important thing, we're a neutral third party. We don't do the audits. We don't do the work. We don't do the weatherization projects. We just do the audits. So, a little bit about our impact. Since 2010, in those other 4 counties, well, actually including the kingdom, we've done 5,000 home energy audits. 2,000 of those folks, those homeowners, have gone on to do a finished project with, where they hire weatherization contractors. In the Northeast Kingdom, our success rate is a little stronger. We've done 154 audits, and 75 people have gone through with a a full project, and that's just since June 2018. So, we collaborate. We collaborate with everybody that we can. And Efficiency Vermont is our primary partner, and they're so important. I'm going to circle back, but I just want to tell you about some of our other partners. We work with NVDA, our Regional Planning Commission. They help communities, they help towns get those energy goals into their town plans. We work with Rural Edge. We work with NITO, which is our state-funded weatherization assistance program, and other climate action organizations are also really helpful. We work with community organizations at the grassroots level. I go to a lot of festivals and farmers markets and work with chambers and realtors and employers, as well as the local energy committees, to get the word out about why this would benefit you and your neighbors. So now just to dive in a little bit more about Efficiency Vermont and your help through the legislature. Efficiency Vermont, had some nice funding last year, and I'm not here to ask for more funds now, but primarily to say thank you, and that support for Efficiency Vermont has come back to us in a way, because we have a new partnership, a new contract that we just signed a couple weeks ago with Efficiency Vermont. So everyone knows about the rebates for weatherization that Efficiency Vermont provides. That's the carrot. That's pretty important. I want to tell you a little bit about the new program. First, a little bit about the old program. To be a contractor, to do that work, to get your customer the rebates, you have to be part of Efficiency Vermont's energy efficiency network. That's a process that a contractor would have to go through to get vetted, and not all contractors have the wherewithal to go through that bureaucratic hoop. So with this new process, we are going to be working with Efficiency Vermont, recruiting new contractors, mostly probably smaller contractors who aren't up at that level yet. And we're going to be reaching out to them, asking them what they need, and then helping them with training in weatherization techniques and building science, so that there will be more people out there doing the work, so that we won't have such a big backlog. And that's going to be a huge economic development driver, we feel. So that's our approach to workforce development. It's going to be good for the contractors, because they are going to get the recognition that they need. Their customers will be really happy that their contractor is helping them draw down the rebates. So we will still be involved, but it's a much more streamlined process. Instead of the full audit that takes 3 hours at the home and then another couple of hours to write the report, the customer is not going to get a 12-page report. They're basically just going to get, okay, you need the most likely, the typical projects are you need some more insulation in your basement around your rim joists where your foundation meets the wooden part of your house. Or most likely you need some more insulation in your attic because you're losing all that hot air that you have paid to heat. It's just going right up and through. So we think this is going to be, really beneficial. Yes.
Yeah. So when you train these additional contractors,
yeah.
How's that training paid for? And
this is part of the contract that Efficiency Vermont has signed with us.
Okay.
So I think that we will be doing that. That we will be probably working with them to do the training. But I know we're reaching out to recruit new potential contractors, by asking around and putting up signs at contacting lumber yards and things like that.
Is there a fee for the contractor?
Is there a fee for the contractor? The contractor, there's no fee to be involved in the training, I don't believe.
So did they get a certification or anything at the end of the training?
They are going to get something that I'm not sure what it's going to look like, but they'll come under our umbrella, because we are in the Efficiency Vermont network as a home energy auditor, but they will be able to kind of come under our umbrella so that they can then get their customers the rebates. So if there aren't any more questions, just a little bit more about gaps and opportunities, and of course opportunities, that's funding. So we've been very fortunate. Heat Squad got its start with Department of Energy money back in 2010. Right now we're operating under a Northern Border Regional Commission grant, and that's going to run out pretty soon, but we've been invited to go back. And I think the most wonderful program that really touched me pretty deeply was V-Light funding. That comes through our through Velco, and that was a project to support low-income Vermonters. So that was great this summer and fall. Customers who wanted to get an audit they were subsidized. They could pay only $50 instead of $150. That makes a huge difference. And then V-Light threw in another $1,000 in terms of that they could get for rebates for doing after they did the work, and that's supplementing the Efficiency Vermont money. So we're hoping that you all will continue to support weatherization efforts in the state. We feel that this is it's really economic development. It's preserving our rural environment because we have this beautiful but slightly dilapidated housing asset. We don't want that to go away. It's important for tourism as well as for people to come and live and work in the kingdom, and then of course the infrastructure to support workforce development.
Thank you. My name is Jack Sundberg. I serve on the Glover Select Board and also the Glover Energy Committee. I'm here to talk about a project that the Glover Energy Committee got involved in starting in the summer of 2018. We learned about a nonprofit in Maine called Window Dressers that produces insulating storm window inserts that go on the inside of your windows and that do air sealing as well as increasing the insulating value of your windows. And they have been running a program in Maine that was quite successful, and they were thinking maybe it could work in Vermont. They were looking for a group that could be the test run for it. And Glover Energy Committee was looking for something practical that we could do that might help local people make their homes more comfortable, burn less fuel, contribute a little bit toward mitigating climate change. And so we met with people from Window Dressers, and we said, yes, we'll do it. We'll be the first. So this is a sample of what the window inserts actually look like. It's a pine frame wrapped on two sides with a heat shrink film, custom measured for each window, and then it just sits like this in the window. Most of the actual windows are larger than this. So we did that we did our measuring in the fall of 2018. In January of 2019, we got our first community workshop. One of the interesting things about this program is the way the windows are actually built. You enter all the measurements into their software. They do all the cutting of the wood in their shop in Rockland. Then they put all the materials together, send it out to the local group, which could be a church group or a Grange or an energy committee. And the local group organizes, finds a space, gets volunteers, including the people who are going to have the windows in their homes. And they all get together for 3 days or a week, depending on how many windows there are to build, and they build the windows using the material sent by Window Dressers. So we did that in January in Glover, January 2019, and built 170 windows to go in 26 homes over 4 or 5 days. That part of it, I think, is my favorite part. People getting together, doing something that is going to make a difference for themselves or their neighbors. And we're talking about higher technology in the early parts of this hearing. This is pretty simple technology. And so then this year, 7 towns in Vermont are doing it. One in Thetford, one in Charlotte, Montpelier, Bristol, and Craftsbury and Greensboro. So in September, the end of September, early October, Glover, Craftsbury, and Greensboro did it together in the Glover Town Hall because it was Craftsbury and Greensboro's first year, so we kind of mentored them. And I've been going around to the other towns on their first day of the workshop, just helping them get started. There's just one left in Bristol at the end of this week. There's quite a bit of interest from other towns in Vermont for next year. So we'll see. You know, it may be 15 or 20 towns in Vermont next year. So it's something that started in the kingdom and is moving out. And we partnered with Efficiency Vermont and got them to approve that these would be eligible for their DIY rebate. So this year, people who purchased more than three or more inserts could get up to a $100 rebate to help cover the cost of those inserts. Typical insert, you know, the price is based on size. Typical inserts about $40 in the pine finish, $50 if you want it painted white, if you want the wood frame painted white. One of the nice things about Window Dressers program is that they, through grant writing, they managed to give away 25% of their windows to people who can't afford them. And we've done that. We've tried to do that as well in Vermont. We had Glover had a small grant, a spark grant from the Vermont Community Foundation. Energize Vermont gave some money to other energy committees to help fund, and so that would be a goal in Vermont as well, to make these available to people who can't pay for them. The other goal is to try to, you know, to get a little more experience with this in Vermont, and then try to figure out, do we set up a sort of branch of window dressers in Vermont? Do we develop an independent organization? They have, this is their 9th year. They've made, probably by the end of this year, they will have made almost 40,000 inserts for Maine. And they figure that you can, a windsert, depending on the quality of the windows that it's going into, can save up to a gallon of heating fuel per square foot of window per heating season. So they pay for themselves pretty quickly. Well, how it'll go in Vermont, we're not sure. That's what we're trying to figure out. If we stay with them, if we form a separate organization. They have also developed an amazing array of very clever home-built jigs and tools that make it easier for volunteers to build these, to do a good job of building these windows. And the workshops are a lot of fun.
So I want to make sure we have time for Nick.
Yes, yeah. So I'll stop there.
Well, yeah. I didn't realize that's where my hometown had just done an extensive amount of work on this.
Right. Thetford and Stratford built 240 inserts.
So it was huge.
Yeah.
And it was like a barn raising.
Right.
But we don't have much experience with how happy customers have been. You've got a year on us. How have people?
I'm one happy customer. They made a huge difference in my house. I wish they had 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And yes, we get excellent feedback from people. Yeah. They don't work for everybody. If you have a cat that likes to sit in the window and bat at cluster flies, they're going to be a problem. The plastic film can take, you know, this kind of pushing, but sharp objects are a problem. So you also need to have a place to store them. Yeah. It's good to take them out. They'll last longer to take them out in the summer, you know, your windows. So you need space to store them. So they don't work for everybody, but they work in a lot of places. Yeah. And they can work in old single pane, double hung windows. They can really improve the performance of older double pane windows as well.
Yeah. Great.
Just quickly, any idea about durability?
Window dressers, people say 8 to 10 years. If the plastic, if anything happens to the plastic, bring it back to any community workshop. They'll strip the plastic off, recover them for $10, and put them back to work. Except a little tear, you can just put a piece of clear packing tape on.
Thank you, Jack.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So my name is Nick D'Agostino. I'm the Executive Director of Rural Community Transportation, and we're a private nonprofit 501c3 public transportation provider. We cover all of the Northeast Kingdom, and we also cover Lamoille County. And so we operate fare-free shuttle and commuter routes, and we also handle a lot of demand response or non-emergency medical transportation. We're the Medicaid provider for the Northeast Kingdom and Lamoille County. And we also have funding through VTrans, obviously, and we're a subrecipient of federal grants that's administered through VTrans. Medicaid is a huge part of our funding as well, and then we also have some other programs that we utilize for transportation. Last fiscal year, we provided over 300,000 rides in our territory, and about 225,000 of them were considered demand response or non-emergency medical transportation. So as you can imagine, it's pretty challenging to run a bus company in the Northeast Kingdom. It's so rural, and we don't have the population density in order to make routes efficient or cost effective. And there's very few large employers in the region. In fact, 21% of the working population of the Northeast Kingdom leaves their county, their home county, in order to go work somewhere else. And also because of the ruralness, hospitals, critical care, dialysis, grocery stores, substance abuse recovery centers are all centered in the towns like St. Johnsbury, Newport, Morrisville, well, not even so much Morrisville. So the population is very transit dependent. So one of the ways that we have combated that is that we have fare-free commuter routes. One of the routes goes from, our most popular is from St. Johnsbury to Barrie, Montpelier. It also now links up from a bus that comes from Morrisville through Hardwick and Woodbury and meets in East Montpelier, and that will take you into Barrie. We also have a commuter route from St. Johnsbury into Littleton. And last year we provided about 12,600 rides to commuters, which is the equivalent of eliminating 162 tons of carbon emissions. And we also have fare-free shuttle service in Newport, Derby, St. Johnsbury, and Lindenville as well, and provided over 64,000 rides on those shuttles. And all of that, again, is fare-free, so you can just hop on the bus for free, just like the Capital Shuttle here. Most of the transportation we provide is actually through our volunteer drivers. We have a pool of about 100 volunteer drivers that are utilizing their own vehicles and donating their time, and they're providing door-to-door transportation service 7 days a week, and sometimes the trips are from Newport to Boston if it's that kind of a hospital trip, or they can be very long and just very long trips. And we also participate in several pilot programs. I raise my hand with VTrans every chance I get. There's a program called Rides to Wellness, which we work in partnership with Northeast Kingdom Human Services, and that's designed to try to close the gap of any kind of transportation needs that Medicaid may not cover, or any of the other programs. And we also just recently launched a program that's funded by a research grant from the federal government that's designed to help those in substance use disorder recovery and for job access as well. And that has taken off so quickly that we provided over 300 trips just in November, and it's an $80,000 grant, and we're going to use it up within 12 months of the launch. So it's a great success, but it also just goes to show just how dependent folks are in our area on transit and what it means to people's lives. And we're frequently taking folks from Newport or St. Johnsbury to Brattleboro Retreat. When they want to go into recovery, the time is then to get them there, and we're utilizing this grant to be able to do that. So we're also at the very, very beginning stages of working with VTrans and VEIC to test electric bus in our region. So again, I'm raising my hand for that. So that I don't know if it's going to work well or not, but we're certainly willing to give that a shot. And that's basically what I wanted to say to you, is that ride the bus if you can, support public transit. I'm not here to ask for money. I did that with the Transportation Committee, but and just keep in mind that anytime you're thinking about climate change initiatives, that there's a hugely transit-dependent audience and population in the Northeast Kingdom.
Just a quick question for you. In terms of your customers who have medical needs, is most of your demand because people don't have dependable transportation? Is it because of a medical condition, they're not capable of driving?
It could be both, and actually, in order to, so about 60% of our rides are funded through Medicaid.
Yeah.
And in order to qualify for Medicaid transportation, just because you qualify for Medicaid doesn't mean you qualify for the transportation part of it. You can't have a registered vehicle in your household. You can't have someone who's living in your household who is able to bring you somewhere. So that's a huge number of people, a huge number of rides of people we just can't get anywhere.
I just wanted to say that, so it sounds like the real focus is transportation and any greenhouse gas, thank you, emissions or reductions are a sort of a fringe benefit.
So it's there's kind of like two prongs. One is the commuters, but obviously those folks, about half of them have cars and they choose to ride the bus, and that's great. The other part of it would be the non-emergency medical transportation. Unfortunately, reducing carbon in that case is probably secondary because we have to get them to their appointments. If everybody had a Tesla and we could drive around electric cars all day, that would be wonderful, but that's not the case right now.
Thank you. Mike?
So the volunteer drivers, do they use their own vehicles or do they?
Yes,
they do.
Yep, they use their own vehicles.
How do you go about recruiting volunteers?
I beg. We go to different groups. It's usually a lot of referrals and word of mouth.
So is there a list and people are available at certain times, or is it just hit or miss?
Yeah, no, exactly. It would be that the idea would be that we have enough volunteers. They can make their own schedule. So if they want to work Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 to 5, volunteer, not work, then we would have that in our system, and they could basically do it as they choose.
How do people request rides? They call a central number?
They call our central office, yes, and then we have a large call center of folks that are handling calls, folks calling in, they're scheduling the rides, and then we have a dispatch team that basically puts a puzzle together every day. We try to do everything has to be done at the lowest cost possible, so we have a lot of ride sharing going on. So there might be 3 people in one vehicle. One's funded by Medicaid, one's funded by the Elderly Disabled Grant, one's funded by a private pay, but they're all riding in the same vehicle going to. We might be dropping them off along the way to the final destination.
Last question,
just quickly, I was wondering about technology and sort of a Lyft or Uber type of service. How do you envision that?
So right now, this V-Trans just rolled out statewide a technology that we had been using for a few years, and that's that our buses and several of the other vehicles have GPS trackers, and you can utilize the transit app and see where the bus is, if it's early, if it's on time, if it's late, what the next stop is, things like that. You can also contact us, and we can serve as your Uber or Lyft in that case, as long as we're not utilizing a federally funded vehicle. Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate your time. So thank you for joining us, Matt.
Thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time today. We've just had about an hour of testimony from some guests from the Northeast Kingdom, and speaking on a variety of things. We're going to turn our attention back to H688, which is something we've been focused on. I guess this is the third, probably the third week we've taken testimony on this, and you've been able to hear some of that. So appreciate you being here to offer your thoughts.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, if you can introduce yourself to the record.
Appreciate it. Yes, my name is Matt Koda. I'm the executive director of the Vermont Fuel Dealers Association, which is an organization of fuel retailers and energy service companies that do business in Vermont. This is my 16th year working in the State House, 14 as an advocate for energy retailers, 2 years as a reporter. So I know many of you, and many of you have heard me testify before, and so I try not to repeat what I did before, but I think it's important for me at the outset to say to this committee, thank you. It was 11 months ago that Chairman Briglin, at his invitation, allowed me to bring in 4 of my members who were upset, but I felt delivered testimony in a calm, rational way. You may remember Casey Coda of Bellows Falls, Judy Taranovich of Proctor, Peter Bourne of Morrisville, and Mamie Fletcher formerly of Montpelier. He was the big, bald man who grew up here in Montpelier, from a truck driver to a heating tech to a regional manager. Now he's a trainer and a safety consultant working for Files Brothers out of Orwell. And his story was that of a Montpelier High School grad that barely got through high school, but became successful enough working in the propane industry that he sent 2 of his kids to college, the first in his family. And that's really what I'm trying to convey here is to recall that sentiment, which is there are a lot of good people out there that sell oil and gas, a lot of good companies that provide for their families and their employees, that pay their taxes and are contributing members to our economy. And they're frustrated because they've been vilified. Not by this committee. I thank you for hearing their concerns, but by this concern about global warming, about climate change, about this climate emergency that we're in. And frankly, they're frustrated. And I'm the voice of that. And so I speak to you. I appreciate the opportunity about this issue, but just know that there is a concern outside this building for the people that are delivering oil and gas that their government doesn't want them. And that's confusing to them because the government is our biggest customer. We sell 20 million gallons. The government pays us $20 million to sell about 15 million gallons of heating fuel to low-income Vermonters through the fuel assistance program. The state of Vermont uses our fuel to heat their buildings and to power their plow trucks and their police cruisers. We think we sell a fuel that's very important to our economy, to emergency services, and to keeping people safe, warm, alive. And we know that things are changing. We know that 300 million gallons of gasoline that we sell every year, we are going to sell far less. There's going to be 50,000 electric vehicles on the road, most likely in the next 10 years, and we'll sell 40 million fewer gallons. But we'll still sell gasoline. We'll just sell 40 million gallons less over the next 10 years. We can see it. We can see the trajectory. We can see what's happening with our convenience stores. They're focusing, the smart ones, are starting to focus on groceries and other sales. But we're going to have energy deserts in our rural areas where we won't be able to keep gas stations open because there won't be the volume because of lack of sales, and people will travel longer distance in order to get gasoline. That's just the way it's going to happen. There's going to be more consolidation in the industry. We're feeling it now. It will continue to happen. And we'll continue to sell less heating oil. Back in the 1970s, heating oil was 80% of the homes were heated with heating oil. Now we're about 40%. We've lost half our market share in the past 50 years. And we'll continue to lose market share in gallons as people use less of our product because they have more efficient burners and boilers and furnaces. The homes are better weatherized. They have more alternatives to supplement their heating sources, be it electricity or biomass. So from our perspective, we don't see a future in which we're selling more gallons. We understand that we're going to sell less. And we understand that we are vital in that transition to a renewable future. We understand that it will not happen as fast as some of the advocates, some of the young people that care deeply about this, which we understand and respect. It's not going to happen as fast as perhaps we want to. It may not happen as fast as the Global Warming Solution Act requires it to, but it is happening, and we are part of that transition, whether we like it or not. That's why you're seeing diversification from heating fuel dealers. That's why you're seeing gasoline marketers think about the future in a world in which they are selling fewer gallons, and which stores to keep open, which retail outlets to keep open. We have to. It's our business model. We have to think of it that way because, there's 87 signatures on this bill. But our question, getting back to the underlying reason why you invited me here, is what is swift and decisive action in 2025 if we fail to meet our emission reduction goals? So I'm skipping ahead, not to the details of between now and then, but what happens if we get sued? The state of Vermont gets sued. Luke Marlin is an excellent attorney, and I've heard his version of it. But we know that as these bills go to the other body and they get changed and amendments added, these are just general questions not based on the original bill, but based on the concept of a Global Warming Solutions Act. So forgive me for that conceit. But if we just sue, what agency is responsible for implementing this? We touch Agency of Natural Resources just a little bit. Fuel on the ground is regulated by them. When it's combusted from a point source pollution, yes. But ANR doesn't touch combustion of automobiles, They don't assess fees on cars. That's the DMV. So at ANR, under maybe not this version of the bill, but on a future version of the Global Warming Solutions Act, be able to restrict the sales of combustion engine vehicles, the DMV, or put a fee or a tax? Or would that have to go before the legislature and the governor for approval? These are all questions that we have if we fail to meet our climate reduction goals as stated in the Global Warming Solutions Act. What happens next? Would we possibly have a recommendation from the 21-member climate committee? There is one fuel dealer spot on it. Thank you for that. But would there be a recommendation of 20-1 to tell the Agency of Human Services to spend all the fuel assistance money on weatherization or electric heat and not on fossil fuel heat? Would a judge implement that? Would the climate committee recommend that the ANR enforce some sort of fees or fines on oil heat equipment, or put a ban in place? It's happening in Brookline, Mass, and Berkeley, California. I mean, these are the questions that we ask. What is swift and decisive action? We understand the calls. We understand the bumper sticker call for reducing emissions now because we're in a climate emergency. What we're trying to figure out is, for our businesses, for our livelihoods, what we're trying to figure out is what that would mean in 5 years from now. What could a judge order the state of Vermont to do, and what recourse would have someone who was opposed to that action have? Would they be able to lobby their legislator or governor in order to change that? Or would it be implemented without a voice of the legislature, without a vote of the legislature, and without approval of the governor in 2026 or 2027? I don't know the answer to that. I'm not a lawyer. But those are questions that we have.
I know one of the folks that testified last time was transitioning to some biofuels, both wood pellets and a mix of biofuel. Do you have an idea of what percentage of either your retailers or wholesalers are switching to a combination of well, I guess generally non-fossil fuel energy sources? Could be electric for gas stations being putting in electric charging stations, or you know, the wholesalers switching business models to accommodate what they see coming.
Yeah, that's a great question, Representative Chase, if I may. I think on the gasoline side, liquid renewable gasoline doesn't show much promise. We're talking about cellulosic ethanol, which we simply don't have, and we don't know if we will have. The much more common path for light-duty vehicles that currently use gasoline and combustion engine is electric. We understand that. That makes a lot more sense from a business standpoint. From a selling the stuff that makes the car go standpoint, the retailers, we know, or we assume, we're making assumptions based on studies and lots of people who get paid to figure out what the next business model is going to be. The 50 to 60% of people that buy an electric car are going to fuel up at home or at work. So the opportunity to recover those lost profits of reduced sales of gasoline through the installation of electric car charger, there is some. You get them there, you sell a little bit, make a little bit of money. Maybe you get them in the store and they'll buy a sandwich or something else. That's there, but nowhere near what it is currently under the combustion engine gasoline model. Switching from diesel fuel, the future is bright for diesel. Or it's not as dim as gasoline, I should say. Gasoline, we're clearly going to see significant declines. But diesel fuel, we don't have an adequate replacement for the diesel combustion engine. We can't move milk with electricity. We can't move granite with electricity. We can't move wood products with electricity. We need a diesel engine tractor trailer truck for our buses, for our plow trucks, for our graders, for all that works the wood. We burn 300 million gallons of gasoline here in Vermont. We're using 100 million gallons, 60 million of on-road diesel fuel, another 40 to 45 million of off-road diesel fuel, the same stuff, every year, because there is no adequate replacement for diesel combustion. Yeah, except for you can use the same engines with biodiesel. So what you're seeing is in states which either have a low carbon fuel standard like California, or you're seeing states like Massachusetts that have a renewable energy mandate, or in cities like New York City that have renewable energy goals, you're seeing the use of biodiesel both in transportation, in off-road use, and in heating. So Could that be one of the ways that ANR, Agency of Natural Resources, adjusts the rules, or the Climate Commission recommends that in order to achieve our climate goals? Yes, the path is laid out. The path is laid out where you could see the Climate Commission saying, well, we can't replace tractor trailers with electric tractor trailers, and we can't replace all, the half of Vermonters that use heating oil, so let's mandate the use of biodiesel blends in that, and we can show the reduction in carbon, and that will probably happen. You can see it happening in the future. So anyone that comes to me and says, like Global Petroleum, or Sprague, or Mirabito, or any company that has large tanks that sells to smaller dealers, they're saying, what's the future, Matt? Is the legislature going to require this? Are we going to have to make a significant investment in tank heaters to make sure that we can keep that biodiesel flowing? Are we going to have to make a significant investment in tanker trucks that can bring biodiesel from Nebraska, from Missouri, in order to meet these mandates? I say, I don't know. I'm watching, and I'm listening. So that's part of it. On the propane side, yes, there are some renewable opportunities, but not like you have in distillate. Same thing with gasoline. So it's a mixed bag.
So I'm going to jump in here on that, just to follow on that question. What are the supply dynamics in that market? You mentioned it coming from Nebraska, but and some pretty large metropolitan areas that are drawing on that supply, whether it's Massachusetts, whether it's New York.
Yeah.
What's the supply of that?
Well, so the key is the pipe, right? The most efficient way, the most cost-effective way, the least carbon-intensive way to ship any liquid is by pipe. So you got to get to the TEPCO pipeline, which goes from Texas all the way to Albany, and as long as you can load it, as long as you can have a pipeline operator is going to make sure that there is a customer at the other end of the pipe. As long as that's there, then that's happening. So right now, we're having a situation where they're not going to load it unless they know there's demand. Right now, it's just a simple arbitrage. Everyone asks me how much biodiesel is in my feeding fuel supply. I said, well, go to the Wall Street Journal and look what it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and find out what the price differential is between B100 and USL #2 oil. And I can guesstimate how much biodiesel is in your truck or in your heating oil tank, because it's simple arbitrage, except for in areas where, like California, which has a low carbon fuel standard, which it's meeting its carbon reduction goals through renewable diesel and biodiesel, or in areas like Massachusetts, which incentivizes biodiesel. Now here in Vermont, we have something like that. It's called Tier 3. 2015, we successfully were able to include biodiesel both for transportation and for heating as one of the Tier 3 initiatives that a utility could adopt in order to meet their goals of reducing carbon emissions for their customers. We're having some limited success with that, but they aren't required to do it, and frankly, it's more in their benefit financially to sell more electricity through electric heat pumps and electric cars. We understand that. So that's what's happening.
Great. Laura, let's go.
I'm just wondering what you might be seeing nationally in terms of best practices with small fuel dealers and their transitioning, and how we might think about supporting them going forward.
Yeah.
If there are other states that are kind of ahead and thinking about this, and innovative programs that we should be considering.
I appreciate the comment, and because it is happening, right? I mean, the olden days where the dairy farmer just used to sell milk doesn't happen anymore, and the days where the fuel dealer just used to sell oil doesn't happen anymore. They're diversifying their products. Maybe it's propane, maybe it's biodiesel, maybe it's biomass, whether it's pellets or chunk wood, it's heating and plumbing services. I have a very large marketer in Addison County that is diversified into hemp. Others that are doing alarm services and lawn care. It's just you have something of value that's not your depreciated trucks or buildings, but it's your customer list. And that relationship they have is sometimes dated back 100 years, literally. So how do they, in an era where they're selling less of their product, how do they do that? And quite frankly, it's different for everyone. Some will sell out. We're seeing fewer and fewer fuel dealers. That's clear because I collect their dues every January, and so that's happening. Others will diversify into other products and services. A lot of them are installing heat pumps. Some of them are doing weatherization, but nothing will replace the volume and the profit that liquid fuel sales do. So how, one of the ways that I get asked, particularly when I'm in the Commerce Committee, how can we support fuel dealers, local fuel dealers that understand that we're passing policies that will limit their ability to sell the products that they have been selling for a long time. And honestly, the biggest thing that my members, the fuel companies that ask me to represent them in the State House ask for is, we need people we need skilled trades. How can you support, and I know Representative Spillier did a lot of work with BDCC on this, and others have worked on skilled trades, but finding people that can go from tech centers to our school. I lobby for fun. I run a school. We train 1,000 heat techs a year. How can we get them through realize that they can go from a tech center to a VFTA training program, straight to a job, and where they age of 19, they can make $50,000 a year. That's a real thing, but we are having tremendous difficulty finding techs. And once you have a good tech, not only can they work on an oil burner, but they can install a cold climate heat pump. They can install a solar panel. They can install other things. So it's finding people. That is the best way. If we have good people, we're fuel neutral. You don't blame the Toyota dealership for selling more Tacomas than Priuses. We don't own an oil well. We're interested in providing services for our customers, but we can't do that without the skilled technicians and drivers. And that's when people ask me, we understand your sentiment, which is very, very real. How do we help your local companies? How do they get ahead in this new economy? And frankly, part of it is skilled trades. We need support there, and not just for our little corner of the world, but for diesel techs and that type of thing. So that's my little, sorry for speech.
No, that's great.
I mean, that was basically my question also, is how your folks are transitioning from selling a product to selling a service, to selling comfort, to selling, and that's the nut to crack. And we need people who know how to do that. I mean, we need techs. So since you answered that question already, I'll ask you another one. What proportion of fuel sales are transportation fuels versus home heating fuels, roughly?
Sure. Depending on the year.
Yeah.
Of course, with heating fuels is weather variant, but with transportation, you've got between 300 and 320 million gallons of gasoline, 60 million gallons of on-road diesel fuel. You've got 40 to 45 million gallons of off-road diesel fuel. That's for trains, that's for skidders, that's for construction equipment, tractors, farm tractors. You've got 100 million gallons of heating oil sales and 100 million gallons of propane sales. On the heating oil side, it's 70-30 commercial, residential, commercial, 70% residential, 30% commercial. On the propane side, it's 40% commercial, 60% residential. But essentially, we sell 600 million gallons of liquid fossil fuels in the state every year, give or take 25 million.
Okay, great. I need to know that right at the top of your head.
Can you say those first numbers again?
Sorry, which ones?
Right down the gas, on-road diesel, off-road diesel.
Yeah, approximately, and it changes from year to year. But the round number is 600 million, half of which is gasoline. Then you sell 100 million gallons of heating oil and distillates the same. Heating oil and diesel fuel is the same thing, just colored. That's the one that's different about it, and cetane. But 100 million gallons of diesel fuel, whether it's on-road or off-road, 100 million gallons of heating oil, and 100 million gallons of propane. Roughly, give or take. 20 million in every direction,
Thanks.
Mike. Avram. I'm sorry, was that your question or not?
No.
Okay.
That was a wait. What?
You're out. No more.
I'm sorry. Just lost my place in the queue. I want to have you look into your crystal ball, and because there are a lot of areas where we have said we can't replace fossil fuels, and we have with heat pumps or with. Casella trucking Amia's product, but is that liquefied natural gas?
There is liquefied natural gas in some applications of Amia. Yeah.
And we're looking at material handling, like forklifts being increasingly electric, where there's a lot of torque necessary. So we are switching away from fossil fuels in areas where we didn't think we could. And I just wonder. I see that increasing, but I have less knowledge of it than you do.
That is true, but we're also moving to less carbon intensive fossil fuels in some applications. We're selling a lot of propane motors. You know, so propane has less carbon at the burner tip than
Like the trucking.
yeah. And a lot of those forklifts are propane powered. So that's happening as well. You know, so there's police cruisers that can be outfitted as for propane, and school buses for propane as an auto gas. You know, that's still a fossil fuel, but it's less carbon intensive. Yeah, I mean, you know, gasoline is the obvious target, right? So gasoline, there's a pathway for electric cars if the manufacturers produce them, and if they don't, you're still going to want us around to sell gasoline. And on diesel fuel, not so. Not so. There is not a affordable tractor trailer truck that can haul lumber out of the woods, or granite out of Barry, or milk out of Barton. I mean, it just doesn't exist. So yes, there are different applications where you can have electric lawnmowers. That's a good example. But you know, in terms of heavy duty transportation, you're always going to need number 2 fuel oil to run the trains that haul the goods around the state and around the country, and you're always going to need it to move stuff in a tractor trailer, at least for the next 30, 40 years. I don't know what happens after that. My crystal ball is a little fuzzy.
Thanks.
I'm just curious in terms of you talking about businesses, your members, and all needing to planning for the future and transitioning. You know, if you could say at least in general terms, what portion of the non-transportation fuels in Vermont are being sold by? I don't know how to define it, but the smaller, the mom and pop, the local, for the family versus the Irving Energies and the large companies.
Yeah, the large companies are consolidating as much as the small companies. No, it's evidently broken up into a third, I think, in thirds, from my perspective. You know, a third of the gallons are the large companies. A third of the gallons are the in-state operators that are providing multiple services, diversified. Think Bourne's or Coda & Coda or Blanchard. They're selling multiple products and services, including plumbing, heating, and all that, weatherization, all that stuff. And then the third are, you know, just trucking. They just own the trucks, and they're local, and they're real local. Meaning they have very small territory. And people ask me, what's the future of my industry? And I said, it's just going to be more of the same, just less of it, right? I mean, there are going to be fewer of those companies, but it will always be someone with $40,000 that can go buy themselves a used truck and get themselves a cell phone and work their tail off in the winter and deliver fuel. There'll always be that. There'll always be those companies, local companies, that take care of their employees, that have that loyalty from their customers, who say, I'm not going with this guy or that guy or this woman or that woman. I am going with this company because they've been here forever and they provide great service. And then, of course, major MLPs will always be around and always be a player wherever they are because they're capitalized to do so, like Suburban and AmeriGas and Irving, those companies.
Mike?
Yeah, so I acknowledge that the fuel dealers and your services, your businesses, have a lot of value in this. There's always going to be a demand for some amount of fossil fuels, diesel, gasoline, or whatever. The fuel dealers aren't the problem, though. I see it's the impact that burning fossil fuels has on the environment that's a real problem. And I hope I have a good relationship with my fuel dealer because I expect him to deliver fuel when I need it. I've had good discussions with them, and I get the sense that there is a reluctance to acknowledge that we have a problem, that climate change is a problem. I don't know how to deal with that because I think that no matter what business you're in, no matter what field you're in, change requires adaptation and the ability to either learn new skills or develop another service to fit the evolving economy. And I would hate to see them, be the buggy whip manufacturer that refused to stop making buggy whips when the automobile and the combustion engine came along. So I think that what we're trying to do with the Global Warming Solutions Act is put in place a roadmap where we can achieve the greenhouse gas reductions that we need to address a real essential global problem, and we have to do our part. So I would like to see us work with the fuel dealers to try and figure out what that appropriate roadmap would be.
I appreciate that sentiment, and Representative Natasha, and if I may, Mr. Chairman Briglin, to address the first point, which is this is my 14th year representing the fuel dealers in the legislature, and they're all my children. I love them equally, but just like your constituents, there's a wide range of views, and I don't know which ones you bump into from time to time, but I can tell you that there are no climate denialists on my board of directors. I can tell you that I spent last Tuesday night in Jericho at Mount Mansfield Union High School with a group of Republicans and a group of climate energy committee people, and I was somehow the moderator of the debate, where I found myself in the unique perspective as an oil lobbyist of explaining to the Republican Jericho committee that the climate emergency is real, the science is settled, and here's what's happening, while explaining to the climate energy committee that we cannot stop selling this product because it's vital to our economy and to our health and safety, and we're not going to ban the combustion engine. At least I don't think we should. So that's a weird spot to find myself in. But I credit my board of directors who have tolerated me for 14 years and understand that when I speak from here. So there's that. Yes, can we work together on a process? I think that's happening, but I'll be quite honest with you, Representative Natashka. When the bill that came out last year, the first version of the Global Warming Solutions Act, that was me telling my members to sell their company in 5 years if this passes as written, where they could be sued. A citizen's right of action could happen, and they could be sued for simply selling a legal product. That was a very serious moment where I said, you pay me to tell you the bad news and the good news. Here's the bad news. Sell your company in 5 years if this passes. So now I come back with them and I say, here's the second version of the same titled bill. You don't have to sell your business, but for me to get them to endorse it, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Can we work within the parameters? Yeah, we're going to have to, right? Save you 7 signatures on this bill. One would assume it has enough to pass. But we have real fears. We have real fears that swift and decisive action in 5 years is unknowable right now to us, and I can only make assumptions on what it could be. And it could be, possibly, depending on which lawyer you talk to, and I'm not a lawyer, bans on combustion, bans on burners and boilers and furnaces that use fossil fuels, bans on vehicles that consume fossil fuels. Could be new fees or fines associated with the combustion of fossil fuels. I don't know. I don't know what swift and decisive action is in 5 years when it's mandated by a judge. I know ways that we can reduce carbon emissions in heating and transportation. I don't know if it'll be as fast to meet the goals of the GWSA. But I certainly know what swift and decisive action is. We've seen it in other communities that have forwarded regulations or legislation that essentially puts a timestamp on when this activity can no longer happen. That's tough.
Yeah. So something I want to be sensitive to is we've got other guests who are following Matt who have traveled here, and I know we have the benefit of having you around, so we can also have you back.
Sure.
But we've run 10 minutes over now, and I'm the one guilty of slowing us down. So I think we're going to cut this off now, and I'm happy to have you back in the coming days to complete testimony, complete. Sure. I know members have questions. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. My name is Casey Whiteley, and I'm here on behalf of 350 Vermont. I want to thank you, Chair Brigman, and the committee for the opportunity to give testimony on H688, the Vermont Global Warming Solutions Act of 2020. As I just said, my name is Casey Whiteley, and I'm here today as a parent and a grandparent because I care deeply about our environment and about the precarious future in store for the next generations of Vermonters due to the climate crisis that's upon us. I'm a member of the 350 Board of Directors, and I currently serve as the board's vice chair, and I'm here representing our statewide constituency. 350 Vermont is a grassroots organization formed in 2011 that organizes, educates, and supports Vermonters to work together for climate justice. We are an affiliate of 350.org, which is an international environmental organization addressing the climate crisis. We greatly appreciate that this legislation was initiated and has been co-sponsored by 87 House members. This broad support is a positive and hopeful sign that the legislature takes this matter very, very seriously and means to act to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and to set Vermont on a course away from fossil fuel reliance and toward renewable energy sources. Again, we're grateful for the opportunity to submit testimony today. The breadth and scope of H688 addresses many concerns 350 Vermont shares. We're here to highlight areas that we feel need to be strengthened in order to meet the challenges of the climate crisis. With our limited time today, I'd just like to give an overview of our primary concerns and offer some ways the bill can be strengthened to be aligned with the urgency of this task. We strongly recommend that you use the most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or generally known as the IPCC, report as the guide to set the greenhouse gas emissions reduction requirements in the bill. The IPCC provides scientific assessments on climate change and is the best and most current science available. Second, we think it's essential to accelerate the timeline for action. H688 calls for a planning period of over a year to July 2021. Rules for implementing the plan will not be determined until July 2022. This means if there's funding that needs to be found to enact the plans adopted under H688, we could very well be delayed until the 2023 legislative session. While we recognize the importance of an up-to-date and a comprehensive plan, we cannot afford to wait 2 or maybe even 3 years to begin to take meaningful action. Given that the vast majority of scientists around the world all agree that we have little more than a decade to implement drastic measures if we are to hope of preventing the worst impacts of climate change, we urge you to accelerate the timeline of this bill. We simply do not have 2, possibly 3 years to devote to planning before taking any action. We believe it's essential that the legislature put some immediate action steps in place, and there are many steps that we know are essential and effective that we can make now. For example, enact a ban on all new fossil fuel infrastructure. We need to resist the pressure to use and transport fracked gas in Vermont so that we can begin to move in the direction of renewables. Weatherization of inefficient buildings. Begin with all municipal buildings and the homes of people at the bottom of the income scale. Strengthen our focus on building local renewable energy generation and storage of electricity. Empower citizen input and local decision making. The bill's current structure is top-down, and we believe the impetus for change most often comes from the bottom up. We need to listen to Vermonters most affected by climate change and empower all Vermonters to act in their own communities now. We would like to offer an expert witness to the committee to address what we see as the severe inadequacies of the right of citizen action section of the bill. We look forward to providing additional testimony to help ensure 688 is strong and effective legislation. And thank you again for your time and your commitment to this critical issue. And I'm happy, along with my fellow 350 Vermont board members who are here today, to answer any questions, but would also like to give the floor, since we have limited time, to our young people who are here today to testify.
Please.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. That'd be great. If you want to join us here or pull up a chair.
And if it's okay, Chair, can I pass around a copy of the testimony?
You're welcome to, and I would say what would be even more helpful is if
Give
you...
it to Danielle?
Yeah, if you make sure that Danielle
Sure.
has it, because we like to post it to our website so that everybody can see it.
Right.
And
Gotcha. Thank you.
a little less paper. Favorite treat.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Seidner. Thank you for this opportunity to give testimony on an important piece of legislation, the Global Warming Solutions Act. I am a senior at Burton Academy, a resident of Middletown Springs, and an officer of the Vermont Youth Lobby. I'm here today because we are facing a threat to humanity and the world unlike any other, the climate crisis. Every day, the consequences of climate inaction become more dire. According to the consensus of scientists, there is no longer time to stall or debate certain policies. Now is the time to accept that we have pushed the facts of science aside for too long, and now is the time to do whatever it takes to save the planet. We are nearing the point of no return. If bold climate legislation does not get signed into law very soon, we will have failed the only home we know. We will have failed future generations, and we will have failed my own. Our Earth has provided everything for us while we have exploited and destroyed it to its breaking point. Together, we must do all we can to save what is left of the home we know before it is too late. Everyone must do their part, Vermont included. While outsiders may view us as a green state, our carbon emissions have risen since 1990, while emissions in our neighboring states have fallen. Vermont may be small, but what we do matters. Passing strong climate legislation this session would show the rest of the country that the climate crisis is an existential threat and should be treated like one. The Global Warming Solutions Act could do this. This bill takes an important first step towards positive change by making reductions goals into requirements. It also directly cites the IPCC in its legislative findings, legitimizing the bill with real science and facts on which to base our actions. However, the Vermont Youth Lobby and the Vermont youth in general believe that the timeline in place for making these reductions in emissions happen is still not aggressive enough. Last November, the Youth Climate Congress brought together youth from all over the state to call attention to the seriousness of the climate crisis. From that day came a climate declaration. Youth wrote and voted on the declaration, and in it, the goal to achieve net zero by 2032, in accordance with what science is telling us. While the Global Warming Solutions Act does acknowledge the destruction our state, country, and world will face if we continue to delay action, the current reduction timeline doesn't fully take into account the importance of acting as fast as possible to reduce emissions and support a transition into a carbon-free state. On page 4.3 of the bill, there is information about the vital importance of substantially reducing emissions over the next 10 years, but the bill has emissions being reduced by only 40 over the next 10 years, which is not enough. The reductions timeline doesn't reflect what science is telling us or what the youth, who will be the ones left to deal with the consequences, believe is necessary. I am fearful of what my future will look like in 50 years if action is not taken now. I don't have the luxury of pushing aside the need to act on climate because for me, this is going to be my life. Inaction is worse than action, and we all need to do our part. I urge you to do yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for allowing me this opportunity to speak today. I appreciate you guys hearing my voice. My name is Seth Fisher-Olvera, and I'm a coordinator with the Youth Lobby. As a member of the youth, I can say with certainty that the climate crisis is on our minds. The headlines from Australia and California are hard to ignore and make it clear that action needs to be taken immediately. Vermont has too long lagged behind in the fight against climate change, and it is time we stepped up. The Global Warming Solutions Act would be an undeniable step towards saving my generation's future. The bill would promote job growth in our state, create a realistic and comprehensive process to achieve important carbon emission targets, and push legislators towards even more action in the future. With that being said, I believe that the targets set in this bill do not go far enough. At the first annual Youth Climate Congress, more than 170 of Vermont's youth from college students, high schoolers, and middle schoolers stated that they want Vermont to be net zero by 2032, whereas H688 doesn't have us reach that benchmark until 2050. Again, thank you for listening to my voice, and I implore you to remember the youth who are not here today, whose futures are also at risk.
Thank you. Do you mind all of you being available for questions if the committee members had them? So I have a highly technical question for you, and I ask this with a straight face, although people may. In this bill, in terms of the group of people that we this bill would propose to bring together, we're looking for someone that would kind of fill the youth seat, if you will. And I've gotten questions from people offline, not in the committee, but said, how do you define youth? Is this someone who's in high school? Is this someone who is under 25? Is this? But as you pull together a group of, youth activists, how do you define your group? And as literally, if this bill becomes law, and we look to, I can't remember if it's the Speaker of the House of Representatives or the Senate that appoints that youth seat. How do you characterize who fills that seat? Is it a high school student? Is it a college student? Is it? I don't know. How did you characterize your group in terms of the Youth Congress as to who could participate in that? Was it only high school students? Was there an age limit on it?
I think I can speak to that. Yeah, and I think that's a good question. I hope that me being here today, Evelyn being here today, the Youth Climate Congress, I don't think it is about age. I think the youth representative, it doesn't need to be a college student, it doesn't need to be a high schooler. I hope that we're proving today at the Youth Climate Congress that it's not the number of our age that matters. I think what matters, the person who would be best to fill that spot is someone who shares the vision for an economy that is clean, that's net zero, and eventually, hopefully, we could decarbonize. I hope that that person who fills that seat is not judged on their age, but rather their ideas and how willing they are to push the legislature and have the vision that's going to bring us towards a healthy Earth.
And I would say that actually falls in line with other testimony we've taken that if we do have a council, people who serve on that council shouldn't be representing an industry or a part of the economy. They should be bringing a perspective. That's actually helpful, I think, in terms of perspective. I don't know if Evelyn or Casey, you want to add to that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can speak to what we did for the Climate Congress, which we had ages ranging from elementary school up to graduate school. Mm-hmm. So, as Seth was saying, I don't really think it's about pinpointing a specific number what youth is, but I do think that under 25 would be considered. That's what we consider youth. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Robin.
I have one, but
no, please go ahead. I don't want
to. Thank you for being here, and thanks, Evelyn.
Evelyn's my neighbor.
I'm sorry, but I had nothing to do with getting her here. The challenge that we're looking at is we're looking at a transition that is, by nature, by design, disrupting our economy, the way we function, the way we do things, and replacing it with another economy and society, and that disruption can be managed or it can be catastrophic. And we're looking at a tight time frame, recognizing that we've heard we have 10 years. I doubt that it's that long before change is irreversible. But I'm just wondering, as when you said it's your lifetime that we're looking at, and we're looking at either managed chaos or unmanaged chaos, and I'm just, I guess, wondering, as the people who bear the brunt of the transition as well, how big a disruption and transition are you willing to put up with? be willing to, and I realize that doesn't have an easy answer, a clear answer. It's more just expressing to you the balances we're trying to find, and I'm interested in your perspective on that.
So, just to clarify, you're talking about a transition to a green economy,
yes.
Not the transition to more chaos.
No.
I just wanted to...
They will not be mutually exclusive.
Yes, okay. The way that I look at what we will have to do in order to mitigate the climate crisis in a way that is effective enough to stop the damage, like the most damage that we're seeing, I kind of see it as inevitable, not in that it's going to happen, but that if it does, it has to be really big. And there can't really be an in-between, like, oh, well, you know, we tried, so that counts for something, because it doesn't really, because if we only go halfway, that's still failure. We have to go all the way, or else it's nothing. With this threat, it's all or nothing. So for me personally, I think, I mean, I know that it's going to be a huge change, and it's going to be a lot of work, and it's rethinking the systems that have been in place for hundreds of years. That's my thoughts.
Thank you.
I don't want to cut you guys off. You have thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, I think everyone covered a lot of it. I think, you know, it continues to be, this process is like we're saying, we want it to happen as quick as we want. The time frame is short, and we want action as quick as we can, and that's part of what H688 does. Is it's setting up that timeline, and it's also pushing legislators for more action. This isn't a one and done deal. The Global Warming Solutions Act isn't going to solve climate change, in and of itself, the Global Warming Solutions Act acknowledges that, and part of it is about pushing for more change. And so that's what we want to see, and because we know the change is gradual, it's not going to be all at once. And you know, I think I can't speak for every member of the youth in the world, but I think that, like Evelyn said, it's all or nothing, and so we're willing to go for the all. And I think we'll do whatever it takes.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just following up on Ron Robin's question and the same topic. I think sort of at its base, the question is, what are you willing to give up? What do you enjoy about the current economy that is something that you can imagine? When you imagine what change is going to look like for you and for your lifestyles and for the lifestyle of your cohort in the next 10 years, what do you imagine would be the hardest change to cope with? Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah. For me, quantifying that is really hard because of the perspective. The perspective for me is that, like everyone said, it's all or nothing. So whether or not I'm going to be filling up my gas tank, whether or not I can drive 400 miles on a tank instead of 500, it's meaningless to me, because I'd rather drive 400 miles and have an Earth that's uninhabitable. I'd rather drive 400 miles. I'd rather not be able to fill up my gas tank. I'd rather be composting and focusing on that. Whatever the myriad of things is, not having access to natural gas. I'm willing to give up those consequences, or I'm willing to suffer those consequences, and I can't quantify that because I understand the perspective is it's that or it's nothing. Like Evelyn said, it's all or nothing. And with that perspective in mind, I think that's what allows us to look past the shortcomings, the chaos, and to really just focus on managing it, because that's all we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that question also kind of pushes you to think about your own, what you personally are willing to give up. But, and I mean, sure, like, so I don't fly anywhere anymore because planes take up a lot of carbon, they emit a lot, and there aren't electric planes yet. So I give up that, and I can't, like buy clothes from everywhere I want anymore because the fashion industry is extremely harmful to the planet. So maybe I only buy secondhand. But all those personal choices are things that I'm already thinking about and I'm already willing to give up. So I think that what we need to be thinking about is a bigger change to the whole system of how we're living right now, so that it's not just about your own personal choices, but it's actually about the whole world and how we can restructure it so that it's not a choice anymore, it's just your way of life and it's everyone's way of life.
Right, so I guess my question is really, do you feel like your cohort, your age cohort is on board with that?
Yes, I do, because I think the alternative is a planet that we can no longer live on.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you guys very much for
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I'm Steve Crowley. I'm here representing the Vermont Sierra Club, and I've got to say that's a tough act to follow.
Yeah.
A few things about our Sierra Club. Okay, a few things about technology. This is the technology committee, right? There we go. Okay. All right. So we're a national organization, Sierra Club, 4.5 million members and supporters nationwide. We have about 3,200 members. Did I change that? 3,200 members in Vermont. And we're mostly volunteer-driven. We do have a staff person. A lot of you know Rob Kidd, our staff person. But we're mostly volunteer-driven. And I have been I've been active with this chapter for 30 or so years, and energy chair for most of that time. Also, on behalf of the Sierra Club, I've worked regionally with our different chapters around the Northeast. I was a regional vice chair for the Sierra Club for a number of years, and we did a lot of education and policy work regionally. I led the campaign to make climate change a national issue for the Sierra Club, and I chaired our national climate campaign for 3 years, which put me in a position of working with chapters all over the country on developing policy ideas and campaigns. So, in a whole range of political environments and policy environments, and most recently, in the last couple of years, I've been working a lot on the issue of adaptation and resilience with the Sierra Club. I chaired a national task force to figure out what role can a group like Sierra Club play in that whole issue, and it really varies a lot. But we have done quite a bit in different chapters. Like Hawaii, for example, our chapter there plays a lead role in having a lot of the same discussions that are going on in Vermont about how do we rethink emergency management and redraw our flood maps and all those things. So a lot of that, and it varies a lot around the country. So it's interesting to hear how much is going on here in Vermont. And I'm pretty encouraged by what we have done. I think the fact that we have a concerned population, or a strong democratic streak, meaning a small d democratic streak participation, and Irene obviously pushed us along that way. So I'd like to focus on a few things here. I want to talk a little bit about the basic choices we have in front of us, and then address some of the issues that I see with 688. I guess before I get very far, I want to say I really strongly support what you've got here, and I appreciate the evolution of this from what it looked like in the springtime when I had a lot of concern, and I think there are a lot of great things that have been added to it. So you've seen this slide before. Lauren Oates talked about this issue, and I just wanted to put it up here because I think it says a lot about what our basic choices are. These are basically two model runs, or it's more complex than that, multiple model runs, but they're two scenarios. They're kind of a what-if scenario. If you plug in certain, and particularly RCP means representative concentration pathways. So is this a low emission scenario or a high emission scenario? The one on the right, the 8.5 there represents business as usual. That's where we're headed. The one on the left is essentially the 2-degree scenario that's mentioned in the IPCC. It's actually a snapshot of the end of the century. So 2 degrees by the end of the century. But it shows what kinds of changes are in store for us in those two scenarios. And to me, it represents both the adaptation side of thinking and the mitigation side. The mitigation side is really, which path are we down? Are we down this path and we don't worry about how much carbon dioxide we put in the air? Or are we on this side where we do the really hard work of reducing carbon dioxide? Either one of these, as you can see, shows big changes for our part of the country. Maybe I can't quite match the colors here, but I think we're in the 20 to 29 range here by the end of the century. 20 to 29% increase, you recall Lauren describing this, in how much water is in the biggest storms, the top 1% of the storms. So how bad are the biggest storms? How bad are the storms that we really have to plan for? This one is a 40% increase. So that's kind of what we're talking about in terms of choices for how aggressively we reduce CO2 and how hard we have to plan for adaptation. This next slide is similar. This is today observed. This is the two in the middle are the low scenario, low emissions, mid-century and end of century. And here's the end of the mid-century, both mid-century, sorry. And here are the two end of century. So by the end of the century, we're talking about either a temperature increase. Now we're talking in Fahrenheit degrees here. About I think it matches with the 3 or 4. I guess I'll call it the 3. And then this one is up in the 8-degree range for increase. So again, that's the choice. Are we in the end of the century just a 3 or 4 degrees or 8 degrees, which is a huge difference in terms of how that disrupts our climate system, the kinds of storms, the frequency of storms, the droughts, the fires, everything we've been seeing. So let's see. So I thought I don't want to spend a lot of time, but I think there are a lot of great things that have then been put into 688 that weren't there in the springtime. So I know I'm going to be short on time here, so I'm just going to move beyond this. So there are a few areas that I want to address where I think that there are improvements that could happen. There's a set of questions here about what are the goals, and as I read the bill, it's a little confusing to me. The goal that's stated there for 2050 is 80%, not less than 80% by 2050. I'm not sure what that means. The way I read it, I think it means that 80% is fine, period. There's other language talking about net zero and language about 20% alternative reductions or offsets. And I think it's meant to mean that it's really net zero, but with 20% offsets, you get back to not less than 80%. I'm not sure if that's correct. But I find the fact that I can't quite figure it out to be, maybe could use some language in there. So the other aspect of that is concerning to me is that the whole subject of offsets has plagued carbon reduction systems around the world since they have started. And it's meant impacts that weren't intended. It's meant, it's hard to manage. Some of these are very hard to measure and enforce. So it's great that there's language in there. This language, I think, comes from the RGGI program, which saw some of those problems and tried to fix them with this kind of language. And that's really, really important. But at the same time, we would like to see that 20% number reduced to 10% to make sure that the reductions are happening because they're so important. So, this is close to language I would promote, that the target is really net zero with as much as 10% achieved through offsets. I think offsets are important. I think you need a safety valve of some kind for a program like this. So to some degree. That's good. I will get back to this later. That in fact the IPCC 1.5 degree report stresses that in order to achieve those, to give ourselves a better chance of avoiding the runaway climate impacts with feedback systems and everything, we also need to remove carbon from there beyond 100%. So I'm calling this beyond net zero, beyond 100%. If you look at that study, you'd see that it's calling for things, and some of them are out of our control now and don't even exist. You know, the technological approaches to carbon dioxide removal that are costing like $100 a ton right now at best. But that's going to evolve, and sometime that's going to be part of it. I think our best bet right now is the nature-based carbon dioxide removal that's been discussed.
That's a question.
Yes.
Do you mind taking a question? Steve, talking about the offsets, I'm assuming that you mean an actual carbon offset as opposed to something like an alternative compliance payment.
Yes. Yes. And I guess I should mention that typically, in my written comments you'll see this, RGGI, for example, has a system where if you have a project that and they've only approved one. There's RGGI has been around for more than a decade, but they have only approved one offset potential project, and that happens to be a landfill methane in Maryland someplace. And if you can't, and that is certified for a certain quantity of carbon offsets allowances for just for reducing carbon emissions. I don't think anybody has taken advantage of it yet, but the idea is that somebody has a concept for carbon reduction, they get it approved, and then emitters, I don't know who would do this, the state or some private emitter, I don't know how the system would work out, but they would pay that project for its carbon allowances. So that's a piece of the puzzle. If it's, I'm seeing some confused faces here, but I think it is confusing. I think it's something worth looking at, and it's a missing piece in this. It might have to come later, but how does anybody contemplate seeing an offset system work?
We've talked about a little bit about this, and you may have been here for some of the testimony we took, in that this really is an evolving area, and whether we're talking about some of the natural solutions that Vermont maybe has access to that, frankly, some more suburban states might not. New York, very specifically, and I'm totally reading between the lines, I think struggled with this in their legislation, their Global Warming Solutions Act. And one of the things that they really tried to focus in on was, these offset type programs that, again, they be real, enforceable, and also there's a localized element to that, where you have a, for lack of a better term, a polluter that is challenged in transitioning to a cleaner fuel for whatever reason, because of constraints within the industry, that they can move to an offset program. But it's got to be local, it's got to be new, it's got to be auditable. There are a variety of things that I think New York can look to, but it seems to be an evolving area.
I think some aspects of the problem with offsets are not things that face us here in Vermont. Like in some places, let's say you have a factory that is polluting a neighborhood right next to the factory, and it might be typically it's a neighborhood with people that don't have resources to fight it or do anything about it. So you have a real environmental justice problem in that neighborhood. But that plant is allowed to keep going because it can buy offsets in some forest in Indonesia, and that displaces a native group of people that are living off the land, and now they can't. So there are problems that happen with these things. In the local context in Vermont, we don't have too many of those kinds of communities here that are directly downwind from a factory. So let's see. Okay, so next I want to talk a little bit about the greenhouse gas inventory. And I think there are some issues here. Probably I think you've identified, probably listening to the testimony about that, it's a 3-year delay right now before we get the official inventory. And that's tough when you're talking about a 5-year cycle for compliance. For the last year or so, people have been talking about how our emissions have been going up. They've been going up. But in fact, 3 years ago, they started going down. And so, does it make sense? And so that it makes it hard to be right on top of things because it's delayed. I think there is, I guess a point about 30 years is that once we get started on this system, it's going to be really important to have the system as good as it possibly can be because it's going to stick around for a while. It's going to be difficult to fix it later once things get rolling. So I think it's worth getting it right now. Putting some extra resources into it, I think, are probably going to be helpful. In my written testimony, I pasted the Section 582 at the end of that written testimony, and you can see some of the law in statute. In one section, I think it's 582G, it says the Agency of Natural Resources may make rules about this process. In 582G, it says they shall make rules. And they've gone with the may, and they haven't made rules to guide the process. And I think that's super, super important because I see rulemaking as bringing the best science, shining a light on it so that people can see what's going on. It provides input from all points of view to get that right. And it makes it stay consistent. So I think that establishing rules that guide this is really important. So I think that could be cleaned up. And there are 3 areas here, and there are actually others too, some of which I listed in my written comments, but there are a number of places where there are hidden emissions in our inventory system. And I've listed up here fugitive emissions from methane. We count, they say the burner tip, we count the carbon dioxide emissions after you burn the methane to produce electricity, which we import from other states or in homes. But what we don't count, and we count a little bit for distribution system emissions, a tiny, tiny portion. But we don't count the extraction emissions, the storage system emissions, and people have done some really good studies of these to, using special photography to see the plume of methane around a storage facility or extraction facility. And it's dramatic. Methane is important. You may be aware that methane, over a 20-year span, every pound of methane is 86 times the global warming impact as a pound of carbon dioxide. So it's super important. And it turns out that if you really do take that overall picture into effect, the impact of natural gas is twice what it's assumed to be just from the combustion, so double. And that's an important part of our inventory.
Yeah, Steve, when we talk about fugitive emissions that occur at the wellhead or whatever, that's outside of Vermont because we don't produce any methane in Vermont. It is. So if we were to count that, will we be double counting if those are counted in another state's emissions?
That's an important question, yeah. And the answer is yes. But I think but because of that, I think that it almost works out that we need to have a double accounting system, 2 sets of books. One to recognize the impacts of our use, and another to recognize the impacts of our sources. We already, it actually is in law that we count emissions from out of state. So when we import electricity, we count the methane emissions from those power plants, even though they're not here. We count them. And RGGI only counts in-state. So there's 2 sets of books right there. So it's not hard to do, and as long as you're clear and you're not cheating about it, it's okay to have those 2 sets of books.
And the reason the question is when you're measuring, which set of books do you use?
And when you're reporting to the state for this purpose, or when you're reporting to the international, we're part of the IPCC-based reporting system, and so the double counting is important to recognize and to get it right. Yes, I think that's a really important point. Biomass, I think you heard our A&R inventory guys say that they do not count biomass in their inventory system. And we know that biomass is not carbon neutral. It used to be just accepted that it was, but study after study, in fact, I've attached a study that the gentleman from Massachusetts, David Cash, mentioned biomass. He said that they had assumed it was carbon neutral, but then they had studies done and discovered, oh, wait a minute, sometimes burning biomass for electricity is just as carbon emitting as burning coal for electricity. And they have, the study is pretty dramatic that way. It does depend a lot on forest practices. It depends on which wood are you using. Forests vary and practices vary and plants vary. Power plants vary. So there's a huge amount of variation in that, but it was enough of a concern that they shut down the program in Massachusetts. They said, no, we're not going to have this big biomass enhancement program. And we're talking particularly about biomass for electricity. The numbers are different and the sources are different when you're talking about, burning, your wood stove or getting your pellets for heating your school or something. But for electricity, it's a big deal, and we don't count it. And then the other one there is large hydro. Large hydro has huge impacts, both in terms of the amount of forest that you have to clear. I mean, we're talking about here about enhancing carbon sequestration in forests. And at the same time, we're talking about, 12,000 square miles of forest has been cut in Canada to accommodate the reservoirs. Our percentage of that for Vermont's electricity might be about 100 square miles. But still, we're talking about sequestering carbon as an asset, but we're ignoring the fact that we're cutting hundreds of square miles of forest to provide our energy, our electricity. The other aspect of that is the reservoirs. The reservoirs themselves emit carbon, and it varies from place to place. If it's a forest that's been underneath that reservoir, that's one set of conditions. If it was a peatland that's been building up for many thousands of years, that's another set of maybe 2 or 3 times the emission. So, and some of it's in carbon dioxide, some of it's in methane, but it's ignored. It's all assumed. I think I wouldn't be surprised if most of the people in the room assume that that Hydro-Quebec, for example, provides a carbon-free resource, and it really doesn't in both perspectives. So we aren't going to ask you to adjudicate that whole thing and figure it all out, but I think it should be specified, especially because A&R have chosen not to look at those issues, that when they get charged with go make this set of rules, that it be spelled out that these sets of emissions get included in their rulemaking. And then, when they do that, they will have to develop the science, and as part of their rulemaking process, here's the science we base this on, and provide opportunities for input from a variety of sources. So that's a recommendation that we have. The last thing here is that I actually think that it would be helpful if this particular part of the rulemaking gets separated out from the rest of the rulemaking that goes through the council and the agency over the next couple of years, because it could be done faster. It's a fairly well-defined field, and I think it would inform that planning process about, this is a pretty big sector that we're talking about here. I guess a perspective on how big the sector is, if we're successful at everything else we're talking about with electrifying thermal energy, electrifying transportation, this becomes our biggest carbon emitter, is these things that we are not looking at all. if we really successful electrification, then this is super important as far as a percentage of our emissions.
Mike? Yeah, so with regards to large hydro, given that the dams are already there and the source of power is already there, we're not going to drain the reservoirs or anything like that in order to get back to forests and all that. So why not count that, seeing as how we aren't burning, that it's replacing fossil fuels that we would otherwise burn? Why not count that as a positive renewable energy source?
Well, let me first say, in this, I'm not really bringing up the question of renewable. That would be a whole other discussion involving, what our renewable definitions about things growing back faster than we use them, and that's I don't, in my view, that's not possible. I can't make sense out of that in any way. That forest is not growing back. The fishery resource that's poisoned with methyl mercury is not growing back. The wildlife is not. So those are the resource that's being used up, and nobody even thinks that's going to grow back. So I would stay away from the renewable question. But on the carbon issue, I guess I'd say two things about that. Certainly, the forest is not absorbing carbon anymore, and the reservoirs are still giving off carbon. So both of those things are happening. Plus, when you think of the whole situation in the Northeast, where everybody's looking for places to get clean energy, and people are talking about power lines and so on to get more power from the north. And there's no question that the provincial power, Hydro-Quebec and Nalcor, which are both the Newfoundland and Labrador power companies, are growing, and they want to build more. They're just finishing a couple of plants. Each province is just now finishing one, and they have more planned. So every bit that we do to add to the demand is pushing them to build more. And we're part of the Northeast region that's all doing the same thing. I find that a difficult question to answer directly, but I think that part of it is the fact that it really is happening, and it's just a matter of recognizing it's happening. And secondly, there's the growth that's happening. Let's see. Nature-based adaptation. I want to bring up a sector of considerations that I think are missing from the charge to the council and from the rulemaking. And you've heard some of this come up already in relation to forests and forest carbon. But I think that these several pieces fit together well and would constitute a fourth sector. First of all, this concept of ecosystem support. Nature's got to adapt also. The plants and animals around us have adaptation challenges, just as we do, with the changing temperatures and precipitation patterns. People say we're in the middle of the next great extinction, and this is part of it. It's happening here too. There are. Are there opportunities for us to provide migratory connectivity for wildlife in Vermont? What do we do about exotic species? Does this change how we think about invasives? Where things are migrating because the climate is migrating, sort of. How can we know the difference between an invasive species and one that's just stretching its range? Adapting to new conditions. So there's several of those issues related to what I call ecosystem support, just recognizing that our ecosystems are victims of this as well. Farms is another issue, whether it's too much water, too little water, longer growing season. soil considerations. Are there things that our farms are going to need to do some changing over the long haul? Our food supply is a huge issue that we don't talk about too much, but when you look around the world at where we get our food now, let's say the Central Valley in California is a huge source of food for us. They're facing long-term water stress. If you look at the Midwest, that line between arable land on the east and desert on the west, that line is gradually moving east. So we're losing land. People predict that for key crops, we're probably going to see a decrease in maybe 20% of the amount of food that can be grown. At the same time, our population is growing. So that loss of food supply region is going to bite us. And I don't know how many decades down the road that is, but I think what it means is that where we will have water, if not too much water, we aren't going to be a desert. And so how can we adapt to that? How can we prepare? One of the issues I see with that is every time I see another piece of farmland that gets eaten up for development, I think, well, there goes my granddaughter's food supply. And we have an incredible community of people in Vermont that are looking at better ways to manage soil, capturing carbon in soil, improving the nutrient capacity, decreasing pollution runoff from soils. So it's very possible that some of our soils that have been less productive will become more productive. So there's a lot in this arena, and we have some great people in Vermont. What I'd recommend is that this be added to the list of concerns as a sector. I think I'm going to, this is sort of but just on the question of forest carbon and the IPCC report talking about going beyond net zero. This is essentially their 1.5 degree pathway, showing that if we, here's the zero line, it's not enough for us to just get down to zero. We have to add carbon dioxide removal. And a lot of the yellow, I think, here is some of the technological based, but there's an important role in the green strip there for nature-based carbon dioxide removal. And I think that's, we have a great opportunity for that here in Vermont. So my last recommendation is going to be about and you don't have to read this whole list, but this, I just try to, brainstorm, well, what are some of the areas of expertise? And I'm sure that when you came up with your list of 21 people to be on the council, it was really hard to get it down to that. And I think it's important to think about, I'm going to recommend expanding that. I wouldn't recommend expanding the council itself. It's already pretty big. And so what I'm going to recommend or suggest, let me put it that way, is a slight variation. And this suggestion includes keeping the Climate Council pretty much as you've already defined it, but then making these subgroups more important and perhaps larger, inviting additional people into the subgroups. So right here, cross-sector mitigation, just transition, and rural resiliency and adaptation, those are the three that you already have in the bill as the three subcommittees. And here's my fourth recommendation. But for what I'm going to suggest is that on each one of these subcommittees, you have a couple of people from the council itself, probably a chair. I would suggest including agency staff, not necessarily the secretary of the agency, but the people who are hands-on working on those issues, because this stuff is so important that I think that provides a connection to the reality of how this plays out in the state. It provides the state's expertise, but also I think this stuff is so important that you have to, if this is going to be more or less volunteer driven, you have to make sure that there is a core there that's going to pull it all together. So that's why I'm suggesting that you have some staff people on these subcommittees. And you could add people. And you could, you know, what I would think of doing is looking at each one of these subgroups to think about, well, that's where I'd look at where I want the expertise. You know, what expertise do we need here? What expertise do we need here in each one of these? And then out of that, create the council. So that's just, I know that there are probably 1,000 ways to set this thing up, and this is just one set of suggestions here. And I think it's one of the values of this would be that, you know, we have this complex problem, and it's going to take everybody to be part of this. It's, you know, as Evelyn was saying, it, you know, it might be about using clothes. You know, it gets into, it's everybody that has to be part of this. So the more people who can be on board as part of the solution, the better. And I think that enhances communication, enhances participation. So I think that's the way I think of the kind of transition we're facing. This seems to me to be the kind of structure that would. Whoops, there we go again. Okay. And my final point here is that in and of itself, the Global Warming Solutions Act isn't going to do much. It's going to be almost like steering the ship in a way. It's going to be the accountability mechanism, but it's really all the other programs and efforts that are going to make this happen. If you look at the report, there was a report actually, I attached it at the back of my written comments from Massachusetts about their implementation. And you look at where the implementation, where their carbon reductions, et cetera, are coming from, it's not from the Act itself. It's from all the other programs that are related to it. So the first one that comes to my mind about kicking things into gear quickly, which our students were talking about, is the Green New Deal concept, where you actually figure out a way to find money that will, and it's going to take investments. You know, so that's what I've listed that there. But then there are others. There are others. The handful of bills that you folks are proposing and have on the table, that all will contribute to this. So the sooner we move, both more effective and less expensive. So that's my last plea to you folks. I think what you're doing with this is really important. It's probably in the years that I've been working on climate action here in Vermont, I think this is the most important and greatest potential for any of those proposals so far. So, thank you very much for.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm Ed Larson.
Yes, ecosystems.
I am representing the Vermont Forest Products Association, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify and speak to H688. I'm also a forester, a licensed forester, so I'm a practitioner. I have 2 timber sales going right now, and I'm starting the 3rd one this week, so you know where I spend my weekends, which is great. When I'm in here all week, I can ground myself and be out with the forest and do my thing. But I am one of them. I live their life. Hired me because I am one of them, and I think like they do, and kind of have a pretty good idea what their challenges are. Like I know what their challenges are, and how we move forward. We had our annual meeting this past Saturday, and I gave them a good rundown on some of the things that are going on up here. And this was one of the bills I brought to their attention. I have to say that I'm not in a position to be all that helpful to you in moving this forward. I had about 50, just under 50 business owners were there at this meeting, and I didn't get a single thumbs up for this bill. They are very mindful of your goals, support your goals, but are also very fearful of what that means to them and their businesses and their ability to move forward. And there's a lot to this. It's a very complicated subject, something that I can't say I can get my brain around easily. I can deal with current youth taxation and all those details. I've done that for many, many years. This is a little bit of a different animal, but I'll do my best to represent them here. One thing that you did learn from our commissioner, Mike Snyder of Forest Parks and Recreation, that his fact that he has that 47% of carbon emissions from Vermont are being absorbed in Vermont's forests. So in my simple mind, I'd like to say, hey, because of us, we're halfway there. And that is part of our message, that the forests matter, the forests are important, no matter what other people say or think. And in a big way, in fact, in the only way, is because we have an industry that is there to keep our landowners happy, give them money for their trees, have an economy that supports our rural communities. And we didn't know that we were doing such great work storing carbon all these years. We didn't know it was that important until now. And so that is definitely an important component to your process, your thinking, our thinking, of how we capture this. So my role is to continue to talk about how we can make that more than 50% of the solution and maintain a very viable forest products economy. And I think it's doable. I think it fits. I think it fits very well. But this bill has a lot of fearful components to it that could displace some of our efforts to grow our businesses. We have the same challenges everybody else has. We're a grain economy, we're a grain workforce. Finding young people to invest the millions of dollars they need to invest in equipment is a big challenge. I am seeing, I had 2 loggers retire on me 2 years ago, and I had a hard time finding anybody, but now I have 3 30-somethings that have bought equipment and are now operating in the forest and are enjoying it and are doing very well and have good business sense and are making a difference. So it's making my life a lot easier, and I notice a few other foresters are kind of pleased to say that they have found some new blood in our industry, so that's a good, positive thing. Very important thing to see.
Ed,
yes.
Can I ask you about those people?
Sure.
About those 3 foresters?
Loggers.
Loggers, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Are they Vermonters by birth? Did they move here? Is this a family trade? Can you tell me a little bit about them?
All 3 are locals. I'm in Central Vermont. I live in Montpelier.
Yeah.
2 of them are out of Barrie. The other one's out of Hardwick. And yes, they grew up here. They were born here. They 2 of them are generational.
Okay.
1 is not.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a little of both. But no one came in from out of state to buy the equipment and then work here. I did not have that happen.
Was there anything in particular that was helpful to them in terms of picking up the business? Was it finance?
I don't know the answer to that. I really didn't ask them what got them started. You know, where did they? You know, did you inherit money, or you know, what? How did you finance your business? And I didn't ask any of those questions. I just want to make sure they have an insurance policy, that they're safe, that they pay their bills, and they leave the land the way that I expected it as a practicing forester. I represent, by the way, all sectors of that economy: landowners, loggers, foresters, sawmills, paper mills, biomass plants, and all the other value-added things. So from the stump to the consumer, we have members from all of those sectors in our membership in our association. So we are the only one in Vermont that really represents the whole gambit. And we're the only one that really comes in here and has someone here every day working with you to do this work. So I've been the go-to guy for 28 years. And
So, Ed, what do your foresters and loggers see as the threat that the Global Warming Solutions Act poses to the industry?
Well, as you heard from Mr. Coda, diesel is our lifeblood. It really is. Biodiesel doesn't really work out in the forest with our skidders because they don't operate when it's cold. It gels up. It's you know, it's terrible to work with. I suppose we could put tank heaters on them, but they'd have to be on all night long while we're not there with them. I mean, a truck, maybe you can put into a garage or something to kind of keep it from the weather. But, so moving away from diesel is a very painful process for us because there's nothing to replace it. And so we need it. And it's not only in logging, it's in hauling the wood, pulling the wood, hauling the wood, and in the manufacturing process too in many places. I had a sawmill back in the 80s, and I was incentivized to buy a diesel generator. And there's still many of them out there. And most of them are backup now. but they're still there. So, you know, we have, the diesel is our lifeblood. So that's why TCI is such a concern to us, because, you know, trying to move us away from diesel when there's no alternative is very practical. You know, that's just one of the issues. It's the next step. It's the question of what happens when we don't reach our goal, our mandate. What happens then? Where are we left? And it's the fear of that kind of unknown. And I think we all share that fear. But, you know, we're asking questions and we want to get some answers. And it's important that we do get those answers. So that's a couple of the points I wanted to bring up to answer your question.
Question on that.
So in the bill itself, I just wanted to bring your attention to a few things that I flagged. My first one is actually on page 8, talking about the membership of your council. You have the Senate Committee on Committees appoint one member to represent farm and forest sector. I would recommend you add one ag and one forester. If in that position is an agriculture specialist or expert, I think we lose the message of the forest. I think we lose that perspective that you're looking for.
That suggestion from someone else.
Yeah, I think you did hear that before. Yeah. Yes, and that's good, because I think that's key. I think you also heard from the same individual that there should be someone in the manufacturing sector. Manufacturing is a big part of what adds value to our forest, and that we have an economy and we can compete on a global marketplace. And so having a representative in the manufacturing sector, it doesn't have to be a sawmill or forest products enterprise, but I think having that person would be helpful to all of us. I didn't I didn't flag a whole lot about your charge and what you're asking the council to do. I think that the subcommittees are very important. I would even agree with Mr. Crowley that maybe more emphasis on the subcommittees and their expertise would be more important than big old council. I kind of get that. I've been on a number of councils. I've been on a regional planning commission. I've been in small groups. Our board, we had 35 on the Vermont Forest Products Association board when I started. We're now down to 18, a much more manageable number. So, I get that. And we do depend a lot on outside sources for information. And we do create subcommittees, which does the deep dive. And so, yeah, I think having that there. I haven't really thought about his recommendation of an ecosystem agriculture subcommittee. But that certainly, if that was created, would be one I'd be paying a lot of attention to and try to chime in on as much as I could. But I haven't really thought through whether that's important or valuable or one that I would endorse or support. But it's an interesting thought. So the rulemaking process is difficult for me to try to get my brain around. I've been involved in rulemaking and with legislative actions and authority to direct an agency to make rules and promulgate them, and then been involved in the rulemaking process. This seems to short-circuit a step. I think you heard this testimony too before. It seems to me it short-circuits a step that you have the commission actually direct the agency to write rules, and you're giving them the authority to do that. I'm asking you not to abdicate that. That really should stay with you. Let the council do their work, let the subcommittees do their work, make their recommendations, put together what their programs and projects are, identify what the rulemaking authority would need or legislation that you would need to have, and bring it back in here and deliberate it through here. I think that's important. It's a precedence that kind of takes me back to pre-APA days. And actually, I was here a little bit before that Administrative Procedures Act was made into law, which really kind of helped put bumpers on that whole rulemaking process. It kept agencies really addressing legislative intent and keep staying away from arbitrary decision making that, which would what that whole law was intended to do. I'd hate to upset that. I think, I know it may slow things down, and I understand the impatience that people have, and we're very mindful of all that. We could even share some of that, but getting it right, having a good deliberative process, and holding the people who we elect accountable is how our government should operate. So that's a principle that we will defend. And one of the fearful statements in here is the judge saying, I'm going to make force a prompt and effective action. How do we get our brain around that? What does that mean? If indeed you set a goal that we all want to aspire to and we all feel is the way to go and is right, we're all going to row in that direction. We're all going to put an oar in the water and go in that direction. To sue ourselves because we're failing at making that doesn't seem productive to me. First of all, it's going to cost us money to defend ourselves, and second of all, that money could be used to actually figure out how to make that plan work. So I'm not a fan of this call, this action piece, this whole cause of action, citizen action, citizen, things like that. Just like we're not a fan of statewide resolutions either. We like to work with the experts. We like to work with the leaders, the people who make the decisions, and find the answer and find a solution. I'm fearful of a judge just saying, do it, and we don't care of the consequences to rural communities, to our citizens, to our economy, to our business owners. He just reads the law, she just reads the law, and says, do it. And you folks have a chance to, should have a chance to. Okay, we're all in it together. We're not quite getting there. How do we get there? Let's not put ourselves in front of a judge and go through all that. I just cannot support that.
Ed, can I ask you about the prompt and effective? I just want to make sure I understand your concern.
It's mostly that I just don't understand it myself.
Yeah, well, that's fine, and that's telling in itself. But on page 20 of the bill is one of the places that I think you would cite, which is the cause of action section.
That's for not promulgating the rule, right? Yep. And then the second one on 21 is for the rule not reaching the goal.
Right, same language.
Right, same language, yeah. The consequence of not making the rule is just telling them you shall do it. Okay.
Yep.
Fine.
Yep.
But the consequence of failing to reach the goal that rule was intended to make,
yep.
That's a different animal.
Right. And, okay, so on page 21, again, I just want to understand what's not clear or, specifically the concern. So at the bottom of page 21, if the targets aren't met, we're in subsection 3 here, the targets aren't met, and then the language that you reference is the last sentence of 3, which is if the court finds that the secretary is taking prompt and effective action to comply, the court may grant the secretary a reasonable period of time to do so. What I thought I heard you say was that it's incumbent upon the court to direct the secretary to take prompt and effective action, whatever that is.
Well, doesn't that imply that in that sentence, that if the secretary is not taking prompt and effective action, that the court will say, you shall do so?
Okay, and this is what's important, because how you read this.
Right. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Neither am I. We have a lot of them around this building. And so if this can be clarified, we want to do that. But how I read this is that in the instance that a court finds that the secretary here is in fact taking prompt and effective action, then the court may grant the secretary a reasonable period of time to do that. But so anyway, I'm flagging.
I think it's missing a step somehow.
Okay.
All right. I think it's missing something in there.
Yeah.
Because
you're the second person today who's raised this one.
You're being sued.
Yeah.
secretary is being sued, I guess, directed at that individual, and we're all being sued because we're all a state. But if that secretary changes something very quickly, what is that? Okay, because maybe I would assume that that individual we're being sued because the action is not prompt and effective. Okay, and then all of a sudden, boom! I'm stepping on the gas, and or terrible analogy. I'm moving forward to implement this rule, and I'm taking prompt and effective action. And to hell with the soft and gentle way I was trying to ease this into the economy could be very disruptive. You know, so that's a fear. And then if the secretary is just moving along at the same pace and is being sued for moving along at that slow pace, what does the judge say? You're not moving promptly and effectively. You shall do so. What is that? So that's my whole question around that whole paragraph.
Yeah.
It's clear what it says, but I'm deep diving this thing. I'm looking. What does this really mean? How does this? Yep. If it was a reality, how is it going to play out, and how are we going to read it on the front page of the newspaper? And paper's good. Paper is good.
And paper kind of blends itself to my next question. So, as you know, our forest economy, our wood sector is definitely susceptible to regional and global market forces.
Definitely so.
And so, one of the things that I worry about as a rural Vermonter representing rural districts is, regardless of what happens in this building, the effect of adaptation to climate change that is happening in our country, in New England, and the globe, and how that may impact my constituents, how that may impact your loggers. And so my question for you is, do your loggers, do your folks have any kind of working group or planning process or anything that is thinking about those future, the effects of those future economic and current economic forces on their activity? And to me, that's really important because I want to understand how we can best support this critical industry.
Well, I can't say we have a working group that's identified or that's meant to do this, but we have some very talented, thoughtful, and smart individuals that have the capacity, and those conversations take place. Saturday was a very interesting day, talking about the future, talking about how we adapt. I think I represent some of the most resilient people in Vermont, who work in the way they work and the climate, and then the weather patterns that we deal with. I try to be a fair weather forester, but I don't always have that choice. And I'm out there working in the rain and the sleet too, like I was last Sunday. But we have the capacity to be at the table with you to try to figure those things out. As you know, our biggest challenge right now is the lower grade, low quality wood. It makes a lot of sense to take that wood and find a market for it while we're either taking out the high quality saw timber, because we're trying to manage sustainably. I mean, sustainability is a huge principle for us. We want our children and grandchildren to have nice saw logs for their economy, for their wood uses and wood needs. So we got to get rid of the low grade so that there's room for us to manage the forest sustainably. So we need markets for that, because right now two of my older loggers sold their chippers, and it used to be great because you could bring in the whole tree. And I know some environmentalists think that we're ruining the soil, which is totally wrong. The soil's fine with the whole tree process. But we bring in the whole tree, and you cut the saw logs out, you cut the pulp out, and then you put the tops through the chipper and you send it to the biomass plant. And that added a few $100s to the project every day, which made a huge difference. But they sold their chippers because you're not getting enough money. The only person making any money is the trucker. And we don't have enough truckers out there as it is. So,
I want to follow.
We adapt.
Right.
We adapt.
I want to follow up on this just a little bit, Ed, and maybe put this out as maybe a to be continued.
Mm-hmm.
I recognize the stress that rural Vermont and rural America is under, and you do represent a really critical industry in our state, in our country.
And so how can we support that industry adapting? So I would really like, if you have, if your members have really solid thoughts around that, or ideas or suggestions, or want to sit down and kind of work through that, I'm happy to sit with them.
I'll take that charge to the group.
Please do.
And we'll come back to you, and
okay.
Maybe you'd like to come to one of our board meetings or something.
I'd be happy
we
to.
meet in Montpelier during the in Berlin during the session, so that I don't have to drive too far. It's very nice of them to do. But they all come from all around the state. Thank you.
I've got a question there too. So this is just one bill, and I'm sure that Act 250 potential changes are critical to the group as well. Maybe even bills on the walls in a number of different committees. So how are you treating those as far as?
Well, it's a very busy session, Representative Higley. It's a very busy session. Act 250 does have a bit of a, for the lack of a better way, a target on our landowners, and I'm very concerned about that. We're all worried about fragmentation. We worry about it too, but we're the answer. Regulation is not. We are the only answer to maintaining forest and blocks and habitat connectors. Giving the landowner money for the landowner's trees is one of the best ways for that landowner to keep growing trees. Once they lose markets, which we just had a conversation about with Sibilia, Representative Sibilia, landowners start to think of other things. So a landowner has 100 acres. He's desperate for money, for whatever reason, healthcare, education, whatever it is. He finds a developer who's willing to buy 20 acres, okay, turn it into 10 lots. He says, geez, Mr. Landowner, I have to go through an additional review for fragmentation. It's going to cost me another $10,000 to get that permit. So I'm going to give you $10,000 less for your land. But will you buy 30? That's how landowners think. And I don't even want them to have to go there. We want them to not even have to go there. Happy growing trees because there's markets for everything. They've got a forester that's managing their lot, puts money in his or her pocket every 15, 20 years. They can pay their taxes, they can pay their bills, and they feel good about having that property. And they're making a difference. And they're storing carbon.
Again, in my mind, adaptation can only go so far if on the other end of things they're cutting you off at the knees.
That's a good point. And that's a story I bring a lot to the table on those, trying to understand those consequences and try to convey them to you. The carbon sequestration study that just took place has some promise. I'm cautiously optimistic that could be it. I'm looking at it more from 10,000 feet. Like I said, 47% of our carbon is being absorbed in our forests today. We think it could be a lot more than that. I think there's a lot more than that anyways. I think it could be a whole lot more than that, and if you do it right. But of course, if we sell all of our credits, then you can't count that. So, it's which is the best way to go. So when you look at that, and I think that bill may come here someday. There is a bill in the Senate right now which talks about adding staff to the department to look at enabling such a process. Think big. Be careful. I want to give landowners money, but I don't want to give them money and then lose the opportunity to make a difference. So got to be mindful of these things.
I've got a couple of math questions that may not be answerable directly, but I would like the information on as we're discussing the overall economic impact to the state and so forth. I was hoping you might be able to give us an idea of what the cost or profit difference per acre might be between what you currently do as a best practice. Excuse me. What you currently do as a best practice and what we're proposing as, I guess, an ideal carbon management practice. Like, how would that impact the dollars in the pocket of the landowner or forester or whatever? Because I know it's an awful lot more economical to clear the entire acre and process the whole thing. And if we're talking about strategic management, then profit per acre presumably goes down. So
I can give you some of those numbers.
Do you have them handy?
Yeah, pretty much on the top of my head. They're on the back of the envelope, but it's pretty accurate. And actually, the current use program, there's a formula for how we assess the appraised value of forest land for purposes of property tax. So a lot of these numbers go into those formulas. So I look at those quite regularly. We are now figuring that on the average forest land in Vermont, the average acre will generate about $15 per acre per year, sustainably.
Okay.
Okay, so if you cut every 20 years, that's what, $300 an acre that the landowner would get as a proceed. And of course, the logger makes about 4 times that. And then again, it's quadrupled again as it goes into the economy, so there's a lot of value added. But $15 per acre per year is about the rule of thumb we've been using. I was operating at 10 when I started, so we moved up a little bit, but definitely haven't caught up with inflation there. But it's better. Management cost runs about $5. Depending, it doesn't matter what kind of management you're doing, as far as whether you're whole tree cutting or selective individual tree selection, or if you're doing a shelter wood or even a clear cut. $5 is about the same on all of those per acre per year management costs. Because you got to put in culverts, you have to put in bridges, building roads. All those are included in that $5. So it's a net of 10 to the landowner.
Okay.
Okay. And they're paying about $3, maybe $4 per acre in property taxes. They're in use value. So the rest can be theirs. Okay. And that may cover finance costs, things like that. So there's a little bit there for the landowner. And then every 15, 20 years, they can capture that and amortize that over the life of that cutting cycle. Climate prescriptions, what I'm seeing is recommendations to go to longer rotation cycles, longer cutting cycles, grow the trees a little bit bigger for a little bit longer period of time. I'm not a scientist per se, I'm a forester, a biologist, botanist, if you will, but not that knowledgeable of the differences, but there may be a little bit of a gain in longer rotation cycles, cutting cycles. But if the forest is already overstocked or well stocked, which statewide we are now fully stocked, that growth rate and that carbon storage rate, I don't see it accelerating. I see it slowing. By moving some of those bigger trees out of the way, make room for new trees that are more vigorous, that want to grow faster. That theory to me still makes more sense. So I don't see the gain in longer rotation cycles and cutting cycles, especially when you're going to frustrate a landowner and put that landowner in a box and make choices that we don't want him to make or her to make.
If I'm understanding it correctly, it's not a huge financial difference based on the cutting cycles or patterns?
Well, it wouldn't be much of a financial, except that you have to wait longer to get paid for, because if you're going 30 years instead of 20 years to enter that stand and cut, or if you're going to wait 150 years instead of 90 years for a climax forest to mature to the point where you will clear cut and start again, which in even age management is a valid prescription for a lot like white birch, aspen, early successional trees, which the birds love. No, the management cost I don't think is any different other than the longer time wait period for the money. Okay. But are we storing more carbon that way? Right. And I don't see that we are. Maybe a little bit, but not enough, I think, to warrant. So I would say that what we're doing is pretty darn good right now. And the management plans that you see that we are writing for eligibility to the Use Value Appraisal Program are pretty good right now. So I'm not asking to change that. I will be at the table to talk about that. And if I'm proven wrong, I'll stand corrected. But I don't see how that gives us a gain.
Sure. The second one is fuel related. As I understand it, all logging products need to leave the state in order to be processed. Is that?
We have 16 sawmills in Vermont. When I owned my sawmill, there were 55 of us.
Okay.
It's a big change in 30 years. Okay. But we still have some markets. The 3 jobs I have going right now, well, I have 2 going, one starting this week. I have to guess a little bit, but I would say half of it's going to Canada.
Okay.
Up to mills. 20% maybe going to New York on one side, and then I got a little bit going to Maine and New Hampshire. Excuse my voice. On the other. But we are shipping to the pine is going to stay inside Vermont, and some of the hardwoods are going to go to Bristol and to mills in Vermont. So the real high value stuff is going to stay in Vermont. The low value stuff is going out. We are a net exporter of our raw material. That's true. But we do import a lot too, particularly in our softwoods. We import a lot. Well, hardwoods we import a lot too. There's a study that's done every couple of years by the Northeast Foresters Association. I haven't seen one in a couple of years, so we're due to see a new one. If I get that, I'd be happy to share that with you. It shows the inflows of raw material, of logs in and out of the state, where they're going, how they're coming. So it's a very interesting study they do.
I was kind of wondering if we could kind of get an idea for the amount of fuel consumed extra by having to ship stuff out of state to process. But it sounds like it's kind of a give and take, and we process stuff for other states that don't have our.
Well, no, but you have a valid point. You do. And we would love to ship more of our wood locally, which is why we're looking at Act 250 as an opportunity to maybe encourage our investment in Vermont mills and secondary manufacturers. We'd like to keep it local because freight for logs is about half of what the cost of that material is.
Okay.
You know, if you're getting $250 to $300 a thousand, about $100 of that is just the freight. So we'd like to get that down, and we'd be more efficient. You know, and we're doing everything we can. I mean, if you do nothing, we're going in the right direction. Every year, loggers sell the skidder, and some logger sells their old skidder and buys a new one. You know, every year, some trucker sells his old truck, buys a new one, upgrades, lower particulate matters, more efficiency, less fuel usage. I mean, we're going in the right direction, because it is. So, anyways.
Yeah. So how can we encourage more use of that raw material that we're cutting in Vermont? I guess is the question, and sounds like your answer. One answer is Act 250, making that less.
I pay a lot of attention to the cost of doing business. Yeah. That is our biggest impediment. We are the highest in our region on a per thousand, per ton basis of managing timber in our region. We are the highest cost of doing business, so we are at a competitive disadvantage. So regulations are important, taxes are important, all the other general business issues are very important. Workers' compensation is very high. We have Deputy Commissioner Sam Lincoln looking really carefully at that and doing a great job, and I think he's going to make a difference. But it's going to keep us pretty high on the spectrum of where we stand with our neighboring states, Canada. So it's the cost of doing business.
Sure. But if we can squeeze a third of the cost of the finished material out of the cost by limiting a third, a sixth, or some big number, by processing locally, right? By avoiding the shipping costs, right? Wouldn't that
lower shipping costs? You create more jobs.
Sure.
You got more investment. Right. But NIMBY is very strong in Vermont, as we all know. Who wants a sawmill in their backyard? You know, Act 250 is pretty powerful. You know, and that's a lot of reasons. We had one mill try to expand his mill, and the conditions he put on his permit are unworkable. You know, he can't operate certain hours. He needs to survive, and he can't truck in one direction or the other. He has to go one way, and this market's the other way. So he has to drive through the village, find a place to turn around, and go back through. I mean, just it all adds up. You know? And I'm in here trying to tell a story and try to keep you folks to be cognizant. I think that we have done a great job of understanding how important the forest is. I think we all agree that the forest is very important and can do a lot for us. Okay? But it's the people that I represent that are making it happen for you. So I'm asking you to be careful, pay attention to them, and do what you can to empower them and not frustrate them. Simple message. Hard to accomplish, but a simple message.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, Brattleboro Planning Commission, monthly meeting called to order, February 3rd, and it is 6 p.m. Are there any announcements?
I have 2 announcements for you. Stephen Dodson, the Sustainability Coordinator, started today.
Right.
He is currently at the Energy Committee meeting, and he will be coming, he's going to stop up here afterwards. So.
Okay, great. Any other announcements?
Oh, I have one more. Sorry. Andrew and I met the Green Mountain Power people out at the substation today, and we got some clarification on a couple of things with that development. So the lighting that they have on site is only in the event of an emergency. So it's not on in the evening. It's just if there was power issues at night and they had to have workers there, then the lighting would be on.
If it was on, is it pointed down or not, or is it just lighting up the whole site?
It's not necessarily shielded. It's kind of they're on a post, and so they are kind of.
They're both pointing away from the house.
They are.
Yeah,
okay.
They're both like angled. The house is back here. They're both like.
But there are a couple of lights that are on the fence, kind of like they have now, that kind of go straight out, but they're down lower. And so it's really only for emergency.
Did they speak to the residents about that?
I don't know that they spoke to them about.
Because I know when they came to the meeting, they had been trying to contact them. They had been the residents, them being Green Mountain County.
Yeah, I don't know if they have.
That was one of the things. Is Ian filming right now?
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe they'll see this and.
Well, we'll reach back out and just say.
Yeah,
I mean, they seem to know that the neighbors had wanted the temporary fence during construction, so I had assumed that they had had a conversation.
Okay.
Certainly, we should not be assuming anything. The erosion control at the 45-day plans, they don't necessarily put them on the plans, but they will be in compliance with the Vermont low risk handbook for erosion control. So there definitely will be erosion control measures during construction. Stormwater, it all flows to the north, which is kind of towards the Veterans Bridge, and there is a very wide kind of riparian vegetated buffer there. So they aren't proposing any treatment other than it'll run off the parking lot into that it's about 100 feet to the West River, and that is also, that's consistent actually with our regulations in that there's a little bit of impervious surface, but not enough to trigger stormwater. So they are thinking about it. We, even when we were writing the letter, we knew that we had no teeth in the land use regulations because they're under 500 square feet of impervious. The area inside the yard is considered to be impervious because they use this gravel that is, there is kind of a containment berm in case there's any oil releases, and there's this product in there that basically if oil hits it, it kind of, because there's drains out, and so if there is oil in it, it blocks it up so that the oil doesn't release.
Then they have a protocol for coming and stopping that?
Yes. And they actually did do testing at this site for pre-construction, and the soils were clean because they would have to manage them if they were taking soils off site. So they were clean. So that's good. And then the last piece of it was the landscaping on Putney Road. So there is some vegetation that's existing. It's pretty mature kind of bushes. It's not, it doesn't look like much at this time of year because it's deciduous. Tree-wise, there isn't room to plant trees because you need about 10 feet. There is some overhead lines, and then you hit a slope up to Putney Road. So we preferred what was there as an effective kind of screen, but we're not going to get any street trees on there. They seemed open to planting street trees, but the two issues were they need to, they would have had to take out the vegetation that exists there, the bushes, and they kind of need those because they need to prevent people from climbing the fence and the berm. So. I think that if we pushed the street trees, they would have been willing, but with the overhead wires and the need to protect the fence and the area with a 10-foot clearance, it seems like what they have is okay.
Everybody satisfied with that?
Yeah.
Never.
I just wonder if, to get really entertain the thought of getting picky, if some evergreen shrubs, exist and could have been.
I brought it up.
We did.
Yeah, we talked about it, because
That maybe match
the
that
memorial there has dwarf or spruce, and it's an evergreen, and it doesn't grow that big. It's not like an arborvitae that will grow pretty tall and kind of stay. It's more like grows out than up.
Yeah.
So, but I did mention it.
Yeah, you did mention it.
Yeah.
I mean, it borders on the getting picky. If we wanted an evergreen there, we could request it, but.
Yeah, because if there's anything aesthetically to want to block, it's probably transformers and fences and barbed wire.
Did we ask them about reducing the parking lot size and actually planting the edge a little more so it wouldn't quite as?
We did not ask them about that. Part of their construction is they're using a part of that parking lot to drop a temporary substation. So that current substation is not operational right now. It's totally powered down after the fire. They had to put in some additional transmission wires to kind of connect it and bypass it. But it's not operational at this point. So there'll be a temporary station there, which is on more towards the West River side of the parking lot. And then that will go away when the other one is. But no, we didn't talk about shrinking the size of it. I mean, I think that the equipment gets in there. We could follow up and ask them.
It's just untidy. It's like,
Yeah,
create
it's-
the edges in a nicer way. Yeah. And when are they doing construction? Like, is this supposed to happen next summer or something?
Yeah, so their timeline is they're hoping they'll have the certificate of public good by August, and then it'll be about 3 months of construction, so they hope to be done by November. They'll go straight to construction. Yeah.
Are we good?
Oh, and were there then any updates to the designs?
No.
Okay.
They will be submitting, so what you saw was just the 45-day advance notice. They will then submit the final package to the Public Service Board, and we will get another copy of that at that time. So if there's any changes, we'll see it. But they didn't talk about any changes that they have to today.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're still on announcements. Is that it? Anybody else got any announcements?
One more announcement.
Yeah.
Stephen walked in while we were talking about Green Mountain Power, so.
Hi there.
wanted to
I've met some of
introduce-
you guys, but not all of you here. Happy to be working for the town now.
Welcome, Steve.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here, finally. Okay, public comments.
No comments?
Nice job, guys.
Can I give you a piece of paper and write your names down for the minutes?
Yeah, we should. So it's 2 minutes late, so.
If you wanna, I'm still working on my computer, that's why I'm standing, I apologize.
Okie dokie, no public comments.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks for doing that.
Approval of the minutes of January 6th, 2019. Did everybody get a chance to look at them, or you need it? All right, take a few minutes.
I'm trying, it's not like reading, it's just stuff.
It's copies of them.
I have a question. My memory was that the scoping study for the bike
Yes.
plan on High Street would be from the intersection of High and whatever the other road is where the old gas station or something used to be, but it's actually gonna be from Main Street all the way to Exit.
The scoping study is gonna be Main Street to Exit too, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's.
About 1 mile.
Yeah, yeah. And we're working on a RFP for that
segue between, segue just is SEGUA or something like that. That segue is the one you ride on.
Is the one you ride on.
That's a trade-off.
They get like autumn, must be autumn. SEGUE.
We'll get
Yeah,
this.
that's
Segu.
it, that's it. And then what is that?
Yeah.
Where you, is he the state, the range? between?
SEGUE.
Segue is like the connection from one to the other.
Or I could use a different letter.
That's a mile
Yeah.
too, so.
Segment.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yes.
that's maybe.
All right.
One second. All right.
Are we good?
Yep.
So is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of January 6th.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. As amended. Okey dokey. Discussion, land use regulation amendments.
Yes.
Over to you.
We had a very nice couple slides to show you to talk through this, but this is just. What's going on with my laptop?
Well, can you put it down here and we can just peer at it?
No, because it's not getting off of the screen.
Oh, stinker.
Yeah, there was some updates today, it was kind of crazy. A little bit crazy, we put some software on it,
Yeah, we got
so I don't
JS
know
in
if I
there.
totally.
Oh, that's it. So it's on a
Crashed
little
the
vacation.
computer.
It's got too much stuff in it.
So we can do this the best we can.
Yep.
Okay.
Walking through it. It's fun. You want to skip to after that?
Well, that's starting some, the Hinsdale Bridge.
It's up to you, I don't know that that's gonna kind of resolve itself, to be honest.
We can soldier on without it.
No? Oh, for the noise.
What we do, we can always send it out if you guys want to see that PowerPoint.
And you have the notes, so that'll
Yeah.
help.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. We can do that.
They're not the full detail, but at least it's a nice guideline.
So what we wanted to do was kind of go back to kind of the basics, which some of you might be more familiar with than others. And we just had a couple of graphic representations to let you know where our zoning came from and kind of what what everybody had decided on at the time. So do you want to go through your slide,
Sure.
through it, or
I'd love to.
start with that?
So we did kind of get to the basics of what zoning is. I'm pretty sure you guys all understand what zoning is, but just to kind of rehash at its core, it's just the dividing up of land, obviously, into different uses. And then the regulations and laws that regulate land use and structures that can be built upon that land. And zoning is a regulatory tool to implement the town plan or any plan. It's a tool to promote what that plan is, the purpose of the plan. And then going to, I guess, the purpose of zoning, one of the things is to protect negative impact on adjacent land uses, and then providing for orderly development. I think are the two really kind of at the heart of that. So
And I
doing
think
that,
the first part, kind of protecting the properties, it's really down to health, safety, and welfare. So if you think back to its origins, it was big industrial plants, popping up in neighborhoods where, people were living. So there's, pollution and other things that were of concern. Or it was big buildings crowding out the light on other buildings. So it's really, its origins were health, safety.
the big case that upheld it was Euclid versus Ambler. One of the bigger land use law cases. So that,
It's like the 19th.
zoning is a police power that the municipality can use. And then I guess going on to the types of zoning, seen specifically in Brattleboro, I get Euclidean or conventional zoning, which is more of the traditional focus on segregation of land use types, permissible property uses, and the controlled development intensity through dimensional standards. Performance zoning is a type of zoning that specifies what may or may not be done in terms of the end result. instead of getting detailed regulations on the exact form of development. And then form-based code adopts predictable build results based usually more on physical form as an organizing principle with a lesser focus on land use. And we kind of see, we have like a combination of all three.
Yeah, we have a hybrid.
Is that common
Yes.
nowadays?
Yeah, so today. And then go into some limitations of zoning, because they're not all perfect. They can be controversial, specifically kind of going to the idea of private property, what you can and cannot do with your land, and then the scope and limits of government's ability to regulate land. It can be hard to define at times. Land use law, potential legal action can occur, and then obviously zoning cannot force a certain type of business or housing to show up just because it states it in what our regulations say you can't put there. I mean, the market really defines a lot of it.
And on the flip side, we can't force somebody to leave. So even if we have a zoning district where there's a non-conforming use in it, we can't make that use leave. You can have rules that once that use has terminated, if it's ceased operations, then it can't reestablish itself. But we definitely, can't force somebody to leave while they're still operating.
Yeah. Zoning can guarantee good design.
Yeah. So we do have design regulations in our regulations, and it's still kind of, it can be up to somebody whether they think it's good architecture or not.
Stepping back to the part before that, were you referencing grandfather?
Yes, grandfather.
Yeah.
Or non.
So when a new regulation comes, if there's things not conforming to it, then
Right.
That's good. Right.
That's okay.
Yeah. And then zoning cannot regulate the number of certain types of uses.
Right. So the kind of a good example would be types of retail. So you might not like dollar stores, but you can't say no dollar stores, but allow other types of stores. So a lot of times you might see like one liquor store pop up and another one starts popping up, or fireworks stores or whatever. So you can't say, oh, no, we're only allowing 2 and the rest of you need to go, or only 2 Dunkin' Donuts, one on this part of town and one on the other, and no more. So it's by use, not operator or business.
Don't we have rules pertaining to liquor and the amount that we have liquor licensing?
It's a different thing. It's different, not zoning.
Yeah, exactly. That's town ordinances or whatever.
Yes.
And then zoning can add to development costs.
Just because of requirements, because it could be design, it could be environmental requirements, certain types of stormwater systems or landscaping that we require can all add to costs.
And then kind of bring this holistically to the town plan, back to how the zoning is trying to implement that. We do follow a comprehensive plan process in Brattleboro, which we're lucky to have. And basically we have those regulatory tools in zoning, and then we also have programmatic tools, which would be like the neighborhood development area. That would be a programmatic tool to implement a comprehensive plan, a town plan. And then, I really wish we had that PowerPoint for this next part, but that's all right.
Can I just jump in on the town plan? Are you gonna get into the transects?
Yeah.
Okay, we can always flip it in. Some of the things that our town plan guides us about land use is like we're pretty explicit that we are trying to encourage growth in already developed areas. So, we kind of define that as kind of pretty much the north-south access, so east of exit 2, but then there's West Brattleboro, those areas. Out in West Brattleboro, some of which are constrained by the floodplain. But yeah, so we're definitely pretty clear in the town plan that we really want it in existing areas that are sewered and water, have sewer and water. We also want to encourage, we think that there'll be over time, some redevelopment in the neighborhood areas that are around downtown and up Canal Street. And so we want to continue to encourage a mix of housing. So if we could get up and operating. We've kind of been working on for one of the future meetings, looking at how many units are in the houses around downtown, because they're not single-family homes. Some are 2, some are 5+. So we want to continue to encourage that development pattern that exists.
So the PowerPoint presentation was for this conversation? And
Yeah, just
out or something?
we had some visuals, we had some
I wish it
visuals.
was working, I wish I could see what you guys, I think I get it, I think I'm following, but no. Can you email?
I will, I'll email it.
Yeah.
Especially when we get into some of the examples of
Yep.
looking at lots, because we're gonna get into the CNU memo. And so looking at some of the lots where we know something's wanted to occur and we haven't necessarily been able to accommodate it.
So I guess looking at, Brattleboro at a transect level, so there's something called transect planning, which actually stems from the Congress of New Urbanism. Some of the principles of that came up with this idea, but just looking at it, like here's Brattleboro, and just imagine that there's this line that went across it from west to east. So you would have what would say rural or natural landscapes going to more of the working lands like agriculture, to more of the suburban pattern. This, cul-de-sac development,
Stockwell Drive, some of those, I think 1980s and maybe late 70s development.
And then kind of moving towards 91, you get more to the urban center areas to our downtown, which would be the urban core, the most density.
I would also say Putney Road is suburban as well.
Here. And then obviously so somewhat urban south of downtown. So that would be the transect scene in Brattleboro. But the whole idea is that you kind of move across that continuum. And the idea of, protecting the natural landscapes. And then you can still preserve that compact walkable pattern of the growth area, which would be the downtown and as they call it, urban center. Which I think in a way is kind of corresponds to like our neighborhood center, and that we have that's at exit 1 and then right off Putney Road. So there's some similarities, but it's just another type of planning and concept.
And it kind of works. I mean, when we were doing the zoning districts, we weren't necessarily thinking about doing it as a transect. But we were aware of the development pattern that, Canal Street development happened in the 1960s. It's kind of the 1960s commercial development, where Putney Road was the 1980s commercial development. And so we were thinking about the needs of each of those areas, and like Putney Road, which we have zoned as the service center, we're like, okay, that's the bigger buildings, it's primarily commercial, but we really want to make that, infill it with residential development. So there's certain rules for out there.
Well, I was going to say, and I think the future land use map, which is right here, kind of also dictates that as well.
Dictates or portrays?
Or portrays of, where, the darker purples are more, dense, and then you can see how it transitions out.
So, because what did you guys call this?
Transect.
It's a transect.
Transect.
How do you say it?
Transect.
Transect.
Yeah.
And it's just to encourage development in already developed areas.
Well, that's what we laid out in the town plan, is we really wanted to encourage development or redevelopment. So infill development or redevelop the existing properties. Because from a municipal standpoint, it's got road, we put a lot of investment in those areas. So there's water and sewer lines, and there's roads, and sometimes there's sidewalks. And so,
can I ask a question? Are we certain that our existing infrastructure could withstand growth?
Yes.
Water, sewer, all that stuff is
yes.
Any growth, or is there a limit to the growth for the consistent?
I think we're only operating around half the capacity of the wastewater treatment treatment plant. It might be a little on the low side. But yes, we can withstand growth. the water treatment plant is due for an upgrade in the coming years.
But it's
To
only
meet
at
that.
half capacity right now.
Can I see that?
Are there are there wells in town as well? Like, is everyone?
There are backup wells. Well, do you mean for?
For public use or for private?
We have backup wells in the retreat meadows area.
No, I mean, like, do private people have wells?
Private,
If you
yeah,
go
there
to
are
the
private-
atlas, there are private wells.
Oh, sure,
People
there's-
using them, or are they?
Which part of
Cheaper not
Denver?
to go.
Or which part of the town are you talking? The rural areas are,
More wells.
pretty much this RR and the two greens are pretty much, on well and septic. And that, so the zoning in the rural residential is, 1 unit for 1.5 acre. Or, just said, yeah, 1 unit for 1.5 acre, and in the rural, it's 1 unit for 3 acres. And part of the reason is if you are building new, you are going to need, a well, and you're gonna have certain distances that are a shield around the well. And then you're gonna have your septic on-site sewage system, and then you're gonna need a backup for that. So if it gets really hard to fit that all in a lot, and keep it on your own property, and have room to build as well. So that's why there are larger lot sizes out there. And especially in the western parts of Brattleboro, there can be a lot of physical constraints too, especially if you're talking about the light car district, there's a lot of steep slopes. So what we do out in those areas is, we're trying to cluster development. So if there was going to be a housing subdivision, we would allow them to build on smaller lots in the subdivision with the hope that they might share some of the septic system, have kind of a common system.
With the hope or with the mandate?
Well, it becomes a mandate because if you're over a certain number of units, then you would probably have to
Consolidate your sewage.
Yeah. And the state is responsible for on-site septic and on-site well permitting, so we're not involved in that. So in 2018, the wastewater was at 50% capacity, and now it could depend on what kind of load they're taking, like breweries and that kind of thing have different needs that they might need to balance out. And then the water supply has 3 backup wells. It's actually, it's got a capacity to process 3 million gallons per day, and on average, it's at 1.2 to 1.3 million gallons per day. So there's capacity.
So why is there such a dire need to upgrade the water treatment plant then?
Federal regulations.
Pharmaceuticals is the next thing.
Is it pharmaceutical?
Yeah, we want to know how to pull out pharmaceuticals very well from our waste streams, yeah, so that's gonna be part of what they keep pushing with regulation.
What is that, like a filtration system or something, or would that include?
Yeah, but that would be for wastewater, not drinking water.
Sorry, maybe I was mistaken. No, I wasn't following.
We were talking about the drinking water system upgrade, which.
Okay.
As a condition of a state permit to operate a water treatment facility, the facility must be evaluated every 20 years. Let's see, it says that upgrades must be done to the filters and the aluminum sludge lagoons. So, I think it's state and federal.
Do we get in, do you know, given this drinking water upgrade that's coming, there'll be like some public tours or something, or?
I don't know. I really share that information. I mean, I think we're still a couple of years.
Yeah.
For sure. So all of that was to kind of explain the CNU, where that Congress for New Urbanism, I know you had some questions the last time.
Questions? We had more
Concerns, critiques of the Congress for New Urbanism, right? So the way that that whole memo came to be is that the state of Vermont is looking at what they're looking at local zoning regulations and figuring out where are their barriers to creating housing choice in Vermont. And so they picked several communities and said, we'd like to audit your regulations. Well, they hired the Congress for New Urbanism. They have so the Congress for New Urbanism is a collection. It was started by 3 planners, and they've been architects, with the goals of creating walkable communities, having more equitable housing choices, and creating mixed uses. And what was the other one? I'm not sure where it started, but now it's kind of climate change. They're trying to play around with climate change. And so that was kind of what they were looking at. They are very much design oriented, so they're kind of the form-based code. The Congress for New Urbanism is a collection of engineers and architects and landscape architects and planners and whatnot who are involved. So they were hired by the state to kind of take a look at land use regulations and even state planning policy as to what are the barriers to creating housing choice.
And by the state, what agency?
It's the Department of Housing and Community Development. And so I was contacted by staff there. They knew that we had done our land use regulations in 2015, and they said, hey, would you like us to look at them? And I said, that'd be great, because we were talking about some changes, and we knew that housing has been a concern of the select board, and Brian and I were aware of tweaks that we wanted to make, things that weren't working, because we would see projects come in the office and really couldn't. We thought they were good projects, but there was a barrier in the land use regulations. So that's where this memo came from. I went up, I did a presentation on our regulations and what I thought were some of the barriers, and then they had one of their fellows who kind of spent a little bit longer with the regulations and wrote this memo. Some of the criticism of the Congress for New Urbanism is that if you use the New Urbanist principles as like a marketing tool, that you could actually be creating like new neighborhoods that are detracting from what you already have. That's not like we're kind of the way Andrew and I look at using their principles. It's kind of it is the walkable neighborhoods. It's kind of focusing on the public space, wanting to create a mix of uses. I'm thinking of an area in. Come on up, Jessica. Come on in. There's a big project in Londonderry, New Hampshire, where they're trying to like redevelop, or I think they're creating a new interstate exchange, and they're trying to create this new development with new urbanist principles, where you're going to create a new downtown and neighborhoods around it. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to take the principles and figure out how can we create that infill housing for more choice and make it walkable and reinvest in our developed areas.
So can you define housing choice? Like what is that? Is there a definition for that, or is that just we work it out by knowing what housing is and knowing what choice is?
Well,
or do they mean something specific when they?
No, I think that's my term that I'm using.
Oh, okay.
A mix of housing types, so multi-unit housing rather than just single family, which we already allow, but accessory dwelling units, anything that might meet. I'm going to use the word that's probably going to raise some hackles, but might meet market demand. So our zoning regulations right now, because we say, you have to have a footprint of this size for the building, and you can only get, 12 dwelling units per acre on it. We're saying, we're kind of dictating what a builder can build and what their market is, because all of a sudden that in itself can raise housing costs. Where we know we live in a community where there are a lot of single person households. So say you have a 12,000 square foot building and you're getting 6 apartments out of it, so you're pretty much looking at 2,000 square feet. You know, this is just hypothetical. Obviously, most apartments are not that big. But we're saying at 12,000 square feet, you're only getting 6 apartments. So that cost is going to be spread among the 6 units because they want to maximize what they can get to help bring down the building costs. Whereas if we said, okay, we're not going to put a cap on the density, or we're not going to say what the building footprint is, we're kind of letting, in my mind, we're letting the market say, okay, well, this is Brattleboro, like we need single bedrooms or we need studios, so maybe we can fit more in it than these larger apartments. Am I explaining that well?
Yeah, no, you are. I mean, I guess the general term housing choice makes me think, I mean, somebody could choose to have a big old house on a big old lot. And that wouldn't necessarily go to our desire, right? I mean, so when we're talking about housing choice, we're actually talking about more units on less space. That's what we want the choice to be.
Well,
we're at least allowing it. We're not mandating.
Diversity of options,
so that it's not all one kind. It's like you can.
And the demand would, if there's demand like you described, then it would veer it more towards small studios than a big old house on a big old lot. Even though
it wouldn't prevent.
It wouldn't
prevent somebody from building a single family house. That, you know, right now we do have a maximum building footprint. So in like the residential neighborhood, the biggest you could build is 4,000. That's a very big house. Because then it can be 2 stories. That is a big house. But so I had examples. The building on the corner of High and Oak Street that is in the residential neighborhood zoning district, that's the yellow building. I don't know exactly how many pictures from Google. My computer is
in memory.
Was it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Really cool.
Andrew, do you recall what the building footprint on that was?
Oh, it was over 4,000.
It was over 4,000.
4,400.
You're on Google Earth.
One is a school now?
No, it's across the street from the school. It's
Yellow,
the yellow
northeast corner.
apartment.
Oh, it's a
house.
apartment. Yeah.
Another example. Yeah, that one.
Trees in the way.
Yeah, that.
Right.
Right there. Another example on the housing front. So, in the village center, out in West Brattleboro Village, we have a maximum building footprint of 6,000.
But so the example with this yellow house was that wouldn't conform now?
Right.
No.
You couldn't build that because the footprint is bigger, and also it has lots of units in it. So I feel like that is about a 1/4 acre. Is that what we figured out?
So probably 12 units in there.
Yeah.
Or something?
Probably something like that. So under our density regulations, you could get about 3 units in that.
Oh,
wow.
Really? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. So
When was that built?
I don't know.
But before zoning.
Well, and when was it considered to have all those
Increases.
units?
Yeah.
After that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the question to ask is if that seems to be working well, then we shouldn't disallow it. But if it's not working well, I haven't heard any complaints.
I think that it's under good management, and so the parking issues are resolved. But at the same time, it's close to downtown, so you could rent that out and conceivably have a permit in the transportation center or use the High Street lot or something like that.
I have to ask a question about the choice of larger properties, larger parcels used for single dwelling. Should there be something in there because we want to increase walkability about maximum road frontage for a parcel like that?
So that is something that we could do as well. They didn't pick up on it in the Congress for New Urbanism memo, but what I would say is our frontage requirements are pretty suburban. Like a village center is a 60-foot minimum frontage requirement. You could set a minimum and a maximum, so that somebody didn't assemble a bunch of lots, tear down And
All this is
you could do that
trees
because
protecting
that
my
would-
beautiful house.
Yeah, because that's not consistent with the development pattern. So we might want to drop what the frontage requirement is to maybe 30 feet, and then set a maximum of 150 or something like that. I've seen that done as well. To prevent that kind of thing,
And
knocking down.
would the choice impact, sorry if you've already gone over this, but like setbacks from property lines, and so that there is room between?
So setbacks is another thing that we could tweak. I was gonna show you an example. So one of the things in the Congress for New Urbanism letter is they talk about how you can only have one principal number of buildings per lot. So there's an example out here on Grove Street where it's a lot.
Beauty Grove.
So it's like right next to it. It's right back there. Where we're doing use this as an example.
What's the address, 80?
It's the second. Yeah, everybody's got computer.
It's kind of like an L-shaped lot, so it's got wide frontage, kind of like a reverse wide lot. So there's a multi-unit building here.
What's that?
There's a driveway here.
Oh.
Yeah, but if you go the other way, and so,
Where's the street?
it's Grove Street.
No,
It-
I mean on your map.
Oh, Grove. Can't remember what the lot size on this is. But the idea was, okay, you've got a multi-unit building here, what if we wanted to stick, this looks a little probably narrower than I should have drawn it. But I will tell you, it's 50 feet there. What if we wanted to drop a kind of a tiny house or a cottage or something there? So, and just keep it on the one lot.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, yeah, and it kind of goes back deeper. You can see it.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So here, our regulations basically say, in order to do that, you either need to, one, create a planned unit development. And I can tell you right now, we have no planned unit development that would fit that type of development. Or the other thing you could do is you could put another residence on there, but you need to double the setback on the side that it would share. Because we wanted orderly development, and therefore, you know, somebody might do that now, but in the future, there's gonna be problems and they'll want to subdivide the land. At 50 feet, in this zoning district, you need to have a total of 25 feet. So you could have 15 feet over here, and then you need 10 over here, but then you need another 10. So you end up, and at 50 feet, you end up with maybe a tiny house you could fit on there because they're pretty narrow. But you're probably not gonna get a cottage or, you know, maybe something that's 500 square feet or something.
Would it be in our best interest to do away with setbacks? Like how, I mean, it's starting to sound almost as if we have to do this on a case-by-case basis, which obviously we can't do.
There's a couple things. I mean, we could look at it, and Andrew has started to do some analysis to figure out what is the appropriate setback, and we did do it at the time that we did the land use regulations, and you know. But if you look all over the place, you're going to find different things. What I think that maybe needs to happen is we've got these dense housing around downtown that is all in one zoning district. So whether you're on Stockwell Drive or whether you're on Grove Street, you have the same regulations that apply to you. And I think that it's not really respecting the compact development nature that exists here. And so maybe we need to look at dropping the setbacks to 5 feet. You know, we have to figure out what is people's tolerance. There are definitely homes that are right up to the property line, but if you have 5 feet on one side and 5 feet on the other and the property line runs through, then is 10 feet acceptable? Are people comfortable with that?
Well,
let's do also bring us to talk about creating more than one residential zone. Because you're talking about like what's in West Brattleboro compared to what's, on Green Street or, Elliott.
Right, so the yellow is what we're talking about. So we're looking at, and let's leave out this because this is Mountain Home Park and it's a bit different. But, the development pattern here, these are 1980s subdivisions. Where this is, what rings downtown is, 1800s development. So it's like we have one size for both of those and it's not really working. And on the other hand, we also want to consider, are there other things we need to do and move away from some of that Euclidean type zoning? That is really about the separation of uses.
So the question is who here is deeply concerned? I'm not. I personally am most excited about if we're inducing development. I'm most excited about developing in areas that are already developed. Instead of for environmental reasons, instead of encroaching on natural habitat of wildlife and stuff. Is anyone here concerned of the development concepts of inducing or inspiring developers to focus on in town, like Felicity, you're asking, the boundaries or setbacks 5 or 15 or 30 feet or whatever. If we're all on board for this, it's not ever going to be a perfect plan. So 5 feet, it makes, walkable Brattleboro not really doable, in some areas. So I'm wondering, is anyone here deeply concerned of this approach?
You mean cutting the setbacks?
Yeah, or just in inspiring or inducing development to happen in already developed areas.
No, I mean I think we already crossed that bridge, right? We already that's in the plan.
Okay. Yeah.
The question is how enthusiastic are we going to be vis-a-vis the zoning to support that? I mean that seems smart. I guess I'm just trying to think about continuing to keep the new housing attractive so that people actually move in and live there.
Yeah, and then to still not affect other folks' property values and stuff, to try to make it livable and make everybody.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the sort of case by case is that the difficulty of say you're in a down economy and people are concerned about their property values, having a cheap by jowl neighbor might actually make your house not sellable.
Yeah.
Right.
Or if you're close to a side of a house, if 2 houses are close and they don't have windows facing each other, it doesn't matter. But if they're kitchen windows and bedroom windows,
right.
So case by case.
Yeah, so case by case, but that can be a huge.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can't do case
That's
by
why it's
case.
supposed to be.
That would be
Well,
the
and that's the role of the waivers and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, the neighbors can come
say,
to the DRB
this doesn't
meeting.
apply in this scenario, can we? I mean, that's another thing. We did waivers that were so strictly confined as to what you could get a waiver to. We could look at the waivers and situations. I think that we need to go through, I think it'll be helpful to have some of the analysis that have been working on, that Andrew's been working on, done. And then, there's always going to be that, it's another limitation of zoning, it's not a perfect fit. So there's always going to be the one, unique, or more than one unique situation that you don't have a perfect fit for. And so maybe we need to think about what those are and check our waiver criteria to see if it works.
But in the meantime, weren't we thinking about figuring out how we could actually make more consistent the neighborhood so that we would be able to make decisions neighborhood by neighborhood as opposed to having to do case by case? Sort of this area is doing this sorts of things, so we want to encourage them to do more of that. This area is doing this, we want them to do more of that. Right?
So does that mean breaking the zoning down? When we went through from the last iteration, we broke it from 12 or something to what we have now, whatever it is. So it would be breaking it to even more granularity of zoning districts, or?
I don't want to get too crazy with the zoning districts. I think that we might want to look at boundaries. I think that we should consider having a second residential type, maybe a more urban residential neighborhood type that deals with the areas that surround downtown. And then I think we need to look at some boundaries. Well, the mixed use boundary is not really. So the mixed use neighborhood, the mixed use became an area where we didn't really know, we were struggling with where things fit in. So these were areas that had a lot of offices, maybe some commercial. They had building sizes that were bigger than other districts. They were a mix, but it really was more about, we kind of got these uses, we're okay with more mix of uses in there. But I think that in some areas our mixed use is pretty limited. We've got one example that is on Elliott Street, where we've been talking to a property owner. Right across the street is the urban center, and then it goes right to residential neighborhood, and then on Flat Street down below is mixed use neighborhood. And you know, there's some churches and offices that extend down Elliott Street. We really drew the urban center to kind of coincide with the block buildings. But I think that's an area that we should probably take a look at again, because you know, there's parts of Canal Street where one side of the street is mixed use and the other side is residential neighborhood, and there's offices on both sides. And so I find with our existing zoning that we really zoned it to preserve the existing pattern, but not really to be thinking about growth. And it's for the most part, it's worked, but I go back to Red Clover Commons. That could not be developed under our regs now. And I think that most people think that that was a good infill project that fits in with the neighborhood. Wilson's Woods is right behind it, but if you're in Wilson's Woods, it's not like you have this large building that's towering over you. We haven't had complaints, I should say. You know, some people might not feel like that. But if we think, you know, and that's type of apartment building might not be everybody's favorite thing, but it's got 50 units and it's in a great location because the hospital is nearby and there's restaurants and retail and pharmacies, and it's kind of exactly the type of development that we want.
And it's had like almost no like negative impact on the neighborhood too. You know, so like when it was first going up, I was like definitely deeply concerned, but then I was like, okay, just be cool, see how it plays out. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine. Except for we need some sort of traffic calming, especially in the morning. I don't want to say traffic calming, I mean some sort of something for the mornings when school is there, and so to get people to slow down, especially when there's old folk walking around.
Yeah.
So but that's not a complaint. I'm still excited.
I mean, we could look at West Brattleboro Village. You know, there's several properties that right now are not zoned in the village. We've talked about the Melrose Terrace property, and what happens once that floodplain is restored. Actually, some of those buildings come out of the floodplain. So, you know, what is the future of that? Or even some large parcels that are in the residential neighborhood. I think it's in the residential neighborhood, touch the village. What's the future of those properties? So I think that it's not, some of the boundaries are not calibrated right for thinking about the future and thinking about growth, and it's hard to do sometimes when we're not in a growing pattern. But at the same time, by having it so tight, we might be precluding some growth that could happen.
Well, and this is what we anticipate. I mean, when we looked at it, we were like, we'll see how it goes for a few years, and then we probably need to go back and like tweak it based on like what comes up, what applications come up.
So how do you want to proceed?
Well, I wondered if we wanted to get into discussing the values so that as Andrew and I are working on it, and at the March meeting, I'm not sure we might be doing the downtown plan at the March meeting. But the next time that we come to talk about it, we know what your values are, so that like I heard you talk about, you know, being concerned is about impacting other people's properties.
Right. Yeah, yes. I mean, they're not, those are not necessarily my values, but I know that they're a concern of some people. So I sent you guys this Just City Index, and I know I sent it like at 3:00 this afternoon, so. But the Just City Lab is at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, and they facilitate, I mean, they basically have a sort of values-based system that they're trying to propagate. So they go around and they highlight programs that operate according to their system of values-based planning. Because the premise of the Just City Lab is that you can use planning to create a more equitable society. But in order to be able to do that, the notion is that you have to establish within your community a set of values against which you then measure all of your choices. And the thing that I sent around, or I sent the direct link to, is their value index, which gives you these very large categories of values and then a whole series of defined other things. I think there's something like 52. Is it 52 or 192? Anyway, there are a lot of them. So the point is that you have to, every community is going to be different what you choose to value and the things you choose to highlight. But once you've done it and established your set of values, then your decision-making process becomes easier because you just measure the decisions against what you've established as your values. So I'm not quite sure how we go about doing that. I was also on my way here thinking, are we like allowed to do that? Or do we need to take our values to the select board and say, you've appointed us, these are what we think our values are you going to rubber stamp our values so we can go forward? Well, right, and so that was, I hadn't thought about any of that until I was on my way here, and I thought, I don't know that the planning commission is entitled to establish its own set of values.
When we did the land use regulations, we kind of had some principles, especially we call them principles, especially like when looking at the district boundaries. So I mean, I think it's perfectly fine that you guys lay out the values. I mean, eventually we're going to have to defend the work to the select board, and if they are not on the page with the values and they reject your work, then then we can always do a check-in with them if that would make you feel more comfortable. But I think establishing your own values as we set about in the planning commission work is fine.
I think as a facilitator and manager of us, that I think it's within your
purview to do.
Yeah,
to
help us understand what we're doing.
Okay. I think it'd take a lot of the guesswork out.
Yeah.
So just
I thought it would also sort of streamline our activities so that because we do want to plug ahead with this revamping some of the zoning.
Can I ask you something, Felicity, sorry. With these values, getting to these values for us, we're going to involve the public, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, because, all right, just wanted to well, just when we're developing them, just to make sure that this is a public process.
Right, right. I mean, and I would
I don't think it has to be like a completely publicly vetted thing. I mean, that could be a if that could be a different one.
If it's talking about the Just City, I feel like we can't do this without engaging the public. That's me, coming from my, planner's advocacy hat, so.
Right, because if a Just City does include the public.
You mentioned town meeting, and that's a good opportunity to get a whole bunch of.
Yeah. I don't think town meeting. We're gonna be I think if we're gonna do this, I think not at Rec Town.
We just got a ton of this sort of relevant information out of the downtown, out of the
downtown.
Yeah, downtown design. The design plan we just reviewed.
Oh yeah,
right. Information out of that. Right. Only out of 500 participants. Like obviously that's a lot less than 12,000. But if we could get a little bit more, but we do have some of that information already.
Yeah, and that was our targeted down. So this is kind of thinking on my feet, and Andrew, I totally appreciate what you were saying. I was thinking of it more as, these are principles guiding our land use, tweaks, when you and I are working on stuff, we can run it through this and be able to, use that lens for the planning commission. If we are talking I haven't read enough about it, I know you have some familiarity with it. If we're talking about it, establishing it for, for the community, then that is different. That's a different process. But there might be some room as we talk about like what Stephen's role as sustainability coordinator is, and maybe we can take a look at this and see how maybe we take it to the broader community. But I was thinking more on a micro level of this project, so.
Yeah, I mean,
It depends on where we want to go with it, they're kind of two different things.
It's also valuable in the sense that, that if you establish a really good and strong set of values that has been publicly vetted, new commissioners coming and old commissioners going means that the actual work of the commission is consistent because you're consistently working with the same set of values and not getting new values every time another commissioner comes on board and shifting and changing and doing something different. Which I don't know necessarily, that might be part of the process, a transitional process, but it seems somewhat arbitrary and unplanning-like.
Is it something that we could internally just work on with this one project and see how it works in application, and if we like the system of having values and applying them to policy, then maybe we do a little bit more public outreach and have something that we can then eventually bring to the select board. So best of both worlds.
Is there, like, does our town plan need to be updated on that particular cycle?
Not until 2024, I think. Yes, right, it's 8 years.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be a good place for
Not
that.
tomorrow.
No, but yeah, when I'm thinking the same, like there's an exercise in understanding how this process would work, and so you could use the planning commission as almost a little pilot training ground for that in anticipation of the town plan. And maybe this is part of that conversation of updating the town plan, is maybe working it through the spring.
I think we can probably do a hybrid to where we do have a public meeting, a planning commission meeting, and invite people to the table, and then so at least have some sort of public process early on. And
do they have like a roadmap for how they have?
They
like
do.
How
They do.
How
They
you
have
might implement
They have a
this?
how-to kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
Yeah. No,
That's very helpful.
Yeah, it's very helpful. So, I mean, if everybody was interested in doing this, we can circulate the how-to kit and then.
Is it free?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's just city, so yeah. Equal access. The one thing is they ask who you are. When you download anything, they just want to say, who are you?
Yeah.
So you tell them who you are.
In the current town plan, is any mention of like values just kind of an afterthought? We're not really primary?
Yes, there are. I seem to remember them in one of those side papers, establishing a set of.
It's in here.
I think it's at the beginning of each chapter, I think we value or.
Oh yeah, every chapter
It's kind
has
of a value statement, but that
purpose,
was
a
done by
goal,
the,
and
there was
details.
an advisory group
Right.
that we kind of worked on those.
I think the thing that I really like about the Just City Index is that it defines each one of these words. So because as the example of housing choice demonstrates, depending on who you are, you can define some of these words in very different ways. Whereas this, if you establish equity as one of your values, then you have a definition that goes with that equity, and so that's what you mean when you say it. And if somebody asks you, you can tell them.
And is that part of the process then to getting the shared?
Yes.
Obviously a shared understanding, but what
What
if
do you mean?
like something.
So, I mean, are you using their definition?
You're using their definitions, or if we don't like their definitions, provided we establish a value and then define it, we use our own. The point is that you don't use just the words, it can get transformed into something else.
Let's just say we do establish these like more philosophical, like a micro or macro level. These kind of ways of values, so every time we're doing some sort of planning initiative like that, kind of what we're using that lens to guide what we're doing.
That would be
all planning endeavors.
That's the idea.
I like that. In school we talk about not the same thing, it's a principle called phronesis, and it's very philosophical, but it's kind of going to more of the epithet, using your empathy to guide yourself, and instead of like the scientific rationale, we're being actually human and we're actually thinking about people. So I that's why I kind of really connecting with this concept, because I feel like it's how we should be addressing the issues we're dealing with today, which is through
thinking about people.
Thinking about people, exactly.
And the environment.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Has like a rollout plan and engagement plan. Do you wanna at the next meeting,
So is the work already done?
share with us what you've learned about
Sure.
rollout and
Yeah.
deadlines, and maybe if you guys talk between now and then about who might do that work. But what I would be also really interested in hearing from the rest of the planning board folks is what values right now do you think you represent when you come into this room?
Oh, based on like looking at their
Like just
options?
which ones are you like most often like I'm no. And then there's there's so many.
But like in and of itself, like would help
just
as we're making some of the decisions about the zoning. So
like right now?
No, not right now, but I agree at a meeting.
But it would be nice just for us to do that little bit of homework between now and then.
Very team building exercise.
Team,
And there are Tom's finding some redundancies. There's a lot of.
But they're kind of more tangible than these overarching philosophical values. But I mean, that could be useful, like in the introduction, to say all of this is seen through the filter of the lens of these guiding philosophies, values.
Why wouldn't you just want all these?
I know, it's just gonna. There's the show that I went to in New York that I was gonna report back to you guys on like 6 months ago. It was 4 different projects that had been done by 4 different collaborative teams. And they for each project, they established 9 of the values. And then they showed you, so they had one, and then they said, and so this is what we did. They're short, like 2.5 minute, I think they're 5-minute videos on the website. You can go and look. And so if you go and do that, if you don't mind doing a little homework, you get the sense of the relationship between establishing the value and then following through with a particular kind of plan design.
So that was that project based?
It was
they
project based.
established them at the beginning of the project.
Yes.
Okay.
So
so I'm just thinking, okay, the toolkit will say your project is updating the zoning. It's not going to be that specific, but we know our project is updating the zoning regulations. So we're going to establish these values for this project,
right?
As opposed to for all planning projects, because it can. It could change.
It could certainly change. And I think the idea of instead of, because you can imagine the process that if you have 52 values that you have to, every decision has to be filtered through 52 values, you'll never make a decision. So for each project you say, these are the most important things. So taking the example of the setbacks, if you've decided the most important thing is property values, that's going to change the decision you make on the setbacks. Whereas if you decided that your value is housing equity and you need more housing units per square feet, then you're going to reduce your setbacks.
Yeah. So like taking like 3 values per situation.
I like that, I mean, I think it was, I think it was 9. And it made made a lot of sense. And of course, if you look at the list, none of these are sort of exploit and, rich get richer. I mean, they're all about creating a more just society.
I definitely like that too in the situation of the setbacks. Like, how are we all going to agree? Like, I was 5 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 60 feet. Like, it's a difficult decision to make. Like, especially to streamline things to where we're not doing it on a case by case basis.
Right.
Because that's no fun either. So.
And I think the other thing is that it enables us to make decisions that don't necessarily double back on what we think we're doing. So contradict what we think we're doing. Because it seems to me that that's one of the conversations we've constantly had. Sort of, how does this get turned around so that somebody can do something we actually are trying to get them not to do? And so if you start from the basis, I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but if you start, I think we can sort of figure it out so that won't happen. I hope.
Yeah, it's interesting to think this through, to look at the values through a frame. It's like a frame of okay, the zoning, right? Certain things sort of stand out. Like, oh, that seems like durability and adaptability. Like they're things that seem like those would be good values for zoning. Whereas if you were looking at a different project, yeah.
Yeah, or creative innovation. So very good one for zoning. Cool. So great. Then we'll
bring it.
All right. Okay. So you guys your homework is to go through them and
you sent us the link this afternoon.
I sent you a link.
It's
hard to whittle it down.
It's hard to whittle it down if you don't know what the frame is you're thinking about.
But we're thinking about zoning, and I think what we're particularly thinking about is the notion of the different kinds of zoning that we have, and if we want to redraw the map a little bit to get rid of some of those weird anomalies, how would we go about making those decisions?
And right now, we're only interested in our planning commissioners' values.
Well, for the purposes of homework for the next one.
In the future, I think we want to try to internalize the town plan because that is what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and take a look at the toolkit and see how we can do this with the broader public.
Could you mentioned a video or something you saw?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will send you the direct links. All of it is on the Just City Lab website, but I can send you the direct links to those websites.
Especially if there's inspirational video, let's see what you're seeing.
They did. I mean, there was one really cool project where they had there was a school in New York City that was sort of, for reasons that they couldn't quite figure out, segregated. And so this collaborative team came in and essentially measured all these factors to try to figure out how this school got segregated when there was no rhyme or reason to it. And they figured it all out, and then they replanned it so that they transformed it and desegregated the school just through planning. Wahoo.
And are the workshops free?
I don't think so, but maybe they are. I was also thinking that, we're getting all this money to do this, that, and the other thing. Maybe we could get a little thing to get them to come here and do a training for us.
I was wondering about that smart. I wonder if we could use that small grant that I had sent you.
Oh yeah,
I wonder. I think it's up to $1,200. Be worth taking a look at. That might be a project we could get a mini grant for.
And there's also the thing that I'm not going to remember because I can never remember words. This rural, developing rural communities. It's this federal thing.
that we were talking about earlier?
About the USDA?
No.
Are you thinking of the acronym or the?
Here it is. It's the rural development hubs. Rural development hubs, this sort of notion that the federal government has that in fact we're not paying enough attention to the rural, and so that there is more money to support rural communities in developing. Because the movement, everybody says the current movement is people are going to cities.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, there's lots of development and exciting things that are happening in rural areas. And so there's a need to strengthen these rural areas and prepare them for the development and don't keep focusing on the cities. So maybe there's some money through that. This was something that was the Aspen Institute.
Okay.
Because this is considering Brattleboro, the entirety of Brattleboro rural area.
Yeah.
We're not
The
talking
whole
about, like,
state
the
of Vermont is a
rural
rural
area.
area as far as the
Exactly.
federal government is
Yeah.
concerned.
Except the Burlington.
Really? Oh, yeah, Burlington is.
Yeah, Chittenden County, and that is.
All right, wow, okay, where are we at?
Okay, so I'll look at the toolkit. You guys pick up on your values.
Clean up your business.
Soul searching.
And do some soul searching, and then we'll
Workshop and dust out your values.
do a game plan for revising the zoning.
Yeah.
Cool, that sounds good. Alrighty, we're on to New Hinsdale Brattleboro Bridge.
Yes, so, I'm sitting on a steering committee with representatives from Hinsdale and Brattleboro that we've had, kind of oversee the new bridge. There's gonna be 2 overlooks as you cross the bridge. One over the channel that's closest to Hinsdale and one over the channel that's closer to Brattleboro. So you've got the island in between.
You're talking about the new bridge, or you're talking about the existing?
The new bridge.
They both face north.
Both the overlooks will face north. So we've been talking about having interpretive signage in those overlook areas with the idea that Hinsdale will choose the topic of one of them and Brattleboro will choose the other. And so they're so Hinsdale, it's my understanding that they are looking at doing an interpretive panel on the history of the island. So kind of the cultural, social role of the island as fairgrounds and ballpark and all that stuff. Dance hall, yeah. Things like that. And so Brattleboro has been asked to weigh in on what the other interpretive panel might be. And of course, I don't feel comfortable making that decision alone, so we kind of wanted to vet some ideas with the planning commission. And I do have I have a thought of kind of where I think it should probably go, but what you all have to say.
Well, the Montasket, the Connecticut River Joint Commission, Montasket Subcommittee, just looking for the letter, but I'm not seeing it, reviewed the wetlands permit for the, wetlands impacts. And so one of the things, we submitted comments on that, but one of the things we actually suggested was that one of the interpretive, and I didn't know how many there were, but that some of the interpretive panels would actually talk about the wetlands, riverine wetlands, as you're looking at in the bridge.
Well, my idea is somewhat in that area. I mean, interpretive panels, I don't know if we're gonna be the ones to actually figure out what the art is, or like the town of Brattleboro, I should say, and what the message will be. My thought was, because Hinsdale was kind of focusing on social kind of aspects and kind of a human impact on the island, I was actually thinking something more in the natural landscape. So whether I took it to Wantasket and was able to kind of make the Abenaki connection, or it's just something on the Connecticut River watershed, or so I was thinking it's kind of a
Species of fish in the Connecticut.
Well, yeah, you could talk about migration.
Yep.
You could talk about
migration.
the interesting geologic aspect that like is actually two separate
Plates, right?
plates.
So cool.
Yeah, and then you could talk about the kind of immediate ecosystem that you're viewing.
And it's interesting, the existing ones, they're still talking about converting those into bike and pedestrian bridges, so I think in the future, there's more opportunities for interpretive panels. Of course, those will be New Hampshire, but even as you come right across the bridge and you land down near the Whetstone Station, there could be other interpretive panels as well.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have a history of transportation up and down the
Exactly, that's originally what I thought I had wanted on the Brattleboro side, but then when I knew what Hinsdale was doing, I'm like, we should go.
Are they set on that?
nature stuff.
What's that?
Are they set on that?
Set on two?
Oh, on
Hinsdale,
the
I
other
don't know for
side.
sure that they're set on that, but it seemed to be conveyed that it was.
Okay.
How did they make that, do you know how they made that decision or like what the,
How Hinsdale did?
yeah, like, the select board or something
I don't know.
Sure you don't want to have a sign on it, nuclear energy?
There's also
Something
Different
nice.
story. And we're going north, but that's.
yeah, and there's something interesting about the fact that you're facing north.
So basically the view.
Can you turn around? Like, can the sign direct you to turn
Well, the
around,
sidewalk
face
is
south?
only on the north.
Yeah, but you could
That
be
makes
on the
sense.
sidewalk on the north side and turn around and face south. So you could actually represent the south on the thing, you just have to turn around and look
You
at
could, I mean, usually the interpretive panels are like kind of the direction you're facing. I guess you could turn around,
Yeah.
but you're looking over 2 lanes of traffic and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
guardrails. I don't know.
very frustrated drivers staring at that. I like the idea of the wildlife, like the waterfowl or fish.
Ecology.
Yeah. And the geology thing, because it's a New Hampshire, Vermont story, right?
Yeah, that's a super cool thing. I mean,
But also the nature stuff.
And depending on how big the sign is, like, doesn't necessarily need to be one, like, you can tell the story.
It will be one panel.
Yeah.
The sizes will still to be determined.
How do we make a decision? We just advise you, do either the ecology, the waterfowl, or the geology.
If Hinsdale wasn't doing that topic for their panel, what would we maybe propose? If we didn't have
I
a
have,
chance.
I'm going to acknowledge, I have very strong biases on what I would put on the sign, so I'm trying to put that on the table, I'll sort of keep my mouth shut a little bit, so.
The Abenaki thing.
Careful.
Yeah, the Abenaki thing, talking about downtown Brattleboro, stuff in the distance, if you can see now, it's got any. I'm not saying it's any better, I'm just brainstorming.
Yeah,
I like the idea
I mean, I was thinking about the
But-
Brattleboro, but I think there are other places where we can put some
Right.
Brattleboro signage and we can do it in a different context.
Yeah, people are walking the bridge to see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
there
or
are-
just to get to the shopping across the lake. Oh, no, because that would be on the little bridges, so, on the lower one, so yeah, if they're crossing that, they're going for the view and.
Yeah, no, and I think
Yeah,
focusing on either Abenaki history or the fish, that would be, sorry, my choice. I think going for the nature would be better.
Talking about how the islands, because haven't the islands shifted over time? They're kind of controlled now, but they got deposited and washed away.
What was it?
Yeah, I think
damn
once it was
big?
dam control.
Oh, once
Yeah,
again.
it's not so much.
It's not even an island compared to what it used to be.
What do we tell you guys? Nature, industry.
Oh my God, we can.
I'm down for whatever, but I love fish.
So you've got her. I mean, we might vet some more with some other people, but I would say the planning commission is definitely on the natural environment.
Can I just make a comment on the signage? I feel very let down by the signage around downtown Brattleboro because it's all different designs, all different colors, all different fonts, all different wholly uppy apparatuses.
I don't know how big or visible these are gonna be, but if it's a design that sort of can be carried through downtown, or if it's with at least one of the choices that's been made downtown, that would be really nice.
I would say it will be different than the design choices that exist in downtown. I'm thinking, have you been to like a national park or it's going to be kind of one of those signs that kind of is angled, so like you're looking at it and it's kind of.
So it's not going to be like an obelisk, like the Molly Star.
No, it's not going to be like a Molly Star. It is going to be more of kind of this height, and it's kind of angled so you read it, so there could be graphics on it. So that kind of signage. The standing panel signs is another one that's not the way we went. So it'll kind of like come off the rail and come down. I think we're following like national park guidelines, size and stuff.
How much influence do you have on the, I mean, I was thinking that if they're doing a historical interpretation, of the carrying it a lot of history, is there, going to be frame in that history? Or is it?
For the island?
Yeah.
I do not believe so.
Just the history of the island, or white history of the island?
I think it's I will know more in about a week and a half, maybe, about what their plans are. I can call up their community development director too. So I don't know. I could only guess.
Yeah. Fun.
I'm just reading about one bridge over the Hudson River that has interpretive signs, and their topics were about a school of art there and some 19th century painter.
Well, yeah,
I prefer
that's a
our
big,
topic.
that's a big deal.
Well, Hudson River School.
Yeah, it's a art school.
Don't let's be knocking any painters out there. Nor any art historians who are currently out of work who need to maybe write signage.
Is that all of our?
Yeah, that is the end of our agenda.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Me, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Okay, so we are reopening the Planning Commission meeting of February 3rd in order to hear public comments.
Excellent. Bruce Roseborn, recent transplant from Massachusetts to Brattleboro about 3 months ago. My wife Carolyn. I'm a land developer in Massachusetts, and we have moved here, very versed in zoning, et cetera, where we're from, and it's a lot of the restrictions where we're from won't allow us in our personal lives to do some of the things moving forward that we might want to do for our family, for housing, et cetera. So I thought that it would be nice to stop into a planning meeting like this to get the temperature of where we're moving to, you know. And some of the big questions we're approaching are, let's say we wanted to build a tiny house, which is almost impossible in the state we just came from. If we wanted to do that here, are we subject to traditional zoning? What can we do? What can't we do? And that might be more than this meeting, but I thought it would be a good place to start to see if we could meet with somebody, just talk about kind of what we're thinking, and see what we're up against, where we're from. If it's a tiny house, you're not doing it. And we have a state just north that made it attractive for us to come up and just explore that option. Can I ask a question real quick? Yeah. What temperature did you read on the road? I normally come to planning board meetings with $1,000 an hour guys, just because we're going to get pushback and we know it.
Right.
Our time in Vermont so far has been very splendid, and I expect nothing less. I was a land guy until I got a good temperature.
Just real briefly, and I think Andrew, do you have a card on?
Well, yeah, I could be a card because you always can come to our office and have these conversations as well.
That's me.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So I'm Sue, I'm the planning director, and
Okay.
Andrew's the planning technician. He answers a lot of these questions.
Generally, we treat a tiny home similar to a single family home or, another unit. If you have an existing home on the property, then we'll treat it as an accessory dwelling unit. So, and accessory dwelling units here in Brattleboro are pretty permissible.
Are the minimum, like, when you started talking about the purpose of zoning, I said, is this possibly a town that has not adopted zoning at all yet? Because those don't exist where we're from.
Yeah, no.
And now then I realize you're amending.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you were putting, if it was a vacant piece of land, then it would be subject to, if you were subdividing, it would be subject to the minimum lot sizes. But we have a couple of different options to kind of create smaller lots or create like a tiny home.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was possible to connect to town sewer, town water, or for well and septic, et cetera, or,
yeah, both of those you could connect. I mean, I would say we've had a lot of phone calls about tiny houses and less development of them. And I think one of the barriers tends to be the water and sewer because some of them definitely want them to be the more mobile, where you could pick up and move. And when you are told you have to have a connection, either get a state permit if you're well and septic. And they do allow some alternatives. To having just a leach field.
The very specific obstacle that I face all the time, and I sell land and people ask that question of me. In Massachusetts, unless you get a variance, you're going to be required to build a minimum of 600 square feet. A tiny house might be 120 or 200 square feet or something, you're well under. And it's not permanently attached. There's no way you're going to connect to a municipal sewer system. That's just the way it is. So this is very nice to hear that that's not a steadfast rule, because we're going to be under that, and we're going to be, if we'd like to connect, we're not automatically prohibited from that.
A layer added onto that is I think that regulation is the Massachusetts building code, not zoning. And so in Vermont, the building code is really lax or absent for single family owner-occupied dwellings. In fact, there's almost no regulations for that. As long as there's not business happening in it, or rentals, or daycare, or stuff like that.
Most often, where we're from, is you can't be a primary residence if it's going to be for more than 2 weeks out of the year. So you would have to have, in that case, 26 of these, and move every 2 weeks. You understand?
You can't have a tiny house as a primary residence?
Absolutely not. It can be an accessory building.
It must be 600 square feet.
So I was eager to meet with you guys because if you really want to bring people in, I know how to do it. Correct. We can't do it there, but there's been a state knocking on my door for a long time just north, and that's you guys, right? And this just looks like the greatest opportunity in the world because it just makes sense. And I hear you talking about what's right for the people, et cetera. Where I'm from, if they allow it in rural Massachusetts, which is not much different than here in most ways, that would create case law or precedent that could be applied to right downtown Boston. Now you have a tiny house next to a skyscraper, no problem, right? We don't have that here. So the motivations are different. This is a state that sounds like it's more is about the people. And if that's your housing choice, you can choose it, right? And we can hopefully find a way within reason. And that's it's all this is very encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, the only caution that I would have is that if it's not on town water and town sewer, we're less versed in the state permitting of water, of wastewater and on-site septic.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to
say water and.
I'm gonna have to meet with some septic designers here because I'm used to you have to design a home, and the septic system is based on the number of bedrooms, and in Massachusetts it's a minimum of 2. Tiny home has 0 or 1, right? So we fail again.
Yeah.
And so I have to get a little more educated as to how do you create a septic system that's designed to serve, a 200 square foot dwelling with a loft.
Right. And they do allow alternative systems here in Vermont, so that could be helpful.
Nitrogen systems, and I assume,
Can you do tiny house with a composting toilet?
But I designed one in
Well, there's a weird fact that if you're going to have a composting toilet, you still have to have a septic design that's approved.
Yeah.
So you go through this funny game where you go through all the trouble.
Money.
You spend a ton of money to get that design made up, drawn up, and approved. to not build it at all and putting your composting toilet on.
I'm used to hitting ledge at 2 feet down below the surface, right? And we need 4 feet of naturally occurring soil. So our question is always, well, how can we do, you just can't build.
You can't do a mound system there.
In some towns you can, but then they'll typically require 2 feet of naturally occurring, and let's say you get to Gloucester, Rockport, whatever, you can see there's ledge. It's a wonderful piece of land, can't do anything with it. So we always say, well, can we have a tight tank? And it comes and it gets pumped every 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. And they say, sure, after you get perked and you get a naturally occurring system designed, you can opt to get a tight tank. Thinking, well, that kind of negates purpose, right? So it's intentionally often set up just to protect home values. We already have everybody in this town that we want stay out, and that's the temperature in most of the areas I operate in. So that makes sense.
Does any of our zoning say any of the districts say a minimum to a single family home?
The size?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No minimum.
No minimum
housing
size. Minimum lot size.
We have yards. We have.
Oh, minimum lot size.
Yeah.
Just minimum lot. I mean, I heard earlier 3 acres.
3 acres in the
acre and a
very western part of
Most
town.
rural.
Acre and a half otherwise.
No, acre and a half in kind of another section of town. But if you're in the downtown area, it can be a little, there's no minimum lot size in the downtown. There's 6,000 square feet in most of the residential neighborhoods that surround.
Okay.
So it varies.
And no minimum frontage when you're close to town?
Only in the urban center.
Okay.
The others are at 60. That was one of the things we were saying. It's kind of
60 is
suburban.
very low as far as so.
Yeah, but it could be lower too if we want to.
Yeah.
Well, what did you call it? Diversity of housing, other than housing.
So if I wanted to just set up, if I had just some quick